And Anime goes, yeah, you know what that guy said to me? He said that it was AIM leadership that killed Buddy and Frank at Wounded Knee. The man's crazy. He's just trying to start trouble. And so they took her in one of the first cars. Then they took Dino. And I was supposed to go in the last car that day, and at some point when we were sitting there, they realized who Dino and I were, and then it got really ugly again. I was really grieving because I heard how they were talking and I saw how they were acting, and I just didn't think he was going to make it alive that day. I heard a bunch of cars pulling up and looked out the window. I told my wife to get up. I picked up the pistol and I walked out. 3 men were coming at me and they had guns. I asked them what the hell was going on. They said they were FBI agents, get on the ground. So I got on the ground. They came up to me and asked me if anyone else was in the house, and I told them yes, my wife was. They told me to call her out, so I called her out, and they made her get on the ground. I showed them this driver's license that I had. It said Robert Noble. They arrested me for having a gun with an altered serial number on it. They put me in the back of this FBI car. Later, all of the other agents, they were from the South Dakota area and had been working on this case ever since it had happened. I guess they came down there and this one walked by the car and he looked in the back of the car like that. He walked over to the other agents and said, "Hey, you know who you got there?" That one agent told him, "Yeah, that's Robert Noble." He said, "No, that's that fucking Dino Butler. Why did you take him alive?" The other agent came over and he looked in the car and he said, "Yeah, that's that fucking Dino Butler. Did he have a gun on him?" A .45, loaded. You should have shot the son of a bitch right there. And they all came over there and started looking at me. Pretty soon this one came by himself and he stuck his head in the car and he says, "You son of a bitch," he says, "one of those agents you killed was a good friend of mine. If I ever get you alone, I am going to blow your head off." He turned around and he walked off. We started to leave. It was 3 agents got in the car and they started up the car, and a couple of agents came over and they says, "You leaving now?" "Yeah, we're taking him up to Pierre, but don't be surprised if only 3 of us show up." Another one comes up and says, "You're leaving now?" "Yeah." "Well, don't leave no bruises on him." I accepted the fact that I was going to die, and it didn't matter no more, you know. That I wasn't going to snivel and I wasn't going to cry. I made that up in my mind. We started out. This one agent, he said, "We know pretty much what happened June 26th, but there's a few blind spots." I told them, "What do you mean?" I started seeing a little hope there. I thought I might get to Pierre alive. "What do you mean?" You know what happened. Tell us what happened. We are in the position to give you a new identification. We can send you to another location, give you a good job and a car if you will just tell us what happened and fill in the blind spots." He said, "If you don't do it, you will be spending the rest of your life behind bars, or else we are going to kill you." So I says, "How do I know that I am going to be safe? How do I know that you guys are going to protect me?" He says, "We've done it before. We've got people living like this in other places now that have helped us. We gave them a new identity, set them up in another spot. All you have to do when we do this is mind your own business and don't go out and raise a bunch of heck and stuff and get yourself picked up. Don't bring no attention to you, and you will be all right." So I said, "How do I know where you are going to send me?" He says, "Well, we can send you anywhere, Florida or anywhere back east, you know." So I says, "Well, I don't know, you know." I kept that up all the way to Pierre. In Pierre, they took me up to the 4th floor in the federal building into this room. 1. I knew then that I was pretty safe, that they wouldn't be shooting me there in the federal building. So that's when I told them I didn't want to talk to them no more, I wanted to call my lawyer. They really got nasty with me and started pushing me around, cussing me out. They said Leonard Crow Dog was a scumbag. They said that all Indians were scumbags. They said that my people weren't going to help me, why am I protecting them? They started telling me about Wounded Knee and how a few chicken shit Indians went to Wounded Knee and laid in the grass and shot from a long ways at federal forces. He said, they weren't brave, they were chicken shit. They wouldn't come out and fight in the open. They laid behind bunkers. And stuff like this. They told me how I was chicken shit because I laid behind a bunker at Oglala and shot these agents. They said I wasn't brave, I wasn't tough or nothing. I was just a little bitty nobody, a scumbag that didn't deserve to live. They promised me that they would kill me if I didn't spend the rest of my life rotting behind bars. I wouldn't say anything to them. I said I wanted to call my lawyer. They kept this up for 6 hours and then they got mad or madder or something. The last thing they told me when they walked out was, Dino Butler, you're nothing but a worthless scumbag, and I promise you that someday I am going to shoot you. I am going to blow your fucking head off. They turned around and walked out of the room. They took me out and I seen Annie Mae. She was sitting out there. She smiled at me and I smiled back at her. They threw me in the holding tank. Crow Dog and the others that were arrested were there. I thought that I would never be free again. I knew that they was going to railroad me. There was talk that there was an ambush. There was talk that we drew the agents in there and that we ambushed them. It was on the news that we dragged them out of their car, shot them repeatedly. I knew that if they wanted to, they could railroad me, cause they had done it to other people before. I didn't have much hope of ever being out again. So I was feeling pretty low down when I went in there. Crow Dog was there. He told me, not to worry, nephew, everything is going to be alright. He said, just remain strong. And he rolled up a cigarette and he says, I want you to pray with me. I want all my brothers in here to pray with us. So we all sat down and we prayed. At the time of his arrest, Crow Dog was already on probation from his conviction on the Wounded Knee charges. A few months before, he was also about to be convicted of assault on a provocateur who invaded his house in March 1975 and made a pass at his wife in an obvious effort to provoke the skirmish that ensued. As at Cedar Rapids, Crow Dog's prosecutor in this case was R.D. Hurd, attired as always in bright sport clothes, who recoiled at the defense suggestion that Crow Dog had been set up for the assault charge. The government is here to protect you. Hurd told the jury. I am here to protect you. At this point he placed his hand over his heart. Would you believe, ladies and gentlemen, that the government, your government, would lie to you? 2. In the Beck McCloskey case, Crow Dog was also convicted, although Indians claim he took no part in the fight. McCloskey later wrote to Judge Robert Murridge expressing regret that he had accused Crow Dog, whom he called a holy man, peacemaker, and healer who should be released. Although Beck had terrorized the region, and was already a suspect in the death of Crow Dog's nephew, it was Crow Dog who was sentenced to 5 years in prison. In September 1976, this grotesque sentence was reduced. Nevertheless, Crow Dog spent 27 months in prison, most of the time in solitary confinement. During his absence, the Crow Dog house was burned down over his family's heads. He was eventually paroled in 1977, after intervention on his behalf by the National Council of Churches. Because her fingerprints had been recovered at the AIM camp and because she was known to be close to that AIM group, Anna Mae Aquash was interviewed about the shootout at Oglala by S.A. Frederick Coward and a female colleague. Pick 2. Was specifically asked if she knew Dennis Banks, Leonard Peltier, Frank Blackhorse, and Robert Robideau. At this point in the interview there was a brief pause by Pick 2, who put her head down on the desk to which she was sitting at and did not reply to the question. The interviewing agents again specifically asked Pick 2 if she knew these individuals that were just mentioned. Pick 2. Advised at this point that you can either shoot me or throw me in jail, as those are the two choices that I am taking. Pick 2. Was asked specifically what she meant by this, to which she replied, "That's what you're going to do with me anyway." Pick 2. Was advised by the interviewing agents that they had been very cooperative, polite, and had responded to her personal requests during the interview for cigarettes, coffee, and the use of the bathroom, and this was certainly not a display or attitude to which she indicated that the agents would do. Aquash's own impressions of FBI behavior on that day were somewhat different. I was awakened maybe around 5 in the morning by someone saying they were the FBI and I should immediately come out. I was in bed and I just heard a lot of voices around. Then I heard someone say, "Let's just cut it. Cut open the tent, you know." And when I walked out, they were just all over the place, dumping things, and just tearing things apart. And they came over and put a pair of handcuffs on me and took me in the house and searched me. I could hear things crashing inside the house. They were evidently moving large objects like furniture or like refrigerators or bureaus or chests, because I could hear things falling off, breaking or smashing, or I could hear comments coming from them from inside. "Oh, look at this," or they would laugh at something, or were joking with each other because one couldn't move a dresser by himself and you could hear somebody going over and helping them and something would smash. It was just like a bunch of I don't know, they seemed to be having an awful lot of fun. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. While I was standing there with the group of women, waiting, I was being verbally harassed by some of the agents. They were implying that they had been looking for me for a long time and that they were very pleased that they finally found me, and then they were accusing me of a number of things that I have not done. They told me that I'd be in Canada by the afternoon, that they were gonna deport me, and I was in this country illegally. I tried explaining to them that I wasn't, and they just totally ignored me. Then, during this, there were 2 young Indians that came up to the roadblock because they had a roadblock just past the Al Running residence on the main road. We heard some loud shouting, yelling, "If you keep going, we're gonna shoot you, you know," and the other woman that was standing there, she got pretty nervous. She said, "Somebody's gonna get shot, and if that ever happens, you know, everybody's gonna start shooting, and then it's gonna be called an accidental shooting." She was really scared. It turned out that there were 2 Indians. I could see them walking into the driveway and they were handcuffed. They were met by about 4 or 5 agents, who turned them around and started pushing them. I couldn't even watch any longer because I was being distracted on the other side by all the smashing that was going on in the house. They emptied medicine bags and threw about medicine pipes and confiscated eagle feathers, and varieties of beadwork, and those objects that are used in sacred ceremonies. They just didn't seem to care. When they were trying to remove my medicine bag, I refused to remove it and they told me I could take it off, the boogeyman isn't going to bother me. If they're not familiar with what your beliefs are, then they use that to ridicule you, to criticize you, to make fun of you. They were making fun of a woman that was praying, snickering at her. Those FBI don't have any respect for these articles, and the people are really worried. They want to know why they want these things. What do they plan on doing with these things? I think it's a very serious matter. They have absolutely no respect for a religion or a belief that another nation has, and that's very racist. They don't have the ability to just allow someone to believe in something else. In Pierre, they took me to the federal building. One agent came in and started referring to the June 26th incident that happened in Oglala where 2 men were killed, and I told him 3, and he said, "Okay, 3. He kept insisting that I used to live there, and I kept insisting back to him that I have never lived there, and he just wouldn't believe me. He just kept asking me questions like whether I knew Harry Jumping Bull or Cecilia Jumping Bull. You know, I've never had the opportunity of even meeting these people, let alone knowing them. Finally, I just refused to talk, so he left me alone. But they would periodically come through and ask me something. I was there about 3 hours, and they finally took me over to the county jail in Pierre. When they took me out of jail to take me over to the federal building that afternoon, that's when I saw the rest of them. They were all chained up at the waist and handcuffs, and they were chained together in these green I don't know coveralls, I guess. And we were all put in a car, and they were going to the federal building, too. I've never gone through anything like that before, and I've never been arrested like that, and I just didn't know what was going on. I have seen that there is something that is disturbing the agents very much. They are very frustrated or angry or something. There is something wrong somewheres. It is not only the raid that they seem to be interested in. It's not just arresting those that they went there to arrest, because they included a lot of other things, the religious items that they took, and the ridicule and remarks that they gave, which are totally unnecessary. I think that they most definitely want to destroy the Indian nation if it will not submit to the living conditions of a so-called reservation. They definitely are out to destroy our concept of freedom. 3. Released on bond pending a hearing the next day, Anna May decided to return to California, where Banks and Peltier were trying to raise money. Before leaving, she was joined on Pine Ridge by Nilak Butler, who had failed to make contact with Bob Robideau and decided to go with Anna May instead. On September 12, with Norman Brown, they were driven to Denver by a self-styled AIM supporter named John Stewart, a Crow Dog relative and the estranged husband of Anna May's friend Dorothy brings him back. Stewart, who had turned up in Oglala in mid-June, had spent a lot of time hanging around the Jumping Bull property in the days before Kohler and Williams had appeared. All I knew about John Stewart was that he beat his woman, Nilak says. I don't have no use for any man who does that. Nobody on the residential knew Norman's last name, but John Stewart, who drove us all to Denver, must have pinned him down, because they busted Norman right after he got home. Some people suspect that it was Stewart whose tip led to the raid of September 5, and also to the detention of Anna May and Nilak by the FBI upon their arrival at Los Angeles Airport on September 13. Anna May was permitted to go free, perhaps in the hope that she would lead the FBI to Banks and Peltier, but Nilak was arrested and threatened with a first-degree murder indictment before the afternoon is out. She was jailed for 2 weeks before being released. They threw me in with this 300-pound nutcase. I mean, she was really dribbling. Man, and they used this to try to break down Dino, telling him I was gonna be raped by this enormous dyko. They're snaky. Besides Kamook Nichols, her baby, and her sister, Bernardine, the group that left Crow Dog's Paradise with Bob Robideau before the raid included Mike Anderson, Norman Charles, and Jean Bordeaux. They were joined by a young Indian named Keith Damaris. Leroy Cassads and his friend Bambi were the only ones who got away at Crow Dogs, which seemed funny to me right away, Robideau says. I'm the kind that don't trust nobody until I trust 'em. So when they showed up at our camp over near Parmalee, I told somebody to keep an eye on them, and when Leroy told me he wanted to go into town, I told him he couldn't. Well, I guess that made him nervous, and they took off on us, and so I realized that once again we had to move, we had to leave Rosebud, and the sooner the better. In fact, they raided that place at Parmalee a few days later. We had run out of safe houses nearly everywhere, and so we headed north for Cheyenne River. That old 64 Merc station wagon was in good shape when we left Rosebud. But I chose the back roads, and it had rained the previous day, and there were ruts, and with all them people and the load, I hit one big rut too hard and tore off the muffler. I didn't think too much about it, because there's no law up there. You see one cop at the most, and one man ain't never going to stop a whole carload of Indians, not for no muffler. At Eagle Butte I stopped and got a clamp, got the pipe back up there some way. But after a day or so on Cheyenne River, we realized that was still too close, and we headed south for Shawnee, Oklahoma. On the way, the muffler fell off again, and at Rosebud I spent about 2 hours on it, really got it in there good. Why shit, we didn't clear St. Francis, hardly, before the damn thing fell off again. So I said to hell with it, threw the pipe up onto the load in back, and crossed over to Nebraska, and sure enough, we were stopped by a state trooper. Keith told him the muffler had fell off, we was looking for a garage to get her fixed, and meanwhile he distracted this cop by telling him all about the sacred pipe we had layin' up on the dash, the sage for ceremonials, and stuff. Keith really got into it. We thought he would never get finished. So at KC, I tried again to see if I couldn't muffle at least some of that damn racket. I was twistin' at it, and somehow I got her pointed up instead of out. So we're back on the Kansas Turnpike, headed south again for the territory, when baby Aim yells, "Hey, it's smoking back here." I pulled over quick, ordered everyone out, then ran back and looked underneath, and just then the first explosion went, blew asphalt into my eyes as I rolled away and landed on my stomach in the ditch. I thought that I was gone for sure until I realized that my brain had kept on working. So I look up through this blur and there is Keith, mouth open, he's in shock, staring down at me. So I said, "Let's go," and waved everybody over the fence into the field, and we started running. We get in there 300 or 400 yards, and we see an old man on a farm road who has stopped to look. Kamook had a bad cut on her arm, from flying shrapnel, and as for me, I couldn't hardly see at all, so I asked the old man to take us to the hospital. Mainly I wanted to put as much distance as possible, and fast, between us and that white car, which was going up in multiple explosions. We were really lucky to get out alive. Small blasts first, that was the ammunition, then a big one when the gas tank blew that rolled the roof back, then fire everywhere. Robido laughed. We had told the old man that them first explosions come from aerosol cans, and canned food that had overheated. Well, that was some powerful food that could blow the roof off. He was a nice old man, really wanted to help us, but he was country, you know, and he had been suspicious right from the get up and go, and down the road a ways he pulls over where he sees some friends, and pulls out the key, and somebody telephones for the police. I had told everyone to dump any kind of evidence out of their pockets on the way to the hospital, and we got rid of most of it, but not enough. Bernie was the only one completely clean, and she was also the only one that wasn't charged. At the hospital, when they're searching the others, I'm already on a stretcher, and as I'm going out the door, one cop says, "Search him, too." I struggle and yell, you know, a little theater there demanding my rights all the way to my room. I couldn't see much, but I knew I had a crowd there. "Who are all these people in my room?" I yell. "Am I under arrest?" "No." "Then get out of my room." "You get undressed." "No." I kept demanding that they either arrest me or get out of my room, and they wouldn't do either one, and meanwhile I can't see a goddamn thing. But I hear a phone ring, and one of them answers. Then he says, "Okay, you're under arrest." Robido identified himself as Robert Lamont, but his fingerprints were on record from his long series of arrests during his youth, and he was soon identified. Discovered among the burned and damaged weapons in the white station wagon was Agent Kohler's .308 rifle, and with it an AR-15 rifle, which was later selected by the U.S. government as the weapon that had killed Agents Kohler and Williams. After 12 days in 2 hospitals, Robido was imprisoned in Wichita's Sedgwick County Jail. Although he was the only adult male, his group was publicly identified as a front-line attack squad for some amazing raid down in Indian Territory. The plans of these women, young boys, and a baby included the assassination of the Vice President of the United States, who was coming to Oklahoma on a visit. Oddly, Mike Anderson was not prosecuted, although he was wanted on a burglary charge in Phoenix, and although Agent Gary Adams, who came to Wichita to interview him, informed him that the FBI knew that he had been involved in the Oglala shootout. Norman Charles, Keith Damaris, and Kamook Nichols were convicted on weapons charges, then set free on probation. Bob Robido was the only one who went to jail. Held on $125,000 bond, he was convicted in December on 9 counts of illegal transport of altered and unregistered firearms and explosives, and sentenced to 10 years in Leavenworth prison. I was trying to hook up with Bobby, Nilak says, and I'm kinda glad it didn't happen, as it worked out. I'm glad I missed that ride, and I only missed it by an hour. I went back to Pine Ridge to go out to LA. I was concerned about getting out there and getting that bond money. The important thing about the LA bust was that when I went to my arraignment hearing, they told the judge that I shouldn't have any bail because in 24 hours they were going to have murder indictments on me for killing the 2 FBI agents. And that's when I knew we were getting into a time crunch, and I wanted to get Dino out. Anyway, they walked me through the airport with 6 guards because I was so dangerous. That was humiliating, man. To go through LA airport with these jerks all around me. Everybody was looking at me, like, did they catch Patty Hearst? You know, that was the attitude, really, and I remember the black porters, they'd sit there and shake their heads, just look at those feds, and shake their heads. That kind of thing inspired me a little. Then they took me down to the FBI headquarters in Westwood and they did fingerprints and photographs and were all running around like real hot stuff. This is a major case investigation. And I had an agent there, Gilbert Cordova, the man who Blue Dove reported to in Skyhorse Mohawk. She was that FBI informer from LA. He's real dark, and he looks like a skin, so Anna May asked him if he was Indian, and it turns out he's 1/4 Indian, 1/4 Yakima. He's just a really wonderful person. In fact, he came all the way back to South Dakota when I went to trial, to convince the judge that I was more dangerous than Ma Barker. No jive. Really? He overdid it? He got on the stand, and God, you would have thought I was packing bombs in my teeth, the way he acted. I mean, he was just off. He did more to acquit me than anything that happened in that trial. After the raid on Crow Dog's Paradise, Norman Brown had gone to stay with the Bordeaux family in Rapid City, after which he went to Denver with Anna May and Nilak. From there he went home to many farms on the Navajo Reservation, where agents Gary Adams and Victor Harvey turned up on October 10. Brown had been warned by the Ukaldoc lawyers that he was not to talk to agents or police under any circumstances, but he was not prepared for the enormous Adams and his abusive partner, who had been led to his mother's house by a BIA policeman. FBI agents came walking in, told me to sit down. I sat down. My mother sat down beside me. He said, "We know you were at Oglala at the time." I told them I didn't see nothing, I didn't hear nothing. He said, "Bullshit." Then I gave him that paper and said, "This is my lawyer, you can call him." He said, "No, we can't do that." Then I kept trying to tell them that I had a lawyer, and they wouldn't listen and started asking me questions. They sat there a couple of hours, trying to question me. Then an agent by the name of Victor Harvey, he told me, "Do you know what you're facing now?" I said yes. He said, "You're facing 2 counts of first-degree murder." I said, "I want my lawyer." He said, "You're not getting no lawyer." So we were just sitting there. He told me, "We're going to haul you in right now." My mom, she didn't know what was going on. I tried to explain to her, but they told my mom they had one of the guns that I used, that gun killed FBI agents. My mom started crying and everything. My mom said something, "What do? You killed one of those 2 FBI agents." She started crying, and one of the FBI agents said, "Shut up." I said, "You shut up, you don't talk to my mom like that." They told my mom to shut up, and I said, "Don't you have any respect at all?" And they kept telling me they were going to haul me in right now. My mom was crying. She kept telling me to talk and I told her no. I kept saying no for a while. They said, "Well, I guess we'll haul you in right now." They took handcuffs and handcuffed me. I was standing there and he said, "We'll do everything in our power that you rot in hell." I kept saying I wanted my lawyer. "Why are you protecting these cold-blooded killers?" he said. they just murdered 2 of my friends. And I said, that's the way the ball bounces, and he got pissed off. Then he said, it's your duty as an American citizen to talk. And I told him that I'm not a citizen of this country here, America, I am a citizen of the Navajo Nation and Mother Earth, is what I told them. And they started laughing, and I had some peyote with me that night, and they were just making fun of me about my religion. They kept telling me that Dino and Bob and Leonard, they said, those guys are killers, why are you protecting them? They are my brothers, and I didn't hear nothing and I didn't see nothing. They told me that they were going to put me away for a long time. And they told my mom that she would never see me again, never see my family, I'd never walk the earth again. So my mom was crying and I didn't know what to do there. She says, son, I don't want you put in jail. They kept saying Leonard Peltier, they kept saying he and Dino killed the agents. They kept saying, why are you protecting these cold-blooded killers? Kept saying, going to put you away, you're going to rot. Kept calling me names. And we were there for another 15 minutes, trying to get me talking. Then they left after about 6 hours. They told me they were going to see me tomorrow. So we went home. I was ready to take off, my mom wouldn't let me. My brothers wouldn't let me, 'cause they didn't want me to go to jail. I thought they were going to kill me. They told me I would never walk the earth again. After that they kept coming over and questioning me and everything. And they told me they would give me a new name, new life, told me that I could do whatever I wanted, and new car, and live somewhere else. I told them I didn't want that, so they told me that they were going to give me protection. They weren't protecting me, they were harassing me all the time, the FBI. They kept coming by my house, always coming by. My family got tired of it. Who made that escape plan? Who let you out of there? What's his name? Where's he live? So I said, you'll never catch him, you'll never get him. They kept trying to question me like that, about 30 minutes. So finally I told him, I said, Tunkashala. Then he says, where's he live? We'll get him. We'll put him in jail. What's his last name? How do you spell that? So I told them, they are our creator and the grandfathers. They really got down on me when I was in Arizona. To make things worse, it was in front of my mom there, and I didn't know what to do. Victor Harvey told me, we have the gun that killed them. And he told me that Dino and Bob said that I killed one of them, and I knew they didn't. They didn't say that. They kept trying to tell me that Dino and Bob said this and that. They told me, we have you on 2 counts of manslaughter against 2 agents. And I said, how about Joe Stuntz? He's my brother. Who's going to stand for his trial? They said, we don't know, he was caught in a crossfire. And they said about the movement, they're all a bunch of chicken shits, they don't have anything to do but raise hell. So I told them, in an Indian way, a man gets shot and falls on his back, and he's facing the enemy. Then I said, he falls on his stomach, he's running away from the enemy. And I asked him, I said, how were those 2 agents lying? They didn't say nothing, so I assumed they were lying on their stomachs. On October 4th, an FBI squad led by SAC Norman Zigrossi and including SAS Price and Adams staged a raid on the UCLDOC headquarters in Rapid City. Later in the month, Price took part in a raid on a building that turned out to be the UCLDOC headquarters in Sioux Falls. On October 13th, the day after Jimmy Eagle had been convicted of felonious assault for the shooting of James Catches on May 17, Judge Andrew Bogue ordered that he be held without bail, pending formal indictment for the murder of the agents. Bogue pointed out that since May 16, the defendant had become involved in 4 violent crimes with possible sentences totaling in excess of his natural life. His decision was influenced, he said, by the facts that Eagle was 19 years old, unmarried, never employed, without property or assets or stabilizing roots. On October 14, a bomb went off in the BIA Law and Order building in Pine Ridge. According to Dick Wilson, AIM was responsible. If any more AIM members, or any others, come onto this reservation bearing arms, Wilson declared, they will be taking their lives into their own hands. I have given up on the so-called law and order we have had and am taking the law into my own hands. 4. Clyde Belcourt denied that AIM had planned the bombing, which he said was the work of the John Birch Society, in a program to discredit AIM. That very day, in fact, these super patriots had sponsored a talk in Rapid City's Alex Johnson Hotel by Douglas Durham, whose drastic revelations about AIM had made him the most popular speaker on the John Birch circuit. AIM is a leader in the scheme to disrupt our nation's bicentennial in 1976, Durham declared. In preparation for the scheduled decelebration, AIM has established training camps around the country in which political indoctrination, marksmanship, and guerrilla warfare are taught. A week later, Durham informed an audience in Mitchell that AIM's intensified guerrilla activities would include indiscriminate killings of whites. Ted Means, responding for South Dakota AIM, warned that Durham's statements could only perpetuate racism in that state. We'll stand and give our lives, that's true, Means said, but we're not a terrorist organization. The last time I saw Durham, Bill Means says, he was giving one of his Bircher talks to a rancher audience in Valentine, Nebraska, calling us communists and everything else. Finally we couldn't take no more, so we went up there on the platform. A friend of mine told Durham to step to one side, and he kept an eye on him while I told those people the real truth about life on Pine Ridge. We're not communists, I said. We're just sick of running out your grocery boxes and stacking your hay and having you think you're helping Indians that way. How about some real help? And I pointed right at some ranchers in the audience who were making money out of our land on the ridge and knew just what I was talking about. So then I reminded them how many Indians have always signed up and gone overseas to fight their wars for them. I said what a disgrace it was that this country was so goddamn ungrateful, and gradually the hoots and yells died down, and they were turning to each other, discussing what I was saying. So Durham knew that he was losing and he comes my way while I'm still talking, and I'm still talking when I let him have it. Next thing you know, he's picking himself off the floor with a bloody mouth. And afterward, them white people come up to me, not really knowing what to say, you know, but just trying to make me feel better some way, and themselves, too. On October 15, Melvin Whitewing, the guitarist, amplified what he said he had overheard in Eagle's jail cell revelations to Gregory Clifford. Like Clifford, he had gotten the impression that one of the agents had come alone to the property on the morning of June 26, then returned later with another agent. Jimmy Eagle would look in his direction to make sure he, Whitewing, was hearing the conversation. Eagle was heard to say that the agent was pulled from his car and then shot. We all took turns shooting at them. Jimmy Eagle was emotionally involved while he was telling his story, and he, Whitewing, believed that Jimmy Eagle was not telling a story as heard from someone else but as though he, Jimmy Eagle, was actually there. Whitewing stated that Jimmy Eagle was very proud of the fact that they killed the agents. A few weeks later, Eagle was formally indicted for murder, despite a statement given to Agent Adams by Hazel Littlehawk on November 12 that Jimmy had spent June 26 indoors at the Pine Ridge house of his grandmother Gladys Bissonette. On October 16, Richard Held, the administrator of the Resmas investigation, notified the director of the FBI that his work was finished. He planned to return to Chicago 2 days later. SAC, Chicago, has been on the scene since the early morning hours of Friday, June 27, 1975. The case is in the final stages of being prepared for prosecution. But despite Held's decision that the Resmas evidence now justified indictments, the FBI documents already showed that many more people had been involved than the 4 AIM men who had been singled out for prosecution. Of these 4 official suspects, the only one not in custody was Leonard Peltier. On November 18, the FBI issued a 20-page document devoted to background information on Peltier, which indicates clearly how much emphasis was being placed on this key suspect. Apparently, Peltier had also become a suspect in the death of Jeanette Bissonnette. The report cited the Wisconsin attempted murder charge and Peltier's fugitive status, the use of Peltier's car in the October 21, 1973, shooting skirmish with BIA police during Pedro Bissonnette's funeral, the arrest on weapons charges in Mercer Island, Washington, in September 1974, and the alleged involvement of his 1967 green Ford, the one found in the camp, in a theft from a Farmington, New Mexico, radio shop of $15,000 worth of equipment, some of which later turned up in Tent City. Peltier is very active in violent AIM activities, the report concluded. On November 24, increasingly upset by their separation from their 3 children, Angie and Ivis Long Visitor, who had been in jail since September 16, came before Judge Bogue in Rapid City and agreed to testify before the Resmas grand jury. That same morning, their lawyer had been assured by Assistant U.S. Attorney Robert Siekma that the grand jury would not be reconvened for at least 2 weeks. In fact, it was reconvened without warning just 30 minutes later, before those summoned to appear forthwith could get legal advice. 6. Apparently Siekma had employed these tactics to ensure the indictments of his suspects. Resisting arrest, the spirited young Jean Bordeaux had to be taken into custody by force, and she refused to speak when dragged before the jury. Back there in Wichita, when I wouldn't talk to the grand jury, they talked about giving me contempt of court, but the judge used a bunch of big words I couldn't understand to say that experience in jail at my young age, I was 14 then, might turn me against the U.S. government. So I got out with no sentence and no probation, and my mom took me home. Then in November I got in an accident, and my face was all beat up, and the very next morning, real early, I was still in my nightshirt, them FBI's came pushing in. That one called Price says, "We think your kids have information about who killed our men," Evelyn Bordeaux remembers, "and my husband told em, that ain't no reason to yank young kids around like that. Them others was just as bad," Jean says. "I didn't want to go, but they grabbed me anyway, held me in a cell 3 or 4 hours before Siekma took me into the grand jury." Siekma was the U.S. attorney, just a yes man, he does anything the feds tell him to do. They wanted to bust Zimmerman, too, her mother laughs. They handed a subpoena to this little friend of his, thinking he was Zimmerman. But Zimmerman refused to speak, and since he was only 11 years old, Siekma apparently thought better of dragging him to the stand. The 2 most significant witnesses to be brought before the grand jury were Mike Anderson and Norman Brown. On September 11, the day after his arrest in Kansas, Anderson had identified photographs of Peltier, Butler, and Eagle, telling agents Adams and Harvey that all 4 of the main suspects had been present on the Jumping Bull land when the agents were shot. Anderson insisted in this interview that he had arrived on the scene only after the agents were dead, and was not a witness to the shooting, but later, he said, Bob Robideau had told him that he, Robideau, had taken the rifle from one of the dead agents. In his long interview, Anderson said that David Skye had accompanied the group on the first part of the escape, carrying a short-barreled gun. His report avoids mention of the other Navajo boys, Draper and Brown. A few weeks later, when Adams and Harvey traced Norman Brown to Chinle, Arizona, they presumably used Anderson's evidence as a basis for interrogating Brown. Despite the brave resistance described earlier, the younger boy eventually talked, too. Norman Brown declared that when the shooting started, he and Joe Stuntz, Jimmy Zimmerman, and Anderson were about to eat a meal of pancakes made by Nilak Butler, and that all but Zimmerman ran up the hill and joined Norman Charles in shooting at 2 Caucasian males down in the meadow. He specifically recalled that once when looking at the 2 cars in the meadow below him, he observed 2 Indian males approach these cars from the area below the Jumping Bull residence. At the time of observation, These individuals were approximately 20 feet from the target vehicles and appeared to have come from the vicinity of a white over red Chevrolet Suburban van which was parked below the woodpile from which he initially was shooting. Brown knew these individuals to be Leonard Peltier and Dino Butler. In addition, he recalled specifically that Peltier was carrying a military type AR-15 rifle. Regarding the red and white Chevrolet Suburban, Brown referred to this as a bus belonging to Peltier. He stated he observed this bus on numerous occasions, always being driven by Peltier. For some unremembered reason, Brown's attention was then drawn elsewhere for a few minutes until he heard approximately 3 shots which sounded as if they came from the immediate vicinity of the 2 vehicles. Upon hearing the shots, he again looked into the meadow and observed Peltier, Butler, and a third Indian male standing immediately next to the 2 cars. This person looked very much like Bob Robideau. Brown makes no mention in this interview of having been sent with Anderson to guard the southerly approaches of the camp. He fired all of his ammunition. And thereafter, along with Michael Anderson, he returned to the tent area in an effort to escape. He and Anderson tried various routes from the area southward, but all appeared to be blocked by law enforcement officers. Like Anderson, he makes no mention of Wish Draper anywhere in his account, nor does he mention his girlfriend, Jean Bordeaux, or her friend Lynn. Except for Leon Eagle, he avoids naming any of the Oglala people who helped on the escape, and he bypasses the Bear Runners entirely by stating that the escape group went straight to the Rosebud Reservation from the house in Pine Ridge. Nevertheless, serious damage had been done. Robert Siekma told me to tell the jury that Leonard Peltier and Dino Butler killed those agents. I told them I wasn't going to do that. Then he goes, "You could be in jail all your life." I went to the grand jury. He told me I was lucky I talked there, because we could have put you away. I didn't know what he meant by that, so that day I went home. On November 25, 1975, mainly on the basis of the 2 boys' testimony, the grand jury indicted James Theodore Eagle, Darrell Dean Butler, Robert Eugene Robideau, and Leonard Peltier on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Later that day, in Pierre, where Butler was sentenced on the Rosebud charge of possession of a weapon by a felon, Judge Robert Murridge was preceded into court by a large group of FBI agents, who sat down near the door. When the judge entered, he said to Butler almost immediately, "I'm sorry I have to be the one to tell you this, young man, but you've just been indicted for murder." He sentenced Butler to 2 years in jail on the weapons charge, then ordered that he be held without bail on the Resmas indictment. Butler had already fired his court-appointed attorney, who had heard the FBI agents threaten his client and done nothing about it. He asked the young Oglala lawyer Bruce Ellison to represent him. 7. Dino was in good spirits, which just amazed me, Ellison recorded in his notes that day. He said he was actually relieved that it had happened. For months, he had been told by the FBI that he would be indicted for the shootings. Now it has happened. Now it can be dealt with. Although 4 men had been indicted, the government's case was very weak. The firearms and ballistics evidence had not been firmly linked to the defendants, and Eagle's boasting still the only first-hand account of the actual killings failed to establish the premeditation that is a precondition for a conviction for first-degree murder. Therefore, the hunt for witnesses continued. On January 9, Wish Draper was picked up in Arizona on charges of drunkenness and strong-armed robbery. He was taken to Gallup, New Mexico, where he was strapped into a chair by Gary Adams and his partner, Victor Harvey, and threatened with prosecution for the killings. 3 days later, Draper returned with Adams to South Dakota, and on January 13 he testified before a special grand jury in Sioux Falls. Both Draper and his cousin Norman Brown, who also testified, would later claim that they were coached beforehand by Robert Siekma, and both would state that in their testimony for the prosecution, they had lied. From Draper, the FBI learned who had sheltered the fugitives on Pine Ridge. Subsequently, the Bear Runner family was repeatedly harassed by police and goons. Grace Bear Runner was assaulted by a goon named Charlie Winters, and Edgar's brother Dennis was run off the road by goons in Porcupine. Edgar himself, who had been attacked in the Pine Ridge supermarket in November 1975 by Manny Wilson and two others, was seized in early 1976 by FBI agents who burst into his father's house and took him in shirt sleeves to Rapid City for questioning. Although the winter day was very cold, the bundled-up agents kept all the windows of the car wide open on the 1.5-hour trip, treating this as an immense joke at the young Indian's expense. The following year he was sent to prison on charges of obstructing a police officer who was pistol whipping him in Gordon, Nebraska. Adams had also traveled to Washington state to serve a grand jury summons on Norman Charles, whose Wichita probation sentence restricted him to the area of Port Angeles. Apparently, Charles was so determined in his refusal to cooperate that he was discarded as a potential witness. Despite his known involvement at Oglala and despite his subsequent arrest with Bob Robideau on weapons and explosives charges in Kansas, this young Indian, 20 years old, was never prosecuted, while Angie Long Visitor and Joanna Elido, both of them innocent bystanders and the mothers of young children, went to prison for refusing to cooperate. The Long Visitors were released from jail in early December, but Elido served 8 months in federal prison, mostly in San Pedro, California. She was finally released on orders from Attorney General Levi, partly because of bad publicity caused by the refusal of the women's prison authorities to let her nurse the baby born in jail. Meanwhile, Butler was arraigned before Judge Bogue in Rapid City, and his bond was raised from $5,000 to $250,000. The same bond was set for Robideau when he was transferred from Wichita to Rapid City for the grand jury hearing of January 13, 1976. In the original murder indictment, no distinction was made among the 4 defendants. Not until this grand jury hearing did the FBI produce affidavits purporting to show that Leonard Peltier had actually pulled the trigger in the agents' deaths. With Eagle, Butler, and Robideau in custody, the RESMA's investigation could now concentrate on the only one of the 4 defendants who was still at large. Chapter 11. The Fugitives 2. November 1975 to May 1976. The first people such as myself are born running for a better way of life, an even chance. Indian people are virtual exiles in their own country. Dennis Banks. I am a part of this creation as you are, no more and no less than each and every one of you within the sound of my voice. I am the generation of generations before me and the generations to come. If I have gone against this creation, no man on this universe holds the power to punish me other than the Creator himself. You are continuing to control my life with your violent, materialistic needs. I do realize your need to survive and be a part of this creation, but you do not understand mine. I have traveled through this country and I have observed your undisciplined military servants provoke those whose rights are the same as yours. I am not a citizen of the United States or a ward of the federal government, neither am I a ward of the Canadian government. I have a right to continue my cycle in this universe undisturbed. Anna Mapiktu Aquaj. N. Or about November 13, 1975, the Portland, Oregon, office of the FBI was notified by 2 reliable informants that Dennis Banks and Leonard Peltier were traveling eastward in a convoy. On November 14, an Oregon State Trooper named Ken Griffiths, assigned to traffic on Interstate 80 near the Idaho border, misread FBI teletype instructions to keep a certain motorhome and a Colorado station wagon under surveillance. A stop meaning end of sentence was interpreted as stop the vehicle, and when the motorhome came by, he ordered it to pull over. Another trooper stopped the station wagon, about 150 yards behind, commanding its 2 occupants to lie face down on the cold asphalt. He handcuffed them with the warning that one false move and he would blow their heads off. 1. Approaching the motorhome with a riot gun, Griffiths ordered its occupants to come out. The first to emerge was a large Mexican-appearing person in a red short-sleeved pullover who was ordered to lie face down on the road shoulder. The large person complied, but not without a lot of commotion, yelling, and screaming, apparently intended to alert his fellow passengers. Soon 2 women and a small child got out, after which the motor home kicked back, then suddenly accelerated. A moment later, there came a flash of gunfire that Griffiths assumed was directed at himself, and in the confusion, the man spread-eagled on the road sprang up and took off on the run toward the right-of-way fence along the highway. Swinging his weapon, the patrolman got off 2 rounds of heavy riot buckshot in the direction of the fugitive, who vanished over the fence into the night. Shortly afterward, a trooper Schmear found the empty motorhome, motor still running, about 2 miles east on Highway 80, and the next day, a local youth found a pistol on the roadside near this place. It looked as if the escaping driver had fired a diversionary shot at the scene of the arrest, then got rid of the gun where the motorhome was found. But Griffiths insisted that the shot had come from the man running for the fence, who had risked the lives of women and child in the process. To shoot at policemen, after all, was a well-known practice of this large Mexican-appearing person, who was shortly identified as Leonard Peltier. The women were Anna Mae Aquash and Kamook Nichols, accompanied by Kamook's little girl, Tessina Wanbley, and the driver of the abandoned vehicle was presumed to have been Dennis Banks. The 2 AIM men in the accompanying station wagon were Russ Redner, 29, and Kenny Loudhawk, 21. The vehicles were reported to contain 7 boxes of dynamite, assorted detonation equipment, 9 hand grenades, and 14 firearms. Under the motorhome's front seat was a paper bag, allegedly bearing Peltier's thumbprint, which contained the service revolver of the late Jack Kohler. Peltier knew that the indictment of Robideau and Butler for the death of the agents was only a matter of time, and like everyone else, he thought that there was no chance at all that they would avoid conviction. Years before, he had helped his cousin Bob to escape from a juvenile detention home, and Robideau now speculates that Leonard was on his way to Rapid City to break Dino Butler out of the old Crackerbox Pennington County Jail, then initiate some course of action on the plans made earlier to turn the Pine Ridge Reservation back to the traditional people. Later that evening, a Miss Wrinkle and her boyfriend, enjoying the evening air in an auto parked by the railroad tracks south of Ontario, Oregon, were approached politely by a bushy-haired stranger who kept saying over and over again he wasn't going to hurt us, and who asked them to give him a ride. Instead, they drove off in alarm, and this hunted, desperate, wounded man with a growing reputation as the most notorious cop killer in the United States made no effort to detain them. Next day, a 71 Ford Ranchero and a .30-30 rifle were removed from a house a few miles to the south. The pickup was subsequently found abandoned in Umatilla, not far from Portland. That day, a relative in the Portland area received a phone call from Peltier, saying that he had been shot and needed help. He was taken to a doctor who had been helpful at the time of Wounded Knee. The doc helped him, this man recalls, but he couldn't get that riot slug out of his right shoulder, big hole, man, but he hadn't lost much blood right in the meat. Peltier rested for 3 days near Portland while travel arrangements were made, then he headed north, crossing the border into British Columbia, where he stayed for approximately a month in a cabin almost within sight of the border. It was here that Peltier learned that he and Robideau and Butler, together with Jimmy Eagle, had been accused of aiding and abetting in the death of Jack R. Kohler and Ronald A. Williams, a charge equivalent to first-degree murder. In early December, his name appeared on the 10 most wanted fugitives list of the FBI. Peltier's supporters ran around finding supplies, a little money, trying to get a car. "And that's where Black Horse joined us," said Roque Duenas, Peltier's old Confederate from the days of the Fort Lawton occupation in 1970. "He's a good bro, too. He knew it was dangerous to be with us, but he wanted to help out with security. Trouble is, he just talks too much, and wherever he goes, he draws the heat." Unidentified cars started to show up, drive past, and people were warning us. So one night we took off out of there, and the very next day the Mounties come in with tear gas and riot guns, shot the place to pieces and asked questions later. There was a young guy who lived there, and it was just lucky he was over at his grandmother's that night, or he might have been blowed away. In Canada, you know, the white people live mostly near the border, but the Indians move all around up north. So from the cabin we moved north to Kamloops country. Eventually we had to leave there, too. They were all around us, we could feel them. And finally we moved him over the mountains to Alberta, to Small Boys Camp, way out in the bush. Black Horse was with him, and there was another guy there, too, but we don't work with him no more. Because they got there on a certain night, and the very next day the Mounties were right on top of them. Redner and Loudhawk, arrested in Oregon for illegal possession of weapons and explosives, were held on $100,000 bail because of Loudhawk's association with Oglala. Anna Mae Aquash was returned to Pierre, South Dakota, for trial on the Rosebud charges, and Kamook Nichols, 8 months pregnant, was returned to Kansas City for violation of her probation. The charges against her were eventually dismissed because of vindictive prosecution on the part of the government attorneys. According to a reporter who interviewed Anna Mae in the Vail, Oregon, jail after her arrest, the young woman said, "If they take me back to South Dakota, I'll be murdered." 2. A month earlier, in a talk with John Trudell in California, Anna Mae had said, "I'll talk to you through the rain," and Trudell had the feeling that in some way she was saying goodbye. In September, she had told Bernie Nichols of a dream in which she had flown as a bird to the spirit world, and she had expressed similar forebodings to Norman Brown, Nilak Butler, and Ernie Peters, with whose family she lived for a while in California. Bruce Ellison, who represented Anna Mae at her arraignment in Pierre on November 24, says that the FBI offered her leniency on prior charges in return for cooperation in the prosecution of the Oglala suspects, which she refused. After the pre-trial hearing, Judge Murridge released her from custody on her own recognizance when she assured him she would return the following morning. During the night, Anna Mae disappeared. She knew she was going to get indicted on the Oregon charges no matter what, and she knew there was no chance she would receive justice, so she split, Nilak Butler says. If any of her friends ever saw her again, they have been very careful not to say so. Ellison feared that Anna Mae might be followed by FBI agents to Banks and Peltier, though he agrees with most people who knew her that she was never an FBI informer. The Butlers did not believe those rumors, either, and neither did John Trudell. Russ Means claims that he never heard about the rumors until the following year. Banks was so paranoid after Douglas Durham, Means says, that he thought everyone was an informer, even Anna Mae. Nevertheless, some people wondered why Anna Mae had been released on such low bond after the September 5 raid, why she was released so quickly in Los Angeles, and why Judge Murridge had released her on the day she disappeared, and inevitably there was speculation about who tipped off the FBI in Oregon. She was always around when people were getting busted, one Indian says. The arrests of Banks, then Peltier, in a 2-week period in early 1976, may well have confirmed the case against her among those who had suspected her in the first place. The key to the successful investigation of AIM is substantial, live, quality informant coverage of its leaders and activities. In the past, this technique proved to be highly effective. As a result of certain disclosures regarding informants, AIM leaders have dispersed, have become extremely security conscious and literally suspect everyone. This paranoia works both for and against the movement, and recent events support this observation. 3. Arrested in Oakland, California, on January 23, Dennis Banks was held on $100,000 bail on the Oregon charges. He told the court that he had committed no crime, that at Custer he had been tried and convicted unlawfully, and that if he was returned to South Dakota, he would probably be killed. Thanks mostly to the intercession of Governor Jerry Brown, Banks's bail was reduced and he was released on $2,000 bond, pending his extradition hearings. William Janklow denounced this as absolutely absurd, describing himself as frustrated and disgusted. On May 12, due to excessive delays by the prosecution, the Oregon charges against all defendants were dismissed without prejudice, which means that the government could still take the defendants into court if it put together a case that it could win. In 1977, Janklow unsuccessfully sued the state of California to force Banks' extradition, but in 1982 Governor Brown is running for the Senate, and his successor may send Banks to South Dakota. They're not even thinking about Oregon anymore, Banks says with a pained smile. They're going to get right to the point. Banks, who has never acknowledged that he was in Oregon on November 14, 1975, is still fighting extradition. By the time I was tried in Custer in '75, he says, Janklow was already Attorney General, but he left his post up in Pierre and went all the way down there to spearhead the prosecution. He even accosted me in the hallway and said he was going to get me, and he did. I think the atmosphere of hate in South Dakota might fade if they got rid of Janklow, and I'd like to go back, because I have many friends there, non-Indians, too. But I wouldn't consider going back while that guy's still in charge, because there's just something missing in his sordid life until he sees me in prison. Today, Banks says that he never really believed those stories about Annie Mae. He thinks she traveled to Colorado when she left Pierre, but does not know what became of her after that. It is rumored, however, that she was interrogated by AIM members in Rapid City in December and that she was seen by friends in the Oglala area not long before Christmas. Sometime in this period, she made a telephone call to Nova Scotia. They're out to kill me, she told her sister Mary. They'll get me if the FBI doesn't get me first. Those who assume that she was an informer also assume that they referred to AIM, but it might also have referred to the hostile goons who were still roaming the bleak roads of the Pine Ridge Reservation. In a last letter to her sisters, Anna Mae wrote, I'm Indian all the way, and always will be. I'm not going to stop fighting until I die, and hope I'm a good example of a human being and of my tribe. In the dark winter of 1975-76, the lawlessness on Pine Ridge intensified, despite the replacement of Dick Wilson as tribal council president by Al Trimble, the former BIA superintendent. Trimble soon discovered that at least 25% of the federal monies allocated for small businesses and job development had found its way into the pockets of two brothers, whom he did not have to name. It was hoped by a people sick of violence that Trimble would be a moderating influence, not only on the Wilson goons but on AIM's more hot-headed supporters, but Wilson was outraged by the 3-1 vote against him, and since he did not actually relinquish office until April 1976, he made the most of the time left. After the election, on January 17, the chairman of the Pine Ridge District, Wilson's stronghold, let it be known that Trimble's hometown of Wanblee, which had worked hard against Wilson, needed straightening out. On January 30, a Friday evening, the village was invaded by 3 carloads of 15 goons, wearing GI bulletproof vests and armed with AR-15 rifles, and the following morning, shots were fired into the house of Guy Dull Knife, a descendant of the great Cheyenne chief who had taken his people to shelter on Pine Ridge after the epic and tragic flight from Indian Territory in Oklahoma in 1878. Although the culprits were identified by witnesses, the BIA police made no arrests, and later that day, in a high-speed 4-mile chase, these same goons overtook a car driven by tribal attorney Byron DeSouza and shot it full of holes. "Oh Christ, I'm hit bad," DeSouza cried. He could not control the car, which rolled into a ditch. His passengers fled across a field, all but George Betleune, who tried to help him, crying, "They're gonna kill you." DeSouza crawled across the seat and dragged himself out of the car, but he was unable to climb the road bank. He told his passenger to save himself, which he did. DeSouza, leg nearly severed by 3 bullets that splayed when they passed through the car door, would have survived if he had received help. Instead, he bled to death while the goons pursued his passengers through the woods. That afternoon, the BIA police were reinforced by 2 FBI agents and some Jackson County deputies, but none of these lawmen did anything to discourage the shooting and firebombing, which continued all Saturday night. Betleune gave the names of the goons and descriptions of their cars to the police and the FBI agents, who questioned everyone except those involved, and never visited the house where the goons were gathered. Instead, they arrested Guy Dullknife for disorderly conduct. The FBI agents told those who protested that they lacked probable cause to make arrests, and anyway, they were only in Wanblee in an investigative capacity. The outraged Wanblee residents finally organized their own law and gave the goons until sunset to get out of town. The goons received a BIA police escort back to Pine Ridge Village. The killing at Wanblee drew the attention of the press only because one of the fired-upon houses belonged to Charlie Aburezk, whose head was narrowly missed by a goon bullet. Not long thereafter, Wilson expelled him from the reservation as an undesirable. Senator James Aburezk blamed D'Souza's death on the BIA, which he accused of willfully ignoring the lawlessness on Pine Ridge, and at first, the only man arrested was that Charlie Winters who had earlier made an assault upon Grace Bear Runner and who now confessed that he had fired the fatal bullets. Charged with first-degree murder, Winters was quickly released on $5,000 bail. Asterisk. Eventually Winters and goon leader Dale Janis served 2 years for the D'Souza killing. Dick Wilson's son Billy and his son-in-law Chuck Richards were acquitted on grounds of self-defense, although D'Souza and his friends had been unarmed. On February 17, in a phone call sometime before midnight, Cello Black Crow's wife, Irony, told the Wanblee ambulance driver that a hit-and-run accident had occurred between Kadoka and the junction of Highway 73 with Highway 44 which runs west to Wanblee, and that an injured person might be wandering that area. According to S.A. William Wood, the ambulance driver informed him that this call had come from Rapid City, over 100 miles away. 4. The sheriff's office investigated but found nothing. On February 24, in the same location, a woman's body was discovered by Roger Amiot, a mixed-blood rancher whose big tract on Pine Ridge overlaps the northeast corner of the reservation. Dressed in a wine-colored windbreaker, jeans, and blue canvas shoes, the childlike form lay curled up at the foot of an embankment, approximately 50 yards off the west side of the road and perhaps 10 miles from the nearest settlement at Wanblee. Asterisk. For several years, stray bodies had been common on the reservation, and Amiot was surprised by the unusual attention drawn to this one. Numbers of deputies and BIA police, reportedly attended by 4 FBI agents, came to the scene, some of them from Pine Ridge Village, 100 miles away. Early that evening, Dr. Stephen Chunkar and nurse Inez Hodges got bloody hands from a dark flow from the base of the woman's skull. Hodges also noticed her turquoise ring and bracelet, which were heavy and distinctive. The bracelet was turned over to the FBI. She hadn't died of natural causes, Dr. Chunkar said later to Kevin McKiernan, whose excellent interviews in this period comprise most of the available evidence in a strange case. It looked like a police matter, and I assumed a post-mortem would be done. 5. But Drive W.O. Brown, the resident pathologist at the Scottsbluff, Nebraska, hospital, reported that a small contusion on the head was the only sign of injury, and that the woman had had sex not long before her end. He ruled out the possibility of rape, citing the absence of any signs of physical violence. Dr. Brown dismissed the case later as routine, just another reservation episode, presumably, of falling down drunkenness followed by exposure, which he offered as the cause of death. On Shrove Tuesday, March 2, after a few days in the hospital morgue and a local mortuary, Jane Doe was buried in a Catholic cemetery on orders from the Pine Ridge Police. Despite the routine nature of the death, Dr. Brown had cut off both hands at the wrist and turned them over to an unidentified FBI agent. William Wood, said the BIA police. The fingerprints were identified in Washington on the day after the burial, and on March 5, the Pictou family on the Micmac Reservation at Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia, was notified of the demise of Anna Mae Pictou Aquash, aged 30. Her sister Mary Lafford contacted Bruce Ellison the following day. Since Anna Mae did not use drugs or alcohol and since she was known to be experienced in the woods, no one believed that she had perished of exposure. She had to be murdered or something, her friend Rosalind Jumping Bull said. She's not that dumb, to be walking out there all alone. On Monday morning, March 8, Ellison told the FBI in Rapid City that he would demand an exhumation. That afternoon, the FBI applied for an exhumation order from Judge Andrew Bogue. An affidavit signed by S.A. William Wood said that no X-rays had been performed at the first autopsy, and that the Bureau wished to investigate the possibilities that Aquash had been a hit-and-run victim or that she had been murdered. Wood also explained that on February 19, a few days before the body had been found, he had learned from a certain Anna Matonaquadal that the said Aquash was thought by her Confederates in the American Indian movement to have been an FBI informer, from which Wood had concluded that she may have met with foul play. What interested almost everyone was the timing of this announcement, which Wood made on the morning of the second autopsy. At the family's request, this second autopsy was performed by a doctor less intimate with the government agencies than Dr. Brown. In no time at all, Dr. Gary Peterson, resident pathologist at St. Paul Hospital, in Minnesota, discovered that Anna May had been executed by a metallic pellet. Consistent with lead fired at point-blank range from a .38 handgun into the back of her head, the bullet's passage was traced back from the lump in the left temple to the bleeding hole at the base of the skull that had disturbed Dr. Shankar and Nurse Hodges. The wound was consistent with homicide, said Dr. Peterson, who was very surprised to find a bullet and would have expected it to be found the first time. 6. Dr. Peterson also said it was quite possible that Aquash had been raped. Dr. Peterson, a soft-spoken man who takes his work seriously and would prefer to think well of everyone involved, remembers the first phone call he got from Kenneth Tilson. He told me about a case down at Pine Ridge where there was suspicion of foul play, and he asked me to go there as an impartial observer on the second autopsy. 2 days later, Dr. Peterson was driven down from Rapid City by Bruce Ellison, and he remembers noticing the exhumation activity at the Holy Rosary Catholic Cemetery outside Pine Ridge. At the hospital, it turned out that the government agencies were not providing a pathologist. If a new autopsy was wanted, he would have to perform it himself. I thought I was there for an educational experience, Dr. Peterson says, still a little surprised. I hadn't brought anything except my camera. I mean, you don't just go running into strange hospitals with your autopsy kit. But a young intern scouted around and dug up a few instruments. He even went over to the trading post to get a kitchen knife. Then the body arrived in a pine box, all covered with preservative powder, very unpleasant due to the formaldehyde, much worse than the odor of the body itself. It was like being tear-gassed. For some reason, no X-rays had been done the first time, so we found a girl who could do that. But even before that, I found a discolored area at the temple. I ran my hand over it and found an object which the X-ray showed to be a bullet. The FBI agents who were present, Adams and Wood, are the two names that stick in my mind well. One of them had had mortuary experience and both were fantastically helpful. There was another agent, Price, but he stepped outside just before I began. I don't know Price, and I don't know why he didn't want to attend the autopsy, although of course it was unpleasant. I've got to hand it to the other two. They were the only people with me, and they were surprised, upset, even indignant that that bullet had been missed. They seemed pretty sincere about it, too. But later a nurse came in. I guess she must have been present the first time, and she told me she was not surprised about the bullet, because every time they had moved the body, there was fluid loss. Confronted with the results of the second autopsy, Dr. Brown explained that he had inadvertently overlooked the bullet while opening the skull and removing the brain for tests. He had not ordered an X-ray, he admitted, because the decomposed body was so stinky. Why all the interest in this case? Dr. Brown complained. It seems awfully routine, you know. So they found an Indian body, so a body was found. The BIA's doctor stoutly maintained that the bullet had not caused the death. The bullet may have initiated or set in progress the mechanism of death, he said, the proximate cause of which was frostbite. Apart from the lack of competence or objectivity in the first autopsy, unpleasant questions had been raised. Why had such a large group of law officers come to the death scene, 100 miles out of Pine Ridge, when reports of dead bodies on Pine Ridge, routine and otherwise, had been common for years. The body and the death scene were inspected for 2 hours. This being the case, how was it possible that none of the agents or police officers noticed the lump on the temple or the hole in the back of the head, or even wondered how or why this person had arrived so far out in the Badlands, at least 10 miles from the nearest settlement at Wanbley? And how was it that no law enforcement officer at the death scene suspected the identity of a well-known fugitive whose description had been widely circulated since November and whose appearance was well known at first hand to at least one man said to have been present at the hospital? Dr. Peterson believes that any well-trained agent could have taken fingerprints from the body. Why, then, had the hands been removed from the body in this routine death, while a routine announcement of its presence in the morgue, which might have enabled someone to come in and identify it, was never made? Why had it been ordered buried on March 2, without waiting for the fingerprint identification that became available March 3? Why, in short, did every circumstance seem to bear out the observation made by Kenneth Tilson, lawyer for the Pictou family? The FBI wanted the investigation to go cold because they thought it would lead them somewhere that they didn't want to go. 7. Tilson, who was extremely offended by the removal of the hands, suspects that the fingerprint identification and notification of the family were never intended by the Pine Ridge agents, that the hands got into the identification system by mistake. The FBI's own report to the Canadian authorities reveals that despite the alleged deterioration of the corpse and the need for haste, the hands were not actually forwarded to Washington for identification until March 3, the day after the burial and a week after the first autopsy. Despite his other controversial autopsies on the corpses of Lamont and Bissonnette, Dr. Brown saw himself as a scapegoat when the BIA felt obliged to end his contract. However, the U.S. Civil Rights Commission report called it incredible that the bullet had been missed, and cause enough all by itself to raise the suspicion of a cover-up throughout the Indian community. In a letter to the U.S. Attorney General, Senator Abu-Rezq said, "It is clear that the FBI has conducted their activities on the Pine Ridge Reservation in such a manner as to leave the Bureau with little or no credibility as either a law enforcement or investigatory agency with the people whom they are there to serve." Feeling the heat of suspicious questions from Senators Abu-Rezq and Church and other concerned individuals and groups around the country, Bureau Director Clarence Kelly felt obliged to issue a statement that no FBI agents were present during the autopsy, a statement later contested by Dr. Brown, who says that several agents as well as a number of BIA people were in and out during the postmortem. Kelly acknowledged, however, that the FBI had photographed the body prior to the autopsy. One FBI agent who assisted in the photographing did know Ms. Aquash from previous personal contact, however. He did not recognize her on this occasion due to the advanced decomposition of her facial features. The agent in charge of the investigation, Norman Zigrossi, asserted that the quick burial had been ordered for the same reason. Due to advanced decomposition, no mortuary would wish to keep the body. But like the hasty orders he had received to bury the unidentified cadaver, this statement surprised the mortician, Tom Chamberlain, who said that there had been no urgency or not, at least, so far as he and the body were concerned, it could have stayed in his garage mortuary another week. Neither the mortician nor the priest who buried her was shown a burial certificate or burial permit, since neither has been issued to this day. "Darndest thing I ever saw," said Chamberlain, who has handled cadavers for over a half-century. Gladys Bissonnette, who visited the mortuary in this period to pick up the remains of a relative and offered to try to identify the unknown woman, was told that according to Chamberlain's orders only authorized persons were allowed to view these unauthorized remains. By general agreement, the body had lain outside about 8 days in the cold Dakota winter before being transferred to unheated winter rooms, then the cold ground, and Dr. Peterson remarked that its condition wasn't bad, even after burial and exhumation. This finding encouraged speculation that the hands had been cut off to prevent identification of the body, rather than the reverse. In pictures taken at the second autopsy, it was reported, the young woman's features were still distinguishable. That being the case, why didn't this body with its distinctive turquoise jewelry not often found on a routine drunk, dead of exposure arouse either curiosity or recognition in that agent, who had assisted with photography at the time of the first autopsy, and who, less than 6 months earlier, at Rosebud, reportedly had exclaimed to the victim, "There you are. We've been looking for you." Kenneth Tilson says flatly, no one who knew Anna May has failed to recognize her from pictures taken at the second autopsy. Dr. Peterson, who took these pictures, remarked at the time that the body was not severely decomposed. Even so, he says today, he was not as shocked as some people that identification wasn't made from the facial features. The face of a deteriorated body is harder to identify than people think. You could say she was consistent with someone, but not much more. Roger Amiot, who found the body, said much the same thing. The face was intact, but it would have taken someone who knew her pretty well to identify her. But unlike Tilson, neither Peterson nor Amiot had ever seen Anna May alive. Basically, my opinion, or maybe intuition as well, I doubt any knowing cover-up or conspiracy in that first autopsy, Dr. Peterson says. I think the oversight was due to haste and lack of careful observation, not that I condone the oversight. The second autopsy revealed that Dr. Brown's observations and data on the condition of the stomach and kidneys were entirely meaningless, since he had not bothered to open either one. What was left of Anna May's brains was found by Peterson in her chest cavity. The primary factor here was racism, Tilson says. Contempt for Indians. Brown was there to earn his fee and get the hell out. When the second autopsy was finished, the body was turned over to the Oglala people, and Bruce Ellison demanded the return of Anna May's hands from Agent Wood. Entirely recovered from the indignation he had displayed to Dr. Peterson at the second autopsy, Wood grinned at him, saying, "Oh, you want her hands?" Wood went to his car, returning shortly with a big open-mouthed jar packed in a box. He was still grinning, Ellison remembers. I knew right then what I felt about him. At least Price sometimes tries to act nice, this guy doesn't even try. One day a friend of Ellison who had been working with AIM Indians heard a hard honking at a Rapid City stoplight, and glancing over at the next car, found himself gazing down the barrel of Wood's handgun. Apparently Wood intended this as some sort of warning. He wants somebody in his gun sights very bad, he's just looking for an excuse, Ellison says. On the first day of mourning, the body of Anna May Aquash lay in a borrowed tent on the Jumping Bull land. On the second day, after an evil wind came up, the wind that blows, so the elders say, when a murder victim is removed from the grave, it was transferred to the log cabin once occupied by Kamook and Dennis Banks. On March 14, a cold day of blowing snow, Anna May was buried with traditional Oglala prayers on the bare ridge above the Wallace Little Ranch, beside the body of Joe Kills Right Stunts. Though the ceremony, led by medicine man Billy Goodvoice Elk, was attended by well over 100 mourners, it was noticed that no AIM leaders came to honor her, not even those members of the Means family who were on the reservation at the time. An AIM leader interviewed that spring said, "AIM didn't kill her, the pigs got to her first. They knew we knew who she was, and they wanted to blame AIM with her death." 8. This same person thought that the FBI was trying to blackmail Anna May by threatening to expose her as an informer, whether she was an informer or not. A continuing lack of FBI interest in any serious investigation of her death encouraged rumors among the Indians that she had been killed in retaliation for the agents' deaths, and when details of the FBI's COINTELPRO operations were released to the public by Senator Church later that spring, even those AIM people who had suspected Anna May realized that she had probably been a martyr. In May, the Attorney General ordered an investigation of the FBI's role in the events, and a grand jury was actually convened. The results, if any, have never been revealed. That same month, Clarence Kelly announced that he could discover no evidence of FBI involvement in the death. "If an Indian kills an FBI, by golly they'll be coming in here like fleas again," said Russell Loudhawk. But Anna May is an Indian, and the FBI never comes around about her. All the time in my mind I think that some lawmen got her and that's why they're covering it. That's always in my mind. The FBI lost 2 agents, and I think Anna May and Joe Stuntz made it 2-2, John Trudell said, in a view that is still widespread on Pine Ridge. When they saw they weren't getting any cooperation from anyone, that's what they did. We see the FBI as an extension of Custer's 7th Cavalry. The justification they use to go after us is that we're revolutionaries, but we are not a revolutionary group. We are a part of a race of people who have been struggling against invaders for 400 years. Inevitably, local speculation focused on David Price, who was already notorious on the reservation. Price himself later remarked that he had heard that AIM had put a contract on his head. The average Indian probably won't talk to Price anymore, said Norman Zigrossi, discussing the difficulties of his investigations. His name is synonymous with our trouble. Another trouble was Norman Zigrossi himself. He comes on damn sincere, but he hasn't changed anything, said Al Trimble, the new president of the Tribal Council. The way they've undertaken their work out here, they seem damn determined to settle old scores. Zigrossi, who saw the FBI as a colonial police force, had not bothered to conceal the Bureau's fundamental attitude toward Indians: they're a conquered nation. And when you're conquered, the people you are conquered by dictate your future. This is a basic philosophy of mine. 9. After Anna May's death, Vern Belcourt had flown out to California to meet with Banks, Clyde Belcourt, and Trudell. We wanted to clear up any suspicion that AIM was in any way involved, Banks says, and Vern organized an investigation 2 weeks later. He couldn't find any real evidence that AIM people were involved. But as Banks acknowledged at the time, if it was true that AIM was involved, it would crush our movement, and for a while, he admits, he called off Belcourt's investigation. Zigrossi said that he shared this fear that AIM members might have eliminated Anna May because they believed the rumors spread against her. He denied that she was ever an informer. But to judge from his own half-hearted investigation, Zigrossi had been no more eager than Banks to learn the true identity of the killer, whose action, directly or indirectly, was almost certainly a result of the paranoia created by the FBI. As Banks's old nemesis, William Janklow, crowed to reporters, "Some of the best AIM members and leaders are our informants. They would be surprised to learn who our informants are and how many we have." Like so many of Janklow's utterances, this one seemed designed to cause more trouble. In a public statement, Banks declared that Annie Mae Aquash was a dear friend and a trusted friend of my wife and I. Her murder is another example of an FBI cover-up in the attempt to destroy the leadership of the American Indian movement. Subsequently, he concluded that no AIM member was guilty of the death. She wasn't killed by just one person. It was what she represented and what kind of person she was. What happens to a people in 400 years? Maybe that is the answer. Maybe 400 years killed Anna Mae. The family's reaction to the death and to the FBI and the AIM leadership was quiet and bitter. "My sister's murderer, or murderers, will probably never be found," said her sister Mary Lafford. "I believe the person or persons responsible may be connected with the FBI, perhaps not directly but indirectly somehow. Anna died as a result of ignorance. Who could she have hurt? Anna was an educated person, a person with common sense. She worked for the American Indian movement out of dedication, not for publicity or headlines. The real Indian people, those who are like her, should be controlling that movement." 10. She was a bright woman, said her former husband, Noji Eshik Aquash, spirit-minded and strong-willed. Many Micmac people knew that they could go to her for help, a place to sleep, money, or whatever she had. She loved her children very much. It was a great sacrifice for her to be away from them, but she wanted change to come to the Indian people right away. This is why she fought and struggled so hard. What she was saying in her efforts was that the Micmacs faced these problems 200 years ago, and that she understood what the Western tribes were now faced with. In that way, she was years ahead of her time. 11. Anna Mae was very beautiful, though not in the classic way, says Karen Northcott, at that time a decade. Mainly she was very strong, she was part of that core of strong women that emerged at the time of Wounded Knee. Kenneth Tilson recalls that Anna May, though aloof with white people, was warm, loving, and intelligent, and he, too, remembers her as beautiful. And Kevin McKiernan, who met her first during the Wounded Knee occupation, describes her as a bright and friendly person who always seemed to be doing something for somebody else, helping the wounded, feeding the children, looking after the elderly. She seemed to be everywhere at once and she really made you feel like she cared. Nilak Butler remembers her best of all. It's always hard for me to talk about her because it's like there aren't words that express a beauty of a spirit or a strength of a spirit or a power of a person. She's a part of the rain and she is always with us. She was a woman who made a person have more respect for themselves, too. Constantly learning, always learning, there was not anything she couldn't figure out how to do, and her direction was always toward the earth, protecting the earth, and toward fighting for our people. We did a lot of fun stuff together, we went swimming, just being around her was another way of being alive. That's the only way I know how to put it. She'd be tanning leather or be sewing, and it was beautiful work, beadwork, a very smart woman. And we went one place where there was a lot of trouble one time, and she'd pack food in and out and supplies for people. She was a hardy woman and a brave-hearted woman. She knew she was going to die, because when we were at Rosebud that summer, sitting in the teepee talking one night, and there's a book called Voices from Wounded Knee. And Anna May was married at Wounded Knee to Noji Eshik Akwash, and in there's a picture of their wedding. We were sitting there talking, and she goes, "Well, I visited this old woman over here in Rosebud, and she was looking through that Voices from Wounded Knee. And she came across my picture and she told me that I didn't have much time. Because she said she saw no future for me. So she began to prepare herself for death. And another thing that really sticks in my head was when I hooked up with her in Pierre when we were to go to trial, and she was talking about how they fingerprinted her and everything that they did, and how they told her, like, to take off her medicine pouch she was wearing. You know, what are you afraid of, the boogeyman's going to get you? And I remember she was saying, yeah, she goes, the only way I could get away with anything, with all the fingerprints they took, would be to have my hands cut off. That winter, I almost hooked up with Leonard. I went north for a while, and I was supposed to go to small boys camp. That was another hard period, because that's when they nailed Banks, and then they nailed Leonard, and then they found Anna May's body, and then I about went crazy. See, I'm still underground. Dino and Bobby have not gone to trial, Leonard's captured and they're starting extradition proceedings, and I'm up in space. On March 1, 1976, a week after Anna May was found, Jimmy Eagle's old partner, Hobart Horse, was shot and killed in yet another unsolved murder. In just 3 years on Pine Ridge Reservation, there had been 63 well-documented violent deaths, many more than that, for one reason or another, were never reported. In the view of the International Indian Treaty Council, the true number may be closer to 300. The strange sad death of Anna May Akwash was the first of two important cases that were to have a bearing on the Resmus trials. The second case involved that shooting, charged against Dick Marshall and Russ Means, which had opened the violent month of March just a year before. This episode, still unexplained, took place in Scenic, off the north border of the reservation, on the Badlands Road through Wounded Knee and Porcupine toward Rapid City. Like White Clay, Nebraska, on the south border, Scenic is a hamlet of small houses clustered around a place of local commerce, which is based on the sale of liquor to the Indians. In Scenic, this place of business is the Longhorn Bar, owned by Hallie Merrill, a hard old man with a reputation as a fence and bootlegger. On March 1, 1975, in the afternoon, an Indian named Martin Montilio, 28 years old, entered the Longhorn with a woman named Marion Pourbear and another couple. They drank all afternoon and evening, and they were still there around midnight, together with 15 or 20 others, when a new group of 13 or 14 Indians arrived. This was a time of high tension on the reservation, and when Hallie Merrill recognized Russ Means and a group of AIM people milling around, he told his grandson to call the sheriff, apparently anticipating trouble. Shortly before the AIM group left, so it was said, Montilio went to the men's room in the rear, a thump was heard, and then a shot. Investigating with her friends, Marion Poorbear looked into the men's room and saw Montilio sitting on the floor, shot in the neck. Meanwhile, the AIM party, headed westward, had encountered state troopers and Sheriff Melvin Larson, who had been alerted about the shooting. After a high-speed chase, a car driven by David Clifford and containing Means, Dick Marshall, and 5 women, including Cleo Marshall and Evelyn Bordeaux, had to be rammed by the sheriff's car before it would pull over. Means claimed that a sheriff's deputy had hit him in the face with a rifle butt as he emerged from Clifford's car, leaving a 3-inch gash under his eye that required 12 stitches to close, and that the deputies left him bleeding for 3.5 hours in a Pennington County jail cell before taking him to the hospital. Clifford was charged with drunken driving and endeavoring to elude a police officer. Means and Marshall were charged with shooting Martin Montilio with intent to kill. "We were drinking that evening," Evelyn Bordeaux says, "and we just stopped in Scenic to pick up some beer. We were going on, so I never got out of the car. When them guys come out, I never had any feeling they was in a rush, or anything was wrong. I was in the convertible that was the first car and there were 3 other cars, and we all headed for Rapid, but not one of them other cars was stopped, only our convertible, the one with Russ in it. When they caught up with us, they were chasing us around this tourist court, and finally the sheriff rammed us from the back so hard that Russ got hurt when his face hit the windshield or the mirror. Then we heard this bullhorn, 'Come on out with your hands up.' They took us to jail and tried to get us to tell stories on each other the way they always do. I wouldn't say nothing, so when they let me go back out to my friends, this deputy says, right in front of them, 'Thanks for all you told us.' And I yell at him, 'I didn't tell you nothing.'" Before leaving the car, Marshall and Means had put on each other's jackets, which the sheriff interpreted as a sign of guilt and which their lawyers explained as an attempt to protect Means, who had already been the victim of 2 shootings and several serious beatings, and was to be shot again just 3 months later, not knowing at first who was chasing them, and imagining it might be Wilson's men out gunning for Means. The 2 had switched jackets to confuse their pursuers. "It's the kind of thing that Dick would do," says his attorney, Kenneth Tilson. Russ Means himself has a much simpler explanation. "It was cold," he says. "We just grabbed the wrong jackets when we jumped out of the car." At any rate, Marshall was arrested in Means's conspicuous brown and white cowhide, which was made much of in the subsequent trials. Although it was a county police matter, the FBI pounced on this case involving 2 AIM leaders, and on the day after the shooting, its Minneapolis office sent out a memo. Richard Marshall that reflects the political nature of its interest. This investigation is based upon information which indicates the subject is engaged in activities which could involve a violation of Title 18, U.S. Code, Section 2383 or 2384, as indicated hereafter. The subject has been identified as being actively involved in militant activities of the AIM. The above individual was arrested March 1, 75 with Russell Means, AIM leader, after a high-speed chase by members of the SD Highway Patrol and Pennington County Sheriff's Office. Means and Richard Marshall are suspects in a shooting at the Scenic, SD bar in which victim remains paralyzed. A founder of the Oglala Sioux Civil Rights Organization in 1972, and a young AIM leader on the Committee for Better Tribal Government, Dick Marshall had been harassed so consistently by Wilson's men that the summer before, he and Cleo had abandoned their Pine Ridge house and returned to the small community of Allen. Only a few days before the Scenic shooting, he was charged with assault on the goon gang that had chased him and his friends out of Pine Ridge in a running gunfight, then shot up the airplane and beat up the legal team at the Pine Ridge airstrip. While he was out on bail, awaiting trial, a bullet apparently intended for Marshall had grazed the head of Winnie Red Shirt in the store at Porcupine. That weekend of March 1, 1975, nearly 20 AIM members were arrested in South Dakota and Colorado, in what Kenneth Tilson denounced to the press as a coordinated attack on the American Indian movement. Therefore it came as no surprise that among the 30 or 40 people in the bar, the two AIM leaders were the only ones charged with the assault. According to the sheriff's office, the .22 revolver that had fired the bullet into the victim's neck had been located among the 2 rifles and 3 pistols found in Clifford's car. Also, 2 witnesses, the bar owner, Hallie Merrill, and the victim's girlfriend, Marion Pourbaix, were willing to testify that they had seen Russ Means and another man follow the victim into the men's room and emerge again after the shot. Hallie Merrill's daughter, who worked in the bar, would declare in court that she heard the shot while returning from outside through a rear door, that she then discovered Montilio, a very quiet sort of person, lying on the men's room floor, that he said, "Twyla, help me," and that, a little later, she heard him give the answer Means's friend when being questioned by Deputy Sheriff Donald Phillips. While in the hospital, the victim was interviewed 3 times by Deputy Phillips. The first of these taped interviews took place the following morning. Q. Martin, can you talk? A. Yeah. Q. Do you know who shot you? A. No. Q. You told me last night. A. No, I didn't. I don't know. I don't know him. Q. Could you? How many people were there in the bathroom with you? A. Just me and that guy. Although Montilio made it clear that his assailant was alone in the men's room when he got there, Phillips was not satisfied with this answer. Q. How about the other guy that was in there with him, do you know him? Do you know? You're pretty serious, Martin. Can you hear me, Martin? Can you hear me? The following day, when Phillips returned to the hospital and interviewed Montilio a second time, he asked the patient if he would recognize the man who shot him from a photograph, and Montilio said, probably. Despite this answer, he was never shown a photograph, or a suspect, either. Phillips said this was because he thought the patient would recover. By now the dying man had come around to Phillips's opinion that there had been not 1 but 2 men in the men's room, that they had come in not before but after his arrival, and that one of the 2 was Russell Means, whom he had greeted. However, he insisted that Means had not shot him, and that he did not know the identity of the other man, who was wearing an army coat and who had shaggy hair. In the course of this interview, having led Montilio to say that he was afraid of AIM and that AIM might kill him if he testified, Phillips said, "Oh, I think we can prevent that. You're not in too good of a shape now, and I'd hate to see these guys go free, especially if it is some of the big AIM leaders, wouldn't you?" In the third and final interview, on March 5, Phillips asked Montilio if he knew Richard Marshall, and he said he did not. Phillips also made 2 more attempts to get Montilio to implicate Means, which he would not do. Phillips's unusual persistence might suggest that he was receiving more encouragement from the FBI than from the victim. At any rate, the indictment was changed to murder after Montilio died the following day. Means's case was separated from Marshall's after pre-trial hearings, and when he finally came to court, in the summer of 1976, he was acquitted. As for Marshall, the case against him was so weak and contradictory that the state suggested he plead guilty to manslaughter, a lesser charge. Marshall refused this, saying he was innocent. At Marshall's trial, which began March 29, 1976, in Rapid City, Marion Pourbaix and owner-bartender Hallie Merrill, both of whom claimed to have known Marshall for years, testified that he and Means had followed the victim into the men's room. They heard a thump, then a shot, after which 2 men emerged and left the bar. They were smiling, Marion Pourbaix said. Curiously, neither witness had been able to identify Marshall in a police lineup of suspects arranged by the court, although Marion Pourbaix claimed she had known Dickie Marshall ever since grade school. Also, All witnesses agreed that Marshall had been wearing an olive green down-filled jacket, not an army coat, and that his hair, far from being shaggy, had been tied in his customary neat braid, or ponytail. The victim himself had been specific on this point. A shaggy-headed guy. Q. Was his hair in a ponytail? A. Yeah. No, it wasn't in a ponytail. Q. No ponytail? A. On. Q. Was. Do you know a guy by the name of Richard Marshall? A. On. As for motivation, there was no evidence whatever that Marshall had known Montilio was in the Longhorn, that he planned to kill him, or that he had carried a weapon into the bar. What is more, the ballistics experts could make no conclusive tie between the .22 pistol found in Clifford's car and the fatal bullet. The shearing marks scoring the slug were typical of those made by most cheap guns, due to misalignment of the cylinders. The prosecution's dilemma was resolved when a last-minute witness, whose name had not been presented at the pre-trial hearings, was supplied to the state by the FBI. For producing the perjurious witness Louis Movescamp against Russell Means and Dennis Banks in their St. Paul trial in 1974, the FBI had won an outraged denunciation from the judge. This time, the witness was a Myrtle Lulu Pourbaix, a cousin of Marion from Marshall's village, who identified herself as a friend of the defendant and his wife, Cleo, and hinted that she had been Dick Marshall's girlfriend. Like Louis Movescamp, Myrtle Pourbaix filled in all the missing pieces in the prosecution's case. She testified that Marshall had the motive necessary to sustain the first-degree murder charge, namely, a beating by Montilio suffered in a Gordon, Nebraska, bar, that Marshall had carried a gun into the Longhorn, that he shot Montilio, and that he had admitted his crime to her on 3 separate occasions. A. He was dancing and then he stopped and he came over to the table where I was sitting and he said, "You know, that guy that got killed at Scenic?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I asked the guy if that was the right one and he said, 'Yeah, it was,' so he said, 'We waited for him and we followed him in the bathroom, and then he said, I pulled the trigger.'" He said, "I'll never forget the look on that son of a bitch's face as he went down." Q. Did you say anything in response to that? A. No, I didn't. Q. Who all was present then? A. There was a guy named Leonard. I don't know his last name. Q. All right, and did you have a conversation again with the defendant about what happened at Scenic? A. Yeah, I did. Q. Would you relate that conversation as well as you can recall? A. He was dancing and he came over and he said, "I don't know why I shot him." The witness testified that she had described this conversation to the FBI sometime late in 1975, which meant that the FBI delayed 3 months or more before notifying the sheriff's office of this crucial evidence, since she was not revealed as a witness until March 25, 4 days before the trial. Marshall's attorneys had almost no chance to interview her or investigate her story. Had Marshall not been an AIM leader, but simply an Indian in a crowded late-night bar where another Indian had been wounded under confused circumstances, it is very unlikely that he would have been tried at all. But in the anti-AIM climate, in a South Dakota court, this witness's word sufficed to send Dick Marshall, aged 25, to jail for life at hard labor in the state penitentiary at Sioux Falls. After the verdict, despite the FBI's official disinterest in the case, Special Agent Price sent copies of the following cable to the FBI offices concerned. On April 6, 1976, Richard Marshall was convicted of first-degree murder, Pennington County Court, Rapid City, South Dakota. Marshall was immediately given the mandatory sentence of life in prison at hard labor. The Rapid City office of the FBI was helpful to local authorities as the FBI supplied one witness who heard Marshall boast of the murder. Marshall is currently incarcerated. On February 6, 1976, a Royal Canadian Mounted Police inspector named Edward W. J. Mitchell received a call after midnight in his motel at Whitecore, Alberta, instructing him to go to Hinton, 160 miles west of Edmonton, to organize a search for a Mr. Peltier. The search was unnecessary, since an informer had apparently told the police just where to go. That day, Mitchell and his Mounties proceeded to the remote camp of a Cree leader named Robert Smallboy, who had occupied this place in a peaceable takeover a few years before. Smallboy's camp is a makeshift congregation of small cabins and portable one-room schoolhouses donated after the occupation by the provincial government, and in one of the schoolhouses, at about 3 in the afternoon, the fugitive was found sitting near the blackboard, beside a suitcase containing 2 loaded revolvers, an M1, and a .30 30, at the initial point of arrest, says Corporal Dale Parlane. I put him up against the wall, at which time he shouted at me, I am not going to do anything you say, I have nothing to lose, at which time he started to struggle, at which time I had to push him harder against the wall. When he cooled off, according to Parlane, Peltier was permitted to chant a prayer, in which he invited a Cree elder to accompany him. While in the schoolhouse, Sergeant Mitchell took note of the scars on his chest, and he indicated he had acquired them in a sacred ritual. He referred to his strong belief that the magic in his necklace had cured his buckshot wounds after he had been gunned down, shot in the back. That was his term on a highway in the United States. He said that he had been unable to get a doctor but had phoned Pine Ridge, and they held a prayer session for him. The captive was placed in an unmarked police car with another Resmus suspect named Frank Blackhorse, 27, who was later charged with marijuana possession, and later still with attempted escape from jail in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. 12. Mitchell asked them if a third captive, Ronald Blackman, was involved with them in the possession of the rifles and revolvers. Mr. Blackhorse was non-committal. However, Mr. Peltier said, he was not with us. Those guns in the suitcase were mine, and the suitcase is mine, also. On the car ride to Hinton, where they spent the night, Peltier told Parlane that he had been shot in the back by Oregon police. He also said that he didn't want to go back to the States because he feared for his life. Because the .30 30 rifle in his possession had been taken from the farm in Ontario, Oregon, on November 15, 1975, he was charged with the theft of the gun and pickup truck in addition to his alleged murders and attempted murders. While awaiting a hearing, he was removed to Ocala Prison, outside Vancouver, which was now subjected by the press to FBI warnings of armed escape raids and terrorist crimes against the populace. In the lurid atmosphere being whipped up to expedite his extradition, this desperate felon was kept in complete isolation from the other prisoners and handcuffed at all times when outside his cell except during his exercise, which was limited to less than half an hour each day. He was permitted no outside exercise at all between February and June 1976. Friends and relatives, even attorneys, who tried to assist Leonard Peltier found themselves harassed and obstructed by the Canadian officials. In general, Indians in Canada have been spared such bureaucratic persecution as allotment, termination, and relocation, but the fundamental attitudes toward them are the same. 13. Despite a show of concern for justice including formal demands for an investigation into the death of Anna Mapektu, a Canadian citizen who would not have acknowledged herself as such, the Dominion was undergoing its own fever of anti-Indian sentiment, and was anxious to rid itself of Peltier, who was sure to organize Indian resistance. The Cree were protesting the destruction of their James Bay lands for hydroelectric energy, the Dean Indians of northern Saskatchewan were fighting uranium contamination of their territories, including wholesale pollution of the waters from Lake Athabasca to the Great Mackenzie River. The Ojibwe of Ontario were plagued with Minamata disease, due to mercury poisoning of their waters from huge pulp mills, and everywhere the native peoples were making land claims. The year before, in a document leaked to the willing press, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police had warned the citizens about a dangerous, AIM-inspired Indian movement, part of an international terrorist conspiracy, which sought social and economic equality for Canada's Indians as well as just recognition of their land claims. The Red Power movement, the police declared, has become the principal threat to Canadian stability. Established in the late 19th century as a military force to remove Indians from prairie lands coveted by the settlers, the Mounties have never outgrown the idea that Indians, in the main, are a verminous nuisance. In recent years, a Chilcotin Indian named Fred Quilt was stomped to death by two RCMP officers in British Columbia, in a killing that an all-white jury dismissed as accidental. A second jury, convened after an outraged protest by the Indians, agreed with the first that all those fatal kicks had been unintentional. This beefy side of mountain nature is very familiar to Canada's Indians, if not to the white public, accustomed as it is to postcard Mounties guarding the Dominion in World War I hats and red tunics, astride huge horses by the shores of Lake Louise. In fact, the Mounties were only too eager to cooperate with their American colleagues in bringing to justice this cop-killing aborigine, who was sought by the United States with the same fervor that Sitting Bull had been sought a century before. Excepting a week or so in California, Peltier says, he spent most of the fall of 1975 in Canada. Up there in Canada, you know, that one we used to call Rougarou comes up often in the conversation. You know, the people up there just take Bigfoot for granted. Anyway, I have relatives up there, and I spent some time in BC and Vancouver, and also over in Manitoba. Portage La Prairie used to be a reservation there where my grandmother's parents used to be. While in prison, Peltier was adopted by the Kwikwasitainwok people of the Kwaikulth Nation on Vancouver Island at a traditional potlatch ceremony. He was given a plot of land on Kwaikulth territory and the name Gwarthi-Elas. He leads the people. As a Ojibwe from the Canadian border country, he had rapidly become a hero, and when his extradition hearings came up in May, an effort was made to present him as a caged animal instead. Although an assistant referred to Peltier as a model prisoner, the director of Ocala described him publicly as one of the most dangerous prisoners ever confined there, a man capable of committing any sort of act to stay in Canada, even as far as to murder or maim an inmate or prison official. He is a real sociable fellow, but I would never turn my back on him. 14. In treatment condemned as unjustifiable by Amnesty International, which sent an observer to his trials, he was kept alone under heavy guard in an observation unit, due to the alleged escape plots he was hatching. Whenever he left his cell, he was subject to body searches, and was invariably shackled hand and foot on the short trip between his cell and the courtroom. The first sound each morning during the Vancouver hearings was the clang of the chains on the iron stair leading from the detention cells to the prisoner's dock. In what the Vancouver Sun described as what surely must be one of the most remarkable occasions in the history of this country's legal process. Entrants to the courtroom are being spread-eagled against the wall and frisked in scenes from SWAT. A policewoman runs her hands inside the bras of female reporters. Shoes are removed. Jackets are removed. Purses must be left outside. Is this a Canadian courtroom? It is, in fact, a Canadian courtroom asked to rule on the internal politics of another country. Despite consistent harassment by the authorities, a large contingent of Indians from both sides of the border had gathered in Vancouver. They were coordinated at the Indian Center by Steve Robideau and Russ Redner, who was out on parole on the Oregon charges. Man, we had skins layin' all over the place there at the center, Robideau says, and we had a big march every day down to the court. We kept that courthouse full of Indians. We held ceremonies, using the pipe, we had sweats every day, and we discussed Canadian problems with the people. We really pulled the Indians of Canada together, which is one reason the authorities came down so hard on us. At the court, they had strip searches every day, yanking off medicine bags, pushing people around. And the people were polite, there was no need for that. When Edgar Bear Runner and Louis Badwound came to Vancouver to testify for the defense, their hotel room door was kicked in after midnight by police who pretended to ransack the room for marijuana. This episode was by no means unique. At Peltier's extradition hearings, pleas to the Canadian government by lawyers, friends, and family that the FBI was engaged in a systematic repression of AIM and that Peltier's life would be in danger if he was denied political asylum were countered by the Wisconsin attempted murder charge, which propped up the weak Oglala evidence. But the fatal blow to his hopes of avoiding extradition were two surprise documents in which a first-hand witness identified Peltier as the unassisted killer of Kohler and Williams. In two affidavits dated February 23 and March 31, 1976, this witness declared that she had accompanied Peltier to Oglala in May 1975, that Peltier and others began planning on how to kill either FBI, U.S. government police or BIA agents who might come into the area. Peltier was mostly in charge of the planning. I was present on the day the FBI agents were killed. I saw Leonard Peltier shoot the FBI agents. She also said that on the day in question, Peltier had hollered, "Here they come," at the appearance of the agents' automobiles, that Peltier or Ricky Littleboy had shoved a gun into her hands, that subsequently she had heard shots, after which she found herself with a woman named Madonna Slowbear down beside the cars, where she saw Peltier, Rob Ido, Jimmy Eagle, and one other unidentified Indian, that one of the agents was lying face down and bleeding, that the second agent, who was leaning wounded against the side of the car, threw his handgun aside, saying, "I surrender," to Peltier, who held a gun on him, that she tried to pull away but was forced to watch by Madonna Slowbear, who grabbed her by the hair and yanked her head around in time to see the agent's body jump as it was hit by Peltier's bullets, that she now broke away from Madonna Slowbear and ran up to Peltier and pounded him on the back, telling him to quit, that she then ran to the creek, where Ricky Littleboy was in charge of the horses, and forced him at gunpoint to give her a horse, that she then traveled on horseback to her car, which Peltier had told her to hide in the trees for the getaway after the ambush. The affidavits, presented on May 11 by Paul Halprin, a prosecuting attorney for the Canadian Department of Justice who was representing the United States, came as a complete surprise to the defense, which according to ethical trial procedure should have been notified of these documents in advance. In another surprise affidavit, an FBI agent claimed to have found in the open trunk of Kohler's car a .223 shell casing, apparently ejected by the killer's rifle during the executions, which had since been matched by an FBI ballistics expert to an AR-15 rifle that other witnesses had apparently associated with Leonard Peltier. 2 days later, John Trudell spoke for the stunned defense, describing how AIM had been provoked by the FBI into violent responses so that its leaders could be killed, jailed, or otherwise neutralized, thereby eliminating all Indian opposition to usurpation of valuable Indian lands. Other Indians testified to the defendant's long history of service to his people, and finally Peltier himself took the stand in an attempt to persuade the court that he was not a criminal but the victim of the ruthless quest for minerals and money, that he was in effect a political prisoner who deserved political asylum. In a letter written from Ocala in April, he had said in part, "The only thing I'm guilty of is trying to help my people. For this, it's very possible I'll spend the rest of my life in prison, if I'm extradited. I don't say that because I'm guilty but because I know that I can't get a fair trial in South Dakota." On June 18, the hearings ended with the announcement of Mr. Justice W.A. Schultz's decision. When Peltier stepped into the dock in clanking chains, he was greeted with shouts of encouragement. When Justice Schultz entered, the crowd fell silent. There was terrific tension and suspense, according to Steve Robideau. Everybody tried to get into the room that day. First we walked in with the drum, they forced us out. Then we walked in without it, but a cop grabbed the medicine bag of a guy named Big Bear, who blew it and threw a punch at him. I intervened, but it took me a little while to straighten that out. Finally, things calmed down again, and we got the people settled. When they brought Leonard in, the people rose as a gesture of solidarity. We stood up and sat down with Leonard Peltier. When the judge came in and asked Leonard to stand for the verdict, we all stood, because the Indian people were being sentenced, too. Well, the judge got mad. When I tell a defendant to stand, I don't mean everybody. Now clear the court. So people groaned and began singing the AIM song, and nobody was in a big hurry to leave. When we didn't move fast enough, we got pushed and shoved through the narrow exit in the rear of the gallery by the cops. So a fist flew, and they sailed into us. They were slugging our women with their sticks, same as the men. Once the court was cleared, Justice Schultz decreed that sufficient grounds for extradition had been presented. He was not authorized to sign the extradition order, which was the duty of the Minister of Justice. For the next few months, Peltier's attorneys 15. Would appeal Schultz's decision. The defense testimony had persuaded Canada's Minister of External Affairs 16. To call for an urgent investigation of FBI misconduct in the case, but there was no longer much question of which way the wind was blowing. Chapter 12. The Trial at Cedar Rapids. July 1976. You Christians, you are a lost people with no identity to this land. The only God you have is your technology, which will destroy you because of the greed it demands. I have no fear of your materialistic power, and your brutality cannot harm me. It will only separate you further from your spirit, which will bring me closer to mine. My love for my people and the land is my strength, and that is something you will never be able to touch because it is a power you do not understand. Darrell Butler. I do not regret the part I played and received 10 years in prison for. On the contrary, I would have thought less of myself if I had not done that which I am obligated to do, so that my people may live. Moreover, I would not hesitate to do it over again if and whenever the need arose. My only pain is in knowing that my people and family still suffer from our government manipulations and control over their lives, and the lives of our future generations. The struggle of my people continues, and will continue until liberation is achieved. Robert Robideau. In January 1976, Bob Robideau had been transferred from Kansas City to the Pennington County Jail in Rapid City to await trial with Dino Butler in the Federal District Court of Judge Andrew Bogue. While in the Rapid City Jail, Butler and Robideau were subjected to continual harassment, including confiscation of their religious objects. On April 19, several hacksaw blades were discovered in their cell block. For some reason, 5 FBI agents J. Gary Adams, William Wood, Dean Hughes, Frederick Coward, and David Price were invited to join in a search of the cells by Sheriff Melvin Mel Larson and 3 of his deputies, including Donald Don Phillips, who had worked so successfully with Price on the murder conviction of Dick Marshall, just 2 weeks before. An excerpt from the 302 report signed by all 5 agents indicates the thoroughness of this operation. Located in the cell of Robert Eugene Robideau in cell block 6 by Special Agent Frederick Coward, Jr. 1 white envelope, approximately 10 inches in length. On the outside of the white envelope was the name Bob written in ink. Inside the white envelope was a blue card. On the outside of the blue card was printed "With love to my wife on our anniversary." This was an American greeting card. Also located by S.A. Coward in the cell of Robert Eugene Robideau was a yellow envelope approximately the same size as the aforementioned white envelope. This yellow envelope was addressed to Mr. Robert E. Robideau, 302 Kansas City Street, Rapid City, South Dakota 57701, from Mrs. A. Robideau, Eagle Butte, South Dakota 57625. Inside the yellow envelope was a yellow and green card with a boy and girl osculating. Although the 2 cells that were searched housed 16 inmates, it was determined by this large body of men that only Robideau, Butler, and 2 other Indians associated with AIM had been attempting to escape. All of their personal property and clothing was now confiscated. 1. The informer who reported Butler and Robideau's participation in the escape plan was a black man named Marvin Bragg, aka Ricky Walker. Bob Robideau, who was certain that he and Butler were going to be convicted and who does not deny their intention to escape, recalls Bragg as just a little guy, maybe 5'2", and he was a real terror there in Rapid, had more than 10 rapes, and most of them pretty weird, involving old women. A real sad figure everywhere he went. He was getting beat up, especially after he snitched on us, because rapists and snitches, well, cons just don't go for that shit, and Bragg was both. But he had a good personality and a real good sense of humor, and got along with everybody who didn't know too much about him. I liked him. He was going with an Indian woman at that time, and I guess it was her that threw them hacksaw blades in through the window. It was just a small jail, maybe 50 inmates, and breaking out would have been pretty easy, but somebody on the upper tier had snitched on us. Bragg was serious about escaping, but he was facing up to 80 years, and when the shit came down, he just switched sides and pinned it all on us, to save himself. Bragg himself later acknowledged that he had been visited in his cell by agents Price and Coward, with whom his attorney had advised him to cooperate. He informed them that the planned escape involved only the 4 AIM Indians in the jail. While he was at it, he also gave a statement that he, too, had heard Jimmy Eagle's boasts, the year before, about participating in the killings at Oglala. In April, Buckledock, arguing that anti-Indian prejudice in Rapid City precluded any possibility of an objective jury, successfully appealed for a transfer of the trial out of South Dakota. 2 days after the Great Escape attempt, Butler and Robideau were transferred to the state penitentiary at Sioux Falls, where they were placed in punitive segregation, solitary confinement, and cells stripped bare of everything but bunk and toilet. On May 7, they were moved to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where Robideau stood on his legal right not to be fingerprinted all over again without consulting his attorney. As a result, the deputy grabbed me and threw me against the wall, kneed me between the legs, and said that he was going to take my fingerprints if he had to beat the shit out of you, whereupon he threw me to the floor and proceeded to do just that. Robideau again requested permission to telephone his attorney. The request was refused. I then relented to the situation and allowed to take my fingerprints. Robideau required 5 stitches where his head struck the concrete floor, and the state ombudsman later determined that Sheriff's Deputy Donald Wharton, a 6'5" 225-pounder, had used excessive force. Sheriff Walter Grant denied this. Don had merely displayed poor judgment in trying to get the job done without help, and Walt planned no disciplinary measures. Both Butler and Robideau later complained of death threats from their warders, saying that they feared for their lives while in this jail, and meanwhile their attorneys had discovered that Cedar Rapids was 98% white, and that relatives of the late Jack Kohler lived in the area. For its part, the government made the most of this promising situation. The FBI warned local law enforcement personnel that carloads of AIM terrorists were descending on the town, and on May 11, U.S. Marshals visited every office in the federal building, telling folks to prepare for shooting incidents and the seizure of hostages and advising them of the precautions to be taken. The frightened citizens were assured that U.S. Marshals on the roof would be on the lookout for marauding Indians. On May 24, Rapid City Police, reporting a huge cache of Indian armaments left over from Wounded Knee, tore up a vacant lot with backhoes, exposing 3 spent shotgun shells for their day's work. Analysis of facts surrounding AIM leads one to the conclusion that this is one of the most violent and extremist-oriented organizations yet encountered by the United States. The movement seems to be changing and appears to be more concerned with perpetuating itself rather than conducting large, costly, violent confrontations. Confrontations keep their leaders in court and sap energy and funds. An additional danger exists in that other radical terrorist and extremist groups, both foreign and domestic, see in AIM a powerful ally for their release of destructive violence against the United States. The assistance of such groups, whether through funds, manpower, weapons, political philosophy, or instigation to violence, can be a pertinent threat to the welfare of the United States government and its citizenry of the first magnitude. Due to the A.I.M.'s violence potential, which is frequently directed toward local and state governments and police officers, timely dissemination of specific intelligence information affecting their agencies, is of the utmost importance. Point 2. For the next month, as the trial got underway, Cedar Rapids was rife with rumors of renegade activity. On June 18, AIM's plans to blow out the candles on America's birthday cake in this bicentennial year were cited in an FBI publication called Domestic Terrorist Digest, which also warned of an Indian caravan to the Little Big Horn on June 26, the centennial of Custer's defeat. On June 21, a report allegedly emanating from Connecticut Police Intelligence stated that a terrorist affiliation of AIM, the Brown Berets, and SDS had hatched a plan to kill a cop a day, using various ruses to lure law enforcement officers into an ambush. According to the nationally distributed teletype, Rudolfo Corky Gonzalez, a leader of the Brown Berets, reportedly has a rocket launcher and rockets either in his possession or available to him, along with explosives, hand grenades, and 10 to 15 M16 rifles with banana clips. On June 22, the FBI released another 4-page teletype under its own byline. It was distributed to law enforcement agencies on the same date, oddly enough, as the Kill a Cop a Day alarm, but held up another day before release. This report said that some 2,000 AIM dog soldiers trained in the Northwest Territory by June Little, who is expert with explosives, and using automatic weapons cached by Sam Move's camp in Charlie Aburezk's house in Porcupine, were to proceed from the International Indian Treaty Council on the Yankton Sioux Reservation to the Rapid City house of AIM sympathizer Renee Howell. From there, these 2,000 dog soldiers would fan out across the state to assassinate the governor, blow up various state and federal dams, plants, and law enforcement centers, take unspecified action at Mount Rushmore, burn farmers, snipe at tourists on the highways, and otherwise spoil all the fun of the bicentennial celebrations. The dog soldier teletypes were denounced by Senator Aburezk, who said that the mention of his son was part of an FBI smear campaign in retribution for the younger Aburezk's criticism of FBI and BIA actions and policies on the Lakota reservations. It smacks of a total setup that these unfounded, unverified reports are given such widespread distribution. On June 30, in Rapid City, Sheriff Larson announced that all local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies had been beefed up and all leaves cancelled for the bicentennial celebration. Asked if the alarmed patriots of the region could celebrate America's birthday without worrying about violence, the sheriff said, "We have no concrete evidence to indicate otherwise." In truth, not a single sliver of hard evidence supported the lies and propaganda being aimed at the Cedar Rapids jury by the U.S. Marshal Service, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation of that sadly eroded institution, the U.S. Department of Justice. Meanwhile, down on the reservation, the BIA superintendent was expressing concern about a new AIM Citizens Committee in Oglala, which was said to have announced that any police officer coming into Oglala housing would be shot. The FBI was warned to stay out of Oglala between June 24 and 27, when AIM planned a memorial ceremony for Joe Kill's right stunts. The leader of this committee, said the BIA report, was Wallace Little, Jr., aka June Little, who recently suffered the loss of a hand and an eye while experimenting with explosives, and its members included Edgar Bear Runner and Sam Loudhawk. One source of all this information was John Stewart, alias Daryl Blue Legs, the fat and friendly fellow who had turned up in Oglala in early June 1975, about 2 weeks before the shootout, and had spent a lot of time hanging around the Jumping Bull land, ingratiating himself with the inhabitants. Stewart, whose extensive jail record included a conviction for first-degree manslaughter, was one of those who had spread the story that Anna Mae Aquash was an informer. He was also rumored to have known more than he should about her death. In the spring of 1976, his estranged wife, Dorothy brings him back, showed Oglala attorneys a note sent to Stewart at her address which read in part, "I have to talk to you, Dave." Because the handwriting looked familiar, Bruce Ellison compared it to initialed FBI 302 forms, and in his opinion, the D is identical to those made by David Price. In a letter to Dorothy in this period, Stewart said he was in jail in Rapid City, doing time for one of his AIM brothers. He gave her a telephone number for leaving messages that turned out to be the local number of the FBI. A month later, he turned up on the list of prosecution witnesses for the trial of Butler and Rob Ido. When they first found Anna Mae, they thought it was me for a while, because I was underground, Nilak remembers. I had to notify people that I was okay. I'm not going to say where I was, because a lot of people who helped me at that time never did learn my right name. But I will say that I had to hitch rides for a couple of 1,000 miles up and down the country to get to Bob and Dino's trial. Bobby and Dino were scheduled for trial in Rapid City before Judge Bogue, and I knew I had to be there. If it was before Bogue, they would be convicted. I'd expected more organized movement support toward their trial. It wasn't that anybody wasn't supportive, it was more that they had so many people going to court, so many different places all at the same time. They had the means going to trial in Dakota, they had banks fighting it out in Oregon and California. I mean, they just had everybody going to court all over the country. Or in jail. Or dead. You know, they really smashed it up there for a while. The trial opened on June 7, 1976. They were having a big old parade that day. And the police were so paranoid they locked up the whole jail. The headlines at that time were that the governor was asking for National Guard support during the trial, the feds had psyched them up so bad, and that's where we were going to get our jury. The citizens were more concerned that no damage happened to their person, place, or thing, because they were just totally psyched out. So we went out into the community and explained that our people were only there to be supportive, that there was a certain code of conduct that we still go by and abide by, and what they could expect during the trial. When the 2,000 dog soldiers failed to show up, and the rest of the Great Scare campaign turned out to be lies as well as nonsense, the citizens of Cedar Rapids began to observe the Justice Department stage directions with more skepticism, and perhaps some resentment, as well. They also began to look at AIM with a fresh eye. It was noticed by both press and public that those Indians attending the trial had established a camp outside of town where neither drugs nor alcohol was permitted. Instead, sweat lodges were set up and sanctified by sacred pipe ceremonies, performed each day. Since their sovereignty claims contested U.S. jurisdiction, the Indian people in the audience refused to stand up each morning for Judge Edward McManus, so did Dino Butler and Bob Robideau. But the many Indians who came to court as well as those seen in the streets were neatly dressed, clean, courteous, and quiet, and the defendants, in long braids and beaded shirts, made a good appearance. Every morning, 2 traditional stone pipes wrapped in cloth and buckskin and fitted with eagle feathers and wild sage were brought to the defense table, where the defendants filled them with red willow kinnikinick and tobacco. Indian witnesses for the defense swore to be truthful on the sacred pipes instead of on the Bible. Judge McManus called Speedy Eddie by the Indians since the conviction of Crow Dog, Camp, and Holder in his court in 1 week flat allowed only a single day for the selection of the jury, for which he was sharply criticized by one of Butler's attorneys, William Kunstler, and an attorney for Robideau, John Lowe. Aware of potential local prejudice against radical Sharpa lawyers from the East, Kunstler had dropped his flamboyant courtroom style, remaining almost sedate throughout this trial. In this, he was complimented by Lowe, a more conservative attorney from Charlottesville, Virginia, whose copious knowledge of the details of the case was a great asset to the strong defense team. 4. Both Butler and Robideau admitted that they had been present at Oglala at the shootout and that they had exchanged fire with the doomed agents in the course of defending our women and children, but both men denied having murdered anyone. No Indians were guilty, the defendants claimed. A whole community had defended itself against an illegal invader. We are innocent, and I know that many people know that we are innocent, Robideau declared, in a bleak reference to the numbers of people at Oglala on the fatal day. The U.S. government is out to make political scapegoats of Bob and I, Butler said, in an opening statement to the court. We are members of a sovereign nation. We live under our own laws, tribal and natural. We recognize and respect our own traditional and elected leaders. The treaties that were made between Indian nations and the United States government state that we have the right to live according to our own laws on the land given to us in the treaties. That the laws of the United States government shall not interfere with the laws of our nations. When a person is charged with committing a crime in your society, they are not brought to our society to be tried. We feel we are being deprived of our sovereign rights guaranteed us by the treaties, by being forced to go on trial here in this United States courtroom. The United States Constitution says the treaties are binding, yet by our being here today the United States Constitution and the Indian treaties are being violated by the United States government. We are not citizens of this society, but you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are. You have sworn to do what the United States government has never done for Native American people of this country. You have sworn to protect us, respect us as your equals. You have sworn to be unbiased and impartial toward us. You have sworn to give us a fair trial in the United States courtroom of justice. This trial concerns all people and their rights. We must all work together to remind the United States government that their government is for the people. The senior prosecutor was Brigadier General Evan Hultman, a former Attorney General of Iowa who once ran for governor of his state. His most prominent assistant was Robert Siekma. An intelligent but inarticulate man, Hultman tripped over a wire during the interrogation of his first witness, knocking over a water pitcher as the jury laughed. Because of his often garbled speech, he never quite managed to undo this early impression of buffoonery. Hultman's first witness was Special Agent J. Gary Adams, a hulking man of 6 feet 6 inches, who described in detail the grim events of June 26, 1975, from the time of his last sight of his friend Ron Williams at mid-morning in Pine Ridge Village until the eerie encounter with Williams's green car in the twilight woods down by White Clay Creek. On cross-examination, Adams acknowledged having reported that red pickup truck which, according to his radio transcriptions, he had seen departing from the Jumping Bull area at 12:18, a few minutes after the agents must have died. It was now apparent that none of the defendants had departed in that truck, which had therefore become an annoyance to the prosecution. Adams told Kunstler that he could not recall seeing armed goons in the area, although many had been present on that day, that he had not known that Dennis Banks was living on the place, and that William Janklow and the state police were justified in coming to Oglala, since the state had jurisdiction on the reservation in a white-on-white situation, and the agents' attackers were of unknown color. S.A. Dean Hughes had also been unaware of the presence of Banks or the AIM group on the Jumping Bull land, and so had Sack Joseph Trimbach, the FBI man chastised during the Wounded Knee trial by Judge Alfred Nickel. 5 Kunstler questioned Sack, Minneapolis, about office discussions of counterintelligence programs against AIM, reminding him that a team of 3 men in his office had received numerous telephone calls from FBI informer Douglas Durham during the Banks Means trial. The tall, silver-haired Kunstler's repeated references to that trial, in attempting to demonstrate the pattern of FBI misconduct, were successfully objected to by the small, red-haired Hultman, who at times evoked laughter with his dogged phrase incompetent, irrelevant, and immaterial. The early FBI reports that both agents had been riddled by bullets were explained away by a pathologist, Dr. Robert Blomendahl of Rapid City. My initial impression, and this applied to both agents, I thought they were shot more times than when I got everything put together. In his opinion, the bullet that splayed in its passage through the trunklet and almost severed Agent Kohler's right arm at the elbow was the first wound received by the agents, and accounted for the blood splashes and smears on the rear bumper of Kohler's car. Elongated blood drops on the dead man's trousers suggested that Kohler moved around for a little while, then sat down, perhaps faint with shock and loss of blood. Meanwhile, Williams had received a superficial wound in the foot, probably while kneeling, and another bullet passed through his arm and then his side. The second wound occurred before he ripped his shirt off, since the shirt had corresponding perforations, so that there is no question in my mind that Agent Williams took that shirt off and applied it to Agent Kohler's arm. Because of the gunpowder on Williams's palm and the broken fingers of his right hand, Dr. Blomendahl concluded that Williams, in a last defensive gesture, had raised his hand in front of his face and that the muzzle was put right up against it. Passing through the hand, the bullet expanded, blowing a big hole in the mouth and nose area. That hole measured roughly 2 inches long and roughly 1 inch wide, said Blomendahl, displaying the photographs to the jury. Involved the upper lip, the nose, the cheek here, and it is just a big hole where a loss of tissue is there. It is a deep hole and you can see down into it a ways. This wound was immediately fatal. Then the gunman finished off the dying Kohler, who, to judge from the blood splashes, was lying face up beside the car, in all probability unconscious. The first shot, grazing the forehead, was too high to kill him outright, and apparently realizing this, the gunman shot him through the head a second time, an unnecessary precaution since, in Dr. Blomendal's opinion, he would have died of massive hemorrhaging from his first wound in a matter of minutes. At least as damaging to the defense as the gory photographs was the testimony of two witnesses who had been members of the AIM group at Oglala. The first to testify was Wilford Draper, aged 19, who describes himself somewhat wistfully as a silversmith and painter, self-employed in the arts and crafts. He stated, among other things, that at Oglala he had not lived down at the camp because Leonard Peltier was carrying firearms with him and he was afraid of Leonard Peltier. On the morning of June 26, said Draper, he had seen Peltier leave the camp in the red and white van about 9 a.m., he did not see the van again until it returned to Tent City around 1:30 or 2 o'clock, after the shooting was all over. He also declared that Peltier, Robideau, and Butler had been absent from the camp when the shooting started, that they habitually carried the very weapons that the government ballistics people now claim to have linked to the killings, and that, on the second night of the escape, Peltier had said just what was needed to establish the premeditation required to convict these men of first-degree murder. That night we were walking to Morris Wounded's house. I heard Dino and Leonard and Bob talking about the agents. Leonard said something like, "I helped you move them around the back so you could shoot them." Maybe he was talking about Butler and Bob. I don't know who he was talking about that night. Unlike all other Indian witnesses for the prosecution, Draper did not hesitate to supply the names of Indians who gave help to the fugitives on the escape, relating at one point, "We walked from the scene of the murder, from the tent area, to Noah Wounded's house. From Noah Wounded's house we walked to Morris Wounded's house a mile north of Pine Ridge. And from Morris Wounded's house, Luby and her husband took us in their car to Bear Runner's residence in Porcupine." While he was at it, he also implicated Jimmy Eagle's brother Leon as one of the horsemen who had given them directions during the escape, and identified Ted Lame as the shirtless man met on Highway 18 who took us to his uncle, Noah Wounded. Under cross-examination by the defense, which Draper acknowledged without hesitation that he had lied to the grand jury in January and also as a prosecution witness in this trial, that when he had been apprehended in Arizona in January, he had been thrown against a car, then handcuffed and strapped for 3 hours in a chair while being threatened with a first-degree murder charge, until he finally agreed to supply useful testimony about the killings, that before the trial, he had told the defense attorneys that Peltier, Robideau, and Butler were all in camp when the shooting started, that he knew little or nothing about guns, and that most of his damning testimony on this subject was based on instruction from the FBI agents at the time of the grand jury hearing, and also by Assistant U.S. Attorney Robert Siekma. Q. Who told you that it was not a Thompson? A. Siekma. Q. He told you that it was an AR-15? Didn't he? A. Yes. Q. And that is where you got the information from, isn't that correct? A. Yes. Q. Did he tell you the names of all the other guns as well? A. No. Some of the agents did at Sioux Falls when I was testifying. Draper also said that the FBI had promised him exoneration on the Resmus charges as well as an education and a new start in life in return for his cooperation. Since he now claimed that he had been hiding in the woods during the shootout, the establishment of premeditation was the most useful contribution he could make. Q. It is your expectation after you have finished testifying here that any legal problems you have in the criminal area will be taken care of, is it not? A. Yes. Q. I have no further questions. Here Lowe took over from William Kunstler. Q. Mr. Draper, I ask you this carefully. Look at the jury if you choose. I would like to ask you if you can give the jury any guidelines for determining when you are telling the truth and when you are lying. Norman Brown, brought to Cedar Rapids as a prosecution witness, had tried to get in touch with his former comrades. They took me to a courthouse, and I asked this one officer, "Can I give Dino and Bob some medicine?" "What kind of medicine?" "Peyote." I told them it's not drugs, I told them it's medicine. They wouldn't let me do that for them. They started making fun of me then. They always made fun of me. They always made fun of my scars and the sun dance. The young Navajo, who was obviously proud that he had sundanced with his friends Leonard and Dino, related his impressions of the shootout, acknowledging that all of the AIM men and boys except Wish Draper had been involved in shooting at the agents, and that Leonard Peltier had been fast firing a weapon that looked like an M16. Although admitting that he did not know where Peltier was when the shooting started, he placed none of the suspects closer to the agents than the line of junked cars on the slope near the Y crossing below the green shack, at least 150 yards away, almost as far away, in fact, as the cabins from which the other Indians were firing, and in nothing he said did he implicate the defendants in the final execution of Kohler and Williams. In fact, he denied what he had said to the grand jury, that he had seen the three down near the agents' cars and that later he had heard 3 shots. No, Brown said now, he did not even learn that the agents were dead until days afterward, when the group arrived in Porcupine. The boys' testimony also made it clear that although the AIM camp was aware that attack from goons or the FBI might come at any time, and had therefore posted guards, the people in the camp that morning were taken by surprise by the noise of shooting. At no time, he said, had he ever heard any talk of ambush. Nor had he heard the incriminating exchange between the 3 defendants on the second night of the escape as recounted by Draper, even though the fugitives, moving through the dark, had remained close together. Since Draper himself said he had heard no talk of ambush, the evidence of premeditation in the killings hung precariously on that one vague and unsubstantiated scrap of conversation that he claimed to have overheard on the escape. Therefore, the defense expected that the first-hand witness to the killings, whose affidavits had been used a few weeks earlier in the Vancouver hearings on Peltier's extradition from Canada, and who had also implicated Robideau and Butler, would now be put on the stand to clinch the case. By a curious coincidence, this crucial witness was none other than that Myrtle Lulu Pourbaix who had been supplied by the FBI to the state of South Dakota as a prosecution witness against AIM leader Dick Marshall in the killing at Scenic. As in Marshall's case, she had claimed in her Peltier affidavits that she had been Leonard's confidant and girlfriend. But during discovery procedures in this trial, the defense had learned of the existence of an earlier affidavit in which this person stated that she had left Oglala the day before the shootout and was therefore not a first-hand witness after all. Since this affidavit was in exactly the same format as the others, the defense meant to demonstrate that it, too, had been prepared for use in Vancouver but was then withdrawn in favor of the later versions. At the last minute, the prosecutors decided not to call Myrtle Pourbaix as a witness. The defense team, which was all prepared to blast her testimony to pieces, was incensed. Mr. Kunstler, they don't want to call her because they know she is a fake, but they have put us in the position of having worked all weekend on this witness, and I think they should be required to call this witness to the stand. This is part of the offensive fabrication. Mr. Seekma, she is not a fake. Mr. Kunstler, put her on the stand and we will show you. She is an FBI fake. Just as they did in the Means Banks trial. That is why they are reneging about calling her. Mr. Hultman, you have seen the record and what the record shows. Mr. Kunstler, they know it is a fake, too. Part of our defense is fabrication by the FBI. That is why this witness becomes so crucial. That is why they don't want to call her. Mr. Hultman, I object to this. There is no showing of any kind. It is a bald statement of counsel and we have been getting. Mr. Kunstler, put her on. But the U.S. attorneys would not produce Myrtle Pourbaix, and they also withdrew the personable rapist Marvin Bragg and John Stewart, a.k.a. Daryl Bluelegs. Despite the letter to his estranged wife in early May saying that he was in the Rapid City jail doing time for his AIM brothers, Stewart had informed agents Price and Hughes on May 14 that at about 8 a.m. on the morning of the shootout, Leonard Peltier, Jean Day, the Butlers, and an Indian male I know only as Wish had come to Dorothy's residence in Oglala housing. Peltier was wearing an unknown type of pistol in a shoulder holster. They asked for food, so I and my wife fed them. These individuals then took a bath in my house. These individuals left about 10 a.m. or 10:30 a.m. and indicated they were returning to their camp at the Jumping Bulls. These individuals left in a red and white van, and I observed Leonard Peltier driving this van. About 5 minutes after Peltier and his group left, Jimmy Eagle came to my residence driving a white car, a 1959 or 1960 Chevrolet. Eagle asked where Peltier and them guys went. Eagle bragged around and said, "You people should get ready, something is going to happen." Eagle then left. Then Eagle left in this white Chevrolet and indicated he was going to the camp at the Jumping Bulls. Later that day, Stewart said, while driving toward Pine Ridge with his former wife and son, he was waved down by an Indian on horseback who told him that some boys who were down there in the bushes needed a ride out of there. Shortly thereafter, he drove Peltier, Wish, the Butlers, and a young Indian named Chris Westerman to Noah Wounded's house, and 6 days later, on July 2, he drove the same 5 people from the Bear Runner's place in Porcupine to Crow Dog's Paradise on the Rosebud Reservation. During this drive, Stewart related, Peltier mentioned that his gun had jammed during the shooting, and Westerman said his rifle got so hot that he burned his hand on the barrel. Peltier said, that pig didn't have a chance, and Westerman said he didn't think any of the Oglala people would turn them in. Perhaps because much of this account conflicted sharply with the accounts of his fellow witnesses, Draper and Brown, the U.S. attorneys decided against using Stewart, whose effectiveness might have been compromised in any case by his most recent trouble with the law, caused by the rape of a Pine Ridge woman the previous winter. Instead, they produced a white man named James Harper, who had shared a cell in the Cedar Rapids jail with Dino Butler and 5 others. "My occupation is shoemaker," Mr. Harper said. "I am presently being held on a fugitive warrant from the state of Texas and prosecution in Wisconsin on theft by fraud." Q. Did Mr. Butler discuss with you the events involving the summer of 1975, and the killing of the FBI agents? A. He said he was afraid that Jimmy Eagle was going to be a witness against him and a man named Q. Did he mention any other witnesses? A. Norman Brown, Norman Charles, Myrtle Poor Bear, a guy named John Stewart. Q. What if anything did he say he would do if he confronted these witnesses? A. In his words, exactly, he said he was going to waste them. Q. Did he tell you in any way about who would take care of you if you assisted in? A. Yes. I asked him, about money and finances, and he said that he wasn't really concerned about money. I wouldn't have to be either. He had a lot of people behind the AIM movement that were well off, money-wise, and influence-wise, and he mentioned a man by the name of Avidarius or something to that effect. He said that this was the son of a powerful politician. Q. Did he speak about the events themselves, about the date that the FBI agents were killed? A. Yes. He said that on the night of June 25 Wilford Draper had come to the Jumping Bull Hall residence and let it be known that FBI agents and another government agent had stopped them and questioned them concerning Jimmy Eagle's whereabouts, that they had a warrant for his arrest, and Draper told Butler that they could expect them to come to this Jumping Bull residence to seek his capture. Butler said they had a meeting, the brothers and some members of the AIM movement. He named a few. Norman Charles, Norman Brown, Leonard Peltier, and some other Indian brothers were at a meeting, and they decided when and if the agents did come to apprehend Jimmy Eagle, they were not going to let it happen without fighting. They were tired of being harassed, and nobody was going to be taken off the reservation without first putting up a fight, which led into the incident of June 26. He said they posted a spotter up by Highway 18 and one over by Ulrich's, walkie-talkies. These spotters were instructed to let them know if any government cars or suspicious vehicles were seen entering the Jumping Bull Hall residence, let Butler know by walkie-talkie, and they would prepare their show of force, and this is what happened around 11:30. The spotter up around Highway 18 said agents' cars was approaching, 2 of them. He said it was a 1972 Chevrolet and a green Rambler, I believe, and they each had an agent in the car. They got ready for them, put their guns out the windows, and when the agents drove in with the car, into the area. One of them got out of the car, one of them was speaking on the mic. They were pulling up to this area and one of the brothers panicked and opened fire and the agent hollered he was under fire and they needed assistance, and everybody started firing at them. Q. Did he say what happened? A. Yes. He said that after numerous rounds of ammunition had been fired at the agents that one agent was hit and knocked down. I believe he was Butler said he was hit in the head and the second agent was hit and knocked down and after both of them were rendered helpless they went out, he and the other brothers, and approached the agents down, and still conscious to an extent, and that this agent had pled for his life by saying I have friends who are Indians, and, I have a family. I don't want to die. Butler said, we wasted him anyway. That after they had done this they searched the cars and retrieved a weapon out of the trunk, an agent's .357 and a SWAT jacket, I believe he referred to it as, and that they returned to the house. Upon returning to the house they again loaded their weapons and got ready for anyone else that might come into the residence. Q. Did you have any conversation with Butler about the type of area, as far as the terrain is concerned? A. Up to that point I hadn't talked to him about the terrain, no. He did bring up the terrain later when I asked how they were able to get away without being seen by the agents there and he said they were able to effect their escape by the knowledge that Edgar Bear Runner gave them as to where the agents were and they went down a ravine, creek bed and some tree lines and that during the course of this another Indian identified to me as Leon Eagle had come on horseback and gave them additional information on escape plans and brought food in, by horseback. Q. Did he state about how many people were at the area at the time of the shooting? A. Government agents or Indians. Q. People that were with him. A. At the time of the siege when they were shooting against the agents, from talking to him, I would say probably 15 or 20. By name there was 8 or 10 identified to me. Q. Did he mention the fact that there were people other than men there? A. Yes. He said there were a few sisters present. Q. Have you been made any promises by the government in exchange for your statement? A. Only protection for myself and my family. I haven't been made any other promises whatsoever. Harper said he had also learned from Butler that one of the agents had come to the Jumping Bull property alone, earlier that morning, and was ordered to leave after having been told that he had no right to be there, that the group had automatic weapons, that Butler had a plan to kill Judge Andrew Bogue, that the motorhome pulled over in Oregon was used by AIM for transporting weapons and explosives. In cross-examination by John Lowe, the self-assured Harper was eager to be of service. Q. Would it be fair to say that being in the clutches of the law enforcement agencies and the courts at this point, that you would not mind at all having some help from anybody that might be in position to give you help with regard to those charges? A. Yes. That is correct. Q. You mentioned that you used the name Hardin to get into the army. Is that correct? A. That is correct. Q. And that is the only time you have ever used that name? A. No. I have used it several times. Q. Told many police officers your name is Hardin? A. Yes. Q. And you lied to them? A. Certainly. Q. And you lied to them because you didn't want them to look up your record under Harper? A. That is correct. Q. How many times would you say you have lied to police officers with reference to your name? A. Probably every time I have been arrested. Similarly, when Kunstler asked him if at other times in his life he had also lied to get something you wanted, Harper said cheerfully, numerous times in my life. Like Lewis Move's camp in St. Paul, James Harper had filled in the missing pieces in the government case, including the ambush that would serve as motivation, and he also dragged in a number of people whom the FBI wished to see incriminated, or made credible. Yet as the prosecution's final witness he turned out to be a very doubtful choice. To start with, it seemed inconceivable that Dino Butler would reveal such dangerous secrets to some white jailbird and potential snitch as soon as this man turned up in his cell. Also, his account collided with those of two other government witnesses, Draper and Brown, who had denied any knowledge of the presence in the camp of Myrtle Poor Bear, Harper's witness to the killings. As to the content of the story, did the prosecution expect the jury to take seriously, for example, the statement that the ambushers had a spotter with a walkie-talkie radio stationed at Ulrich's, 35 miles away from what Harper referred to as the Jumping Bull Hall residence, when Draper and Brown had made it clear that most of the AIM people were still getting up when the shooting started? As somebody said, it was not much of an ambush if nobody was ready. An early witness for the defense, which began on June 22, was John Trudell, who had organized the political approach of the Indian Support Group, including a Citizens Review Commission to present evidence that the jury might not hear. Now AIM's national chairman, Trudell was the most effective speaker in the movement, and his wife, Tina, a young Paiute Shoshone woman, was a leader in the fight for water rights on her own Duck Valley Reservation in Nevada. 6. Life on Pine Ridge was no different in 1975 than it was in 1890. It was the Wounded Knee Massacre all over, except that they were taking the people out one at a time, Trudell says today. If somebody is going to commit homicide on you, you have to shoot back. That was my opinion at Farmington in 1975. I meant that people should defend themselves, not just take it anymore. How they defended themselves, I left up to their own judgment of the situation. Those guys at Oglala, they were representing the same office as I was. I try not to tell people to do what I'm not willing to do myself. If we were planning a shootout at Oglala, I would have been there. Indians are united in thought, Tina Trudell told the press during the trial. They want happiness for their own people. They don't pray for new cars, but that everyone gets along together to live in happiness. If we didn't have technology, we wouldn't need it. Technology has brought with it pollution, competition, nuclear waste, greed. It has bred people whose only concern is their check. For her 2 children and a third not yet born, her dream was that they not grow up in fear, that they could trust people at their word, that we would be a society of truth. On the day of the shootout at Oglala, Trudell and his wife and child were returning from Norman, Oklahoma, to their home among Tina Trudell's people on the Duck Valley Reservation. Hearing the news of the shootout on the radio, Trudell had detoured north to Custer to consult with Dennis Banks. Trudell provided for the court a general statement of purposes of the movement, whose national leaders he identified as Banks, the Bell Courts, Russ Means, and Herb Paulus. Of the status of American Indians, he said bitterly, "We are statistics that everyone has heard about, the unemployed, uneducated, alcoholics, welfare recipients. We have been the study of many congressional studies and investigations, all types of studies, but yet we as statistics still remain. Our situation has remained the same for a century. So we have grouped together behind our religious beliefs, our respect for human rights, our beliefs that we are entitled to human rights as well as everybody else. Our functions have been to educate our own people and to try and educate the white Americans as to the fact that we exist yet today. I mean, when you look at AIM, who we are. We are the descendants of Geronimo, Crazy Horse. We are the indigenous people. We are concerned about what is happening to our people now, because, you know, we don't like to be a statistic. To respect the Creator we must show respect, we must respect ourselves. Too many times we have seen our people in a condition where we don't see even self-respect. Q. Does the American Indian movement believe in self-defense if Native Americans are attacked? A. Yes. Kunstler soon got down to his principal line of questioning, which was intended to expose FBI misconduct. Q. And who was Annie Mae Aquash? A. She was a 30-year-old woman from Nova Scotia, Canada, and she had been with AIM for quite a while, and she was very much respected, and she was close to a lot of people that were within the AIM group. Q. Is she alive or dead? A. Annie Mae is dead. Q. When did she die? A. She died in February of this year. Q. And how did she die? Mr. Hultman, if it please the court, I object to this on the grounds it is incompetent, irrelevant, immaterial. The court, sustained. Q. And prior to her death, did you have a conversation about David Price with Annie Mae Aquash? A. Yes, we did. U.S. Attorney Hultman objected again, and the testimony was continued out of the hearing of the jury. The court, Mr. Trudel, Mr. Kunstler asked you about this conversation you had with Annie Mae Aquash, and the government has objected to it on the grounds it is hearsay, and I have sustained the objection. Mr. Kunstler wants to make what is known as an offer of proof here. He wants to offer to the court what your answer would have been if I would have let you testify. You understand? The witness, yes. Q. Mr. Trudel, did you have a conversation with Annie Mae Aquash with reference to David Price? A. Yes, I did. Q. And would you indicate for the record what she said to you and what you said to her? A. She told me that she had been arrested at Crow Dogs and Price saw her, and when he saw her he shined the flashlight on her, and when he saw who she was he said, "There you are. We have been looking for you," and that is all the conversation that took place there. They took them all to Pierre, and she said during her interrogation by Price and another agent, that Price had told her that he knew that she knew who shot those agents, and that she should cooperate, and if she would get a new identity, and she would get a new place to live. She cussed at him, and he told her that if she wanted to have that attitude he would see her dead within a year. The last time I saw her was the very first part of October, I believe in Los Angeles. She told me at the time that she would go back to court, and then the next time I saw anything, I saw her on TV in Oregon, 3 days before she was to appear in court, and she had been arrested with Kamuk Banks and Russell Redner and Kenneth Loudhawk in Oregon, and that was the last time I ever saw her. She went back. The court, South Dakota. The witness, yes. And she was still in custody as far as I knew at the time. And I got this message that Annie Mae was in trouble and could I help her. I couldn't because they had a warrant for my arrest in Nevada on a charge that later was dropped. I could do nothing about it. The next time Dennis told me she had been shot in the back of the head. He told me this in February, about the 25th or 26th of February. 7 He told me this in California. This is when he was out on bail out there. I know it was within 2 days or so after they had found the body, and I knew nothing about that. Mr. Kunstler, February 24th. The witness, I was sitting in the car with Dennis and he said, "You know they found Annie Mae." No, he said it this way. He said, "You know that body they found? That is Annie Mae." I didn't know about a body. Then he said that. The court, getting back to what she said again, about what Price told her. What was it Price told her? The witness, he told her if she wanted to have that attitude, that they had made an offer to her. The court, all these promises. The witness wanted to have that attitude that he would see her dead within the year. It was not he didn't say he would see her charged or anything, because they couldn't charge her because she was here in Cedar Rapids at Crow Dog's trial on the day of that shooting. A few days later, Kunstler took this matter up with Agent Price, whom some of the Indians, at least, had suspected of involvement in the killing. Q. Do you know a woman by the name of Annie Mae Aquash? A. I interviewed a woman who is also known as Anna Mae Pictou, Anna Mae Aquash. Q. That is the same woman, isn't it? A. To my knowledge it is. Q. When did you interview her in connection with this case? A. I never did. Q. Did you talk to her? A. I have talked to her. Q. And when you talked to her, was it in an attempt to get information about this case? A. No. Q. Did you mention this case to her at all? A. I would have to review my interview, but I don't remember that I did. Q. Didn't you tell her that if she didn't cooperate with you she would be dead within a year? A. No, I did not. Q. You never said those words to her at all? A. No, I didn't. Q. If you did, you would, of course, say so. A. I didn't say those words. Q. If you did, you would tell us here? A. I did not say those words. Q. I am not asking those questions. If you had made such an expression to her, a potential witness, you would admit it under oath, wouldn't you? Mr. Haldeman, I object. The question has been asked and answered 3 times. Mr. Kunstler, he hasn't answered it. The court, can you answer that question? The witness, I am telling the truth, and I did not say those words, and if I had said those words I would say I said those words. At this point, Dino Butler leapt to his feet and shouted, say them. Q. Do you remember when you spoke to Annie Mae Aquash? A. Yes. Q. When was that? A. I talked to the girl who identified herself as Anna Mae Aquash, I believe, on September 5, 1975. Q. And with reference to Annie Mae Aquash on that day, is it your testimony that you had no discussion with her about the shooting at Oglala? A. I remember I was specifically interested if she could help me with the murder of Jeanette Bissonnette. Q. When you spoke to Annie Mae Aquash about the murder of Jeanette Bissonnette, did you at any time during that discussion, discuss the events of June 26 of 1975? A. Not that I remember. Q. Never came up at all? That is your testimony? A. As far as I can remember it did not come up. Q. By the way, Jeanette Bissonnette was killed on the Pine Ridge Reservation, wasn't she? A. Yes. 3 months to the day before the agents were killed. Q. Was anybody indicted for her crime? A. Not yet. Kunstler established that it was Price who had interviewed Pourbaix, Bragg, and Stewart, all of whom had been withdrawn as witnesses in the trial. But when he brought up the name of Louis Movescamp, Haldeman asked if he could approach the bench. The following exchange took place out of the hearing of the jury. The court, what is this about? Mr. Haldeman, Your Honor, this is clearly an attempt to get into the record a matter that is incompetent, irrelevant, immaterial, that has to do, from my reading of the background on the Means-Banks trial to which counsel continually keeps referring to, has to do with a matter that took place during the course of that trial that has no bearing, no competency, no relevancy to this, and serves to prejudice the jury. Mr. Kunstler, we want to show this man fabricated testimony. That he has suborned perjury with witnesses in Indian trials involving AIM people before. That he was the principal agent that produced witnesses they don't dare use now, produced witnesses that were to be used in this trial. John Stewart, Myrtle Pourbaix, Marvin Bragg, who was one they didn't produce on the stand, and that this man is notorious for producing fabricated evidence. They have put a witness like Harper on the stand, and we are permitted to show, I think, under the rules of evidence, that this is the way they prepare and work on witnesses, that they deliberately suborn perjury and use perjurious witnesses. A late surprise witness for the defense was Mrs. Thelma Hess, James Harper's erstwhile landlady, who became disturbed after reading his prosecution testimony in the paper, and got in touch with the defense. Q. Mrs. Hess, during the time that Mr. Harper was out of custody, while he was still living at your house, and working, apparently, with your husband, did Mr. Harper have occasion to comment to you anything about this case where 2 Indians were accused of killing 2 FBI agents? A. Yes, he did. He watched all the news, watched newspapers, constantly talked about other states that where he heard things on them. He knew the people's names. Even briefed me on it. Even the people I didn't know. He would say, now listen to this, he was studying night after night, and would say that this was cool, this person would waste that person, things like that, and he seemed to be studying it and what he thought was a real cool case. Not only on this case, on other cases. Constantly. Q. Was he reading a book at the time he stayed at your house? A. Yes. Something about a Manson case. Q. The Manson case out in California? A. Yes. where there were a lot of murders and that. Q. You contacted one of the attorneys for Mr. Butler and Mr. Robideau this morning, didn't you? A. I called the Roosevelt Hotel and asked for somebody on the defense side, yes. Q. Why did you do that? A. Because I had been trying. Well, the other day I didn't know anything about this case, and I didn't know anything about James Harper's testimony until another person asked if I had read Jim Harper's statement, and I went back and found the paper and read it, and in Jim's wording, and that, wasting this person and wasting that person. I recognized this. These were the things that he told me, that if he ever got picked up that he would waste somebody. He didn't care who it was, whether it was a jailer or an inmate. In fact, he said, hopefully I can find somebody that is a no account in that jail, a queer or a rapist. Wouldn't make any difference whether they were wasted or not. He even told me that he would give information on anything. He said he didn't care how close a friend who it was, he was going to hurt. That then he could get the federal agents interested in the Texas case. He was going to turn state's evidence against other people. This is what his intent was. He said he would have to have attention to get people to listen to him so he could deal with them. Q. You are here under subpoena, are you not? A. I am. Q. Thank you very much. The court. Do you want to cross now or wait until after lunch? Mr. Haltman, I would rather wait. I never knew such a person existed. Senator Frank Church, chairman of the Select Committee on Intelligence, told the court that the committee had found cases in which the FBI had released false information not only to discredit but to cause violence to targeted organizations. Next day, Crusade for Justice leader Corky Gonzalez described the National Police Bulletin, so oddly similar in timing and intent to the dog soldier teletypes, which said that myself, Corky Gonzalez, was involved in setting up terrorist groups in association with AIM. To kill a cop a day on July 4, and I was in custody of a rocket launcher, rockets, M16s, and hand grenades. This went out across the country. In fact, the Kill a Cop a Day bulletin was aired again on KWTV in Denver on July 1, 2 weeks before the Cedar Rapids jury reached its conclusion, and on national television the next day. On the basis of the dog soldier teletypes and other evidence, the defense now wished to subpoena FBI Director Clarence Kelly. Mr. Kunstler, this is a very complex issue of how COINTELPRO. The court, come to the bench. The court, what is your theory on this? Mr. Kunstler. Harper's testimony is the Kill a Cop a Day situation. That is the direct tie. The counterintelligence program of the FBI, which infiltrated many of these groups, was a program to destroy the American Indian movement. Deliberate provocation, discreditation, creating situations where you have confrontations and pushing them, and all this was done with the cooperation with local police by the FBI. We think it is directly leading to the 26th of June, 1975. Mr. Low. This ties in with evidence where Clarence Kelly admitted, or the FBI, at least, admitted in the Church report they had deliberately planted false information, let's say about the Black Panthers in Chicago. Tell the police there were weapons, dynamite, and grenades at a certain location. Warn them to go in with no knock, and maximum surprise, so that they wouldn't sustain casualties, knowing that the information was completely false. To create confrontations, shootouts, and intragroup rivalries, deliberately planting false information. We believe the agents in this case were given that kind of preparation for the group staying at the Jumping Bulls. That is why the map with the bunkers written on it, part and parcel of this psyching up. They were thinking there was an armed camp, perhaps thinking they were planning ambushes and all kinds of things. When any agent had any contact with these people, they would shoot first at the slightest sign of hostility and ask questions later. Mr. Kunstler, the agents said they believed it, on the stand. I think it was Gary Adams or Hughes. They believed that the whole warrant situation was set up to lure them in so they would then be shot. Look at it, the false reports to the police. To lure in agents and law enforcement so they could shoot one a day in every state in the Union. I know it is far-fetched and crazy, the things they talk about, but that is what the police believe. You will remember from the testimony in this record that Ron Williams was following a truck and he said that the truck was filled with armed Indians, and I think that is pretty clear how the confrontation began here, because the agents are psyched out by this program. I think the American Indian movement is psyched out. So are the Brown Berets, Corky Gonzalez's group, and this is part of a long-range plan. Mr. Kelly admitted it did not end in 1971. He admitted that to the church committee. It goes on now. It is all part of the same plan. Judge McManus, like Judge Nickel, had initially been sympathetic to the government's case. He was now so suspicious of the FBI's performance that he granted the motion to subpoena Kelly, the first director of the FBI ever to serve as a witness in a court trial. Director Kelly, just 3 weeks after AIM had been singled out for bureau attention in the FBI's Domestic Terrorist Digest, expressed surprise that his men should regard AIM Indians as terrorists. "It is my very definite knowledge," he said, "that the American Indian movement is a movement which has fine goals, has many fine people, and has as its general consideration of what needs to be done, something that is worthwhile, and it is not tabbed by us as an un-American, subversive, or otherwise objectionable organization." Asked if there was one shred of evidence in FBI files to support the dog soldier teletypes, Kelly answered, "I know of none. I cannot tell you." Depending on his emphasis, this answer is somewhat ambiguous, like David Price's "I did not say those words." A few months earlier, Kelly had announced that a search of our central records reveals no information concerning the establishment of counterintelligence disruption programs against the American Indian movement, which was still reeling from the disruption caused by Douglas Durham, and might well have suffered bloody retribution had the dog soldier teletypes been taken seriously. In regard to COINTELPRO, Kelly stated that this program had been terminated in 1971, although the Church Committee had concluded that FBI counterintelligence was still going on, as is evident from the dog soldier teletypes as well as from Gonzalez's testimony, only the name COINTELPRO had been discontinued. Mr. Kunstler pressed Mr. Kelly about the paramilitary operation that the FBI search on the reservation soon became. What I'm trying to refer to is that agents, and there has been testimony in this record, agents on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation have, among other things, M16s, automatic weapons, they have bulletproof vests, there are Army-type clothes issued, jackets and so on. That is somewhat different than agents normally have in, say, Cedar Rapids, or New York or Chicago, isn't it? Yes. That is different. And that is due to the fact the reservation is essentially considered to be more dangerous than Cedar Rapids, Iowa. More dangerous perhaps to FBI agents, 2 of whom have been slain. Hundreds of Native Americans have been slain, too, haven't they? Here Mr. Kelly lost his composure, and his voice rose. There have been many Americans slain, but 2 FBI agents were slain, too, and I think they have reason to be really concerned about their own lives. One of the reasons for equipping them this way is that there is a fear that strangers who come into isolated areas on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation who are not known to the people there, might themselves come under attack out of fear. Isn't that correct? I don't care who it is that comes in. If they are threatened, they have the right to protect themselves. Having made the defense attorney's point, Director Kelly was excused without further questions. In his summation for the defense, John Lowe reminded the jury that Wish Draper's damaging account of the alleged conversation between Peltier, Robideau, and Butler during the escape from Oglala was the only first-hand testimony they had heard that these 3 had killed the agents, and that it should be considered in the context of Draper's other statements, which had been shown to be coached or fabricated. The government desperately needed some kind of a statement like the one attributed to Leonard Peltier on the way to Noah Woundeds. Their case was almost non-existent without that. Harper, perhaps, would substitute. We destroyed Harper. I don't think there is any question in anybody in the courtroom. Lowe also pointed out that there was very little meaningful evidence against Butler, Robideau, and Peltier that did not incriminate the younger men as well. In his opening statement early in the trial, Lowe had said, "The closest Mr. Robideau and Mr. Butler had been placed by any of the witnesses is 200 yards away by some vehicles, and that is Norman Brown, who said that they were taking up defensive positions there and firing. In fact, I think that it is fair to say the evidence of the government shows, if at all, that Norman Charles or Joe Stuntz were the ones that were on the scene when the shooting started, and if anything, those two people were involved. And I point out Norman Charles is not even an indicted person in this case." In his summation, he took up this point again. Two very important characters in this case are Mike Anderson and Norman Charles, and you haven't heard much about them from the government for reasons known best to the government. They are not charged. Apparently they are teenagers that were on guard up by the houses, the white houses there, and had weapons with them, apparently, and there has been testimony given they were firing. In his own summation, William Kunstler also turned to this troubling point: when you consider possibilities and probabilities, think of the fact that Norman Charles was found in the car in Wichita. Think of Joe Stuntz, he had the FBI jacket on, and think also that Mike Anderson was also in that car in Wichita and was the one who, according to government witnesses, had the .44 Ruger with him. There is virtually no evidence on how these agents died. Prosecutor Hultman acknowledged that the final sequence of events remained unknown. What happened next? There is some question, and unfortunately nobody knows. I think it is almost incredible to think that two agents down there in the middle of an open field with a pistol and shotgun are going to take on people up here in this woods and houses. If that is a reasonable conclusion, you certainly draw it. What was then seen? Robideau and Butler are coming down this road and they have weapons. We still don't know where Mr. Peltier is. But then the eyewitness said he saw the three of them. Where? Right there. And what were they doing? They were firing rapidly. That is the exact words of this witness. It is interesting to take a look from that point to this point with the weapons that these men had, with the weapons that when they get back here they clearly do have, and to draw any conclusion but to the fact that at this moment there were three men, some of which were semi-automatic weapons. There were four here that we know of, and that with the pouring of the fire into the two men in the open, with the most guns available, with two pistols and a rifle and a shotgun, and I say to you, from that point on, if there was any question up to that time, there is not much question of any self-defense going on from that point forward. The only question of any self-defense going on at that point is two men trying to save their lives. So I say to you, if there was any question in anybody's mind at any time during this trial as to whether the elements of this crime were proven, it is at this point in time that somebody, and that is two agents, have been murdered in cold blood, because at that time they couldn't even defend themselves. They didn't go somewhere else. They were at their cars trying to the best of their ability to stay alive. Despite his remarkable use of the language, Hultman had made some telling points. No one could doubt that the defendants had participated in shooting at the agents, that the agents had been seriously outnumbered, that somebody approached and killed two wounded men, at least one of whom was no longer able to defend himself, that the armed group of which the defendants had been leaders was seriously implicated by its possession of the dead men's weapons. With all these points clearly established, the prosecutors felt they could not lose. But in its eagerness to establish premeditation and thereby exact the maximum penalty, the government counted too much on the doubtful testimony of Draper and Harper. It did seem incredible, as Hultman said, that the two agents would take on a whole compound full of Indians unless they had no choice, yet the ambush theory of the killing seemed incredible, too, even with the kill a capade scenario and Harper's tale thrown in. The government's circumstantial evidence against the two defendants was also tenuous, despite the bureaucratic paper storm that whirled it up. The only fingerprint of any significance, a print of Bob Robideau found on the driver's door handle of Williams's car, merely confirmed what the defendants themselves had never denied, that they had moved Williams's car down to the camp by the creek. As for the weaponry, it was established that the .44 Ruger was the source of the bullet fragment found in Williams's side. It was not the death weapon, however, nor was it made clear to anybody's satisfaction who had actually used it during the shooting. As for the AR-15 taken from Robideau's burned car outside of Wichita and singled out at Peltier's extradition hearing, a few weeks before, the FBI had suggested that although it was too damaged to be test-fired, it could be linked by a less definitive test to the controversial .223 shell casing theoretically ejected during the killings into the open trunk of Kohler's car. The ballistics evidence, in short, was a lot more notable for quantity than for quality. Even if the jury had decided that Butler and Robideau had participated in the executions, there was still the intricate question of self-defense. On July 11, Judge McManus, instructing the jury on all pertinent matters affecting their decision, emphasized the law on self-defense, pointing out before he did so that the term deadly force means force that is likely to cause death or bodily harm. In order for the defendant to have been justified in the use of deadly force in self-defense, he must not have provoked the assault on him or have been the aggressor. If the defendant was the aggressor, or if he provoked the assault upon himself, he cannot rely upon the right of self-defense to justify his use of force. One who deliberately puts himself in a position where he had reason to believe that his presence will provoke trouble cannot claim self-defense. The circumstances under which he acted must have been such as to produce in the mind of a reasonably prudent person, similarly situated, the reasonable belief that the other person was then about to kill him or the Indian women and children or to do them serious bodily harm. In addition, the defendant must have actually believed that he or the Indian women and children were in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm, and that deadly force must be used to repel it. Even if the other person was the aggressor and the defendant was justified in using force in self-defense, he would not be entitled to use any greater force than he had reasonable grounds to believe and actually did believe to be necessary under the circumstances to save his life or avert serious bodily harm. In determining whether the defendant used excessive force in defending himself or the Indian women and children, you may consider all the circumstances under which he acted. The claim of self-defense is not necessarily defeated if greater force than would have seemed necessary in cold blood was used by the defendant in the heat of passion generated by an assault upon him. A belief which may be unreasonable in cold blood may be actually and reasonably entertained in the heat of passion. In its 5 days of deliberation, the jury informed Judge McManus twice that it was hopelessly deadlocked and wanted to quit without coming to any decision. A defense motion for dismissal of the charges was fought hard by the prosecution, which was confident that it simply could not lose. Refusing to declare a mistrial, McManus sent the jury back to think again. Kunstler and Lowe became convinced that the jury would remain deadlocked and that a mistrial would eventually be declared, but as the days passed, they grew uneasy. The Indians, on the other hand, seemed confident that all would go well. The last time I saw Anna May in California, Trudel remembers, she talked a lot about the rain, and how much she liked it, and how she would always visit me through the rain. Later I realized that she knew she was going to die, but there was something else that became clear at the Greenwood Sundance which I went to during the trial. It rained there while I was sundancing, and in that rain, Anna May was telling me that Dino and Bob were going to be set free. Also, the defendants had received word from Cello Black Crow and the young medicine man Sam Move's camp that if there were 4 thunderstorms while the jury deliberated, all would go well. The first storm occurred on the day the jury went out, and the third on the eve of the verdict. When the fourth occurred early in the morning of the final day, Dino Butler, at least, went into court in the full confidence that he and Robideau would be acquitted. On July 16, 1976, the jury came back into the courtroom. No one looked upset and a few people were smiling, which the nervous defense team took as a good sign. Then the foreman stood and announced 4 verdicts, 2 for each defendant on the 2 separate charges of murder. Bookaldocade Candy Hamilton describes the courtroom as stunned and hushed after the first verdict of not guilty and joyous after the fourth. 8 The entire defense table burst into tears and embraced each other, says Bruce Ellison. Kunstler was astounded by the historic decision, praising Judge McManus for a mystical standard of fairness, and John Trudell granted the jurors all the respect I could ever give anybody. Chester Butler, Dino's father, said, "If there was any justice in the world, I knew they would be found innocent. My son told me he didn't kill anybody, and he has never lied to me." The historic verdict, almost unprecedented in cases of armed combat between law enforcement officers and poor people, was completely unheard of in the case of Indians. A determining factor, as it turned out, was the testimony by Norman Brown and others about the constant dread that pervaded the atmosphere on Pine Ridge Reservation, a point confirmed by William Muldrow of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. "A great deal of tension and fear exist on the reservation," Muldrow had testified. "Residents feel that life is cheap, that no one really cares about what happens to them. Acts of violence are commonplace. Numerous complaints were lodged in my office about FBI activities." Muldrow concluded that by the summer of 1975, conditions at Pine Ridge had become so fearful that traditional Indians as well as AIM members felt obliged to carry weapons at all times. Although the Commission's report had been ignored by the Department of Justice, the jury, mostly workers from a local electrical plant who were familiar with the FBI AIM controversy because of Crow Dog's trial in this town the year before, realized that almost any response might have been justified under the day and night pressure of such an existence. In the words of the foreman, Robert Bolin, the jury agreed with the defense contention that an atmosphere of fear and violence exists on the reservation, and that the defendants arguably could have been shooting in self-defense. While it was shown that the defendants were firing guns in the direction of the agents, it was held that this was not excessive in the heat of passion. The jury did not believe that the charge of aiding and abetting in the killing had been established by Draper, Harper, or anybody else. It also suggested that it might have voted for acquittal even if the direct participation in the killings alleged by the FBI had been proven, which Bolin said that the jury never believed. The government just did not produce sufficient evidence. Although the alleged FBI misconduct had not been a crucial factor in the verdict, the jury was unanimous about James Harper. As Bolin observed, not one single person believed one single word of what he said. For the U.S. attorneys and the FBI, the vote for acquittal was made all the more bitter by its obvious popularity in Cedar Rapids. Before the verdict, the white community had organized a spontaneous march on behalf of the defendants, and the courtroom audience, not all Indian, by any means, burst into applause when the verdict was announced. Robert Siekma, who had spent 10 months putting the case together, left the room before the reading of the verdict, and Evan Hultman sat heavily for a moment, then departed quickly. Next day, according to the local paper, one of the South Dakota FBI agents close to the case had tears in his eyes as he walked down the Federal Building Hall 9. The town seemed proud of this rebellious verdict by its hometown jury. A long-standing local prejudice against Indians, and against AIM especially, had been offset by fair press coverage and the good impression that the Indians had made, at least by comparison to the FBI and its crude police state tactics, and the acquittal, in the words of the Cedar Rapids Gazette on June 19, devastated FBI morale. Norman Zigrossi moaned, "The amount of time we spent on that case, oh God. But the system beat us." Much credit was due to Nilak Butler and Tina Trudell, who had worked hard throughout the trial to offset the hostility in Cedar Rapids that had been pumped up by the agencies of the U.S. government. In Cedar Rapids, Nilak says, people were really paranoid, really scared, but their attitudes did change. That community became a lot more aware of what is going on, and they were appalled at the illegalities in that trial. Even though the guys were acquitted, it was still not a fair trial. I still do not believe in justice for Indians within the court system of the United States. I have to look at how many people they killed on Pine Ridge, so how can we call anything much of a victory at this point? I have to look at what they are doing in the Black Hills, raping the earth. I have to look at what they are doing in the Southwest, raping the earth, killing the people. So we cannot claim victory yet. Not yet. Rob Ido, serving a 10-year term in Leavenworth, and Butler, completing a 2-year sentence on the weapons charges stemming from the Rosebud raid, were returned to prison. Upon his release a few months later, after the arms conviction was reversed and the escape charges in Rapid City had been dropped, Butler assisted the Trudels in organizing the Minnesota Citizens Review Commission on the FBI. Says a young activist who worked with them, Dino was one of the people who put together those first hearings on the FBI in 1977, and when he testified, he looked straight at the camera for an hour and never blinked. There was no way to stop him. And people cried. Dino is incredible. He's like Dick Marshall, you know right away that he is telling the truth. He comes across as incredibly gentle. He's small, but there's some sort of spiritual strength, and I say that as a very non-spiritual person so that you feel you're with someone very big. Bob and I knew we were right that day, Butler told the commission. The grandfathers were with us, and we walked out of the area safely with 3 women. We stood up against the violence of the U.S. government to protect Indian lives. We are not guilty, and the people who helped us are not guilty. You know, I don't mourn the death of those 2 FBI agents. I don't say they had it coming to them, but they have been running over people down there too long. They are part of a system that has killed a lot of our people. And maybe that is the way it was supposed to be. If you believe in a God, if you believe in a creator, you know that these people aren't supposed to act that way, not supposed to come into homes, tear these homes apart, threaten little babies, search little babies, make little kids get on the ground with M16s pointed at their heads. If you believe in the creator, if you believe in a God, you know in your heart that this ain't right. And you know that this stuff has got to be stopped, and that these people have got to be punished. They will be punished not by us, not by anybody on this earth. They will be punished by the Creator. And that's why I am here today. That's why I am walking here, and that's why I am talking here. We were right that day. Sacred feathers, whistle bones, eagle feathers, pipes, and stuff like this, they violated these things. That is why those agents died. It wasn't because we killed them, it's because all of those agents were being punished. They walk around and cry about me and Bob being acquitted. They say we shouldn't be acquitted, you know. That we are evil, cold-blooded killers, and they cry. They say that there was an agent walking down the halls of the federal courthouse in Cedar Rapids who had tears in his eyes. Now they are knowing a little bit about what it is to suffer. If they learn how to respect people and everything, then there need be no more suffering amongst them like that, there need be no more agents dying, Indian people dying. Chapter 13. The Trial at Fargo. March, April 1977. We may have been happy with the land that was originally reserved to us. But continually over the years more and more of our land has been stolen from us by the Canadian and U.S. governments. In the 19th century our land was stolen from us for economic reasons because the land was lush and fertile and abounded with food. We were left with what white society thought was worthless land. Today, what was once called worthless land suddenly becomes valuable as the technology of white society advances. White society would now like to push us off our reservations because beneath the barren land lie valuable mineral and oil resources. It is not a new development for white society to steal from non-white peoples. When white society succeeds, it's called colonialism. When white society's efforts to colonize people are met with resistance, it's called war. But when the colonized Indians of North America meet to stand and resist, we are called criminals. What could be more clear than that to treat us as criminals is a farce? We are an Indian nation, and the governments of Canada and the United States and the dominant white society they represent have made war against our people, culture, spiritual ways, and sacred Mother Earth for over 400 years. Leonard Peltier. T. He federal case against James Theodore Eagle was abandoned a few weeks after the verdict at Cedar Rapids, despite all the people, including himself, who allegedly claimed he had participated in the killings. On August 9, 1976, Director Clarence Kelly conferred with U.S. Attorney Evan Hultman, prosecutor in the Rees-Mers trials. Present were Associate Director Richard G. Held. USA Hultman stated that the Rees-Mers case on James Theodore Eagle was weak. And all present concurred with the director and USA Hultman that this case be dismissed, so that the full prosecutive weight of the federal government could be directed against Leonard Peltier. Richard Held, now second in command of the FBI, had been promoted on July 20, not long before the vanquished Hultman had been summoned to Washington. This was the same man who in 1967, on the Rosebud Reservation, had concluded that there was insufficient evidence to support Jancida Eagle Deer's charges against William Janklow. He was also that Held who as SAC, Minneapolis, administered COINTELPRO activities in the region, and who as SAC, Chicago, was a chief FBI observer at Wounded Knee and the first signatory on the Ultimate Report on Paramilitary Law Enforcement. In 1974, he was made head of IS-1, the Internal Security Section, and he returned to Pine Ridge in this capacity during the Resmas investigation, remaining on the reservation for 3 months, although most people never knew that he was there. An old friend of Clarence Kelly, Held was transferred from Chicago to Washington, D.C., in 1976, while his part in the FBI cover-up of its own role in the Black Panther murders in Chicago was being investigated, and in 1977 his agents were harshly criticized by the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals for obstruction of the judicial process and other misconduct in that ugly case. 1. Held's long history of counterintelligence expertise is inseparable from his anti-AIM activities, which suggests that for the FBI any AIM case was political, just as Peltier's defenders had always said. Throughout the Cedar Rapids trial, Leonard Peltier had simply been included in most of the descriptions of events, and no good evidence that his actions had differed in a meaningful way from those of the defendants had been brought forward. Had he been tried with Butler and Robideau, it seems almost certain that he would have been acquitted. But now, because of the strange collapse of the case against Jimmy Eagle, he represented the FBI's last chance to obtain a conviction in the killings of the 2 agents. Knowing this, his defense attorneys fought desperately to block his extradition from Canada, while the Justice Department applied extraordinary pressure to obtain it, assisted by a thunderous report on AIM from Senator James Eastland's Senate Subcommittee on Internal Security, which appeared in September 1976, just prior to Peltier's appeal hearing in Canada. In April 1976, Douglas Durham had appeared before the subcommittee, damning AIM as a communist-infiltrated organization involved in international terrorist activities, including gun running between the U.S. and Canada. Durham took advantage of this august occasion to name Judge Alfred Nickel as a communist dupe. Durham stated that at Wounded Knee the AIM people had hung a man from a cross and beaten him for 6 hours in full view of the U.S. Marshals, and that AIM Camp 13 in California had been a guerrilla camp where George Aird had been scalped and dismembered. Scarcely a year after his talk of a necessary social protest movement, Durham told the committee that AIM was a frankly revolutionary organization, committed to violence, and has communist ties with Cuba, the Soviet Union, and China. These opinions on AIM were so agreeable to a professional flag waver of Eastland's stripe that the senator did not bother to solicit any others. Thus Durham's ideas formed the substance of the report. No one listened to Senator Birch Bayh, who denounced his own committee for issuing a totally unacceptable report on the basis of the unchallenged testimony of one solitary witness. Both hearing and report, Bayh said, seemed to have no other purpose than to discredit the American Indian movement. 2. The prosecution and trial of Leonard Peltier took place at an unlucky time, when congressional sentiment was turning heavily against the Indians. In the East, the Passamaquoddy tribe of northern Maine was making a huge land claim based on the Indian Trade and Intercourse Act of 1790, and other tribes were making claims as well. In the Pacific Northwest, the Bolt decision in regard to the Fishing Rights Treaty had been upheld by the Supreme Court, causing new outbreaks of bitterness and violence. On February 2, 1976, just a few days before Peltier's capture, Anti-Indian groups in Washington state, Montana, and South Dakota had joined forces in an interstate Congress for Equal Rights and Responsibilities, which intended to fight what it perceived as federal discrimination against the white majority. The public outrage focused by this angry bunch was identified by Senator Mark Hatfield as a very significant backlash that by any other name comes out as racism in all its ugly manifestations. 3. During Peltier's appeals, Canada's Minister of Justice had presumably familiarized himself with all the evidence, including the early affidavit signed on February 19, 1976, by Myrtle Pourbaix, in which she said that she had left Oglala before June 26. This contradictory document, turned up by the defense during the trial in Cedar Rapids, had been unlawfully withheld from both Peltier's attorneys and the court during the hearings in Vancouver. 4. But apparently the Minister of Justice was more impressed by the requests of his American colleagues than by the dictates of justice itself. Offering the Cedar Rapids verdict as proof that the defendant would be given a fair trial, he signed the order to return Leonard Peltier to the United States. Not until April 1978, with Peltier safely out of Canada, did a British Columbia Supreme Court judge comment, "It seems clear to me that the conduct of the U.S. government involved misconduct from inception." 5. In 1876, fleeing to Canada, Sitting Bull had said, "What law have I broken? Is it wrong for me to love my own? Is it wicked for me because my skin is red? Because I am Lakota, because I was born where my father died, because I would die for my people and my country." 100 years later, from a Canadian prison, Leonard Peltier had spoken in similar terms, and now that he was being returned to the United States, his supporters recalled Sitting Bull's fate. Peltier was removed from Vancouver to Rapid City on December 16, 1976. They brought a helicopter right into the prison. All the people were outside on vigil, weeping, says Steve Robideau. Originally the case was assigned to the Federal District Court in Sioux Falls, where Judge Nickel would have presided, but when Nickel excused himself, he was replaced by Judge Paul Benson, a former Attorney General of North Dakota and a Nixon appointee, whose bias was clear 2 months before the trial. In January 1977, carrying out Judge Benson's warrant, the FBI broke down Angie Long Visitor's door and jailed her as a material witness, in what her lawyer, Kenneth Tilson, calls an outrageous violation of due process. On February 17, a few weeks before the trial, the Justice Department, having investigated the South Dakota activities of its own FBI at the request of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, concluded that the Bureau was conducting itself just as it should. After a preliminary hearing in Sioux Falls, on January 14, the trial was removed by Benson to his own hometown of Fargo, North Dakota, not far north of the Wahpeton Government Boarding School where Leonard Peltier, at the age of 8, had his first intimate experience of racism. Fargo, on the Minnesota line, has been steadfastly anti-Indian since the Sioux uprising around nearby New Ulm in 1862. 6. And as in Vancouver and Cedar Rapids, the FBI was furnishing the local police and media with an ample supply of unsubstantiated rumors about armed Indians descending on the town to interfere with the processes of justice and perhaps with the innocent townsmen into the bargain. The citizens were counseled to lock up everything that was not nailed down, their wives and daughters included, and inevitably the 12 white jurors were impressed by round-the-clock SWAT teams of big marshals, there to protect them from Peltier's blood-crazed associates and perhaps encourage a right-thinking verdict. Carted from place to place in a bus with taped windows, the jurors were met regularly each day at the courthouse door by a SWAT team that would burst out and surround them before hurrying them inside, out of harm's way. But in general the Department of Justice avoided such heavy-handed tactics as the dog soldier teletypes, having learned to its cost in Cedar Rapids that the public from which the jury would be drawn was not so stupid as it had supposed. Although the government still maintained that the presence of the AIM camp had nothing to do with the agents' visits to the Jumping Bull land, it had decided to ease off on the ambush theory, which was simply too lumpy for a jury to swallow. Quite apart from the unlikely premise that the Indians had set up a shootout in their own front yard, with 3 pregnant women and a number of young children living in cabins within yards of those sophisticated bunkers that turned out to be fallen root cellars and horse shelters. The ambush theory had been destroyed by 2 of its own witnesses, Draper and Brown, who established in passing that most of the treacherous ambushers were scarcely out of bed when the shooting started. For its part, the defense abandoned the equally improbable proposal that there was no real proof of a close-up execution, that perhaps the 2 agents had been killed by long-range fire from unknown assailants shooting from the general direction of June Little's cabin, where a number of shell casings had been found. In fact, Elliot Takeoff, who was primary counsel for Peltier, abandoned the self-defense approach that had won in Cedar Rapids, acknowledging from the outset that first-degree murder had occurred, as opposed to a shooting that turned out to be fatal. Mr. Takeoff, a New York lawyer who prided himself on precise use of the language, seemed much more than a match for Evan Hultman. "The general there, he really helped our case in Cedar Rapids," says Bob Robideau. "It wasn't just that nobody could understand him, it was the way he spoke. You couldn't keep your attention on it, and when he was done, you could hardly remember what he was talking about. When they put him on again at Fargo, we just couldn't believe it." But Hultman was much more effective at Fargo than he had been at Cedar Rapids, avoiding behavior that made him appear foolish while making the most of a folksy manner that comforted these very conservative rural jurors, mostly Lutherans of Scandinavian ancestry, with long faces and a long ruminative memory of the 19th century massacres in Minnesota. In general, the jury seemed ignorant about Indians, or prejudiced, or both. In any case, it was openly suspicious of East Coast Jewish radical lawyers and their East Coast sarcasm, which the harsh-spoken, sharp-tongued Takeoff, cool and quick as a snake with witnesses, seemed to personify. John Lowe, who assisted him, seemed less aggressive in this trial, apparently to avoid conflict with the domineering Takeoff, who often seemed less considerate of his associates than of the prosecutors and Judge Benson, so much so that out of the hearing of the jury he was called Ellie by his opposite number, U.S. Attorney Curly Hultman. In the opinion of the defense, Prosecutor Hultman had both judge and jury squarely on his side. At Fargo, they had it all under control, Bob Robideau says. "We knew they were going to get Leonard before that trial even started." His cousin Steve Robideau agrees. "The cold black spirit in that courtroom," he says, shaking his head. "I've been in many courts and I've never known anything like that. It was all the evil spirit behind that trial coming out. Even Judge Benson had to ask the marshals to go do something about the heat. All the people were wearing blankets, but they couldn't get any warmth in there no matter what they did. Leonard, well, he's a strong man," Nilak Butler says. "He's strong. He didn't think he could get a fair trial, especially after the illegal way they extradited him from Canada. And I thought, gee, he'll be really messed up when I see him, but he wasn't. He'd joke around, you know, really high spirits. But he did not think he could get a fair trial, and he was right. The jury we had there, my God." After more than a year in prison, almost all of it in solitary confinement, without exercise, Peltier was pale and heavy and uncertain. At 5'11", he was normally a husky 180 pounds, but in December, before I left Vancouver, everyone was sending me in food, and I guess I got up to well over 200. Nevertheless, he did his best to encourage his defense team. Here was Leonard on trial for murder, and he was trying to cheer us up, says Bruce Ellison, who was legal assistant to Takeoff and Lowe and who had recently met Peltier. Peltier had let his hair grow long, and he came to court in bright ribbon shirts, red, black, green, and blue, made by Indian supporters all over the country, which he wore with a bead-embroidered brown suede vest, fresh jeans, and boots. Except to wave or smile at his friends, he sat quietly throughout the trial, listening and taking notes. The only time he became upset was when Ernie Peters, who fiddled habitually with his medicine pouch, was accused by the prosecutors, then by the judge, of attempting to signal or intimidate the Indian witnesses. As in Cedar Rapids, The AIM support group at the trial was impeccable and strict in its behavior. Even Steve Robideau's Auntie Alvina, the defendant's mother, was sent away from Fargo after she forgot herself and shouted at the U.S. Marshals. And once again, the AIM support was coordinated by John Trudell, accompanied by his 2 children and his pregnant wife. Trudell's effectiveness was a subject of concern to the FBI. Trudell is an intelligent individual and is an eloquent speaker who has the ability to stimulate people into action. Trudell is known as a hardliner who openly advocates and encourages the use of violence, although he himself never becomes directly involved in the fighting. Trudell has the ability to meet with a group of pacifists and in a short time have them yelling and screaming right on. In short, he is an extremely effective agitator. One day during the lunch recess, with the jury sequestered and nobody around, a U.S. Marshal gave Trudell an arbitrary order to leave the corridor outside the courtroom. Insisting on his rights, Trudell refused, at which point he was threatened with arrest. When the volatile Trudell told this lawman to go fuck himself, he was sentenced to 60 days for contempt of court. Judge Benson ruled right from the start that evidence would be almost entirely limited to the events of June 26, 1975, that the suspect affidavits used in Canada, the historical background of Pine Ridge violence, the persecution of AIM by the FBI, the verdict at Cedar Rapids, together with all testimony from that trial, were inadmissible as evidence in his court. The effect of these rulings became clear with the very first prosecution witness. The defense was forbidden to impeach Agent Gary Adams for glaring contradictions in his testimony at the 2 trials. At Cedar Rapids, for example, Adams had confirmed his own report that a red pickup truck had fled the Jumping Bull Land at 12:18. At Fargo, he denied having made that report, asserting that the only departing vehicle he recalled was a pickup driven on and off the property by Wallace Little, Sr., an hour later. Despite its emphasis in the early period of the RESMA's investigation on the significance of the red pickup truck and / Red International Scout, the Department of Justice was now pretending that this vehicle was some sort of phantom conjured up by the defense to distract attention from the red and white Chevrolet van associated with Leonard Peltier, and Benson denied all defense efforts to enter the FBI's own radio transmissions into evidence. Reduced to discussing Adams's zeal in pursuing the Oglala suspects, he traveled to Arizona, Kansas, and the state of Washington to serve his subpoenas. Although local agents could have done this for him, Attorney Takeoff found himself hobbled by the U.S. Attorney's objections, which Benson sustained throughout the trial. The cross-examination of this critical witness fizzled out in an ad hominem interrogation that may well have evoked sympathy for the huge agent, who was visibly moved by his own account of his friend's terrified last moments. Q. Do you have any feelings that perhaps you might have done more to assist your fellow agents on that day? A. No, not necessarily. Q. What do you mean by not necessarily? A. I feel I did all I could. Q. Did you at any time in the first hour that you were there make any effort to get down into that area? A. No, I did not. Q. Do you feel, sir, some sense that it is very important that you see to it that there is a conviction in this case, because maybe you didn't do everything that you could have done on that particular afternoon? Yes or no? A. Yes. Mr. Takeoff. I have no further questions. Russell Means left Fargo in disgust on the first day of the trial, after a shouting match with Takeoff over what Means perceived as his sucking up to the judge instead of going after Gary Adams hard enough. You have to hit him. Aren't you the one who came in there without a warrant and gave that old man a heart attack by busting the door in? 7. Overruled. Sorry, Judge. But keep on hitting him. I've had 11 trials, and we won 10 of them by taking the offensive. The only one we played defensively put me in jail. 8. The only question is, did the defendant participate? That's what this trial is all about, Takeoff told the court. The government doesn't have to prove first-degree murder, we concede first-degree murder. This concession was part of a defense effort to stipulate to the gory photographic evidence permitted, that is, to go on the record uncontested rather than expose the jury to such material. But this tactic was fought hard by the skinny, dark-haired Robert Siekma, and although Judge McManus in Cedar Rapids had limited the number and display of the red and repetitious death scene photographs, which might have unfairly prejudiced the jury, Judge Benson decided in favor of the prosecution on the grounds that the relevance of this evidence outweighed the prejudice. Therefore, although the same pathologist who testified at Cedar Rapids agreed with the defense that a verbal description would suffice, the whole set of photographs was brandished before the jury over and over, to make sure that as much blood as possible was wrung from these awful exhibits. In addition, a second expert from Los Angeles, Dr. Thomas Noguchi, ran the jury through the whole raw business one more time. 9. The next major witness and the one whose testimony did Peltier the most damage was young Mike Anderson, who had been arrested by Gary Adams in Albuquerque on February 1 for violation of his Wichita probation. Held in reserve for Peltier's trial, Anderson's testimony was apparently designed to replace that of Norman Brown, which had been sworn to on the Bible before the grand jury, then recanted on the sacred pipe at Cedar Rapids. Speaking throughout in a dull, unhappy way, the desperate and badly frightened boy said "I don't know" as often as he could get away with it, and contradicted himself, as well as Draper and Brown, over and over. Before the shooting, he related, he had gone up the hill to have breakfast at the little cabin, and while he was up on the roof, on watch, the red and white van that had left the AIM camp earlier that morning returned to the property, pursued by the two agents. The three men in the van, he said, were Peltier, Joe Stuntz, and Norman Charles. Q. The three came back in the red and white van, you say? A. Yes. Q. And what if anything happened following their coming back in the red and white van? Just tell us in your own words. A. They stopped over at Little's place and started talking, and I was sitting on top of the roof, and then those two FBI agents' cars were coming. So they all hopped in the van and went down the hill. Q. All right. And it was at that time you say that you saw the FBI cars come, is that right? A. Yes. Q. And what if anything took place at that time? A. He just asked June Little if Jimmy Eagle was around. Q. And what if anything then happened? A. Well, I guess they seen the orange pickup going down that way and they followed it. Q. Now, when you say orange pickup, is that the red and white van to which? Mr. Low. Objection, Your Honor. That's objectional. It's an outrageously leading question, and I object and ask that the jury be instructed, and counsel be admonished. He knows very well what he's doing. The court. The objection is sustained. Q. Mr. Anderson, tell us what the car was. A. The orange and white and red and white van, that was going down the hill. Q. And had you seen that car before? A. Yes. Q. And whose car was that? A. Leonard Peltier's. Q. All right. Who was in it at this particular time? A. Peltier and Charles and Stuntz. Q. All right. Now, where did they then go? A. Down the hill. Q. And where did they go from there? A. They parked beside the fence. Q. All right. What if anything did you see next? A. I saw everybody hop out. Q. And what if anything did you see next? A. FBI agents went down the hill. Q. All right. What if anything did you see next? A. I don't know. Q. Did you hear anything? A. Yes. Q. And what did you hear? A. Gunfire. Q. All right. What if anything did you do next? A. I just ran back around and went back down to Tent City. At Tent City, Anderson grabbed a rifle and returned to the White House, from where he witnessed the same scene described by Norman Brown to the grand jury but repudiated at the Cedar Rapids trial. Q. Did you see any individuals down at the agent's cars at any time? A. Yes. Q. And tell us who it was you saw at the agent's cars. A. Butler, Robideau, and Peltier. Q. And did they have weapons with them? A. Yes. Q. Would you tell us, starting with Mr. Peltier, what kind of a weapon he had? A. AR. Asterisk. Q. And how do you know it's an AR? A. Because of the handle. Q. Had you seen that weapon before? A. Yes. Q. And where had you seen it before? A. Down in the tents. Anderson declared that he himself had never shot at any people, only at targets such as Jumping Bull Hall and official cars. Unfortunately for Anderson, both Draper and Brown had mentioned at Cedar Rapids that on the escape, at least, Anderson had carried the group's .44 Ruger, bullet fragments from which, found in Williams's body, were the only ones definitely traced to a specific weapon. Although this testimony doesn't mean much, it may have been used by the FBI agents to coerce his testimony, but more likely, as with the other young Navajos, it was simple terror that made Mike talk. During cross-examination, Anderson granted that he had been threatened while in jail in Wichita by Agent Adams, who told him that the FBI knew all about his involvement at Oglala. Q. And what happened at the end of that hour? A. Well, I was refusing to talk until Gary Adams said, "If you don't talk, I will beat you up in the cell." Q. Gary Adams told you that? A. Yes. Q. And the other agent was present when he said that? A. Yes. Q. And did that make you afraid? A. Yes. Q. And did you understand that you would get beat up if you didn't give him the answers that he wanted? A. Yes. Q. And did you then give him the answers that you understood he wanted? A. Yes. Q. Did you believe that Special Agent Gary Adams was capable of hurting you if you didn't do what he wanted? A. Yes. Q. Did the FBI tell you that they would try to help you on your charges in Wichita arising out of the exploded car? A. I don't remember. Q. Have you ever been prosecuted on those charges? A. No. Q. In fact, those charges have been dropped, haven't they? A. Yes. Anderson mostly avoided naming other Indians against whom the FBI might wish to build a case, and he acknowledged the constructive efforts of Leonard Peltier. Q. You had some disagreements with Leonard Peltier over the question of your drinking, didn't you? A. Yes. Q. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Peltier was trying to get people to stop drinking and was complaining when they did drink? A. Yes. Q. Would it be fair to say that he was trying to help you to straighten out on that? A. Yes. Q. Do you think he was looking out for your welfare and trying to help you? A. Yes. Q. Was he doing that with other people also? A. Yes. Again and again, the unhappy boy contradicted his prior testimony, saying that the first time he had actually seen the agent's cars was not when Kohler and Williams drove up to the little cabin but after they were dead. He also said that he believed in his traditional religion, and when he acknowledged that he had not sworn on the sacred pipe before testifying for the U.S. government, the implication was that he had felt no obligation to be truthful. Mike Anderson's story about breakfast at the little cabin and the pursuit of Peltier's red and white van by the two agents rather neatly fits the radio transmissions of Ron Williams, but it is nowhere to be found in a long affidavit of 7 pages that Anderson gave to the FBI on the day after his arrest in Albuquerque on February 1, 1977, in which he reported that Peltier didn't like me too well anyhow because I usually drank when I went to Oglala. I recall that he ran Frank Blackhorse away from the camp because he drank too much, that Leonard Peltier left the tent area in the red and white van on the morning of the shooting, that June Little was in the vicinity of the Jumping Bulls when the shooting started, that I could see Peltier, Dino Butler, and Robideau standing over the agent with rifles in their hands, that I believe Bob Robideau drove the green car to the area of the tents, that the escape group had been helped by Leon Eagle and Ted Lame, that Edgar Bear Runner had brought food to them while they were camped at his father's place in Porcupine. On the morning of June 26, 1975. Dino Butler, Bob Robideau, Jimmy Zimmerman, and I, together with the girls, were getting ready to eat. We were approximately a half-mile away, south of the Harry Jumping Bull residence, in the tree area. I heard about 4 shots coming from the vicinity of the Jumping Bull residence. I didn't know what was happening. Dino, Robideau, and myself all picked up guns and ran to the top of the hill to see what was going on. By trial time, only a month after this affidavit was taken, this camp breakfast account had been replaced by the rooftop version of events involving the orange and red and white van. And this leads to another disturbing question: did Hultman know about this prior affidavit when he elicited the second, much more damaging version from Mike Anderson on the witness stand? Anderson was not strongly cross-examined on the critical discrepancy in his breakfast accounts. They scared Mike, and he just lied, Ellison says. He wasn't even where he said he was during the shooting, and we couldn't put June or Wanda on the stand to deny his roof story without implicating them. So his testimony did Leonard a lot of damage, and everyone knew it, and after the trial, Mike kind of hid out, because he wasn't too popular. Among those who unwittingly denied the rooftop story was Wilford Wish Draper, who testified that Mike Anderson was in camp when the shooting began. He supported Anderson's statement that Peltier had been carrying an AR-15 on the fatal day, but acknowledged on cross-examination that there were several AR-15s around the camp. Draper also admitted that fear of goons and not fear and disapproval of Leonard Peltier was the real reason he had lived up at the cabins rather than down in the AIM camp. Like Norman Brown, he admitted that much of his grand jury testimony had been false, and again he denied any knowledge of Myrtle Pourbaix. Q. And would it be fair to say that you continued to be worried that your own testimony might put you in a position of being prosecuted? Would that be fair? A. Yes. Q. Did there come a time when the government agreed not to prosecute you if you would testify? A. Yes. Norman Brown also appeared at Fargo, much against his will. Right after the trial at Cedar Rapids, he said later, "Robert Seekmet told me that they were going to use me again. We'll be looking for you, and I told them, I don't think so. And they said, we'll be looking for you. And I said, for what? And he said, we will be looking for you, you'll have to talk. So after that, I danced the sun dance at Crow Dogs, and then after that I went over to Canada, started staying there. Scared to go home because they threatened me that if I didn't talk at Leonard's trial, they would put me in jail." 10. Q. You went to the Sundance for the first time when you were 13 years old. A. Right. Q. Is there any connection between the first time you go to a Sundance and becoming a man? A. No, it's not. You don't do that just because you become a man. We thank our Creator, we thank Him. Like if we offer Him tobacco or a horse or something, it's already His. We offer ourselves. We belong to ourselves, but we're His children and these are our own bodies, so we offer Him all we have got, offering ourselves to Him so that, we can live in harmony and have a good understanding of nature. Q. From your contact with Leonard Peltier, would you say that he is a spiritual man? A. Right. As a prosecution witness at the Fargo trial, Norman Brown acknowledged that Peltier had carried an AR-15, but he would not repeat his earlier statements that he had seen Peltier down at the death scene. When Hultman reminded him of what he had said to the Sioux Falls grand jury on January 13, 1976, the boy said coolly, "Are you trying to tell me I saw them down there? It was the agents who said I saw them. It seems like you are calling me a liar. I have just sworn on the sacred pipe." Asked sarcastically if he had sworn on the sacred pipe before his testimony to the grand jury, Norman Brown said he had not. Brown seemed to impress the Fargo jury with his truthfulness, and the defense attorneys felt that his overall testimony as a prosecution witness in both trials did the prosecution a lot more harm than good. Norman actually helped us at Cedar Rapids, Ellison says, and he did his best not to hurt us much at Fargo. The defendants forgave Brown for his actions, understanding that he was young, frightened, and coerced. However, he is no longer considered an AIM warrior. Those guys surprised everybody, testifying like that too they seemed so strong, Jean Bordeaux remembers. Mike and me were in Wichita jail together, shared the same meal times and exercise. By the time he saw me there, he had already talked, but he pretended he hadn't, and told me not to say nothing, no matter what. Jean, a young woman of 20, paused a moment, as if reluctant to speak about her boyfriend of those long ago June days down by White Clay Creek. I know Norman thinks what he done was wrong, so now he's working real hard for his people. At the Sundance after the Cedar Rapids trial, at Green Grass, South Dakota, Brown really sacrificed, as the Indians say, piercing and making flesh offerings to Wakantanka. After appearing before the grand jury in December 1975, Angie and Ivis Long Visitor had been set free. For a time, they eluded the authorities, and they did not testify at Cedar Rapids. Ivis, humiliated because he had talked, remained in hiding, refusing to cooperate a second time, but in January 1977, his wife was seized as a material witness for Peltier's trial after FBI agents kicked her door down. This outraged Ivis's mother, Rosalind Jumping Bull. The FBI's wanted my son to witness, but he didn't want to do it. They say he has to testify. One of them told my daughter-in-law that even after the Leonard Peltier trial was over, he's going to go to jail if they ever catch him, he's not going to get away with it. Right now they said Pine Ridge people are telling each other that whoever tells where my son is, they're going to get $700. At the grand jury hearing in Rapid City in November 1975, Angie Long Visitor had testified that when she went outside at the sound of shots, she saw Joe and Norman just laying there by the woodpile west of her little green cabin, and that Bob, wearing his brown cowhide vest and a dark blue stocking cap ski mask with eye holes, was standing by the old wreck station wagon nearby. In her appearance at Peltier's trial, she said, "We seen a red and white van that she recognized as a car belonging to Sam Loudhawk and used by Leonard, who had repaired it. This van was parked at the Y Fork in the pasture road just uphill from the line of junked cars from which Peltier, Robideau, and Butler had fired at the agents." She also said that she saw one of the agents kneeling by his car and shooting. "Me and my husband and kids ran across the field and went down to the little road that goes to the highway. There were a lot of cop cars going by." Cross-examined, Angie Long Visitor related how when she returned to the compound a few days later, she had seen one of her children's dolls in the green cabin, cut almost in half by automatic fire, and also the pictures on her grandparents' walls, shot in the face and through the heart. Although her statements had done little harm to Peltier, they did serious injury to her own self-respect. On the stand, she wept almost continually in fear and shame, her voice all but inaudible. "There were so many bullet holes in those pictures," she murmured to the court, so softly that John Lowe said he could not hear her. "There were so many bullet holes in those pictures," she repeated. In her interview on June 28, 1975, Angie Long Visitor had mentioned a Leonard Lnu among the people who lived down in the woods below her house. Peltier's full name headed the suspect list just 3 days later. The explanation for this, or so it appeared, was an extraordinary sighting made by S.A. Frederick Coward of the Rapid City SWAT team, the same sharp-eyed operative who would subsequently spot that osculating couple on the Valentine in Bob Robideau's cell. Arriving from Rapid City about 1:20 p.m., Coward had been dispatched by Adams to the Pumpkin Seed House, about half a mile southwest of the Jumping Bull compound, together with agents Skelly and Brisai, the BIA SWAT man named Marvin Stalt, and several other Indian policemen. In the course of the afternoon, Stalt was alerted that 4 men were fleeing the Jumping Bull compound, headed for the creek. Using a telescopic sniper sight mounted on a rifle, he saw only a blur of running figures. Seizing 7-power binoculars from someone else, he clapped them on these figures fast enough to identify the last Indian in line as Jimmy Eagle. At this point Coward, summoned to the window, used the telescopic sight to identify Leonard Peltier in the same group. For some reason, Coward failed to mention any sighting of either Peltier or Eagle in his 302 report on his own activities for that day, nor does Peltier's name appear in a 302 report of an interview with Stalt prepared by Coward and Bresci 2 days later. On June 26, 1975, at approximately 3:45 p.m., S.A. Frederick Coward, Jr. and Marvin Stalt were inside the Pumpkin Seed residence on the north bank of the White Clay Creek at Oglala, South Dakota. While in this position, Stalt advised that he observed 4 Indian males run from the Hairy Jumping Bull's residence, traveling west and running down into the creek bottom. Stalt at this time stated that he, with the use of his binoculars 7-power, focused on these 4 Indian males. Upon doing so, Stalt stated that the last Indian male in the group appeared to be Jimmy Eagle. Stalt stated that this individual appearing to be Jimmy Eagle was wearing a black shirt and black pants. On the stand at Fargo, Coward decided that the 28 must be a typographical error, since he recollected interviewing Stalt on June 26. At another point he said that although Stalt had mentioned the Eagle sighting when it occurred, and that they had discussed this exciting news during a car ride later that day, he had not actually taken down Stalt's statement until September 4, a very curious statement in itself, considering the significance of the event. Marvin Stalt, who later took the stand as a reluctant witness for the defense, became irritable when asked to remove his big one-way shades so that the jury could have a better look at him. Stalt asserted that his own participation in these talks was highly impossible. He did not recall any car ride with Coward, nor any discussion of identifications with Coward on June 26, or on June 28, either, for the good reason that they had not seen each other or communicated in any way from the time Stalt had left the Pumpkin Seed house on June 26 until September 4. "Maybe he saw me," Stalt snarled, "but I never saw him." In stubborn unwillingness to take responsibility for anything he might or might not have said or done or seen or even thought on June 26, 1975, Stalt responded, "It's possible, or I might have, or that was 2 years ago, you know," to every question, until Judge Benson remarked with some asperity, "This witness seems to be totally unable to state definitely one way or the other." And perhaps this Staltish trait of owning up to absolutely nothing, true or false, accounts for a few of the inconsistencies in the Stalt-Coward accounts, which were not completely reconciled until September 11. On that date, Coward transcribed his September 4 interview with Stalt, emerging with a serviceable version in which Stalt claims that he, too, identified Leonard Peltier at approximately between 4:30 and 5 p.m. Stalt observed 4 individuals running from the rear of Hairy Jumping Bull's house towards an open plowed field. Stalt stated he saw all 4 individuals with rifles. Stalt continued and stated he saw a tall Indian male in this group with long hair, and by the way this individual was built and the way he moved, and because he has seen Leonard Peltier in the past, thought that this was the same individual. According to Stalt, running directly behind this individual was a person who he has known and identified as being Jimmy Eagle. Stalt stated that during the first statement he had given to the FBI a few days after the shooting of the agents, he told the agents then, one of the agents being Agent Coward, that he saw Jimmy Eagle in the group that he had just identified but was not absolutely positive during the first interview. Stalt continued and stated, "But since then I have continually thought about what happened on June 26, 1975, and at this time and during this interview he was positive in his own mind that Jimmy Eagle was the individual that was running behind the person who appeared to be Leonard Peltier. Stalled. Referring back to the window where he was located while the four individuals were running across the field, stated that he called Agent Coward, who was also in the house, to quickly come over to the same window and observe the activity. Stalled. Stated that he pointed out to Agent Coward what he was seeing and observed Agent Coward also look out the window at the individuals running. Stalled. Stated he then left the window, went outside of the house and told Agent Skelly what he had seen. Before the grand jury, Stalled would declare that he had seen these running figures between 2 o'clock and 3 p.m. Now he and Coward had apparently agreed that they had seen Peltier running from the cabins between 4:30 and 5 o'clock, although other accounts, and on both sides, including the 302 of Agent Adams, place Jimmy Zimmerman at the edge of the open field at about 3 o'clock, well after. The AIM group, which had already been down in the camp at least an hour, had apparently headed away toward the south, down White Clay Creek. Apart from all the inconsistencies, the identifications raise a number of other questions. Note that Agent Adams, observing the meeting between Joanna Elido and 3 or 4 Indian males through a similar rifle scope, made no attempt at individual description. Although no more than 300 yards away, it is an estimated 800 yards, a good half-mile between the pumpkin seed cabin and the Jumping Bull compound. Just how, then, did Coward identify Leonard Peltier at such a distance, since even assuming that they knew he was in the area, there is no reason to believe that either man would have recognized him face to face, far less running away? Not Coward but Stalled claimed to have seen him in the past. How was it that not Stalled but Coward was the first to recognize him? In any case, an expert on telescopic sights, who conducted his test in the presence of a defense attorney and an FBI agent, assured the court that he could not make out facial features at that range, even when observing a familiar person, standing still and facing him, on a bright day. Stalled himself, using what was probably the same rifle sight, had said he could make out almost nothing until he switched over to binoculars. Yet Judge Benson scoffed at the defense suggestion that Coward's feet be tested in the field by both judge and jury, assuring the jury that the defense was wasting its time. Even if the jury had believed Agent Coward, and it probably did, his testimony established almost nothing, since the sighting did not tend to show that Leonard Peltier had participated in the killings or even in the shooting, but simply that he was among those on the Jumping Bull property that day. Since Peltier himself has never denied this, one has to ask why the FBI invited doubt and even ridicule by letting this man claim to have recognized through a hastily raised rifle scope, in summer haze, a running stranger a good half-mile away. Agent Coward described how the agents met twice every day between June 27 and June 30 to work out a consistent theory of the case, during the course of which his sighting of Peltier had been discussed. Yet Agents Waring and Skelly, who followed him to the stand, could not recall hearing Peltier's name in those first days. Like Coward, Waring described the numerous conferences with his fellow lawmen to discuss suspects and theories of the case, and like Coward, he claimed, not persuasively, that a typographical error accounted for the seeming discrepancies in his own 8-page 302 of June 26. As it turned out, the first 4 pages of this document were dictated later to a different secretary, apparently on a different typewriter, as if Takeoff suggested Waring had revised the first part of his report to fit the scenario of Peltier's guilt that was being worked out at all these agents' meetings. It is in these controversial 4 pages, for example, that Waring recalls hearing Williams refer on the radio to a number of Indians in a red and white vehicle, by inference, the van associated with Leonard Peltier. No red and white vehicle had been reported by anyone else. All other listeners had heard red vehicle or red pickup, Scout, or Jeep. But as in Coward's case, efforts by the defense to place this disjointed 302 into evidence were contested by the government, supported in both cases by Judge Benson, who plainly resisted the idea that one or more agents had lied. As he repeatedly made clear, it was not the FBI that was on trial in his court but Leonard Peltier. The case for the prosecution was concluded by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Corporal David Golden Dahl, a member of the squad that arrested Peltier at Small Boys Camp in February 1976, reported that Peltier had asked a Cree elder to pray with him, to his grandfather and the elder's grandfather, both of them to pray to grandfathers. Following that, he asked him again to say another little prayer. Following that, before he was escorted out, the elder asked him a question. He asked him what would have happened had he seen the police coming, and Mr. Peltier replied that he would have blown us out of our shoes, consequently resulting in a further question by the elder, "Do you mean to say you would have opened fire with my grandchildren and other children present?" And he said, yes, that was his life that he was defending. Oddly, this damaging exchange does not appear in Dahl's first official report, or even in his second. In fact, it is nowhere to be found in the files of the Canadian police, nor was it used in the extradition hearings in Vancouver. Despite its obvious suitability on that occasion, it turns up like a dead mouse more than a year later, during Peltier's trial. Even Lynn Crooks, the husky, balding assistant U.S. attorney with the bristling mustache who assembled most of the case against Peltier, appeared embarrassed that such vital and dramatic evidence had emerged in casual conversation during the lunch break, just before this witness took the stand. Like the unsubstantiated charge, made in earlier testimony, that the defendant had shot at a state trooper in Oregon, like the charge of attempted murder in Wisconsin, what this officer claimed he had overheard gave another dash of color to the prosecutor's portrait of Leonard Peltier as a hardened cop killer who would murder two agents in cold blood as quick as look at them. Corporal R.C. Tweedy was the last witness for the prosecution. Mr. Chuck Tweedy was one of the arresting officers who escorted Peltier from Hinton to Edmonton on February 7, 1976. During this journey, if Chuck Tweedy is to be believed, the defendant confided in this cop whom he had never seen before in all his life that the two agents had been killed because they had come to arrest him on the Wisconsin charges. Asked if he himself had shot the agents, Peltier told Mr. Tweedy, "No, but I know who did." Peltier says he just chanted a simple prayer with an elder named Yellow Bird. He flatly denies the damaging remarks attributed to him by Mr. Golden Dahl and Mr. Tweedy. On April 6, 1977, after its 25th witness had appeared, the United States rested its case against Leonard Peltier. Before the defense presented its first witness, some lengthy colloquies took place at the bench as to the relevance of its proposed testimony in regard to both Anna May Aquash and Myrtle Pourbaix. Defense attorney Takeoff shortly accepted the prosecution position that the Anna May Aquash episode was irrelevant, a concession that upset all of his colleagues. John Lowe and the others felt strongly that the fate of Anna May and the handling of her death, especially as it affected Myrtle Pourbaix, reflected the whole pattern of FBI misconduct on which the case for the defense was based. And this feeling was reinforced when, after considerable pressure from the defense, Hultman finally agreed to reveal the identity of the two agents who had prepared those Pourbaix affidavits. Mr. Hultman: "Well, Your Honor, 1. I resist, and 2. I think the matter is now moot, and thirdly, I do not know, standing here, but I want, 1. the court to know that I resist that particular motion, and 2. I feel that it is a moot matter, and 3. if the court does make such a ruling, I will, of course, proceed accordingly to make inquiry." The court: "I think that in fairness to the defense you should reveal the names. I don't know that it has any relevancy." Mr. Hultman: "Your Honor, what I have been able to find out at this point is that the affidavit itself was prepared, and correct me because I have not talked to Mr. Halprin, that during the period of time itself there were two agents that assisted, and I am not sure what part each of the three individuals play, but the three individuals, two in addition to Mr. Halprin. Would you identify the two agents, Agent Woods and Agent Price?" Called to the witness stand, David Price recalled that he had first met Myrtle Pourbaix in 1974 in connection with a shooting in her home village, that he had seen her next in January or February of 1976, at which time she had been removed from home and placed in various motels for her own protection. She was in a great deal of danger, said Agent Price, due to the information she was furnishing us on another matter. This other matter, though Price now denies it, was apparently the Dick Marshall murder case. During the investigation of this matter, Pourbaix had volunteered her information about the shootout at Oglala. In addition to the fact that in both cases she claimed to have been confidant to the AIM murderers, there were other interesting similarities. For example, both culprits were apparently tortured by the memory of what they had done. "I'll never forget the look on face," Marshall told her. Peltier revealed that his deed makes him sick when he thinks about it. More interesting still, her stories in both cases precisely fitted prosecution theories of the crimes. In Rapid City, on February 19, 1976, Price and his partner, William Wood, took down the first of her affidavits, which was primarily concerned with the planning phase of the ambush. For some reason, Price did not ask who the other planners were. On February 23, these two prepared the second affidavit, a word-for-word copy of the first, except that the sentence "I left Jumping Bull Hall at this point and did not return" has been replaced by "I was present the day the special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation were killed. I saw Leonard shoot the FBI agents." Unaccountably, the Standard Field Report, or 302 form, for the first affidavit there are 302s for all four of the other Pourbaix interviews and affidavits is now missing. The following day, the witness was interviewed by Agent Edward Skelly, possibly because Agents Price and Wood were elsewhere. This was the day that Anna Mae Aquish's body was discovered. Skelly was told by Pourbaix that in addition to the Madonna Slow Bear who had forced her to watch the executions, a local youth named Ricky Littleboy had been present on the scene before, during, and after the events described, therefore he must have witnessed the two killings. Yet Skelly admitted at Peltier's trial that he had never asked Pourbaix for further information on this important witness, not even a physical description. Like Price's lack of interest in who planned the ambush, Skelly's indifference to the two eyewitnesses who might have corroborated Myrtle Pourbaix's story indicates the true opinion of this evidence held not only by the agents but by the U.S. attorneys, who, far from calling Slow Bear or Littleboy as witnesses, never bothered to interview them at all. Myrtle Pourbaix also revealed to Agent Skelly that, 2 nights before the shooting, when her boyfriend Leonard Peltier was absent, she had been raped by Jimmy Eagle and about 8 others, including Dino Butler, all of whom wished to get even with Peltier, whom they disliked. Under the Major Crimes Act, the FBI has jurisdiction on the reservation in a rape case, but Skelly never got around to questioning Eagle or Butler, both of whom were immediately accessible, nor did he ask for the other culprits' names, although all of these rapists were presumably Oglala suspects. In fact, he made no investigation whatsoever. As he said, "She was bound and determined she was not going to give me any other information, quite possibly because no other information had been provided her." The third affidavit was prepared by Price and Wood on March 31, following consultations with Canadian Department of Justice prosecuting attorney Paul Halprin, who wanted more details about the killings in preparation for Peltier's extradition hearings. The agents spent 2 days with Pourbaix in a motel in Sturgis, South Dakota, emerging with the more damaging version of the events that enabled the U.S. Justice Department to triumph in the courts of Canada. In her statement to Skelly, Pourbaix had said that Butler and Robideau had also participated in the killings. Yet though their trial went on for 2 months after her evidence was presented in Vancouver, the government did not use this witness at Cedar Rapids, presumably because her testimony might be more persuasive to FBI agents and prosecuting attorneys than it would be to more objective people on a jury. And though she was listed as a prosecution witness, she was not called at the Fargo trial, either. In his opening statements to the court, defense attorney John Lowe, who had anticipated that Myrtle Pourbaix would be called by the prosecution, had dismissed her as a witness whose mental imbalance is so gross as to render her testimony unbelievable. Despite an FBI teletype to the director a few weeks earlier which specified that the special prosecutor considers poor Bear an important and necessary witness and he fully intends to use her as a witness during the Peltier trial, Haldeman had decided not to call her after all. As Assistant Prosecutor Crooks explained to her, the trial was going all right without her help. To add to the confusion, poor Bear herself, who had refused at Cedar Rapids as well as at Fargo to have anything to do with the defense attorneys, decided that she was going to change her testimony. After she attempted to move to the defense side, Peltier recalls, "I talked to her on a phone from the next room, and asked her why she had done something like this to me. After speaking with her for a moment, I knew she did not write those statements against me." Learning that the defense would call his erstwhile important and necessary witness, Haldeman dismissed her as mentally unstable. Furthermore, he hotly contested the relevancy of any testimony she might make in open court, a position in which he was supported by Judge Benson. With reference to Myrtle Poor Bear, the judge said, "She not having testified in the government's case, I can see no relevance in the matter of her testimony in connection with the extradition proceeding." Benson could not or would not see that the two FBI agents who had prepared her testimony in two separate cases, and who knew her well, were at least as aware as Haldeman that their witness was unqualified, and that under those circumstances their exploitation of her to ensure Peltier's extradition had been a flagrant example of the misconduct on which the defense had built its case. Having decided in the first days of the investigation that Peltier was guilty, the FBI had constructed evidence to fit that theory, and meant to see him convicted by fair means or foul. Once Peltier had been returned to the United States, there was no point in putting that witness on the stand, where her instability might undermine the jury's confidence in the integrity of the U.S. attorneys. Neither Madonna Slow Bear nor Ricky Little Boy, the two people Poor Bear had named as co-witnesses to the killings, had ever heard of Myrtle Poor Bear. Madonna Slow Bear testified out of the presence of the jury that until the previous evening, on the plane from Rapid City to Fargo, she had never seen this woman in her life. And it was also out of the presence of the jury that Poor Bear told the judge that all three of the damning affidavits had been composed by Price and Wood, whom she had come to know so well that in her testimony she referred repeatedly to both men by their first names. In her pitiable account, Poor Bear admits that she had not been at Oglala after all, but at home in Allen, 60 miles away. She had never laid eyes on Leonard Peltier before his trial. Stating that AIM had promised her protection if she would simply tell the truth, she declared that she had signed those affidavits only because Dave and Bill had threatened her and her young child with harm. It was also Dave and Bill who had rehearsed her intensively for this trial in a motel room in Kansas City. Among other tactics, the agents had cited the mysterious murder of a young woman on the reservation, showing Poor Bear pictures of the corpse and suggesting that she, too, could be executed with impunity, since everyone would think that AIM had done it. Like Angie Long Visitor, the plump, unprepossessing Poor Bear was in tears throughout her interrogation, which at one point had to be interrupted while she regained her composure. The questioning of Poor Bear was designed by the defense as an offer of proof to Judge Benson as to why this witness's testimony was relevant, and why it should be heard in open court, before the jury. Myrtle Poor Bear, being first duly sworn on the sacred pipe, testified as follows. Q. What is your name? A. My name is Myrtle Poor Bear. Q. Do you know a person by the name of Leonard Peltier? A. No. Q. Did you ever see him in your life? A. No. Q. Were you ever at the Jumping Bull area on the Pine Ridge Reservation? A. No. Q. Did you ever live with Leonard Peltier? A. No. Q. Last night did you tell me you were frightened? A. Yes, I did. Q. What were you frightened of? A. I don't know. I am scared of the government. The court. What was her answer? Mr. Takeoff. I don't know. I am scared of the government. Q. Did anyone from the government ever say anything to you to make you afraid? A. The agents are always talking about anime. Q. What did they say about anime? A. Oh, they just would talk about that time she died. Q. What did they say about it? You can tell the judge, it is all right. Mr. Takeoff. May counsel approach your honor? The court. You may. Mr. Takeoff. Your honor, I would ask that your honor briefly advise her that she is under oath and that you want to hear what she has to say providing it is the truth and that she has nothing to fear by telling the truth. She is very frightened, your honor. She told me last night she is afraid that she is going to be killed, and that's why she is so upset at this particular moment. Mr. Crooks. Yes, I suspect that she is afraid she is going to be killed. It sure isn't from the FBI. Mr. Seekma. I spoke with this witness about a year ago. She was afraid to go back to her home because the people from the Wounded Knee Defense Offense Committee had been hounding her ever since she made a statement. She testified in another case they had threatened to take her life on a number of occasions. She was afraid to go back and said that the only way that she would be able to go back is if she would agree to say that the FBI had forced her to say what she said. Mr. Takeoff. Why don't you indict those people instead of just talking about it? That's a serious violation of federal criminal law. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Takeoff resumed his questioning. Q. What did tell you about the American Indian movement? A. They told me that they were going to kill me. Q. Did Mr. Wood ever say anything about the subject of getting away with killing people? A. I think he did. Q. Do you recall what he said? A. He said that they could get away with killing because they were agents. Myrtle Poorbear was cross-examined by Lynn Crooks, who wore dark glasses. Q. Well, didn't you tell me that Bill Wood was your friend? A. No, I don't remember. Q. Didn't you also say that Dave Price was your friend? A. I don't remember. Q. You don't remember having told me that? A. No. Q. All right. What about the interview that I had with you in Rapid City? Didn't you tell me that Leonard Peltier was standing over the bodies and he was pointing the gun toward the agent who had just fallen? A. I don't remember. Q. Well, are you saying you don't remember or that you didn't tell me that? A. I don't know. Q. Bill Wood has never beaten you or threatened you at any time, has he? Can you answer that question? A. No. Q. David Price hasn't beaten you or threatened you at any time either, has he? Can you answer that, Myrtle? A. No. Q. You said earlier you didn't know Leonard Peltier before walking into the courtroom, isn't that right? A. Right. Q. Myrtle, why was it when you walked into the courtroom that you gave Leonard Peltier a big smile? A. I don't know. Q. You just picked him out as a person you wanted to smile at. A. Probably. Q. Has anybody threatened to do something to you if you did not change your story? A. No. Q. Nobody even suggested it? A. No. Q. Why were you signing these affidavits? A. I don't know. Q. Well, did Bill Wood threaten to harm you or hurt you if you didn't sign? A. Q. Can you answer that question? Mr. Takeoff. Your Honor, I'd like the record to reflect a 45-second pause measured by the courtroom clock between the last question and the following question. Q. Can you answer the question, Myrtle? A. I was forced to sign both of these papers. Q. By whom? A. They said one of my family members was going to be hurt if I didn't do it. By Dave Price and Bill Wood. Q. And is this the same Bill Wood that you told me in Rapid City was a good friend of yours? A. He's not a good friend. Q. You didn't consider Bill Wood a friend? A. No. Q. Do you consider him a friend now? A. No. Q. Did you ever consider him a friend? A. No. When Takeoff concluded the interrogation in what is known as redirect examination, Myrtle Poor Bear was clear and emphatic. Q. Do you remember Mr. Crooks, that's the man with the dark glasses, asked you a couple of times this afternoon about whether you ever were threatened by Agent Price or Agent Wood? A. Yes, I remember. Q. Do you remember that when he asked you that question you remained silent for a very long time every time he asked you that question? A. Yes. Q. Why did you remain silent and not answer his question? A. Because they did threaten me. Q. Miss Poor Bear, will you please tell us whether Agent Price ever threatened you? A. Yes, he did. Q. What did he say to you? A. He told me that they were going to plan everything out and if I didn't do it I was going to get hurt. Q. Did anybody else ever say that to you from the FBI? A. Bill Wood. Still out of the hearing of the jury, the prosecution and defense teams gave arguments before Judge Benson. The court. I am concerned that much of her mental imbalance may arise from fear. I think the record is not at all clear as to where that fear arises from. Mr. Takeoff. Where did Myrtle Poor Bear come from? Can you imagine with what your honor has heard so far about the practices and procedures of the FBI that a witness such as Myrtle Poor Bear, who was not only an eyewitness to the killings according to those documents, but was privy to the planning, the advance planning, would suddenly walk in or appear in the life of the FBI and give an affidavit directly and immediately to be sent to Canada, and there would not be a 302 as thick as I am tall detailing everything she could remember about anything since the day she was 3 years old? It is not possible. There must be a 302. There must be some explanation of where she came from. There must be an explanation of why they say there is number 302. No wonder there is number 302 any longer in existence, Your Honor, because that 302 was prepared like any other document in connection with Myrtle Poor Bear and had to be gotten rid of because it was something they couldn't live with. But Judge Benson, ignoring the cynical exploitation of an incompetent witness in 2 separate cases, determined that Myrtle Poor Bear's false affidavits, like all the rest of the coerced and fabricated evidence in the Resmus trials, were irrelevant. The court noticed that this witness was under obvious great mental stress. Her testimony was interrupted at least 3 times by an emotional reaction of some kind. The court is also aware of the extreme difficulty that was encountered in attempting to bring her back into this court at the request of the defendant. The court observed that she had a complete lapse of memory on cross-examination relating to recent events. The court also is taking into consideration the fact that this witness was not used in the presentation of the government's case. The 3 FBI agents who interviewed her were not used in the presentation of the government's case, Mr. Wood, Mr. Skelly, and Mr. Price. And the court concludes that credibility of this witness for any purpose is so suspect that to permit her testimony to go to the jury would be confusing the issues, may mislead the jury, and could be highly prejudicial. The offer of proof is denied. Judge Benson later refused a defense request that the jury be given jury instruction number 19, which reads as follows. Testimony has been given in this case which if believed by you shows that the government induced witnesses to testify falsely. If you believe that the government, or any of its agents, induced any witness to testify falsely in this case, this is affirmative evidence of the weakness of the government's case. Another controversial person who testified out of the jury's hearing was Jimmy Eagle. Gladys Bissonette, who accompanied her grandson to the trial, was so exhausted by the deaths and fear and pain and trouble that had descended on her family since the day she had spoken so bravely after Wounded Knee that she dreaded her grandson's appearance as a defense witness and refused to let him appear without a lawyer. In fact, she had convinced herself that Eagledock was an FBI front outfit, since one of its lawyers had defended David Sky, who later became an FBI material witness. Ever since Oglala, the FBI had seemed anxious to pin something on Jimmy's brother Leon, and perhaps the old lady imagined that Jimmy's appearance for the defense would only invite more trouble for both boys. Refuting Mike Anderson's statement that he had frequented the AIM camp with his girlfriend Wilma Blacksmith, Eagle denied that he had ever been there, nor had he been present at Oglala on June 26, nor had he boasted of participating in the killings to the 4 felons whose accounts were prepared by agents Hughes and Coward, Price and Wood. On the contrary, he said, his attorney had warned him to keep his mouth shut, since snitches were likely to turn up in his cell. Q. What did Agent Gary Adams say to you when he came to see you? A. He come in and asked me to sit down, and it was him and another agent there at the time. I told them I refused to talk to them. He said, "We ain't asking you to talk, we're asking you to listen." That's when they brought up the thing about June 26. Q. What did they say about June 26? A. He said, "You know you're in a lot of trouble, don't you?" And he went on to say that how much time I'd be facing, how long I'd be behind bars. He said, "We know you wasn't there, but we think you could help us by linking a few things together for us," and then he went on to say, "Your brother's in a lot of trouble," and I said, "Who?" He said, "Leon. He was out there with those guys in Oglala." The other agent got up and he said, "Well, we could help you in any way you want. We'll get you out of here." He was referring to the jail. And he also said, "We could help you with your financial problems." Q. Did he tell you what would happen to you if you refused to help him? A. I would be in jail for quite a while and I'd be indicted on a charge of murder. Despite Stalt's citing and Mike Anderson's account, despite Harper and Stewart, Clifford and Highbull, White Wing and Bragg, Adams himself would say at Fargo that he had never seen any good evidence that Jimmy Eagle was present at Oglala on June 26, 1975, for whatever reason. The government had decided that his own boasts notwithstanding he hadn't really been there after all. Eagle's strange history might well have affected the jurors' opinion of FBI dependability, but as in the case of Myrtle Poor Bear, Judge Benson determined that this youth's account of FBI misconduct would only confuse them. 2 of Eagle's accusers had been brought to Fargo as potential witnesses for the defense. For reasons never satisfactorily explained, Marvin Bragg and the double child murderer Marion Highbull were actually placed in the same holding cell as Leonard Peltier. Perhaps it was hoped that these good felons would inspire the defendant to open his heart to them, as Eagle had done. More likely, however, the hope was that Peltier would attack them, and thereby worsen the reputation for violence that the FBI had gone to such pains to establish. Apparently, both of his new cellmates inclined to the second theory. Bragg declared later that when Peltier was brought in, he just scooted right around that man and departed from the cell, crying out for other accommodations. The frightened Highbull was not fast enough, and was obliged to while away the evening in earnest discussion, so he said, of the possibility of changing his proposed testimony to something more acceptable to the defendant. Once they were safe, both men complained that Peltier had threatened them. He had also passed the word along the cell tiers to Marvin Bragg that if the rapist didn't change his story, his long-suffering wife would be harmed as well as himself. Both denied that anybody had encouraged them to provoke the violent threats by the defendant, and both swore that they had spoken nothing but the truth, so help them God. However, in offer of proof testimony, Bragg acknowledged having benefited from a concurrent sentence on his 3 rape convictions, apparently due to his public-spirited effort to see justice done. He also confided his high hopes of an early parole from his 2 recent sentences on charges of murder. Among the witnesses scheduled to appear for the defense was Chief Frank Fools Crow, whom Takeoff eventually rejected. He told me the reason was that Chief Fools Crow was getting senile, Peltier recalls, still somewhat mystified. Even more mystifying was the rejection of Mike Anderson, who had done Peltier more damage than anyone else and was therefore in a position to do him the most good. Mike Anderson was called and came back to testify for me with the encouragement of his mother and his brother Larry. All our witnesses are first interviewed by one of the defense team, and one of them told me Mike was going to be a good witness for me. 13. Sure, he was a little scared because of threats, etc., but she felt he was going to be good. After she was finished, she called Elliot in, and it could not have been 5 minutes later he came out and said, "No good, he's scared and will destroy us." Our investigator could never understand why Elliot did this, or why he rejected Chief Fools Crow's testimony. As for the comment of Mike destroying us, to this day I don't know what the hell he meant, because there is nothing truthful Mike could have said that would have destroyed me or anyone at Oglala that day. An elusive phenomenon throughout both Resmus trials was the Red Scout, Jeep, pickup, and or vehicle, originally associated with Jimmy Eagle, then with the unidentified Indians being pursued by Williams and Kohler, then with the person or persons unknown who departed the Jumping Bull Land immediately after the agents' deaths. As will be recalled, FBI stenographer Linda Price, recording Ron Williams's radio transmissions in the Rapid City office on the morning of the shootout, heard Williams say, "We're following a red vehicle, you want to keep an eye out for it." At 12:18, 3 or 4 people in the Rapid City office, taking down the transmissions from Oglala, heard Adams report a red pickup leaving the Jumping Bull area. Yet in the first weeks after the shootout, the description of this vehicle, then its very existence, became shrouded in mystery. As William Kunstler had pointed out at Cedar Rapids, the FBI waited almost 2 weeks before announcing that there was such a pickup truck and that there had been a chase by the agents of the pickup truck. After Butler and Robideau were acquitted and the government dismissed charges against Jimmy Eagle, the confusion, if that is what it was, increased, as the red pickup, closely followed by Eagle's red International Scout, disappeared into the sunset and Leonard Peltier's red and white Chevy van came into view. Since no red pickup could be linked to the defendants, the defense lawyers had been happy to agree with the early FBI theory of events in which a red pickup had been chased onto or across the Jumping Bull Land by Kohler and Williams just before the shootout and had then departed. But as we have seen, Agent Adams was now saying that what he meant by this red pickup was actually a red and white pickup operated by Wallace Little, Sr., that drove on and off the property an hour later, and that neither had anything to do with the red and white van that had actually been chased onto the farm by the doomed agents. In support of this theory was the controversial 2-part 302 of Agent Gerard Waring, who alone among all those people who were listening to Williams's last transmissions, heard red and white rather than red. There was also the confused testimony of Mike Anderson, who said that the orange pickup he had mentioned as the vehicle occupied by Stunts, Charles, and Peltier and pursued down the hill by the 2 agents was actually an orange and white and red and white van. These changes from red to red and white were crucial to the effectiveness of witness Draper, who stated that Leonard Peltier had driven his red and white van away from camp about 9 o'clock that morning, and that this van was present once again when Draper emerged from hiding in the woods in the early afternoon, and also to that of Angie Long, visitor, who said she saw Peltier's red and white van parked at the Y Fork below the Green Shack. When the smoke cleared, however, the prosecution was still stuck with the 302 of Linda Price, which was supported by FBI stenographer and Johnson's recollection, as elicited at Cedar Rapids, not by the defense but by Assistant U.S. Attorney Robert Siekma. Q. What was the general nature of the radio transmissions? What was being said between 11:55 and 12:10 p.m.? A. There was a general background of what had been happening, of the agents being fired at, and what was being done. Q. Okay. What happened at 12:06? A. Adams was receiving fire. Q. And what happened at 12:10, approximately 12:10 p.m.? A. An ambulance was called to go down there. Q. Okay, and what happened at about 12:18 p.m.? A. Adams was on the scene and he had been receiving fire. Q. And what else happened? A. He said that he saw a red pickup leaving the Jumping Bull Hall area, and the Pine Ridge police were instructed to stop this pickup. For the prosecutors, it was important that these unwelcome recollections be blurred or otherwise discredited in the jury's mind. Therefore, it was now revealed that these ladies had been assisted in their stenography by resident senior agent Georgia Clock, the suggestion being that those nice girls back at the office had confused things and should not be taken too seriously by the jury. At Fargo, Johnson dutifully declared that she did not really recall that stuff about the red pickup anymore, nor could she refer to her own notes on the actual transmissions, since she had destroyed them several months earlier after Cedar Rapids, that is, and before Fargo. And as with Coward and with Waring, Judge Benson forbade the defense to place in evidence the stenographer's 302s, which make no mention of any assistance from Mr. O'Clock. Closing arguments began on April 15, 1977. In his summation for the prosecution, Assistant U.S. Attorney Crooks returned to what he called perhaps the most important piece of evidence in this case, a controversial .223 shell casing, supposedly ejected from the killer's rifle during the executions into the open trunk of Kohler's car. The government's position was that this shell casing went unnoticed by whoever gathered up the incriminating shells after the killings. However, it also went unnoticed by the 5 FBI agents who scoured the death scene that same day, while the bodies lay there in the sun, and it is nowhere mentioned on the list of items in the July 1, 1975, 302 report of Agent Cortland Cunningham, head of the FBI Firearms Division, who performed a systematic inspection of the car on June 30, after Agent Winthrop Lodge had checked it out for fingerprints. Nevertheless, Agent Cunningham had signed that affidavit, which was used at Peltier's extradition hearings in Vancouver, claiming, "I found 1.223 cartridge case in the trunk which I took into my possession and placed it in an envelope marked items recovered from trunk, Jack R. Kohler automobile." At Fargo, Cunningham acknowledged that he had not found this casing after all. He said that Agent Lodge had found it, and had given it to him later. Sure enough, the casing turns up on the last page of the notes Lodge said he took while inspecting this automobile on June 30. Why notes were taken on this car and this car only was not explained. Like Coward, Waring, and Cunningham before him, Agent Lodge felt obliged to adjust his testimony throughout, claiming at one point, for example, that everything in Kohler's car had been turned over to Cunningham, and at another that not everything was turned over to Cunningham. During cross-examination, both agents were helped with their multiplying difficulties of recollection by helpful interjections from Judge Benson. For example, when Attorney Lowe demanded to know whether Cunningham was aware that he had made a false statement under oath on that affidavit used in Canada, the agent said vaguely that the significance of that paragraph at the time I signed the affidavit was not apparent to me. Pressed for a simple yes or no, the witness was assisted off the hook by Benson, who decreed that the question had already been answered. Even if this elusive casing was legitimate evidence, it had to be linked to a gun of the right caliber, and the gun that the government came up with was the damaged AR-15 rifle taken from Rob Ido's exploded station wagon outside Wichita. An FBI laboratory report of October 31, 1975, on the analysis of 4 weapons collected from the exploded station wagon on the Kansas Turnpike, made clear that none of the ammunition components recovered at Oglala could be associated with this gun. Apparently the same was true of the AR-15 with the obliterated serial number recovered at Rosebud, and the third AR-15 found in the motorhome in Oregon 2 months later. Not until January 19, 1976, would ballistics expert Evan Hodge discover that the crucial casing could be linked to that Kansas Turnpike weapon, after all a theoretical conclusion only, as Hodge admitted, since unlike the Rosebud and Oregon weapons, this AR-15 with firing mechanisms and upper barrel partially melted and otherwise damaged by explosion and flames could not be test-fired. In short, it was as difficult to disprove that .223 casing's connection to the damaged gun as it was to prove it. Anyway, the government announced that the Wichita AR-15 had been the murder weapon, and the Hodge report was in good time for the affidavit he signed under oath to help secure Leonard Peltier's extradition. Hodge accounted for the delay in his diagnosis by saying that although he had received that cartridge casing from Rapid City on July 24, 1975, he had not gotten around to testing it until late December, perhaps January, despite the ferocious urgency of the RESMA's investigation. Since this critical casing and another fired by a .308 were the only ones found near the bodies that could have come from the high-velocity weapon that caused the deaths, this delay seems remarkable, to put it mildly. Judge Benson ruled that the defense, in its summation, was not to point out the strange timing of all these ballistics reports. Presumably he felt that the suspicious attitude of the defense attorneys might confuse the jury, causing it to wonder if the Cunningham and Hodge affidavits had any validity at all. Once again, the judge seemed to have usurped the jury's legal responsibility to decide the true facts of the case. Reading the trial transcript, it is hard to understand why the defense did not hammer at the weak connection between the wandering shell casing and the busted gun, and the still weaker connection between this gun and Peltier. Wish Draper, for one, had associated an AR-15 with others in the group, and Evan Hodge himself had testified that at least 3 AR-15s were involved in the shootout on that day. In addition, numerous AR-15s were carried by BIA police and others involved in the assault upon the compound. It was also interesting that no .223s were found among the cartridge casings at the junked car tree line location from where Peltier was said by every witness to have been shooting. Both sides now agreed that Kohler and Williams had been killed at point-blank range by one or more high-velocity weapons. Among the weapons located by the FBI, those in this category included, in addition to Kohler's own rifle, by no means an unlikely possibility, the Springfield bolt-action .30-06 Deer rifle collected at the June Little cabin and 2 British Enfield .303s, one of them found down in the AIM camp and the other allegedly used by Norman Charles. Casings from the latter weapon were found not only in the compound but near the tree line and at the Little cabin. In trying to focus the guilt on the AIM suspects, the government ballistics charts and maps seen by the jury ignored what Agent Hodge referred to as a whole lot of ammunition components that were never connected to any identified gun. Since almost every weapon used by the agents and the AIM group had been identified, who was doing all the shooting? And why, despite all the evidence of people fleeing the Jumping Bull area in early afternoon in red pickups and gold autos, as well as on foot, were these shooters scarcely mentioned, not only by the prosecution but by the defense? One may suppose that the Resmas defendants and their attorneys were anxious to avoid incriminating other Indians, and that the prosecution had good reasons for not doing so. Even so, there was something unexplained, something disturbing in the avoidance of this whole area of investigation that was simply allowed to disintegrate, like that red pickup that the prosecution was dismissing as a phantom. The massive and brain-numbing ballistics testimony in the trial transcript fails to establish Peltier's presence at Oglala, far less his identity as the killer, and evidently prosecutor Crooks feared that the jury might perceive this, to judge from his emotional evocation of the bloody killings and his rabble-rousing denunciation of the defendant, neither of which had much to do with the hard evidence. It is obvious that both of our two most important witnesses, Norman Brown and Mike Anderson, would have been defendants in this case along with Leonard Peltier, and perhaps should have been. I think it's also obvious why they were not. As I said, our best two eyewitnesses are dead, Jack Kohler and Ron Williams. They can never testify. In short, we needed witnesses. There's no question about it. The evidence, for instance, does not indicate that Mike Anderson or Norman Brown initiated these killings, or that they fired the fatal shots. The evidence, on the other hand, indicates that Leonard Peltier was not only the leader of this group, he started the fight, he started the shootings, he executed these two human beings at point-blank range. The evidence indicates no such thing. There was no evidence for these last three statements whatsoever. There was one individual who was most responsible, and I think the evidence without any question proves and establishes beyond any doubt that that was the man seated over there in the blue shirt and the vest, Leonard Peltier. Apparently Special Agent Williams was killed first. He was struck in the face and hand by the bullet, as I have demonstrated, probably begging for his life, and he was shot. The back of his head was blown off by a high-powered rifle. Leonard Peltier then turned, as the evidence indicates, to Jack Kohler lying on the ground helpless. He shoots him in the top of the head. Apparently feeling that he hadn't done a good enough job, he shoots him again through the jaw, and his face explodes. No shell even comes out, just explodes. The whole bottom of his chin is blown out by the force of the concussion. He dies. Blood splattered against the side of the car. Special Agent Adams arrived, a good friend of Ron Williams. I think that was obvious from his testimony. You will recall that he was very emotional, and I think understandably so, especially from looking at his involvement in this case. He came under fire immediately. The tragic part, or perhaps the fortunate part, if he had gone a little farther, he probably would have seen Leonard Peltier standing over the bodies. Had he gone any farther, we would have probably had 3 dead agents instead of 2. Everyone that came near this area was shot at, including, I believe, there is testimony of an ambulance team coming in. Everyone drew fire. Passerbys on the highway drew fire from this blood-crazed bunch. Crooks spoke angrily of the senseless, brutal, cowardly murders of 2 young, relatively handsome young men, killed in the performance of their duties and of human lives unique in God's creation. Among his many misstatements of the record, he told the jury that Mike Anderson had said that Peltier had gotten out of the red and white van and started shooting at the agents, when Anderson had said nothing of the kind. The agents are now dead, Crooks intoned, the sniveling coward that shot them has fled. Since the jurors were instructed not to take notes and were not to consult the more than 5,000 pages of trial transcript, they could not retain pertinent details of the complex and lengthy arguments, and since Judge Benson had also forbidden direct quotations from the transcripts during summations, it was difficult for the defense to show what Crooks was up to. An experienced prosecutor who knew just what he was doing, Crooks took full advantage of this situation, and John Lowe's demand for a mistrial based on grievous mistakes in Crooks's argument was dismissed by Benson, who paid no attention to Lowe's pleas that the court admonish the rampaging prosecutor or warn the jury that much of what this assistant U.S. attorney was telling them was simply untrue. Comparing the behavior of Lynn Crooks and Robert Siekma with that of R.D. Hurd in the trial of Banks and Means, a lawyer familiar with both cases says, in my opinion, Hurd knew what was going on, and didn't stop it. Crooks and Siekma took an active role in the preparation of false evidence. Old-fashioned Americans who prefer to think that United States attorneys should maintain some sort of standard of integrity, even if the FBI does not, might well feel ashamed of the crude cynicism of these men, and dismay that their behavior is sanctioned and even commended by their superiors. Like Hurd before him, Crooks was to be honored by the Justice Department for his outstanding performance in this trial. Although the defense had prepared 2 weeks of testimony, about 4/5 of it was disallowed, so that after 15 days of prosecution evidence the defense found itself limited to just 2.5 days in open court. By this time, Attorney Lowe, in the face of impending disaster, was already devoting his main effort to getting material on the court record that might later be used as the basis for an appeal. 14. In his summation, having acknowledged that first-degree murder had been committed, Takeoff contested the idea that it had been committed by Leonard Peltier, for which there was virtually no evidence. Mr. Crooks said that it is unfortunate that Anderson and Draper and Brown couldn't be prosecuted, they participated in these murders, but it was necessary to give up the privilege and the experience of prosecuting them in order to get the leader. Well, Norman Charles didn't testify for the government. How come he is not sitting over there with his lawyer? It's very interesting. Norman Charles doesn't testify for the government. We don't know why. We have a lot of evidence of Norman Charles. I also call to your attention that Joe Stuntz was found in an FBI jacket which came out of the car of one of the agents. When did he put that jacket on? Was he one of those people with a .44 Magnum who went down there? That's the one identifiable bullet in one of the agents, a .44 Magnum. And Joe Stuntz has the jacket on. Takeoff also returned to the enigma of the red pickup. Why the great sensitivity about the red pickup? Did that red pickup carry away the people who killed the agents? Did that red pickup carry away people who were directly involved? They went out at 12:18. That is a very significant fact because that is within minutes, just a few minutes of the time by which it is fairly certain that both agents had died. If you recall, and it's perhaps a very subtle point, why did Mr. Siekma keep asking these witnesses questions which used the word vehicle in spite of the fact they kept answering him with the word pickup? Anderson was on the stand. Anderson, who was on the roof of Wanda Sears' residence, the tan and red residence, Mr. Hultman was questioning him. Mr. Hultman said, "What if anything then happened?" Answer, "Well, I guess they seen the orange pickup going down that way and they followed it." Next question by Mr. Hultman, "Now when you say orange pickup, is that the red and white van?" What kind of a question is that? When someone says orange pickup they mean orange pickup, they don't mean red and white van. Why did Mr. Anderson refer to it as the orange pickup? How did he convert on the stand a red and white van into an orange pickup? The orange and red and white van that was going down the hill. So now it was both orange and red and white, and it was a van all in a few seconds. The conversion was made right there in the courtroom. Takeoff repeatedly returned to the contradictions in the testimony of Mike Anderson. Anderson, when shown a photograph of Jimmy Eagle, said, yes, he was there with his girlfriend, Wilma, who was cooking. So not only does Anderson by some magical process place Jimmy Eagle at Tent City, but he is there with a girlfriend by the name of Wilma and she is cooking that late morning meal. How come nobody mentioned Wilma? Norman Brown, Michael Anderson. Draper, nobody mentioned Wilma, the provider of the food. Strange, isn't it? And then again, if Anderson, when he was interviewed, was in a position to say who was in Tent City preparing breakfast, because that's where everybody was when the shooting broke out, then how could he be on Wanda Sears' roof unless he has the capacity to fly? He may have the capacity to lie, but he doesn't have the capacity to fly. Can you explain except by saying there is something terribly wrong here? You are asked to do a very, very serious task. Either way, just to return a verdict in this case, is a monumental act. Can you do so with comfort and assurance? Adams, the first witness for the government, testifies the official investigation revealed nothing to indicate that Eagle was present on 6/26. Then how does it happen that Eagle is spotted through a telescope at a half-mile? How does it happen that a witness who testified here that he saw Leonard Peltier down by the cars with two others, Michael Anderson, says that Jimmy Eagle was in Tent City with a woman named Wilma? How do those things happen? In the end, it was Judge Benson's determination of what the jury should or should not see and hear that became the deciding factor in the trial. While permitting reference to Peltier's past crimes, and permitting the unrestrained brandishing of gory pictures of the agents' corpses, bullet-riddled by this blood-crazed bunch, not to speak of several weeks of testimony that was mostly immaterial even when not perjured or coerced, Benson forbade the defense to cite the evidence and verdict in the case of Butler and Robideau, and ruled all reference to COINTELPRO and most references to FBI misconduct inadmissible. Due to this judge's apparently biased exercise of his discretion, the jury was never troubled by the strong evidence of fabrication in the many contradictory 302s, or by the manipulation of Myrtle Poor Bear, or by much other evidence tending to show that Leonard Peltier was being railroaded into prison. Denied evidence of the whole pattern of fabrications that had laid the foundation for this trial, the jury had no way of knowing that the evidence against Peltier was essentially identical to the evidence against the two men already acquitted, and no way of sorting out the parade of prosecution witnesses, the hodgepodge of hollow circumstantial evidence, the charts and diagrams and table load of dangerous weapons that were brandished by the prosecutors for 15 days. What was clear was that two white men, frightened and outnumbered, had been brutally killed, and that this Indian and his associates had been caught with the victims' guns. This damning circumstance, reinforced by those awful red photographs, ensured the prosecution's victory in United States of America versus Leonard Peltier. With a hanging judge, one lawyer says, counsel has to choose between defying the bench, making the judge mad, goading him into actions and decisions that can be used as basis for a later appeal, or trying to bring him around through reason and courtesy to a fairer point of view. There was no hope of that with Benson. He gave the defense a continuous series of adverse rulings, right from the first cross-examination of Gary Adams. Not only did he sustain almost all prosecution objections, he undermined the defense over and over by accusing it in the jury's hearing of wasting the jury's time in its cross-examinations. If I had been counsel, I would have approached it in a different way. The crucial point was that Peltier was no more and no less innocent than Butler and Robideau, and I would have hollered to the jury about the Cedar Rapids verdict even if Benson had jailed me for contempt. In its deliberations, the jury requested to hear over again that exciting part of the prosecution testimony about how Peltier, in the course of his arrest at Small Boys Camp, told a Cree elder that if he had known those visitors were cops, he would blow the out of their shoes. The campaign to make a cop killer out of this sniveling coward seemed to have worked. On April 18, 1977, after 6 hours of deliberation, the jury returned with a verdict of guilty on 2 counts of murder in the first degree. Before the sentencing, on June 1, Leonard Peltier addressed the court. He had prepared the speech himself, with consultation on the precise wording. Although he started out in a calm voice, he became outraged as he proceeded, and before he finished, Judge Paul Benson had gone stake red in the face. Bruce Ellison says that the court clerk, taking the speech down, sat all hunched up as if warding off the blow of Judgment Day, and that tension in the court grew so intense that he expected the angry U.S. Marshals to launch a bodily assault on Peltier at any minute. There is no doubt in my mind or my people's minds you are going to sentence me to 2 consecutive life terms. You are and have always been prejudiced against me and any Native Americans who have stood before you. You have openly favored the government all through this trial and you are happy to do whatever the FBI would want you to do in this case. I did not always believe this to be so. When I first saw you in the courtroom in Sioux Falls, your dignified appearance misled me into thinking that you were a fair-minded person who knew something of the law and who would act in accordance with the law. Which meant that you would be impartial and not favor one side or the other in this lawsuit. That has not been the case and I now firmly believe that you will impose consecutive life terms solely because that way you think will avoid the displeasures of the FBI. Neither my people nor myself know why you would be so concerned about an organization that has brought so much shame to the American people. But you are. Your conduct during this trial leaves no doubt that you will do the bidding of the FBI without any hesitation. You are about to perform an act which will close one more chapter in the history of the failure of the United States courts and the failure of the people of the United States to do justice in the case of a Native American. After centuries of murder, could I have been wise in thinking that you would break that tradition and commit an act of justice? Obviously not. Because I should have realized that what I detected was only a very thin layer of dignity and surely not of fine character. If you think my accusations have been harsh and unfounded, I will explain why I have reached these conclusions and why I think my criticism has not been harsh enough. First, each time my defense team tried to expose FBI misconduct and tried to present evidence of this, you claimed it was irrelevant to this trial. But the prosecution was allowed to present their case with evidence that was in no way relevant. For example, an automobile blowing up on a freeway in Wichita, Kansas, an attempted murder in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, for which I have not been found innocent or guilty, or a van loaded with legally purchased firearms and a policeman who claims someone fired at him in Oregon State. The Supreme Court of the United States tried to prevent convictions of this sort by passing into law that only past convictions may be presented as evidence. This court knows very well I have no prior convictions, nor am I even charged with some of these alleged crimes, therefore, they cannot be used as evidence in order to receive a conviction in this farce called a trial. This is why I strongly believe you will impose 2 life terms, running consecutively, on me. Second, you could not make a reasonable decision about my sentence because you suffer from at least one of 3 defects that prevent a rational conclusion. You plainly demonstrated this in your decision about the Jimmy Eagle and Myrtle Poor Bear aspects of this case. In Jimmy's case, only a judge who consciously and openly ignores the law would call it irrelevant to my trial. In the mental torture of Myrtle Poor Bear, you said her testimony would shock the conscience of the American people if believed. But you decided what was to be believed, not the jury. Your conduct shocks the conscience of what the American legal system stands for, the search for the truth by a jury of citizens. What was it that made you so afraid to let that testimony in? Your own guilt of being part of a corrupted pre-planned trial to get a conviction, no matter how your reputation would be tarnished? For these reasons, I strongly believe you will do the bidding of the FBI and give me 2 consecutive life terms. Third, in my opinion, anyone who failed to see the relationship between the undisputed facts of these events surrounding the investigation used by the FBI in their interrogation of the Navajo youth's Wilford Draper, who was tied to a chair for 3 hours and denied access to his attorney, the outright threats to Norman Brown's life, the bodily harm threatened to Mike Anderson, and, finally, the murder of Anna Mae Aquash must be blind, stupid, or without human feelings, so there is no doubt and little chance that you have the ability to avoid doing today what the FBI wants you to do, which is to sentence me to 2 life terms running consecutively. Fourth, you do not have the ability to see that the conviction of an AIM activist helps to cover up what the government's own evidence showed, that large numbers of Indian people engaged in that firefight on June 26, 1975. You do not have the ability to see that the government must suppress the fact that there is a growing anger amongst Indian people and that Native Americans will resist any further encroachments by the military forces of the capitalistic Americans, which is evidenced by the large number of Pine Ridge residents who took up arms on June 26, 1975, to defend themselves. Therefore, you do not have the ability to carry out your responsibility towards me in an impartial way and will run my 2 life terms consecutively. Fifth, I stand before you as a proud man. I feel no guilt. I have done nothing to feel guilty about. I have no regrets of being a Native American activist. Thousands of people in the United States, Canada, and around the world have and will continue to support me to expose the injustices which have occurred in this courtroom. I do feel pity for your people that they must live under such an ugly system. Under your system, you are taught greed, racism, and corruption, and most serious of all, the destruction of Mother Earth. Under the Native American system, we are taught all people are brothers and sisters, to share the wealth with the poor and needy. But the most important of all is to respect and preserve the earth, who we consider to be our mother. We feed from her breast. Our mother gives us life from birth, and when it's time to leave this world, who again takes us back into her womb. But the main thing we are taught is to preserve her for our children and our grandchildren, because they are the next who will live upon her. No, I'm not the guilty one here. I'm not the one who should be called a criminal. White racist America is the criminal for the destruction of our lands and my people. To hide your guilt from the decent human beings in America and around the world, you will sentence me to 2 consecutive life terms without any hesitation. If you were impartial, you would have had an open mind on all the factual disputes in this case. But you were unwilling to allow even the slightest possibility that a law enforcement officer would lie on the stand. Then how could you possibly be impartial enough to let my lawyers prove how important it is to the FBI to convict a Native American activist in this case? You do not have the ability to see that such conviction is an important part of the efforts to discredit those who are trying to alert their brothers and sisters to the new threat from the white man, and the attempt to destroy what little Indian land remains in the process of extracting our uranium, oil, and other minerals. Again, to cover up your part in this, you will call me a heartless, cold-blooded murderer who deserves 2 life sentences consecutively. Finally, I honestly believe that you made up your mind long ago that I was guilty and that you were going to sentence me to the maximum sentence permitted under the law. But this does not surprise me, because you are a high-ranking member of the white racist American establishment which has consistently said, "In God we trust," while they went about the business of murdering my people and attempting to destroy our culture. To this address, the flustered judge retorted, "You profess to be an activist for your people, but you are a disservice to Native Americans." With that, he administered the harshest punishment at his disposal, sentencing Peltier to 2 consecutive life terms in federal prison. The defendant turned and exchanged a long look with his father, Leo Peltier, with whom he had never been close. Both men looked stricken by the knowledge that it was now too late to make up for lost time. Leonard Peltier was sent directly to the high-security penitentiary at Marion, Illinois, a very unusual procedure for a first-time convict except in political crimes. In December 1977, his conviction was appealed by a new team of lawyers. 15. Before a panel of 3 federal judges in St. Louis, one of whom, William Webster, was soon to learn from Attorney General Griffin Bell that he was to be nominated as the new head of the FBI. Judge Webster, who is said to be a man of intelligence and integrity, has a poor reputation in the field of civil rights, and was already noted for his anti-aim opinions in a Wilcox suit against the FBI in 1973, in the Means-Wilson election scandal in 1974, in fighting the reversal of Wounded Knee non-leadership convictions in the appeals court, and in upholding the severe sentence administered to John Trudell during Peltier's trial. Despite his high position on the bench, he was a member of 2 clubs in St. Louis that excluded women as well as blacks. One of these is known as the Mysterious Order of the Veiled Prophets. Judge Webster disqualified himself from all FBI cases even before his nomination, but his opinions may have influenced the other 2 judges, who were retained when another panel was convened. By this time the defense believes the damage to Peltier had been done. The appeal was heard by the new panel in April 1978, and in September of that year, it was denied. Before the appeals court, the defense contended that Peltier's extradition from Canada had been illegal, since it was based on false affidavits obtained by the government through coercion and deceit and known by the government to be false. U.S. Attorney Evan Hultman argued that the jurisdiction of the trial court over the defendant is not affected by the manner in which his presence before the court was obtained. Judge Ross. But anybody who read those affidavits would know that they contradict each other. And why the FBI and prosecutor's office continued to extract more to put into the affidavits in hope to get Mr. Peltier back to the United States is beyond my understanding. Mr. Hultman. Yes. Judge Ross. Because you should have known, and the FBI should have known, that you were pressuring the woman to add to her statement. Mr. Hultman. Your Honor, I personally was not present at that stage. I read the affidavits after they had been submitted, so I want this court to know that. Judge Ross. The government. Mr. Hultman. And I don't excuse, by my remark just now to Your Honor, I don't in any way excuse what the court has just indicated. Your Honor, I have trouble with that myself, and Your Honor, that is the exact reason which I did read these affidavits. It was clear to me her story didn't check out with anything in the record by any other witness in any other way. So I concluded then, in addition to her incompetence, first, that secondly, there was no relevance of any kind. Absolutely not one scintilla of any evidence of any kind that had anything to do with this case. And it was then that I personally made the decision that this witness was no witness. First of all, because she was incompetent in the utter ultimate sense of incompetency. There was not one scintilla that showed Myrtle Poorbear was there, knew anything, did anything, etc. Judge Ross. But can't you see, Mr. Hultman, what happened in such a way that it gives some credence to the claim of the Mr. Hultman. I understand, yes, Your Honor. Judge Ross. The Indian people that the United States is willing to resort to any tactic in order to bring somebody back to the United States from Canada. Mr. Hultman. Judge Ross. And if they are willing to do that, they must be willing to fabricate other evidence. And it's no wonder that they are unhappy and disbelieve the things that happened in our courts when things like this happen. Mr. Hultman. Judge Ross, I in no way do anything but agree with you totally. Judge Ross. And you try to explain how they get there is not legally relevant in this case, and they don't understand that. Mr. Hultman. I understand, Your Honor. Judge Ross. We have an obligation to them, not only to treat them fairly, but not give the appearance of manufacturing evidence by interrogating incompetent witnesses. Mr. Hultman. Your Honor, I agree wholeheartedly. Even so, the Court of Appeals held that since the defense had not claimed that the Poor Bear affidavits were the only evidence that brought about the extradition, its arguments were beside the point. The fugitive warrant from Wisconsin might have sufficed. It also accepted the government's position that since the defense was unable to prove any conspiracy between Jimmy Eagle's cellmates and the FBI, it didn't matter whether or not those convicts had been lying. Finally, while the more prudent course might have been to allow the defense to present the evidence, the court affirmed Judge Benson's decision to withhold the Poor Bear and Eagle testimony from the jury. The evidence was only minimally relevant. Neither Jimmy Eagle nor Myrtle Poor Bear testified as a government witness against Peltier. Furthermore, Peltier made no showing that the integrity of the government's evidence against him was in any way tainted by the Myrtle Poor Bear and Jimmy Eagle episodes. Peltier argues that the evidence was relevant to show bias on the part of government witnesses Anderson, Draper, and Brown. He argues that Poor Bear's and Eagle's testimony, if believed by the jury, might have caused the jury to speculate further as to whether the knowledge Anderson, Draper, and Brown testified to was implanted in their minds by coercive FBI interrogation. It is true that evidence tending to show a substantial reason for bias or interest in an important witness is never collateral or irrelevant. It may be the very key to an intelligent appraisal of the testimony of the. However, Eagle's and Poor Bear's allegations of FBI harassment, even if true, shed very little, if any, light on the credibility of other witnesses, since the trial court allowed full inquiry into the dealings of Anderson, Draper, and Brown with the FBI. In light of the full presentation to the jury of FBI actions which might have caused bias on the part of these three witnesses, the testimony of Poor Bear and Eagle would only have been cumulative. Peltier also argues that the Poor Bear and Eagle testimony was admissible to show the intention of the FBI to bring about his conviction, no matter what the cost. The issue is a more difficult one. As we stated earlier, Peltier's theory of the case was that the FBI framed him by manufacturing evidence and inducing witnesses to testify in accordance with its theory of the murders. The Poor Bear and Eagle testimony was certainly consistent with that theory. However, we do not find an abuse of discretion on the part of the district court in excluding the evidence. 16. In its conclusions, however, the court noted that the use of affidavits of Myrtle Poor Bear in the extradition proceedings was, to say the least, a clear abuse of the investigative process by the FBI. Why the defense request for a new trial was denied, under these circumstances, seems somewhat mysterious, since as Judge Ross had pointed out, if they are willing to do that, they must be willing to fabricate other evidence. In other words, if the government is willing to present coerced or fabricated testimony, why would it hesitate to present fabricated circumstantial evidence as well? With that query in mind, the rickety ballistics evidence purporting to link Peltier to the killings becomes even more suspect than before. The appeal attorneys had also shown that during Peltier's trial the prosecution had bludgeoned the jury with his past crimes illegally, according to the defense, not only because he had never been tried or convicted of those crimes but because the federal rules of evidence provide that evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show that he acted in conformity therewith. This rule also provides, however, that such evidence is admissible for such purposes as proof of motive, and the prosecution argued that the defendant's knowledge that he would be taken into custody and returned to Milwaukee to stand trial for attempted murder tended to show why Peltier reacted with deadly force when followed by the FBI agents. The Court of Appeals agreed. Therefore, it seems bitterly ironic that 1 month later, in January 1978, prior burglary charges against Peltier were dropped in Oregon, and he was acquitted of the attempted murder in Wisconsin, in both cases because the police witnesses involved had been discredited. With Peltier serving 2 consecutive life sentences, the obsolete charges, once so useful in neutralizing an AIM leader by making him a fugitive from justice, were now just cluttering up justice's books. As a native person, Peltier wrote in a letter from prison, "I stand before your courts with no defensible legal status, in my own land." Eventually Peltier filed an appeal to Amnesty International, which had sent an observer to Vancouver and to Fargo. This is the last appeal I will make. If you continue to feel that my act of protecting my people was the act of a dishonorable and dangerous man, an act that the Amnesty Committee cannot see as worthy, then I condemn your Amnesty Committee for condoning illegal government acts of terror directed against the people. I hope your decision will be guided by your conscience and the Great Spirit. Thank you for hearing me. But Amnesty International finally refused to become involved, regretfully, according to one Amnesty official, because its bylaws rule out cases that involve armed violence. A few years later, however, it published an analysis of this case that was highly critical of the U.S. government. 17. On January 10, 1979, a round-the-clock vigil sponsored by the Leonard Peltier Defense Committee was begun outside the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. This vigil, led by John Trudell, Crow Dog, and others, continued night and day for 55 days, through bitter weather that included some of the worst storms in the city's history. On February 11, in 0-degree temperatures, a protest march demanding a Supreme Court review of Peltier's case was harassed by dozens of police, many of them in riot gear, and the next day, the Supreme Court refused to hear an appeal of the Fargo sentence, offering no explanation of its decision. After all, it's their court system, it's all one government, one attorney said. There is so much FBI illegality here that they can't afford to have a new trial. They know he'd be found innocent. This is a case that's not going to go away. 18. Book 3. Chapter 14. The Escape. Lompoc Prison and the Los Angeles Trial. Crazy Horse saw nothing, knew nothing but treachery from the white man. He felt himself above dealing with men who knew no honor. As by all such men, Crazy Horse was sincerely hated and feared. To get rid of him was the dearest wish of many, both white and Indian. He represented the last stronghold of a weakened and all but subjected nation, so against him trickery and treachery was concentrated and finally prevailed. Luther Standing Bear. In 1978, during the 4th of July barbecue in the prison yard at the federal penitentiary in Marion, Illinois, Leonard Peltier was approached by another inmate, named Robert Hugh Wilson, who informed him that his life was in danger, since he, Wilson, had agreed to kill him. By reputation, Wilson, a heavy-set bank robber of 235 pounds, was a very dangerous man. According to his copious prison records, he had assaulted every officer who has ever attempted to apprehend him, and is considered to be the most dangerous individual apprehended in this district. Robert Hugh Wilson, born in 1923 in Oklahoma of an Oneida mother and a Choctaw father, was chosen to recite the Gettysburg Address on the local radio station at the age of 3 and had a good record as a boy in school. But career opportunities for Oklahoma Indians were extremely limited, and he embarked early on unlawful enterprises, making a specialty of robbing banks. As time went on, he adopted a variety of aliases, none of which suggests his Indian heritage. Under religion, the records record none. To a probation officer in 1970, however, Wilson described himself as a short, fat American Indian, highly sensitive. I like the country and people. He was also an inveterate reader, with a special liking for T.S. Eliot, and a quirky humor. His aliases included Arvin Ignance Cohen. On April 30, 1975, with a companion named Donald Richardson, Wilson escaped from Oklahoma State Prison, and on June 3, he wounded a police officer while evading arrest after an armed robbery in Oklahoma City, in which he was assisted by Richardson and Stephen Berry. All three were caught within the year. Wilson and Berry were seized in Illinois on April 6, 1976, and Wilson and Richardson were sent to Marion. Despite the affection for people noted above, there is no record of any visitors to Wilson, who has 2 daughters as well as an ill wife. Wilson, who was in his 50s, had a history of painful back trouble from degenerative discs, and he was in the prison hospital when on March 17, 1978, he was approached by a Dr. J.R. Plank, who suggested that he help out the head guard, or chief correctional supervisor, R.M. Max Carey, by informing on the activities of Leonard Peltier. Angrily, Wilson ordered Plank to leave. A few days later, he made a routine request for transfer of his medical records to Oklahoma, where he expected to be returned shortly for trial. On March 27, Dr. Plank returned to his bedside to inform him that, despite his condition, he was being transferred from the hospital to solitary confinement in the hole. For the next 6 weeks, a wheelchair and all medical attention were denied him, despite repeated written pleas for help. His pain was such that, on May 5, when he fell down while trying to negotiate the 20 feet between his cell and the shower, he could not get up. On May 10, the head guard visited his cell. According to Wilson's diary for that day, Carey asked me if I was ready to cooperate with him in return for medical treatment. I told him we could talk about it if he would get me some medical treatment right away. On May 12, he was given a cursory examination, and on May 15, he was returned to the hospital, although medical treatment was still being withheld. The following day, the Indians' cross-country protest march called the longest walk. 1. From Alcatraz to Washington, D.C., arrived in Marion. Largely organized by Dennis Banks, the 3,000-mile walk across the country, in protest against new anti-Indian legislation and the mass removal of traditional Navajo people from the Big Mountain region of Arizona, had arrived outside the prison walls, where a demonstration was staged on behalf of Peltier and other political prisoners. Leonard Crow Dog was refused admittance, but John Trudell, Ernie Peters, and a few others were permitted to visit Peltier, whose notoriety and growing stature as leader and martyr were increasingly embarrassing to the U.S. government. The very next day, Wilson says, he had a visit in his hospital room. Comes now Robert Hugh Wilson, who upon his oath deposes and says that on May 17, 1978, I was a prisoner of the United States confined in a hospital room at the United States Penitentiary in Marion, Illinois, that on the afternoon of May 17, 1978, Chief Correctional Supervisor R.M. Carey unlocked the door to my room and entered. Mr. Carey was accompanied by a well-dressed stranger in a light brown suit and diagonal striped tie. The man accompanying Mr. Carey appeared to be in his late 30s, about 6 feet tall and 170 pounds, very erect posture, nearly blonde hair with blue eyes. The stranger said that if I would cooperate in neutralizing Leonard Peltier, he would see to it that I received immediate medical treatment, and, after I cooperated with him, he would get me paroled from the federal prison system to my Oklahoma detainer. I asked the stranger who he represented and what he meant by neutralizing Leonard Peltier. He replied that he was a person who had the power to do what he promised. As to what he meant by neutralizing Leonard Peltier, he said that I would have to weigh that for myself, but that according to my record I was not averse to going all the way when faced with a desperate situation. I asked what he meant by going all the way, and Mr. Carey interrupted, saying that I was wasting their time if I was going to play dumb. The stranger asked me how it felt to know I would never make it through the Oklahoma trial alive. He said that shooting a police officer in Oklahoma was a charge that would bring down the wrath of all Oklahoma City law enforcement officers on my head. He said that if I did not cooperate, he would personally see to it that I would not survive the trip to Oklahoma. On the other hand, if I would cooperate, he said he would guarantee my safety in Oklahoma by having me held in the federal prison at El Reno, Oklahoma during the trial, and never having me in the custody of state authorities without the presence of 2 United States Marshals. I stated that I lived in terror of the trip, and I would do almost anything to stay alive, but what they were asking me to do could get me a life sentence. Mr. Carey laughed and said, "For a man who just received 3 life sentences in Texas, you worry too much about a life sentence." The stranger then said that if anything happened to Peltier and an inmate was acting in self-defense, no court would give the inmate a life sentence. I said, how could I know they would keep their end of the bargain, and more important, how could I know they even had the power to promise parole? I pointed out that the captain of the prison guards obviously did not have the authority to promise a parole, and on top of that I did not even know who the stranger was nor who he represented, And most important of all, the parole board was not famous for granting paroles to freshly convicted murderers. The stranger said there were a good many ways for me to fulfill my task, and if I agreed to act for them he would explain a simple procedure whereby I would be able to neutralize Leonard Peltier without even seeming to be involved. I asked him what that procedure might be, and he said that I must first agree to cooperate. I told him that I would cooperate only on the condition that they advance me something tangible so I would know they had the power to keep their end of the bargain. The stranger asked me if I wanted money. I told him that the only thing I wanted was to have the charges in Oklahoma City dismissed so I would not have to go to trial there. I said if I could have immediate medical treatment, a promise of parole from the federal system, and the 7 indictments in Oklahoma dropped before I cooperated, I promised to kill Leonard Peltier in front of the control center on any day he designated. Mr. Carey and the stranger both laughed. Mr. Carey turned to the stranger and said, "It looks like I wasn't wrong when I told you he's your boy." The stranger told me that the first thing they had to do was get me to establish the utmost trust between myself and Peltier. He said the quicker we could get my back, well, the quicker I could get back into population and go to work. He suggested I use my talent for writing administrative remedies to represent the Indians in getting a culture group started. This would help build the strong bond necessary for the next step. He instructed me to tell Leonard that I had access to several homemade zip guns. He said he would furnish 3 such weapons which would appear to be in operating condition, but they would actually be inoperable. He said they could not be tested in the prison, and they would be kept hidden until shortly before the time of the escape. He told me to urge Leonard Peltier to escape by playing on his patriotic feelings. He said I would be furnished with wire cutters capable of cutting through the fence, and concertina wire, hacksaw blades, material for making dummies, and anything within reason in order to get Leonard Peltier out to the fence, preferably at night. He said that I would not be expected to take part in the escape because of my age and bad back. He said that once I lured Leonard Peltier out to the fence he would be taken care of. I told the stranger that I would rather just kill Leonard Peltier than to go through all that deceit and treachery. The stranger replied, "That is exactly what you'll have to do if this plan doesn't work. Don't even think of playing us for fools because, at this point, it's Peltier's life or yours. We don't accept backing out or betrayals. You are now committed to this with your life. If you betray us you will die. If you perform honorably you will be rewarded even more than our agreement. If you tell about this conversation it will be our word against yours and you won't be believed. When you have things in hand and it is imperative that you see Carey, submit a sealed letter requesting an interview regarding a personal problem. Never mention anything in the interview request. Take your time. Don't try to move too fast, and don't hold any serious conversations with Peltier about escaping until you are certain you have his trust." Mr. Carey and the stranger left my room. In his diary for May 17, Wilson wrote, "This is too fucking heavy to even think about. I don't know what to do. If I tell Leonard and he wants me to expose it, they'll probably kill me. If I refuse to act they can get somebody else and we won't even know who. I'll just have to get back into population and dump the whole thing in Leonard's lap." Wilson doubted that the stranger had sufficient influence to remove what amounted to 7 life sentences, especially when one charge involved the near killing of a policeman. But treatment with drugs, hot packs, and liniment began that very afternoon, and on May 24, the Marion Records Control Supervisor was notified by the Oklahoma County Sheriff that the state had removed detainers on Wilson and that the warrants in his case should be returned. 2. On the 1st of June, he was informed that his return for trial was no longer scheduled. Wilson's diary for that day reads, "I guess I'm committed now." At the end of the month, he was discharged from the hospital, and in the prison yard on the 4th of July, he found his chance to talk to Peltier. 3. According to Wilson, Peltier was visibly upset by the news that Wilson was supposed to kill him, and asked Wilson to pretend to cooperate so that he would not be replaced by an unknown enemy. Meanwhile, Wilson acted on the blonde-haired man's suggestion that he join the Indian culture group that was trying to practice traditional culture and religion, and he resumed the name Standing Deer, given to him, he says, by his grandfather. Because of his intelligence and his organizing skills, Standing Deer was soon chairman and spokesman for the group. In mid-September, he was notified that all the Oklahoma charges had been dismissed. On November 9, 1978, at approximately 2 p.m., I was leaving the Office of Supervisor of Education, R.L. Williams, when the stranger who was with Mr. Carey on May 17, 1978, called me into a classroom. He was alone. He appeared to be angry. He wanted to know what I was doing to keep my end of the agreement. I told him that I had been vigorously representing Leonard Peltier and the other Indians in trying to win religious freedom in Marion Prison, that I was certain that I enjoyed Leonard Peltier's complete trust, that I had been preaching escape as the patriotic duty of a warrior, that Leonard wasn't interested in any zip guns, that it would soon be early winter with dense foggy mornings making escape more feasible, and, finally, that these things take time, and he, himself, had said that I should not rush things. He replied that they were just about out of time, and so was I. He told me that they had come to a decision that Marion has so much security that planning a successful escape was just about impossible, therefore, unless I had firm plans to neutralize Peltier, they intended to move both me and Leonard Peltier to a less secure prison in California where an escape attempt would be hard to resist. He said I would be going to Leavenworth in December. Leonard would go to USP Lompoc about 60 days after I got to Leavenworth. I would not go to Lompoc until they had another Indian situated in Lompoc who would help me to neutralize Peltier. He said the Indian I would meet in Lompoc enjoyed their complete trust, and he would also be watching me to be sure I performed. He said he did not know how long I would have to be in Leavenworth, but he wanted to hold me there until both Leonard Peltier and the assassin were in Lompoc. I asked why I couldn't just go ahead to Lompoc. He replied that he wanted me on ice for a while so that Leonard Peltier would welcome me with open arms when I got to Lompoc. He said he further did not want me at Lompoc until the other Indian got himself established. I agreed to go along with him once again. On December 21, Standing Deer was sent to Leavenworth, as promised. The journey aggravated his bad back, and on Christmas Day, following a dispute over his medication, he threatened one of his new guards. At a disciplinary hearing 2 days later which he could not attend because a wheelchair was denied him, he was sentenced to solitary confinement in the Marion Control Unit, a notorious behavior modification prison within a prison that is known to convicts as the end of the line, the worst hole in the whole country. Standing Deer had already served a 3-month term in this unit, a clangorous metal zoo of 6x6x8-foot cell boxes with steel slab beds where captive humans were subject to pseudoscientific experiments and character invalidation techniques. Marion, which opened in 1963, replacing Alcatraz as the highest security prison in the country, appears to have been the first penitentiary where these experiments were put into practice. For me, existing for 3 months in the control unit was the most nightmarish experience of my entire life. To wake up day after endless day in a tiny 6x8 sealed tomb tiger cage completely destroyed my will to live. I would have killed myself, but 24-hour-a-day deadlock solitary confinement produced so much apathy that even suicide required more interest than I could muster. Until the control unit, the worst mental pain I had ever known was when my brother died. Imagine the worst you ever felt in your entire life. That's how I felt every single minute when I was in the control unit. 5. Before Standing Deer could be transferred to Marion and the control unit, he was visited by the Associate Warden of Leavenworth, Ray Lipman, after which this notorious felon, just recently sentenced to administrative detention for yet another manifestation of his assaultive personality, was awarded the first job of his prison career as a clerk in the office of Leavenworth's chief correctional supervisor, with access to all prison documents and free run of the prison. At the same time, also for the first time in his prison career, he asked for and received a change of cell in order to be near his old bank robbing partner, Stephen Berry. He's kind of a loner, says Bob Robideau, who was in Leavenworth when Standing Deer turned up in early 1979. He never associated with anybody much except his partner there, Steve Berry. Berry's a white man, big, over 200 pounds, who broke him out of jail back in Oklahoma, but Standing Deer is the leader, you see that straight off. When he come to Leavenworth he was on the same block as me, on the first tier, and he sent word that he was a friend of Leonard, so I went down a couple of times to talk to him. Heavy set, roly-poly personality, but not fat, and he's got a good sense of humor, which is why him and Leonard got on so good. Robideau was astonished when this tough old con told him about his new job in administration. Later I thought it was kind of funny that he never told me about the plot, never even mentioned it, although Leonard must have told him I was okay, maybe he just didn't see where talking would help. Standing Deer has lots of guts, he's always standing up for the rights of prisoners and firing off letters of protest to the authorities, what he calls administrative remedies. But he's doing a lot of time, and I guess he's learned not to say nothing when he don't have to. On February 23, 1979, Leonard Peltier passed through Leavenworth on his way to Lompoc, which lies just inland from the coast in the Santa Ynez Mountains, north of Point Conception, in California. He arrived at Lompoc on April 10, 2 days before the Oklahoma City prosecutors made a formal motion to dismiss all outstanding charges against Robert Hugh Wilson. At Lompoc, Peltier met Archie Fire Lame Deer, who was establishing a sweat lodge. "I'm afraid they are trying to kill me," he told Lame Deer. "They are trying to set me up." On or about May 11, a federal prisoner named Charles Chuck Richards came through Leavenworth, also on his way to Lompoc. Standing Deer was convinced that this man was the second assassin. An Oglala Lakota from Pine Ridge, and a well-known goon from a goon clan so unusually brutal that it was known to the traditionals as the Manson family, this Richards had been one of the gang responsible for the death of Byron DeSouza, probably because his wife, Sonny, was Dick Wilson's daughter. He had not been prosecuted in the DeSouza killing. Subsequently he had assaulted Lieutenant Pat Mills of the Oglala Police, holding a shotgun to Mills's head before Mills had knocked the shotgun away in a desperate maneuver. 6. Despite his record, which included 2 prior convictions for felonies involving violence, Richards had gotten off with a 3-year sentence in Leavenworth, from where he was transferred to Lompoc after a brief stay. Standing Deer wrote immediately to a Peltier admirer in Seattle, advising her to warn Leonard of Richards's arrival at Lompoc, which had occurred on May 24. 7. Calling himself Richardson because his own name was so notorious on Pine Ridge, Richards had befriended Peltier before the warning was received, playing basketball and talking and eating meals with him on several occasions. In this same period, Peltier was suddenly transferred from his usual work detail on the grounds of Archie Fire Lame Deer's sweat lodge, directly beneath Guard Tower 4, to a secluded area as far from the view of any tower as a prisoner could get without escaping. When Peltier learned Richardson's true identity, he broke all contact with him, alarmed at how close he might have come to his own enemy. Already the Lompoc prisoners, under the direction of Bobby Garcia, were making sure that Peltier was accompanied by 2 bodyguards wherever he went, but one night, seeing another inmate knifed before anyone could move, Peltier realized that his friends could not save him from anyone who really meant business. With the encouragement of an outside man, Roque Duenas, his old Northwest Coast associate from his Seattle days, he began to consult with Bobby Garcia, who had a prison reputation as an escape artist. Bobby Jean Garcia was born in 1946 in a camp for migrant farm workers near Scott City, Kansas. When he was 18, he and his brother and father managed to extricate the family from the brutalizing migrant life by opening a garage in Tucumcari, New Mexico, where Bobby Jean worked as mechanic as well as manager. On November 9, 1966, in a confused state of mind that followed a whole series of personal reversals, the separation of beloved parents, the illness and jailing of his brother, the desertion by his young wife because he was investing all his earnings in the new garage. He shot and killed his flirtatious sister-in-law in a wild argument, then killed the guard at the local jail just 20 minutes later in a bungled attempt to set free his sick brother before turning himself in for the first killing. At his trial, seeing his young wife sitting there pregnant by another man, he went to pieces. 14 months of dreading the death penalty had strained my emotions beyond caring, and my reaction was immature and suicidal, he wrote later. Drowning in self-pity and guilt, I wasn't aware of much of what was happening, but I would stare at the jury with the most hateful expression on my face, as if that would be enough to condemn me to death. I thought that by getting sentenced to death, it would punish Dolores for betraying my trust. A wounded heart does many stupid things. My execution was scheduled for March 28, 1968, but it was postponed and finally commuted to life in 1969. Because New Mexico's jails could not hold him, Garcia was transferred to Marion, where he spent his first 4 or 5 months in the control unit. Eventually he was given so much time in solitary that he could not handle people. When he was returned to the general prison population, I had been locked up in isolation too long. Besides a Lakotan named Alan Iron Moccasin and an Inuit, Joe Comac, Garcia's only friend in Marion was Victor Bono, who in 1975 filed a celebrated prisoner's suit against the Marion authorities, in specific protest against the horror of the control unit. Thanks to Bono, the lightless boxcar cells, declared unconstitutional as cruel and unusual punishment, have since been modified. Nevertheless, Bono's suit was denied in 1978, despite criticism of the control unit's police state techniques from many authorities, including U.S. District Judge James Foreman of St. Louis. In several instances, the judge commented, "The control unit has been used to silence prison critics. It has been used to silence religious leaders. It has been used to silence economic and philosophic dissidents." Ralph Aaron, a former warden of Marion, agrees, "The purpose of the Marion Control Unit is to control revolutionary attitudes in the prison system and the society at large." A remark to which every American, red and yellow, black and white, might pay attention. 8. After 2 years in Marion, Garcia was returned to New Mexico, where he escaped again from the state prison. He was returned to Marion in 1976 and sentenced to 2 straight years of isolation. Inevitably he suffered a complete breakdown, after which he was transferred, in January 1979, to Lompoc Federal Correctional Institution. "It was the best prison I have ever been in all the years I have been in prison," he said later. "You could spend a lot of time in the sunshine, walk around the yard." While in Lompoc, Garcia received word from Alan Iron Moccasin, telling him to set up bodyguard protection for an incoming convict named Leonard Peltier. "I saw this fellow which I thought was a Mexican which turned out to be Leonard Peltier," Garcia remembered. Accosting Peltier in Spanish and receiving minimal response, he said, "I thought you were a Mexican." "You sure? Look like a Mexican?" And Peltier said, "Well, that could be a compliment, because as far as I am concerned, Mexicans are Indian people." Garcia, a shy, untrusting man whom Peltier remembers as having no friends and being in a total shell, was won over by this easy remark and the warmth behind it. "I don't make too many friends," he said, "and me and Leonard became good friends. He was teaching me about the Indian religion, my Indian heritage, things that I didn't know that I should be proud of, and I come to like the man." Another convict who became attached to Peltier was Dallas Thunder Shield, aged 20, from Little Eagle on the Standing Rock Reservation, who arrived in Lompoc not long after Peltier himself. The two had met briefly in 1974, at the first International Indian Treaty Council meeting at Standing Rock, and the young Lakota was working hard to relearn the traditional ways. He had brought his sacred medicine and tobacco bundles with him to Lompoc, and was taking part in the sweat lodge ceremonies run by Lame Deer. Inspired by Peltier, he wrote the letter of exhortation to his people that is quoted in the introduction to this book. Peltier says that Dallas had gray eyes and was light-complected, but he was real traditional, even when I met him as a kid back on Standing Rock in 1974. He was real Stone Indian, all the way. He used to talk about the poverty and drinking back there in Little Eagle, and he wanted to see some changes made when he got home. 9. On the evening of July 20, about 8:30 p.m., Peltier and Garcia found excuses to leave an Indian meeting in the prison auditorium, then started fires in their cells to distract attention from their escape. At the last minute, they were joined by Dallas Thunder Shield. The three used keys manufactured by Garcia to reach the roof of J-Unit cell block. From there, they jumped, running along past the laundry building and the prison industries in the bright light under Tower 4, and hitting the fences not far from the back gate. The tower guard yelled at them, but for some reason he did not fire until the fugitives were almost beyond shotgun range. His shots were answered by what turned out to be diversionary fire from outside persons who had positioned themselves near the northeast corner of the prison, where a service road ran along a tree line. One of these people gave a Mini-14 rifle to Peltier as he ran past. Bobby went over the first fence, Peltier remembers. I followed right behind him, Dallas, too. The second fence is higher than the first fence and Bobby climbed up, was cutting the wires on the second fence, and I was holding his legs. And in the meantime this guy in this tower started shooting and Bobby fell down, and I asked him, I says, "Are you all right?" He says, "Yeah." And I say, "Well, I'm going." So I just climbed the fence and Dallas gave me a shove and I just went right over the fence. In the meantime this guy was still shooting, so when I hit the ground, I realized that I had to get close to this powerhouse to get behind cover. Dallas was right there behind me, then Bobby was right behind him. Then I lost Bobby, I don't know where. I lost him someplace, and me and Dallas headed for the trees. In the meantime there was a vehicle coming at a very high rate of speed. I remember we looked and we seen the headlights coming. Dallas was there alongside of me and we got to the trees and Dallas was to the right of me. And we had been running very hard, so we were kind of out of breath a little bit, and we stopped there for just a second. In the meantime, the guy in the van, or pickup, whatever it was, I guess I don't actually know what it was because all I seen was headlights, and I heard somebody holler, "All right, come on out from behind those trees." W.H. Guild, engineer, powerhouse. At about 9:45 p.m. I heard number 3 tower firing his shotgun. I went out to see if I could be of assistance. I saw inmates in between the fence. I then locked the powerhouse and drew a .38 revolver and took the powerhouse truck toward the delivery entrance. I saw 2 inmates running toward the tree line. I drove the truck toward the tree line until I could see both inmates. I stopped the truck and yelled halt several times. At that time they stopped, but then started running again. I fired 2 rounds and 1 fell. I called and told him not to move. At that time Mr. Blackburn arrived to give assistance. Also Mr. Graves arrived with a flashlight. At that time we saw that the inmate was wounded. At that time I returned to the powerhouse. The .38 revolver that was issued to me was Sir. Number 445497. D.A. Blackburn, Correctional Officer, Fence Patrol Number 1E/W. I heard someone calling for assistance east of my present location. The officer, Mr. Guild, was stating that he had a man down and he was hurt. When I reached his location, I observed Officer Guild standing over a white male, with long black hair, 6 to 0 feet, approximately 180 pounds. I asked Mr. Guild if he was okay, and he replied he was not hurt. I then attempted to question the man about the extent of his injury. He told me he hurt and could not move his legs. At that point I recognized the man as being Dallas Thunder Shield, one of the inmates who resides in J Unit. I continued to reassure him that he was going to be okay and that help was on the way. Within approximately 2 or 3 minutes after my arrival the subject started to go into convulsions and at one point stopped breathing. At this time I advised Mr. Guild that I was going to direct the staff coming to assist to our location. As I started to walk back toward the delivery access road, I heard and observed a man running east of my location in a westerly direction along the south side of the tree line. I identified myself and ordered the man to stop. He ran approximately 15 feet further and knelt behind a large tree with his back facing me. I told him that if he moved I would shoot and ordered him to raise his hands. He complied with my orders and remained sitting in a squatting position. I walked to a position to where I was parallel to the tree and approached the subject, shotgun in hand. When I reached the tree I asked the subject to stand and walk away from the tree in a southerly direction or toward the institution. He walked out approximately 15 feet when I directed him to lay face down with arms spread. He again complied without saying a word. Within minutes, Officer Graves and Lt. Hudson arrived at my location. Graves and Hudson had heard over the radio that 2 men had been apprehended near the tree line by the service road on the east side of the prison boundary. There they found Blackburn guarding a man lying arms spread, face down on the ground. On the far side of the tree line, the powerhouse engineer, a former prison guard named William Guild, stood with his handgun pointed at another prostrate figure. E.D. Graves, Special Officer. I then approached the subject and conducted a brief search for weapons. No weapons were found to be on his person nor in his reach. The subject was lying with his head pointing in a northerly direction. I questioned the subject to determine if he was conscious but received no audible response. I checked the carotid area to determine any pulse and was unable to feel any pulse. No breathing was determined. I then checked the subject's pupils with a flashlight and received no response from same. The pupils were dilated and the eyes lacked luster. The subject was warm to the touch. John B. Hughes, Correctional Officer. At approximately 10:30 p.m. I was engaged in making a search of the area in a northerly direction from the institution toward the FCI firing range. As I was proceeding toward the range at a point about 75 to 80 yards east of the sewage pond number 1, I was alerted by a voice saying, "This is Garcia. I'm unarmed. Don't shoot." Or words to that effect. While a light was held on Garcia, who was laying in knee-deep grass, I approached him and put the flexible emergency handcuffs on the suspect, after performing a frisk search of his person. Lieutenant Greg Hudson, Correctional Supervisor. At approximately 9:50 p.m., I returned to the individual being detained and asked him his name and what unit he was from. He said his name was Rocky and that he was not from here. We searched Rocky and found a .45 caliber magazine with ammo in it, inside his right rear pocket. About 9:55 p.m., Graves then informed Rocky of his rights, and Rocky acknowledged he understood his rights, but refused to answer questions. When Graves asked Blackburn where he first saw this man, Blackburn pointed to a large tree, where Graves shined his light and found a .45 caliber automatic pistol. A wallet was found on his person which contained a Washington state driver's license, giving the name of the person as Roque Orlando Duenas. Duenas was subsequently removed from the area. The outside agencies began arriving and a coordinated search effort was initiated. A picture of the downed person was brought to the area of 1 Dallas Thunder Shield 03301, 073J, with the downed person identified as Thunder Shield. Shortly afterwards, we were informed the third person, who was still missing, was inmate Leonard Peltier 89637, 132H. At approximately 10:45 p.m., Dr. Hudson arrived and officially pronounced Thunder Shield dead. In his report, Guild is at pains to say that his weapon was issued and furnishes its serial number for good measure. Tower Guard R. Hodgkinson states that he issued it, and Officer Graves, too, makes a point of establishing where the weapon came from as well as Guild's right as a powerhouse employee to use it. Graves goes so far as to declare that he stepped through the tree line and saw Bill Guild pointing an institution-issued .38 caliber revolver at a male subject, a very keen observation indeed at such a chaotic moment in the night, and a very prudent one, as well. L.D. Mahan, Unit Officer, J Unit, E/W. This officer was notified by control at 11:45 p.m. that inmate Thunder Shield #03301-078 had been released to death during an escape attempt. Thunder Shield #03301-078 had been released to death, according to the coroner's report, because of exsanguination perforation of superior vena cava gunshot wound to posterior chest. 9:28 p.m. Smoke alarm number 14H unit fire put out 9:36 p.m. 9:41 p.m. Escape attempt number 3 tower reported approximately 3 inmates scaled fence. 9:41 p.m. Escape procedures put into effect. 10 p.m. Thunder Shield reporting missing from J Unit. Peltier and Garcia reported missing from H Unit. 10:45 p.m. Thunder Shield J to deceased. 11:09 p.m. Official count verified. 11:09 p.m. Garcia 02002, 136 apprehended from escape status and placed in I Unit. 11:55 p.m. Peltier 89,637 to 132 still on escape status. July 21, 79 / Saturday morning. 12 a.m. All assigned personnel present for duty. 1:20 a.m. Inmate Black Cloud #1021, 288 placed in I Unit investigation. All official counts verified. 6 a.m. Escape search continued for escaped prisoner. 6:18 a.m. Mr. Mekas completed fence repairs. 7 a.m. Dining room opened for coffee and rolls. At approximate 9:05 p.m. 07/21/1979 a Mr. Simmons called and stated that he had been called from the FCI Lompoc to make the notification to a Mrs. Simmons being Thunder Shield's mother of her son's death. Mr. Simmons stated that Mrs. Simmons had passed away approximate 1 hour before he had gotten there. Apparently from a heart attack. Charles Richards. Prison number 05295-073, was interviewed at the Federal Correctional Institution, where he is an inmate. Richards reported he is a Sioux Indian from the Pine Ridge, South Dakota, reservation. Richards placed himself in the Administrative Detention Unit at FCI on July 15, 1979 after hearing rumors that he would be stabbed. Richards advised he did not know about Leonard Peltier's escape in advance and added that he did not get along well with Peltier. At FCI, Richards stated he is married to Sonny Richards, née Wilson. Her father is Richard Wilson, who was the former tribal president at Pine Ridge, South Dakota, who had opposed the American Indian movement. Richards stated his wife was at the inmate hospitality house at Lompoc, and was advised by another inmate's wife that Peltier had remarked that Richards was a government agent sent here to kill me. Richards noted that he had conversed with Peltier about 3 times at FCI since May 1979. Richards stated he had heard vague rumors that other Indians were supposed to get him, and as a result, he was locked up in protective custody for safety reasons. Chuck Richards was transferred out of Lompoc shortly thereafter. The day after the escape, radio and TV alarms and a new wanted poster were issued. The poster's warning that Peltier might be carrying an automatic rifle was an invitation to nervous law officers to shoot him on sight. California AIM issued a call for young Indians to flood the area in order to confuse the search, as Peltier, equipped with Forest Service maps, headed north and east. In the July heat, to travel the dry hills and brush-choked gullies was exhausting, and he was weak with hunger 5 days later when he thought he saw melons in an unguarded vegetable patch in Orchid, a small village in Santa Barbara County, about 15 miles from Lompoc. I kept looking at the house to make sure that nobody was there, kept observing it. And the only thing around there that was moving was a couple of old dogs. So I decided to go down there and get myself a melon and go back into the hills and wait until it got dark and cross the highway. And when I went down to the melon patch, all of a sudden I heard a vehicle moving and I heard some gunshots, so I looked up and I seen this guy hollering, "Hey!" and shooting at the same time. So I ran back to where I was hidden and I heard his vehicle come up by where I was laying, and I heard it stop and I was sitting there. I was watching him come walking up, walking around behind me, and when he came behind me he had his rifle up, not down, he had it pointed at me. I had my rifle behind me, and I pointed back at him. I told him, I says, "Better drop your rifle," I says, "please," I says, "I don't want to kill you." So he threw his rifle down. I told him to step away from his rifle, and I walked over to his rifle and emptied it, and then I just threw it aside. And that is when he said, "I suppose you are going to kill me now?" And I said, "No, I'm not a killer. I am not going to kill you." He said, "I'm just a working man." And I said, "Well, I'm a political prisoner. I don't go around killing people for no reasons at all. In fact, I haven't killed anybody." He showed me his ID and he had $30 in his wallet, so I took that and gave him his wallet back and I told him, I said, "I would tie you up, but at your age something might happen to you, you might have a heart attack or something, so I am going to give you a break and all I am going to do is take your boots and hope that gives me a little bit of time to get away from here." Peltier acknowledges that he was angry at this man for shooting at him over a pumpkin, and he also knew that with nobody around, killing the man and taking his truck was his best chance for escape from the Lompoc region. But he did not harm him, and as soon as Peltier had left, the bootless farmer, Jerry Parker, hot-footed it to a telephone and reported the theft of his truck to the sheriff's office in Santa Maria, at the same time announcing his suspicion that this pumpkin thief might be Leonard Peltier, whose description had been widely broadcast ever since the escape. A short time after Parker's call, his broken-down truck was found abandoned, not 2 miles from where he had last seen it. A teenage boy told Detective Bruce Correll of the Santa Maria Police Department that the truck had roared past him so fast that he thought a crazy man was behind the wheel. Correll speculated that the driver had thrown the clutch trying to shift down at high speed, starting uphill. He also speculated about the driver's frustration, since the truck was plastered with its own cargo of tomatoes. But other would-be witnesses confused the search party, and not until early afternoon did the police conclude that the fugitive would not take flight across this open country carrying a rifle, nor would he give the rifle up. In all likelihood, he was somewhere within a 1-mile radius of the abandoned truck. Footprints were located in a nearby field that matched the prints found in Parker's garden, and the hunt was on. In fact, Correll changed into hunting garb for the occasion. With Correll's group was Special Agent James Wilkins of the FBI, who had taken charge of the search on the night of the escape, 5 days before. The trail crossed a ditch that the fugitive had taken in full stride, then climbed toward a eucalyptus grove on the top of a hill. A posse of more than 25 men spread out over the dry hills in groups of 4. As his group started uphill, Correll remembers hearing himself yell, "We're coming up to get you, Peltier." From this point forward, the group was led by a young detective named Bill Turner, a Vietnam combat veteran. Turner, who was tracking, had the squad move from tree to tree, with 2 men covering him. On the hilltop, they came upon a place with a view of all the valley where someone had recently been lying, and here they slowed, moving carefully through thick poison oak and brush until, a short way down on the far side, they saw a man awaiting them under a tree. That's when the adrenaline started flowing, Correll told a reporter for the Santa Maria Times, which published his excited account of the capture. The information that we had on him was that he had a very explosive character, that he would not be taken alive. Every other time they caught him there was a shootout. Up in Canada, South Dakota. From what we heard, they just massacred those 2 FBI agents who tried to take him in. The lawmen ordered Peltier not to run, at which point, according to Correll, the Indian began his death chant. It was something like, "Hoo-oh-oh-oh-eh." Correll told the press, a very eerie sound. Then Peltier, expecting to be killed, said, "I have done my death chant, I'm an Indian, and an Indian is not afraid to die." With Correll and Wilkins covering, Turner moved in and put handcuffs on Peltier, and the hunt was over. Near the fugitive, covered by branches, was the Mini 14 carbine and a clip of ammunition, and his captors asked him why he hadn't shot it out. Peltier said, "Maybe I could have gotten 1 or 2 of you, but I'm not a killer." Apparently Correll believed this, since he told the reporter about the Pumpkin Man's surprise at Peltier's reluctance to use his gun. The story we got was that Parker asked him, "You going to kill me now?" and Peltier said, "Nah, you're just a working man, like me." He told him he was an American Indian political prisoner, and the whole time Parker thought the guy was going to kill him. But he didn't, and that was his biggest mistake. Although equipped with rifle, binoculars, and maps, the captive seemed very tired and disoriented after traveling without food for 5 long days. Handcuffed and searched, he was taken to the nearest house, where his tattoos were checked to make certain of his identity. Correll said that he had teased the prisoner. "I expected you to be a better woodsman," he said. "Your trail wasn't very hard to follow." And Peltier said, "Don't underestimate yourself, man. We need people like you back on the reservation." Peltier's wry response amused Correll. "Of course he was probably jerking me around," the lawman said. Agent Wilkins's memories of the day are less convivial, to judge from the tight-lipped tone of his report, which does not record any rhetoric or death songs. Approximately 75 yards to the south of the Dry Creek, and at approximately 4:30 p.m., an individual was observed lying in the brush. This individual was immediately ordered to freeze and to place his hands over his head. He was heard to say, "Okay, you got me. Now go ahead and kill me." He was advised that he was not going to be killed unless he did not follow instructions and made any move toward his weapon. He was handcuffed by Detective Turner. And upon his face being revealed, Special Agent James R. Wilkins immediately identified him as Leonard Peltier. He was removed from the brushy area to an open clearing where he was advised of the identities of the arresting officers. He was also advised of his rights orally by Special Agent Wilkins. Peltier advised he understood his rights, but declined to answer any specific questions regarding his possible possession of a weapon. It was noted at the time of his arrest that Peltier was wearing Levis, a denim jacket, a black t-shirt and white tennis shoes. He was also wearing leather gloves. It was noted that he had a pair of binoculars around his neck and was in possession of a glass water bottle, a red address book, and several maps. Peltier was questioned regarding his physical condition and he advised he was okay, but tired. He was removed from the field to the first residence to the east for a closer examination and search. Peltier was accompanied in the vehicle by Detective Correll and Special Agent Wilkins. Upon arrival at the residence, a check for tattoos revealed a rose on his right shoulder and Leonard on his left shoulder. These were known tattoos and confirmed his identity. At that location, Peltier's handcuffs were loosened by Detective Correll, and he was given a cigarette and a drink of water by Special Agent Wilkins. Peltier denies that the agent ever offered him the cigarette and water. His account of the capture, which emerged at his November trial in Los Angeles, differs markedly from that of Wilkins. I was laying there and I could hear them. I couldn't really see them yet, but I could hear them coming up real close. and when I finally did see them they walked within 10 feet of me, 20 feet at the most. Q. Did you have your weapon there? A. Yes. Q. Could you have shot them if you wanted to? A. I was looking at them and I was thinking, Jesus, these guys, you know, if I wanted to, I could have wiped out 2 or 3 of them. Q. Would there have been anything then in your own mind that would have been between you and escape if you had in fact wiped them out? A. Well, yeah, it would have drew all the officers into that area and I could have easily split out of there. Q. In other words, there was nothing? A. It would have been a diversion. Q. You could have escaped if you had shot these people, is that what you felt? A. Yes. Q. Start from the point that you believe they discovered your position. A. Well, when they walked by me there was kind of a ridge. And up on top there was kind of an open area. They had walked up there and just kept on going. So I stood up and watched, or I laid there for a little while. I guess I laid there too long, because when I stood up and started to try to look over the ridge, or edge, whatever ridge, I guess you want to call it, I seen them coming back. So when I got down, I made some dry leaves made some noise. They said, somebody said, there's somebody down there. And I just laid still, and then somebody threw a piece of dirt, and I still didn't move. And, finally, so I guess one of them spotted me and said, there he is. And I heard them come, surround me. And that's when Wilkins came on to the right. Turner was at my back, and then. Q. What was Mr. Turner doing? A. Mr. Turner was putting the handcuffs on me. Q. Did you resist in any way? A. No, I didn't. Q. All right. A. He kept saying, don't move. He was very nervous, he was shaking, voice was quivering. And Wilkins put the gun in my face. He says, you punk, you killed my friend. He says, I'm going to blow your fucking head off. I told him, go ahead. And Turner says, I ain't going to be part of no killing. And that's when Mr. Wilkins moved back. Q. Mr. Peltier, directing your attention to the 20th of July, in the evening, was your purpose in fleeing the institution to avoid confinement? A. No. For fear of my life. To Detective Correll, Peltier had expressed astonishment that he had survived the capture, especially when an FBI agent was present. I don't think he understands, even now, why we didn't kill him, Correll reflected. There was so much the Indians were saying about an FBI conspiracy to do him in. Peltier was booked at the sheriff's office on charges of armed robbery and auto theft. Agent Wilkins also booked him on an outstanding federal arrest warrant for escape from a federal prison. He was later charged with conspiracy, assaulting a correctional officer, and using firearms in commission of a felony. Officer Pete Graves, who came to pick up the prisoner in Santa Barbara, reported that no questions were asked of Peltier on the drive back to Lompoc, and that the only remark Peltier voluntarily made was that he was tired and hungry. The next day he was flown back to Marion. According to Agent Wilkins, who spoke to him just prior to the flight, the prisoner, asked how he was feeling, said, sad. You should have killed me. Both Garcia and Peltier claim that they saw Thunder Shield shot, and they also say that ex-guard William Guild, who acknowledged that the two fugitives had stopped after he first yelled at them, did not wait for the prisoners to start running again before he started shooting. Dallas Thunder Shield had been shot down where he stood. That guard yells at us, step out of there with your hands up. Well, I was only a few yards from Dallas, and I seen him step out away from the trees with his hands up. I was looking the other way, looking for a way out, when I heard the shot. When I looked back, I seen the dust rising. That's how hard he fell. He was laying there face down, his hands still up. He held his hands up to demonstrate. They killed him in cold blood. Bobby and Roque seen it, too. That guy Guild come up in a truck that had very bright lights, Duenas remembered, and from the moment he jumped out, he was yelling, Halt. Step out here. He wasn't excited, though, he seemed relaxed. In fact, he was the only one of all them guards that wasn't excited. Because of them bright lights, there was a deep shadow behind my tree. He never seen me, but I never took my eyes off that guy for a minute. Dallas was just beyond me. I was kind of between him and that guard. He was out in the open and he wasn't running. He seemed kind of confused, and it seemed like he was hurt and stumbling a little. Coming over the fence, he fell on top of Leonard and Bobby, and maybe he sprained his ankle, I don't know. Anyway, I was watching the guard, but I was aware of Dallas. Know what I mean? He wasn't running. He was just kind of shifting his weight, like, as if he had fallen and was just getting up. The guard kept yelling, and then he fired. Didn't hardly seem to aim. Bobby said he thought he heard 2 shots, so maybe one missed, but I only heard the one. Dallas had his hands up and he went right over. Then Guild was yelling for assistance, and another guy with a riot gun come up. Him and Guild stood over Dallas, and the second one turned away, saying to Guild, "I don't know if I can keep my supper down." Dallas died in a couple of minutes. I never heard him say a word. All I heard was his last breath, like a sigh of relief. Asked in court if he could have shot William Guild, Leonard Peltier said, "If I wanted to, I could have easily shot him. I was probably only 20 feet from him." Although fleeing for his life, he had shot at no one, not at Guild, not at Parker, not even at the lawmen who he thought intended to execute him on sight. Peltier's attorneys now believe that someone had tipped off the authorities that Peltier was going over the wall, and they do not believe that the tower guard, Hodgkinson, using a shotgun, could have shot at 3 fugitives, climbing 2 fences and cutting wires, without getting a pellet in any one of them, unless the idea was to let them get outside the fence, where Guild was ready. Nor do they believe that Hodgkinson issued that gun to Guild by dropping it 40 feet, at night. On the witness stand, the powerhouse guard admitted that he knew just where the fugitives were headed, and that he went right to the spot. After shooting Thunder Shield, Guild handcuffed the dying boy while he lay there in convulsions, never checking him for life signs. It was Graves and Blackburn who did that, after which he went back to his job. That guard was there, and he was ready, Bruce Ellison says. He didn't know about Dallas, who decided to join at the last minute, and it looks like the wrong long-haired Indian got shot. Archie Fire Lame Deer, who had held a sweat lodge ceremony for Duenas on July 18 and breakfasted with him on the day of the escape, was interrogated by the FBI and denied any foreknowledge of the event. On July 27, 1979, Dallas Thunder Shield, 20 years old, was buried in the Good Shepherd Cemetery near Little Eagle. In its exhaustive preparations for Peltier's escape trial, the FBI interviewed large numbers of people, among them the guard in charge of Peltier's cell block, who stated that Peltier appeared to be happy. He knows of no reason why Peltier would have been forced to escape from prison other than a desire to be free. This testimony, taken on August 17, nearly a month after the escape, seemed intended to counter the defense that Peltier's attorneys seemed certain to present, that he had attempted to escape because he feared for his life. On September 4, Standing Deer got a message to Peltier and his attorneys. "I received word from the folks in California that you want me to testify at your trial. I realize that you promised never to reveal that the United States had hired me to help kill you because you thought that I would lose my life if they ever found out what I told you. However, it seems obvious to me that they decided to use Chuck Richards to neutralize you instead of me, so it is unlikely that they will allow me to live very much longer anyway. I would rather go to my death knowing that at least their murderous scheme has been exposed than to carry that knowledge with me to the grave. I release you from your vow of silence on this matter. I don't think it can hurt me to make this information public at your trial. Let me know something as soon as possible. In the spirit of Crazy Horse, Anna Mae, Joe Stunts, Buddy Lamont and Dallas Thunder Shield, Robert. P.S. We fasted from July 30 to August 8 and gave flesh for all the people, for Dallas and you and Bobby Garcia and Roque Duenas and all those who have given their lives and freedom in our struggle for nationhood and sovereignty. Leonard Peltier's trial opened in the U.S. District Courthouse in Los Angeles on November 14, 1979, after U.S. Marshals, booting shrines and breaking religious objects as they made arrests, broke up a prayer vigil outside the building. Among those badly beaten in the fray was Bob Robideau's old comrade Nacho Flores, former coordinator of California AIM. The prosecution was handled by Assistant U.S. Attorneys Lords Baird and Robert Benias, who took almost a month to present the government's case. Because of restrictions laid down by the judge, the defense was finished in 3 days. Judge Lawrence Leidick, appointed to the bench by his old law firm partner Richard Nixon, had denied the prosecution's pre-trial motion to prohibit evidence supporting the coercion and duress defense that was Peltier's one hope for acquittal. For some reason, he reversed himself on this critical point after the trial was well underway. That defense was invalid, Leidick ruled, because the defendant had not tried to escape from Marion when he first heard about the plot to kill him, he had not reported the plot to the prison authorities, he had failed to turn himself into the police upon escaping from Lompoc Federal Correctional Institution. That an escape from the highest security prison in the land had never succeeded, that reporting the plot to those he thought wished to kill him was absurd, that turning himself in, after his escape, to the people from whom he was fleeing was suicidal. These points were all ignored by Leidick. He ruled that the coercion and duress defense would not be permitted, and neither would testimony concerning the assassination plot by the 12 federal prisoners whom the defense was prepared to call, including Standing Deer, his erstwhile partner Don Richardson, and David Owens. Both Owens and Richardson are white men, and both took the same risks as Standing Deer in testifying in the defendant's behalf. The remarkable loyalty to Peltier shown by these men was expressed in a different way by Bobby Garcia, who was asked in court why he had risked his life to accompany the escape, then given himself up to divert attention from his friend. Well, because I wanted to make sure that he made the escape good. I had escaped before and this was his first time in prison. I didn't think he could make it by himself, so I helped as much as possible. I wanted to make sure that I could draw fire in case it was necessary. Now, when you say to draw fire in case it was necessary, what do you mean by that? Well, Leonard has a lot to give to the people. I don't. And he's a good man. What experience did you have that would be of any assistance to them? I had escaped twice before, not from Lompoc, from other penitentiaries, from New Mexico, and I thought my, call it experience, would enable Leonard to make good his escape. Because all the men around that area would come toward me and I would occupy them. While Leonard could make his escape. I have nothing to give to my people. I got a lot of time to do, and Leonard, you have to talk to the man before you can understand, before you can know him. The way he explains things to you, he makes it so clear. And he gives you a sense of unity, a sense of worth. What can you say? What more honor can you give a man than that? Than to be willing to give up your life. Yes. Asked on the witness stand if he had any particular skills, Robert Hugh Wilson, Standing Deer, answered, writing administrative remedies and robbing banks. Although forbidden to mention it, he inserted the assassination plot into several answers, all of which were ordered stricken from the record by Judge Leidick. Eventually the judge became so incensed by this witness's seeming inability to comply with orders that he was half up off the bench, looming over the unrepentant felon in the witness chair. Accused by defense attorney Louis Gurwitz of attempting to intimidate the witness by sticking your face in his, Leidick denied this, adding, "We don't think he is intimidated." 10. At this point the witness himself turned a cool gaze upward. "You frighten me, Judge," Standing Deer said. "I can tell," said Judge Lawrence Leidick. Leonard Peltier, taking the stand, referred to the fear for his life that inspired the dangerous escape attempt from Lompoc, and Judge Leidick threatened the defendant with contempt of court if the subject of the assassination plot came up again. When Peltier remarked to the jury that restrictions like these on his defense had brought about his murder convictions at Fargo, Leidig intervened again, at which point Peltier, refusing to participate further in his own railroading, walked off the stand in disgust. Peltier, who had been quiet and courteous throughout the Fargo trial, realized that once again he had no chance, and at one point exclaimed, "Farce," in open court. He repeated, "Farce," more loudly when the judge demanded to know what he had said. Leidig, very angry, ordered him not to direct any remarks to the court except through counsel. Peltier whispered to his lawyer Bruce Ellison, who came forward to the bench. "Mr. Peltier wishes to inform you," Ellison told Leidig, "that this whole trial is a farce." Leidig was even worse than Benson, Ellison says. Neither of them wanted to believe what they were hearing about the FBI and the government, so they refused to listen. Judge McManus in the Cedar Rapids trial didn't want to believe it, either, but he recognized his duty to hear the evidence with an open mind, which Benson and Leidig were not able to do. Louis Gurwitz, representing Duenas, came to the same conclusion. "Every single day," he said, "I was in there slugging it out with a judge who refused to listen, even listen, or accept the possibility that anything we alleged could have happened. That was his position. In my opinion, it's impossible that this could ever happen, and therefore I don't want to hear anything about it, and I don't want any witnesses talking about it." On February 4, 1980, Leonard Peltier, acquitted of conspiracy and assault, was sentenced to 5 years for escape plus 2 years for possession of a weapon by a felon. The 7 years were added to his 2 consecutive life terms. Bobby Jean Garcia, who had given himself up, received 5 years. Both men received the maximum sentences allowed by law. In a letter to supporters from Los Angeles County Jail, Peltier said, "Given the full facts of this trial, I am of the fixed opinion that no American jury would have convicted us. Instead, I believe they would applaud the action that we took." Subsequently, he was returned to the Marion Penitentiary with a recommendation from the Lompoc authorities that he be placed for an indefinite period of time in the control unit. Roque Duenas was acquitted on charges of assault and of smuggling arms into the prison. A jury deadlock on the charge of aiding and abetting in the escape ended in a mistrial, and the government, rather than try him again, accepted a plea bargain. Duenas pleaded guilty to aiding and abetting, with the understanding that he would receive a prison sentence of 2 years. Judge Robert Takasugi, who immediately released him on probation. Duenas had already spent 8 months in jail, expressed the conviction that he was not dealing with a common criminal but a man with very deep human dimensions and a true commitment to the Indian struggle. "I see no sin there," the judge said. "In fact, any person who does not possess empathy and concern for the way the Indian has been exploited and mistreated, in my opinion, is a moral dwarf." Judge Takasugi also expressed very deep concern about possible misconduct by the government in the Peltier case, citing especially Standing Deer's affidavits. He was eager to know, among other things, if the 7 charges against Wilson in Oklahoma had actually been dismissed, if it was unusual for Wilson with his maximum security classification to have been transferred to Leavenworth, then Lompoc, if Wilson had actually been given that clerk's job at Leavenworth, and if he had been fired on the day of the escape. Takasugi was assured by prosecutor Benias that the alleged assassination plot had been thoroughly investigated by the Justice Department's Office of Professional Responsibility, which had found absolutely no merit in Wilson's charges. Since the trial, however, the official records that support Standing Deer's statements have been verified by a Los Angeles Times writer named Bill Hazlitt, a former combat infantry sergeant in the Korean War and a veteran police reporter with many friends in the law enforcement profession. Though by no means a liberal, Hazlitt was disturbed by what he had learned of the alleged plot to assassinate Peltier, and also by the uneasiness of the government attorneys. "I don't know for certain why the government is so jumpy about the Peltier case, but I do know this jumpiness is what got me to wondering about just what was going on." 11. The Los Angeles Times sent Hazlitt east to Oklahoma, where he discovered that Robert Hugh Wilson's account of the dismissal of 7 serious charges on his record was entirely true. Standing Deer is a tough, conwise prison inmate who tried to use the system to his advantage, which I don't think is necessarily wrong, faced with the situation he was in, Hazlitt says. Somehow, I do believe most of what Standing Deer says, because of the fact that he didn't know about the 7-month delay in the actual dismissal of the felony charges in Oklahoma. And because of the way Larry Puckett reacted when I tried to question him about the case in Oklahoma. Puckett, a former assistant district attorney who signed the motion to dismiss the charges against Wilson, told Hazlitt he could not recall being contacted by any government agent in regard to Standing Deer's case, nor could he explain the delay between the time Wilson and the Marion authorities were told that the Oklahoma charges had been dismissed and the actual dismissal, nearly 7 months later. Puckett attributed the decision to dismiss the charges to Wilson's back problem, which would complicate his return to Oklahoma for trial, since this convict had so much prison time in store for him, including 3 life sentences in Texas. Puckett said, "It didn't seem worthwhile to add to the expense and time just to add to his sentence." Yet prison records showed that despite his back problem, Wilson had been sent to Texas for trial in 1977, and they also showed that Donald Richardson, his partner in the 1975 bank robbery that resulted in the wounding of a police officer, had been returned to Oklahoma, tried, and sentenced to 35 additional years, although already facing more than a century in state and federal prisons. Increasingly disturbed, Hazlitt extended his researches to 4 other states, then continued east to Washington, D.C., to discuss his findings with old acquaintances at FBI headquarters and to hear the Bureau's explanation of the strange story. "I've always been a welcome guest back there in Washington, you know, used to get letters from J. Edgar Hoover and Clarence Kelly commending me for stories I had written concerning the FBI. But when those guys found out I was looking into this Peltier case, I couldn't even get up to the 2nd floor. I mean, there's got to be something fishy here, because they stonewalled me entirely. They don't want to discuss this case at all." Hazlitt's inquiries resulted in a 5-part series of almost 30,000 words, but despite all the time and money that went into it, the Times decided not to run it after all. The comparative lenience with which Roque Duenas had been treated fueled the suspicions of those who were already saying that he had cooperated with the government. Even before the escape from Lompoc, Duenas was among the movement people who had fallen victim to informer rumors. There was speculation, for example, that Duenas was the one who tipped off the FBI in November 1975 about the AIM fugitives in the motorhome on the Oregon highways and who had led the authorities to Small Boys Camp when Peltier was arrested a few months later. But Dennis Banks names someone else as the Oregon informer, and a prominent leader in the fishing rights struggle in the Northwest attributes the stories about Small Boys Camp to a woman in the Peltier defense group whose mistakes Duenas had criticized and who was also jealous of Rock's long friendship with Leonard. But when Black Horse and Peltier were arrested, Duenas was suspected once again, and the rumors spread, and the worse they got, the harder Roque worked to dispel them. Then the last debacle, trying to help Peltier escape just romantic bullshit. I suppose he had the fantasy that if he could get Peltier free, then all the rumors against him would go away. Needless to say, the rumors did not stop. One reason the rumors did not stop was what someone who suspected him refers to as certain disconcerting unanswered questions in regard to official behavior prior to and during the escape. Although visitation rights at Lompoc were very lenient, and although Duenas, an old friend of Peltier from the 1970 Fort Lawton days and after, had no prison record, the authorities denied him visits with Peltier after mid-June 1979, then ignored the fact that Duenas had promptly arranged to visit another prisoner at the same time and in the same visitation room in which Peltier met with a young Nez Perce woman named Carlotta Kaufman. 12. On the last such visit, on July 18, Duenas left behind his wallet, which contained bills of sale for a .45 automatic and a .223 Mini 14 carbine, both of which were later identified as weapons brought along for the escape. Apparently untroubled by its contents which were noted, the prison authorities returned this wallet to two women who came to claim it on July 19 without even asking for these people's names. This was later interpreted as foreknowledge of the escape, and increased the suspicion that Peltier had been set up. Duenis's friends, including Peltier, assumed that this was just carelessness on both sides, but for other members of the West Coast group, it was just too sloppy. Roque has been with us a long time, he's family, you know, and we trust him. But we just can't work with him no more. When I talked with Duenis in New York, in the winter of 1981, he identified himself as a Shishimika Indian from Texas. 13. Since his friends considered him a Chicano, I wondered if it was Peltier who had given him this pride in his Indian origin, as he had also done for Bobby Garcia. They put me in a cell next to Bobby by mistake in the L.A. County Jail, and I had a real good talk with him, Duenis told me. I believe he was really sincere about wanting to learn about Indian culture, he was just beginning to learn. Duenis brought up of his own accord his reputation as an informer. I've had the finger pointed at me, he said, and shrugged. Many of us have. That's what the man has done to us, sowed all that mistrust. But you know something? It don't really bother me no more. I just do my work, do what has to be done to help the people. And after a while, people get to know who does what he says he is going to do, and who is just talking. While in New York, Duenis was interviewed by a reporter for an article on Peltier. In the article, a friend of Peltier was quoted as saying, "I think Leonard may well have killed those guys, he's capable of it." 14. Once again, rumor implicated Duenis as the source of this damaging remark, but the reporter says emphatically and persuasively that this friend was not Duenis. A strange, thin, haunted man with eyes that looked somehow lost behind his glasses, Roque struck me as earnest and well-meaning. He did say something very indiscreet, but he seemed to speak out of naive inability to hide what had come into his head, not to cause trouble. A few months later, the news came that he and his nephew had drowned when their salmon fishing boat apparently overturned in rough weather off Narrows Point in Puget Sound. 15. The younger man's body was recovered. It had a large bruise on the forehead, caused by a blow, but Roque Duenis disappeared, trailed by dark rumors to the end. Chapter 15. The real enemy. Those people will wander this way. They will be looking for a certain stone. They will be people who do not get tired, but who will keep pushing forward, going all the time. They will keep coming, coming. They will travel everywhere, looking for this stone which our great-grandfather put on the earth in many places. These people will not listen to what you say, what they are going to do they will do. You people will change. In the end of your life, in those days you will not get up early in the morning, you will not know when day comes. They will try to change you from your way of living to theirs. They will tear up the earth, and at last you will do it with them. When you do, you will become crazy, and will forget all that I am teaching you. Sweet medicine. W. With the near destruction of the American Indian movement, the Indians realized that the real enemy in the new Indian wars was not the federal and state bureaucracies and their hostile agents. What threatened them most was the corporate state, that coalition of industry and government that was seeking to exploit the last large Indian reservations in the West. By the mid-1970s, according to the Federal Energy Commission, Indian lands had already produced nearly $4 billion worth of oil and gas, coal, uranium, and other minerals, and the corporate state did not intend to allow Indians to get in the way. The authorizing legislation creating the Department of Energy allows the director of the agency to enter into a pact with the Department of Defense to seize unilaterally and hold areas of strategic mineral significance if such action is justified as being in the national interest. For Indian nations that have enough energy resources to make a difference in the future direction of this country, such a stipulation is equivalent to a threat to call out the cavalry again. For Indian nations to defy the national policies of the U.S. government and multinational corporate interests is to defy the two most powerful forces on the face of the earth. To do so is to invite possible military intervention. For most Indians, it would not be the first time. During the 1973 Arab oil embargo, the U.S. government made contingency plans to intervene militarily in order to secure our oil in the Mideast because it was in the national interest. So if the Waisaichu government talks about using military intervention to secure our oil in an area halfway around the world, what is it going to say about securing our coal and our uranium right here in Indian country? 1. By the time the North Central Power Study appeared in 1971, the Northern Cheyenne Nation in Montana had begun to question the effect of the coal leases on its lands, 15 miles north of the reservation. At the Great Strip mine and power plant called Coal Strip, huge green machines were overturning the broad rangelands of the old buffalo country, and even progressive Indians perceived that the destruction of their sacred lands could only lead to the destruction of the Cheyenne as a people, as their prophet, Sweet Medicine, had warned them more than a century before. New lease applications were resisted, and on March 5, 1973, perhaps inspired by the confrontation at Wounded Knee, the Cheyenne Tribal Council voted unanimously to cancel all existing leases, and sued the Department of the Interior for betrayal of its trust responsibilities in encouraging the leases in the first place. Although these cancellations were fought by the mining companies, the Interior Department was forced to support the Cheyenne, who also challenged the construction of further power plants in the region on the grounds of deteriorated air quality caused by the coal strip operation, and have since demanded that the Interior Department protect their water by forbidding strip mining within 50 miles of their boundaries. In all these matters, the Crow Nation has followed their lead, and so have Montana ranchers, irate citizens, and eventually, the state government itself. Realizing that the Yellowstone River, on which the state largely depends, might run dry in drought time if the proposals in the study were carried out, the state issued a water permit moratorium in 1977 that brought the headlong rampage of the strip miners under control. The companies, insisting on their leases, continued their efforts to divide the reservations through bribery and coercion while exhausting the Indians' limited resources in court. Meanwhile, the industry stuck to its plan to encircle the Black Hills with 13 coal-fired plants, producing 10,000 megawatts apiece. More than 60 additional plants were under consideration. Also proposed was a nuclear energy park of as many as 25 reactors, with attendant water reprocessing and disposal grounds, fed by exploration holes, mines, mills, and the deadly hills of processed ore, or mine tailings that erode and leak and blow downwind in 8 states of the West. The waste and ruin of precious water throughout the western states is a calamity that few public servants have yet found the courage to deal with. The lakes and streams of the Black Hills, and the tilted rock layers that ensure that much of the rainfall restores groundwater to the great aquifers, have provided abundant water for the agriculture and tourism on which until recently these states' economy had been based. Now the energy industry was seizing this water, which is required in immense amounts in all phases of its operations. The water level in the deep Madison Formation is expected to sink at least 1,000 feet in mining regions. In 1977, the Interior Department's final environmental impact statement endorsed the North Central Power Study's grand designs for this national sacrifice area, despite an acknowledgement that mining and power plant development on the proposed scale would devastate some 188,000 acres and inflict damage that was probably irreparable on the water, land, and life of the Great Plains. A doomsday smog of sulfur, nitrogen, and ash would shroud the big skies of the mountain states even at night, and carry eastward in an acid rain all over the country, while toxic waste and runoff from the huge earth-busting operations would sink into the aquifers and sour the disappearing creeks and prairie sloughs across thousands of square miles. Even the impact statement specified that reclamation, if any, would be hampered by the severe climate, limited rainfall, short growing season, and nature of surface materials in the region. Also, Indian people would lose their special relationship to the land, as the land itself shifted to mineral extractive use. On the other hand, the Indians would be compensated by exchanging their isolation for a closer relationship with American society in the mainstream of American life. This hypocritical mainstream talk, an echo of the 19th century, was denounced by the AIM leaders as cultural genocide. Under the banner of national defense and energy independence, the same old entrenched and greedy interests were eating away at the heart and spirit of the land, but now a resistance had begun to spread through the Rocky Mountain states and eastward into Minnesota. The Western Shoshone had been joined by many whites in the Great Basin MX Alliance, which was fighting the proposed destruction of vast tracts of their Utah and Nevada land for the absurd MX Missile Railroad. The Utes in Colorado and Utah were fighting to protect their land and water rights. In New Mexico, the Navajo were threatening to cancel energy industry leases on the Navajo mine and the Four Corners power plant, while the Laguna Pueblo, beset by cancer and crippled infants, were reconsidering the lease on the largest uranium strip mine in the world. In the dirted light of the once brilliant Southwest, with contamination everywhere and spreading, even those people who had rushed to profit were starting to realize that red man problems were white man problems, too, that destruction of the human habitat, and the sickness that followed, would make no distinctions of human color. But South Dakota, which Indians call the most racist state in the Union, even worse than New Mexico and Arizona, was also one of the poorest, and not until recently did red men and white finally join forces in a desperate fight to protect their future and their children from the multinational conglomerates, which had demonstrated everywhere a cold avoidance of responsibility toward the local people and the long-term economic stability of these doomed regions. As Ted Means said not long ago, in 10 years, there will be nothing left for us to fight over. In addition to federal and Indian territory, 700,000 acres of state land had been signed over to the energy domain by 1978, when Attorney General William Janklow became the governor of South Dakota. To no one's surprise, he had received the full support and financial endorsement of the energy corporations. This support was organized and led by his friend Jeremiah Murphy, who was to become in 1980 attorney for the Union Carbide Corporation. Union Carbide was involved in every phase of the nuclear cycle, from exploratory mining in the West to the weapons laboratories at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and had been awarded $10 billion in contracts by the Department of Energy for 1978 to 83. In January 1979, in his very first week in office, Janklow abolished South Dakota's Department of Environmental Protection, assigning its duties to the Department of Natural Resources, which sponsors energy development. 4 months later, he issued a remarkable gag order on any comment from people in state government on energy issues, blaming hostile treatment in the press. As in Montana, even the bureaucrats were starting to realize that for want of water, not uranium or coal, the great energy consortiums would abandon the Black Hills in no more than 30 years, by which time all irrigation, all significant agriculture, would have ceased. 2. Already the Bureau of Reclamation and the Army Corps of Engineers were allocating Missouri River water to the energy corporations at a rate well above the level of replacement. As mining exploration spread east and west from the Black Hills, the Powder River in the Great Buffalo Country claimed by Red Cloud had been assigned in such a way that industries had permits for more than 7 times the amount of water that actually flowed there. The dispensation of the precious water necessitated the violation of prior water rights of the Lakota, Cheyenne, Crow, Arikara, and other Indian nations of the Missouri River Basin. Ironically, the shadow of the energy empire in the northern plains fell very close to the old boundaries of what was once the Great Lakota Territory. In a few decades, perhaps less, a dry, poisoned, and eroded waste would transform this gold-green country, and to no good purpose. The uranium to be produced far exceeded all domestic nuclear demand. 3. Despite all the patriotic rhetoric by politicians and energy executives, the uranium was not intended to resolve the pumped-up and immensely profitable energy crisis but to add to the grotesque accumulation of weapons for the formerly unthinkable World War III. In the clamor of so-called serious discussion of nuclear options, limited nuclear war, and other half-cocked concepts by men of stunted imagination and no vision, it was difficult to forget the great destroying fire of Indian prophecy. In January 1979, the same month that Janklow abolished South Dakota's Department of Environmental Protection, Indian and white people joined forces in an inspired environmental group called the Black Hills Alliance, dedicated to educating the people of the state about the dangers of nuclear mining and milling, water depletion and contamination, and other environmental problems. It would also support the Lakota land claim to the Black Hills, which might help to delay the mining rampage by tying up the companies in court. The Indians in the Black Hills Alliance had mostly been organized by the Means family, and one alliance leader was Russell Means's cousin Madonna Gilbert, former state coordinator of AIM, a tough-minded, energetic woman whose lively smile was rarely seen when she first worked with white people in the alliance. Now they teased her as the meanest of the Means. Though mainly concerned with the AIM survival schools, which teach her people to adjust to the realities of the white economy without losing the power of traditional culture, she is also a founder of AIM's sister organization, Women of All Red Nations, which helped to hold AIM projects together in the violent years when the movement's leaders were dispersed. Indian women have had to be strong because of what this colonialist system has done to our men, she told me in April 1980, when I visited the Alliance office in downtown Rapid City. I mean, alcohol, suicides, car wrecks, the whole thing. And after Wounded Knee, while all that persecution of the men was going on, the women had to keep things going. The Wounded Knee confrontation in 1973 had intensified the Lakota's bitter feelings about white people, and the years that followed made it clear that in the multinational energy corporations and the government they faced a single monolithic enemy. We were thinking about something like the BHA about a year after Wounded Knee, when all those whites came in to help as lawyers, Gilbert says. After the shootout down at Oglala, we knew for sure that there was a bigger, broader problem behind all these local issues. There was a hell of a lot more going on than disputes between long-hair Indians and redneck ranchers. Janklow got elected Attorney General as an Indian fighter, out to wipe out AIM. When he ran for governor, a lot of Indians registered and voted for the first time in their lives, and when he still won by a landslide, we knew the kind of racism we had to deal with. But soon Janklow began to lose support even with white ranchers, and we realized that, for the first time in history, we might be able to work with white people in a common cause. The Black Hills Alliance, joined by Warren, was supported by a whole range of environmental, anti-nuclear, and anti-power line coalitions. The spirit is fantastic around here, says Madonna Gilbert. I come in here, you know, and I just feel good. As she says this, her face lights up in a great smile. And it's not just what BHA is accomplishing, I'm thankful that I've found a way to fight the whole damned syndrome of Indian existence. While in Rapid City, in April 1980, I drove down to Pine Ridge with Bob Robideau, who was recently out on parole from his sentence in Leavenworth. While in prison, Robideau had an excellent work record in the machine shop and attended night courses, acquiring 2 years of college education. Most commendable, said the judge who reduced his 10-year sentence in 1979. A taciturn, lanky, light-skinned man in his early 30s, Robideau was dressed in a red shirt, leather vest, jeans, boots, and a black cowboy hat with a buffalo nickel hatband from which his long black hair fell straight down between his shoulder blades. He is near blind in one eye from the explosion on the Kansas Turnpike, and he speaks quietly, with laconic humor, often directed at himself, and a lot more firmness than his wary manner might suggest. This is the first time I've visited the residential since 1975, he told me as we drove southeast out of Rapid City. He wanted to visit his friend Ted Means and also the grave of Joe Kills-Wright Stunts, killed at Oglala. Robideau's mother came from Turtle Mountain. His father, Bill, was originally from the White Earth Reservation in Minnesota. In the 1940s, this Ojibwe family was relocated in Portland, where Bob was born in 1946. Many relocated Indians, the Robideaus among them, became migrant farm workers. They were never accepted by the white culture, and those who made it home to the reservations often found that they were not quite trusted anymore as traditional Indians. Like many children of these uprooted families, Robideau was in trouble very early. I started young, but I did it more for adventure than for money. Except to use in a robbery or something, I never stole but one car in my life. I took a Renault Dauphine when I was 12 and just drove her off into a swamp. The only other one I ever took was because I had to get home and I couldn't figure out any other way to get there. In 1959, his cousin Leonard Peltier traveled west to join his mother's people. Leonard did not live with his mother but just camped there occasionally, having already begun the highway wandering that is so much a part of Indian existence all over the country. Not long after his arrival, Leonard accompanied Bill Robideau and his wife on a visit to their son, Bobby, who was now a reform school student at McLaren, Oregon. Instead of a visit, Robideau recalls, they took me straight on south to California, and we never went back. I don't know whose idea it was, probably mine. Anyway, that's when I first began to associate with my cousin Leonard. We did a lot of migrant work, Gurneyville, Stockton, Santa Rosa Valley, and meanwhile we were learning a lot from my dad, who was a good welder and a carpenter. No politics then, just drinking and hell raising. The year after he came out there he was 15. Then Leonard bought his first car, a '50 Chevy. He was real proud of that old car. When I was 18, I tried an armed robbery of a supermarket. I wasn't very impressive in my size, so I took along a cousin who weighed 200 pounds, and also a busted sawed-off shotgun. Well, the manager was the only one knew how to open the safe, and he got away from my cousin while I'm in the back, so my cousin took off, too, never letting me know. I wind up trying to get the butcher to open up the cash registers, all the time looking out the door for the cops, and finally I decide I better go. When I get outside, I see this car idling, and it's the manager. As soon as I start across the road, that car starts after me, trying to run me down. Luckily, there was a little hill there, and I ran up as fast as I could run, and his bumper's just tapping the backs of my legs, you know, when he finally stalls out. But they caught up with me anyway, Bob Robideau said, with a short laugh like a snort of disgust. I sure never made my livelihood off my criminal activities, because I kept getting caught. Between the ages of 11 and 18, Robideau was convicted of 7 burglaries and 2 armed robberies, but in all them times I got in trouble. I never hurt anybody, and I never got charged with assault. It was that busted shotgun that put violence on my record. Leonard was the only one of us that never had no violence on his record. Oh, I mean, he'd get into fights, maybe misdemeanor stuff, but nothing serious. And Dino Butler's not a violent person, either. I've never heard of Dino even getting mad except just once, when an Indian hit him in a bar for no good reason. He just sat there on the floor a minute, really astonished, and then he got up and just shredded that guy. Dino's not an aggressive person or a bully. That one time he ever got into real trouble, he was provoked into it, but he got 2 years for assault with a dangerous weapon all the same. That's when we first met, in the Oregon State Penitentiary, in 1968. Those were the days when you had to walk lockstep everywhere, even to meals, single file on a red line, until finally the cons almost destroyed the pen and they had to get rid of the warden. In the penitentiary, Robideau read Camus and Dostoevsky, and in 1973, he got out on a school release to Oregon State University. But when he went home to Portland on a pass, he was stopped by police while driving his cousin's car. I was wearing a black cowboy hat and braid, he says, and it was very obvious that I was not part of the system. Since he was not supposed to be driving cars, and since his cousin's car was unregistered, his school release was revoked, and rather than return to the penitentiary, he traveled south a second time to California, where he hid out for a month at the Box Canyon camp that was taken over by AIM the following year. From there he went to South Dakota, joining his cousins Jim Robideau and Leonard Peltier at the huge Sundance at Crow Dog's Paradise that took place in the dramatic months after Wounded Knee. It was here that Robideau joined AIM. He was assigned to the security patrol guarding the Sundance from the local goons. From Rosebud, Robideau headed north to his father's place on the Fort Totten Reservation in North Dakota, where he found work laying water pipe. Me and my dad never got to do much together because I was always locked up, and now he was paying me more attention than his girlfriend could handle. So I took off again, heading south by way of Rapid, where I picked up a friend of mine named Nacho, who was coordinator for California AIM. We went back to Box Canyon. I didn't know where else to go, but I didn't get along good with Grandfather Semu. 4. Who was running the camp there before AIM got it. I thought he was a charlatan, and he thought I was some kind of a hit man, out to get him, so he persuaded Nacho to get me the hell out of there. I went to Seattle. I was running out of places where I felt safe and hooked up with Leonard and Jim again, and pretty soon we took off for the Dakotas. The West Coast Group, as it became known on Pine Ridge, was answering a national call to all AIM members to attend the funeral of Pedro Bissonette in October 1973. "We're all first cousins in that group," Robideau said. "You'll find that many AIM groups are family-oriented, like the Meanses. That way, you know everybody and you trust them, you're not afraid of FBI infiltration." And that was my first serious involvement with the American Indian movement. I was amazed that everybody was armed and ready. AIM was asked to investigate that death, and we learned that Pedro was just taken out and shot. At the funeral, there were guns all over the place, and they were setting up security against the goons. I didn't even know who the goons were. And sure enough, the goons started coming in, and we was catchin' 'em by the fistful, and I guess we kind of took out on them goons a lot of the anguish over Pedro's death. Some of 'em got pretty messed up, too, but none of 'em got killed, not to my knowledge. Mimicking this favorite phrase of FBI agents on the witness stand, Robideau grinned, then became serious again. "Pedro wasn't big, but he was a real good fighter, very spirited. He could beat anybody on Pine Ridge. That kind of spirit was just why they wanted him out of the way. I mean, everybody just knew they killed him. And you know who did the autopsy that tried to cover it all up? The same guy who did Joe and Anna Mae. Anyway, the people were so upset about that death that they were ready to stage another Wounded Knee right there. With all the tension between local families, they made our West Coast group responsible for security during the 4 days of the funeral. Most of us had been brought up in the cities, we'd had a rough life of poverty and jail, we were outsiders, and we were militant, no bullshit involved. We set up a perimeter around the area, right there across from Calico, and the BIA set up another perimeter right around us. Both sides put up guns and wouldn't move. So on the third day, there was some shooting, and a couple of BIA cops got dusted when a bullet hit their windshield. The shooting was pinned on Leonard because his car in his own name and title was involved. That was the first clue they had that he might be on Pine Ridge. Leonard and Jimmy Robideau were in charge of our group from the West Coast, but Leonard was a leader before that. His problem was that he was always underground, dodging the law. The feds had had their eye on him ever since the Trail of Broken Treaties, and then there was that frame-up in Wisconsin. Leonard was later proven innocent, but they didn't get around to that until 1978, when they had already sent him up for life. Then Leonard's car, at least, was involved in that little episode at Pedro's funeral. So he had a history of cop trouble, and the cops don't care that he was innocent. If they can make a cop killer out of him, they have their excuse to shoot him when the chance comes. The truth is, Leonard is anything but violent. Anybody who knows him will say the same. In fact, he'll go out of his way to avoid trouble. I know because I'm just the opposite. I'm headstrong. When trouble comes down, I always want to get it on right there, get into action, but Leonard always cools things out. Hold it, he says. Let's think about it. Leonard is pretty upfront. If he thinks something, he'll tell you, and people don't always like that. But if there is any way of getting around trouble, he will take it. He's a very likable man, you know, very warm. He comes right out, shows you who he is straight off, nothing stiff about him. When he was 8, Leonard was taken from his folks and sent to the government boarding school, but after the age of 12 he was on his own. Sometimes he lived with us, but mostly he wandered. He went all over, got to know a lot of people, tried to help out, and everybody liked him. He was a real promising leader, but because of harassment, because he was hiding, he couldn't organize. It was the US government which through its actions created a leader who is now well known all over Indian country. You can't help liking Leonard, even his enemies like Leonard. At Fargo his guards liked him so much they would run out and get him pizza and cokes. Leonard was popular every place, even before the trail of broken treaties. He always stuck up for his friends, and he always helped people. Everybody knew him. The only reason people remember me is because I travel with him. Oh yeah. That guy, he's the quiet one. And Dino, he's super quiet. Robideau laughed a little, then said seriously, I'm quiet. But I was given leadership because people know that I will do what I say I will do. For a moment Robideau stopped speaking. From the brown distance came the glint of the huge auto dump at Scenic, on the northwest border of the Badlands, a decrepit settlement which rose from the pale emptiness of the Cold Spring Plains. After the funeral, Leonard went back to Seattle. Him and Nacho and Roque Duenas were working with Chicano people, and during that time, as I recall, they got in trouble on illegal weapons charges, trying to support a protest by Kootenai Indians. As for me, I went to Rapid. I was living in the AIM house with a bunch of Wounded Knee people, Russ and Ted Means, Lorelei, Madonna Gilbert and Milo Goings, and my wife, Andrea. Me and Milo was bodyguards for Russ Means. Milo is a great big guy, 6'4" or 5", I guess, who was very strong at the time of Wounded Knee. He made a lot of supply trips in and out of there with Oscar Bear Runner, who probably made more than all the others put together, and he was the first person who was wounded. Anyway, everybody was still upset about Pedro Bissonette. What was done to him could be done to any of us at any time. Scenic, South Dakota, is a near ghost town of thin weathered buildings just north of the Pine Ridge Reservation. A faded 1906 sign on its old Longhorn bar reads, "No Indians allowed, Lakota Ioscanya Upio." The sign is an antique, and Lakota dollars if not Indians are welcomed in the town's main place of business. When I came through here the year before, the Indian customers were all sitting in the rear. The Longhorn is low and dark and stale, with thick sweet sawdust on the floor and dirty walls crusted with dog-eared mementos of the frontier era. The owner, Hallie Merrill, a bushy big-bellied old man with a yellowed beard, was presiding over the store next door, where Western wares cover high windowless walls and the counters are stuffed with Indian crafts and pseudo-Indian novelties of foreign make, their colors fading as they await the rare, stray visitors to the Badlands. The Lakota say that Hallie Merrill charges Indians a fee to sleep his liquor off in one of the abandoned cars in the auto graveyard out in back, and that occasionally one of his customers freezes to death. Things haven't changed much since the old days, Robideau commented. Scenic is a pretty racist little place, and there aren't too many Indians who want to drink here. The walls of the men's room in the rear where it was claimed that Martin Montilio was shot down by Richard Marshall are painted a dark red, like clotted blood. They are scarred by holes and knife cuts and initials, and an ancient message, Curly and Bill passed by. Beyond Scenic, the road enters the Badlands National Monument, an eerie moonscape of eroded rock parted here and there by stretches of rangeland that trail off southward across the reservation line. This desolate region, known as the Gunnery Range, 43 miles by 12, was taken from the Indians for bombing practice by the Army Air Force during World War II and never returned. The 42 families suddenly evicted were homeless and uncompensated for 6 months. Through a long winter, they were promised that their land would be returned to them, but they had nothing in writing to back up their claim. Although the Department of the Interior tried to retrieve the land in 1944, the government refused to act until 1963, at which time less than a third of the 382,000 acres originally taken by condemnation in the federal courts was returned to the reservation. By coincidence, Perhaps, this was the year that extensive negotiations with the Tribal Council for mineral rights to the remaining land got underway. 6. In the early 1970s, as uranium exploration spread north and east from the Black Hills, sophisticated satellite devices contributed by NASA and the NURE program of the U.S. Geological Survey located rich deposits of uranium in the Badlands region southwest of Scenic, on the reservation. 7. But the exploration remained so stealthy that in 1973, when the Pentagon equipped a large paramilitary force to deal with the Wounded Knee occupation, few people wondered if the government's interest in the region had any source other than the FBI's well-known hysteria about left-wing groups. The Oglala themselves perceived the confrontation as a renewal of the century-old campaign to suppress all efforts toward self-determination, and in truth there is little if any overt evidence to support the now widespread belief that the government response was a show of force aimed at protecting mineral interests in the region. Yet the government attitude did not relent after Wounded Knee, and for 2 years afterward, Senator Aburizk and others who were trying to improve federal practices on the reservation in order to reduce the violence were increasingly mystified that their best efforts were being ignored. Then, on the day before the Oglala shootout, in clear violation of the Fort Laramie stipulation that 3/4 of the adult men must approve any transfer of Lakota territory, Dick Wilson agreed to cede to the Department of the Interior a large tract of tribal land, including a sacred place of the Lakota people called Sheep Mountain. This transfer was officially approved by the Wilson Tribal Council on January 2, 1976. Wilson's actions merely completed tribal council negotiations with the government that had been started by his predecessors, notably a 1968 agreement whereby the Badlands National Monument was permitted to expand across 76,200 acres of tribal lands. Congress has by Public Law 90-468 authorized the additions to Badlands National Monument, consisting of lands within the exterior boundaries of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, which will be held by the United States in trust for the tribe. Technically, the Oglala still owned the land and technically the Park Service had jurisdiction, but why would the Park Service want this arid wasteland that attracts no visitors? And why does the agreement specify that the tribe does not have the right to develop minerals on land reacquired under Public Law 90-468? The reason is or appears to be that those mineral rights are very valuable. The government knows this, Dino Butler said in 1977. That's why all this is happening out there. They knew this before Wounded Knee, they knew this before the BIA takeover. But the Indian people didn't know it yet. Understandably, many people now believe that the disruption of the time period 1973-76 was instigated by the Wilson administration and U.S. agents using that administration to distract the people from these and other agreements being made about their land. 8. As Senator Aburizk exclaimed to the press after the Oglala shootout, they have an interest in keeping this thing stirred up. A joint report by the Geological Survey, the Bureau of Mines, and the BIA, based on surveys made in the same year as the Wilson Agreement, concluded that numerous potential pay zones and relatively shallow drilling depths combined to make the Pine Ridge Reservation an attractive prospecting area for oil, gas, uranium, and gravel. 9. None of these agencies of the Department of the Interior paused to ask whether these pay zones would be attractive to the rightful owners of the land, whose welfare and health were not considered, despite the imminent threat to both, and apparently none of them, least of all the BIA, wished to see the mineral wealth of Indian country drawn to the attention of the Indians themselves. Instead, the government continued to combat the resurgence of traditional Lakota spirit, led by the American Indian movement, which had openly identified itself with national liberation movements all over the Third World. An intensified harassment campaign against AIM reached its height in this same period, after which almost all of the AIM leaders were scattered, in hiding, or in jail. Not until after the conviction of Leonard Peltier, in April 1977, did the full extent of energy operations in the region become apparent. In May, when TVA revealed its extensive leases near Edgemont, in the Southern Hills, 25 huge corporations had already staked claims in the Black Hills and the surrounding plains. In recent years, Exploratory leases on Pine Ridge land have been sought by Union Carbide, which already has one of the largest lease holdings in the region, including land just north and south of the reservation. In regard to the uranium deposits on Pine Ridge, a Union Carbide spokesman says, "We don't think there is much uranium there, but we haven't ruled it out." A more objective source at the South Dakota State Surface Mining Licensing Office comments, "Of course they won't tell us exactly what they have learned, but the first thing they do is take a water sample. If the water sample shows a relatively high level of radioactivity, then they know that the uranium is there somewhere, and they explore to find it. I know that the water samples from Pine Ridge showed a considerable amount of uranium, one of the highest. They know it's there. It's one of the prime spots." 10. The nightmare years of the Wilson regime eventually ended, but the desperation of the Oglala people, and the bitterness between its factions, continued. It was 1975, Dennis Banks believes, when AIM lost most of its support from the Oglala because the killings continued and the people had been through too much. They just didn't want any more trouble. After Al Trimble came into office, in April 1976, a great celebration was held at Wanblee by his supporters. A new era of peace had come at last. The goons dispersed, the shooting and house-to-house fighting all but ended, and for the first time in years, people could travel on the reservation without fear of violence. AIM supporters were given good jobs in the tribal administration, and the following year the BIA police were disbanded and replaced by local officers elected by their own people out in the districts. But increasingly, Trimble was slandered and threatened by the Wilson faction, and he was also let down by traditional Indians and AIM people he had put into office. Too many exploited their jobs as opportunities for absenteeism, special privilege, and petty graft, thereby discrediting the first constructive tribal council administration in many years. 11. In 1978, Trimble was defeated by another BIA bureaucrat named Elijah Whirlwind Horse, who soon replaced most of the AIM people with the Pine Ridge faction, including many of the old faces from the Wilson days. This trend was continued 2 years later by Stanley Looking Elk. Already the Lakota warrior spirit, restored by Wounded Knee and fired by Oglala, had been weakened by an illusory prosperity, while for the majority of the poor, elderly, and unemployed, the hopeless conditions had changed little if at all. Among the traditionals who had turned away from AIM was Chief Frank Fools Crow, who had signed the Declaration of June 1, 1975, that invited AIM to return to the reservation. Even the questionable attention collected by AIM has given a much-needed boost to the Indians' dignity and self-esteem, Fools Crow told his biographer in 1976. The traditionalists do not like violent tactics, so we do not support AIM anymore. But they have accomplished things that our passive methods did not accomplish. 12. As Ted Means says, we had no positive or definite strategy, especially for those who participated in Wounded Knee. We provided no plan for the people, and we suffered for it. A lot of people who had that fire within them, that commitment and energy, began to turn it in other directions because we had no strategy for them. Of course, we also got our name used wrongly by a lot of people who would be drunk and raise hell and then claim they were AIM. I think it hurt us most with the old people, because that respect that we had from them in 1973 is just now beginning to come back. 13. At Porcupine, the Thunderhawk House, where the local survival school is located, lies below the road, surrounded by a fence. Ted Means, a husky, mustachioed man wearing a red windband and white t-shirt, was playing with his children in a fenced-off yard as we drew near. Recently Means had been released from prison on orders from Judge Nickel. A few weeks after this visit, his conviction on courthouse riot charges stemming from the trial of Sarah Bad Heart Bull was overturned. Getting out of the car, Robideau pointed at the gate, a zigzag arrangement designed to halt cattle and slow down anything going through. "You got a stopper there, Ted," he said approvingly. "Yup," Ted Means said. "Lets you draw a bead on 'em before they get in too close to the house." Both men grinned. Although the two had not seen each other in 5 years, Their greeting was spare and laconic, in the Indian way. Means led us inside the house and gave us coffee while he spoke to Rabido about the gunnery range. Rabido had not introduced me to Means because Indian people rarely make introductions, preferring to let people get the feel of one another naturally, and so for a long time they talked as if I were not there. Thousands of acres were still under tight military control, Means was saying, and the Air Force refused to give them back, even though they were no longer in use. Therefore the Indians suspect that the region is seriously contaminated, not only by unexploded ordnance but by the dumping of nuclear and chemical wastes. There's something going on up there at that bombing range, he said. There's got to be. We knew that even at the time of Wounded Knee. I mean, why did the Pentagon get so excited over an Indian demonstration? Christ, they had the 82nd Airborne and everything else out here, and FBI activity all over the res, and that was before one person had been hurt. Lorelei Means ran the clinic at Wounded Knee with Madonna Gilbert and was also a founder of WARN. She was now a student nurse at Pine Ridge Hospital, where Indian Health Service statistics had shown that the rate of miscarriage in a recent period was over 6 times the national average, with high numbers of cleft palates, bone cancers, and other ailments often caused by low-level radiation in the environment. The Janklow government, facing a uranium development referendum in November 1980 which would give voters some choice about uranium mining and milling in the state, was not eager to hunt down the precise sources, but radon contaminated water in the Cheyenne River and or the Oglala and Arikara aquifers, the suspected dumping of nuclear wastes on the gunnery range, and irresponsible agrarian use of dioxin poisons by the ranchers who leased Indian land were all suspected. Pine Ridge would also be affected by the proposals of the North Central Power Study, since the reservation was downwind from the main power plant complex in Montana and Wyoming and would be crossed by no less than 4 of the huge and dangerous high power lines that would carry the output of these plants to Omaha and Des Moines and St. Louis. WARN was also publicizing the poor health care that Indians receive through the Indian Health Service, including IHS voluntary sterilization programs. WARN denounced them as genocide in which sterilization was commonly performed without the patient's knowledge, far less consent. 14. Like most of the 51 hospitals that the government maintains for Indians, Pine Ridge does not meet the government's own minimum standards, and many Indians will not send their sick there. The hospital would like to get rid of Lorelei, Ted Means said proudly. She's too mouthy. WARN is trying to determine the causes of all these spontaneous abortions, birth defects, and cancers, but the studies will take a lot more money, which we don't have. The EPA and McGovern's office are whitewashing the whole thing. They say our water's okay, and it isn't. McGovern's office was reassured over the phone by the Indian Health Service people there at the hospital, and he accepted it. The local press questioned hell out of the WARN report, but nobody ever questioned the IHS. The water situation in the state is really critical. Maybe 80% of the water in South Dakota is Indian water, and they want it all for energy development, and they don't want to hear about contamination. The government is willing to sacrifice everyone here, not just Indians anymore but everyone. And just for 30 years of energy. People come to us with tears in their eyes, with deformed babies, babies with holes in their heart, asking us what they can do. This is starting to happen more and more. Means sat stone still at his kitchen table for a little while, then said in a low voice, every successful revolution has been inspired by this sort of offense against the people. Except for Wounded Knee, Oglala, and a few other episodes around the country, we have not fought back. That's going to turn around. This was the old AIM rhetoric of the early 1970s, and Ted Means knew it, for after a moment, he sighed. It's hard to organize the people around anything except money, especially when the press is telling them that everything is okay. The government has done one hell of a good job in colonizing us. They give a guy a pickup truck and a six-pack, and he's satisfied. The Indians are satisfied to be miserably comfortable. When I remarked that this wasn't true only of Indians, that the whole population of the United States had been reduced from citizens to consumers. Ted Means looked my way for the first time, and I noticed that he has a chin scar. "We've been programmed to accept defeat," he said, unsmiling, and Bob Robideau grinned briefly, saying, "Some of us have been deprogrammed." Means got up and poured more coffee. "These tribal chairmen," he said to me, disgusted, "they got no business negotiating for us on Fort Laramie. Our treaty wasn't made with tribal councils. Those people are just negotiating with their own side, and if we allow them to run free, they'll sell us out." The Cheyenne River Tribal Council was working to divide the people, much as the Pine Ridge Tribal Council did 8 years ago, in order to undermine Indian resistance to energy development, which is now spreading all the way east into Minnesota. They're getting a lot of local problems going, just like they did here in Pine Ridge, to divert attention from what the companies are up to. Things are starting to simmer, and they're going to boil the water shortage, energy pollution, everything, and there's going to be a showdown. I mean, what do you do when you get backed into a corner, man? And maybe another showdown is what they're after, just like 73 and 75. Ted Means was still looking at me when he said this, and I appreciated his polite use of the word they. From Porcupine, we headed south on the high open rolling plains. "Looks like a big reservation, don't it?" Robideau said. "But most of it's owned or leased by white people, the same as Rosebud. Many traditionals had lost what was left of their land in the early 1950s, when a BIA resolution carved the common rangeland into fenced grazing units that the poorer Indians were unable to manage under the discriminatory regulations. The units soon came under the control of the wealthier mixed bloods and white ranchers who had promoted that resolution in the first place. As of today, about half of the Pine Ridge Reservation, with the encouragement of the BIA, has been sold off or leased on terms far more beneficial to the lessors than to the people whose best interests the BIA is mandated by law to represent. On Porcupine Butte, the road passes a sign. "Chief Bigfoot surrenders." The sign marks the place where Bigfoot's doomed band of Minnecoju, having crossed 150 miles of winter badlands from Cherry Creek on the Cheyenne River to sanctuary under Red Cloud at Pine Ridge, was intercepted by soldiers of the 7th Cavalry, who escorted the half-frozen Indians down this long hill to Wounded Knee Creek. Bigfoot, though not a famous chief as was Spotted Tail, Red Cloud, and Crazy Horse, yet he with Chief Hump exerted much influence in their day among the Indians of the Great Sioux Nation. He was a wise chief, mild-mannered and always very considerate of the personal rights of his band. He was for peace, and on several occasions acted as peacemaker when rival bands were about to go on the warpath with each other. From the account that the Indians give of him, he took the duties of chief very seriously, and was of the old type of chiefs, who lived prior to the ones that were before the public at the end of the 19th century, for example, Sitting Bull, American Horse, and Short Bull. 15. "I am going to a certain place, and when I get there I will lay down my arms," Chief Bigfoot told the Bluecoats. "You meet us out here on the prairie, and expect me to give you my guns out here. I am a little bit afraid that there might be something a little crooked about it, something that may occur that wouldn't be fair. There are a lot of children here." 16. The soldiers met us near the Porcupine Butte, and after they talked to Bigfoot we went on to Wounded Knee Creek. The next morning we were getting ready to break camp when the Indian men were ordered by the soldiers to come to the center of the camp and bring all their guns. After they did this, the soldiers came to where the Indian women were and searched the tents and the wagons for arms. They made us give up axes, crowbars, knives, awls, etc. About this time an awful noise was heard and I was paralyzed for a time. Then my head cleared and I saw nearly all the people on the ground bleeding. I could move some now, so I ran to a cut bank and lay down there. I saw some of the other Indians running up the coulee, so I ran with them, but the soldiers kept shooting at us. My father, my mother, my grandmother, my older brother and my younger brother were all killed. My son, who was 2 years old, was shot in the mouth that later caused his death. We had 10 horses, harness, wagon, tent, buffalo robes, and I had a good Navajo blanket. All this property was lost or taken by the government or other people. I had a hard time in my life, and you can see that I am having a hard time now. It is cold weather and this is an old house and I suffer from the cold. Is the government going to pay for what they did to us? 17. Bigfoot and the more than 200 men, women, and children shot down in the December snow lie in the mass grave on top of the small hill to the west, with Buddy Lamont, killed in 1973, buried nearby. The bodies lie in a Christian cemetery because the Holy Rosary Catholic Church acquired the hill and built a church beside the common grave and sanctified it. Right after the siege, in 1973, the church was burned down by arsonists unknown, allegedly to spare tourists the sight of a house of God shot to splinters by federal bullets. These creeks and gullies, used for escape in 1890 by the few survivors, were used again in 1973 to bring in food and arms and medical supplies to the defenders. Although the historic marker on the road has been changed successively from Wounded Knee Battleground to Wounded Knee Tragedy to Wounded Knee Massacre. This has not placated the Lakota, to judge from the number of smashed bottles at the base of the sign. Somewhere in these rolling hills, within a night's walk of Wounded Knee, is the unmarked grave of Crazy Horse. My lands are where my people are buried, said the strange man of the Oglala, recognized by red men and white alike as the greatest war leader in Indian history. Crazy Horse was a small man, dark in complexion, with fine brown hair which he wore gathered in a knot in the center top of his forehead. Through the knot was thrust some slough grass worn for magic purposes. On the occasions that I saw him he wore but one feather of the spotted eagle at the back of his head. Crazy Horse was very modest and retiring in nature, but was beloved for his bravery. 8 horses were shot from under him at various times, but he was never even wounded, for the reason that he was a great medicine man as well as a great warrior. Other chiefs were very jealous of my brother-in-law and they brought about his death. His parents and my sister took his body from Fort Robinson and buried him close to Pine Ridge. Later, however, they removed the body secretly and buried it in some white sand cliffs near Porcupine Creek. The parents and widow continued to guard the body, refusing to reveal the burial place, and to this day no one knows where his body lies. 18. Here and there along the road into Pine Ridge, trucks and cars sat stalled, hoods up in symptom of defeat, and many dead cars, scavenged for their parts to keep one live one going, sat in their final resting places in the yards, often as many as 6 to a small house. In the bare spring light, surrounded by old stubble, mud, and tin and plastic litter, the tar paper cabins had the makeshift air of foremen's shacks on shut-down construction projects. On this Sunday morning, the streets of Pine Ridge were empty of almost everyone but weary drunks. As Peltier says, the alcoholics are the Indians that people notice, because so many are downtown, hanging around the bars, they draw attention to themselves, one way or another. There are many, many families, a whole lot of Indian people, who never touch liquor at all. Sure, there's a lot of drinking among Indians, but it's amazing that there isn't more, considering how depressing those reservations are, with nothing going on, and nowhere to go. Before the coming of the whites, the Plains Indians knew nothing of hard liquor, and the rotgut whiskeys, or firewater, with which they were plied by dishonest fur traders and others led to so much violence and disruption that Congress passed laws in 1851 prohibiting the sale of spirits to the native peoples. For the next century, bootlegged liquor greased the way for the unscrupulous, Indian as well as white. In 1934, the Indian Reorganization Act, permitting the use of liquor on the Indian reservations, released it as a destructive force against the entire people. In 1953, in conjunction with the termination legislation under President Eisenhower, the Indians were given full rights to buy liquor. Rosebud soon adopted liquor ordinances, but Pine Ridge remained dry, and bootleggers such as Richard Wilson prospered. In the early 1970s, when Wilson became president of the Tribal Council, Pine Ridge Village passed a liquor ordinance, and for a few years Robert Ecoffe of the BIA police was the proprietor of an unofficial drive-in liquor store. Under Al Trimble, the liquor store was closed, but these days there was talk of opening it again, despite the fact that alcohol causes almost all Indian arrests and is the leading cause of death on the reservation. 19. In recent years, the people of Pine Ridge have been mainly serviced by a white man's store just across the south boundary in White Clay, Nebraska, which offers the Indians a wide selection of cheap spirits, beer, and drastic views of splayed white women in girly magazines. In 1974, this small store in a dead hamlet on a lost county road owned up to net profits of $200,000, and presumably the Longhorn Bar in Scenic, on the Rapid City Road, does a lot better. Because there are very few cafes, no movie houses, and no public transportation in all the 4,500 square miles of the reservation, the relief provided by these establishments is badly needed, and alcoholism at Pine Ridge, where 70% of the people are unemployed, is approximately 5 times the national average. The suicide rate among teenagers is twice that among whites of the same age. The village has a crisis center for would-be suicides, and the life expectancy among Pine Ridge Indians averages 44 years, or about 30 years less than among white Americans, and this in a people who, in the old days, commonly lived for 100 years or more. Anna Mae Aquash, who studied this problem, saw it as a direct consequence of inferior food, which is all that most families can afford. The median family income is less than one-half the amount below which white families are considered to live in poverty. And all of these shameful statistics are true despite the fact that government agencies claim to be spending $8,040 every year on each Pine Ridge family. To judge from appearances, all this money goes to BIA Indians and the well-fed white bureaucracy. The Sioux Nation supermarket is owned by white people, and the neat suburban houses of the whites are almost the only decent housing in Pine Ridge Village. We were poor, says Madonna Gilbert, but at least we grew our vegetables and used the land. These welfare Indians, even the ones that still own land, they don't grow gardens anymore, they just wait for the lease check to come in, then spend it all on clothes and booze. The previous day, Madonna had gone to Eagle Butte for her cousin's funeral, 45 years old, and hemorrhaged to death because of alcohol. She shook her head. The only way that Indians are going to make it is by getting back to an independent spirit, in our own sovereign nation. At least at Pine Ridge there has been a little progress. Over the years, when we were talking about self-determination, the tribal council laughed at us sovereignty, too. But sovereignty is what we're going to get, and I notice they're not laughing anymore. We took the North Road past Pine Ridge Hospital, where Anna Mae Aquash was autopsied twice, past the hidden cabin on the hillside north of the road where I had visited the year before with medicine man Pete Catches, past the grave of Red Cloud, past the log building called Calico Hall, where in 1973 the decision was made to go to Wounded Knee. Then Highway 18 headed north and west through a spare rangeland, crossing the bends of White Clay Creek and rising again to level off on a flat mesa. To the south rose the soft sandhills of Nebraska, and off to the north the high white bluffs stretched away into the Badlands toward Sheep Mountain. At the end of a dirt lane that turned off westward, a compound of small cabins came in view. We drove slowly down the rutted track past Jumping Bull Hall, which stood in last summer's long brown grass, the worn wood wind-slotted and chinked with hard spring light. At the corner of the road, where it turns back south along the bluff into the compound, stands the little cabin. Under the closed window of the cabin, a child's body, still as the cold earth, lay with its face turned away on the April ground. As the car idled, we stared at the small form, then at each other, then back again. The body did not stir. Leaving the car, I caught the movement of a hand at a twitched curtain. All the inhabitants could see was a white stranger, and the man who came around the corner of the cabin looked wary and hostile. The child stirred, yawning. Then Robideau got out, nodding in greeting, and I trailed the two into the cabin where Ron Williams and Jack Kohler had noticed the American flag hung upside down, where Mike Anderson said that he had breakfast on June 26, 1975, where Joanna Ledo had left her car before walking alone along the bluff, staring down at that Colorado car with the blinkers flashing, and the white torsos and green shirts of two human bodies lying dead still in the hot summer grass. Rob Ido greeted Vicky and Steve Little, whose older brother had been living in this place on June 26, 1975. Vicky Little is the widow of an Apache AIM leader named Angel Martinez, killed in a car crash in New Mexico not long after the shootout at Oglala. "Haven't seen you for quite a while, Bob," Vicky said. "What you been doing?" And Rob Ido said, "Time." Although Rob Ido had not been back since that long early summer day 5 years before, there was no mention of the shootout or its consequences. Instead, they chatted and laughed about old friends, and after a while I went to the door and gazed out over the land. The cabin perches on the bluff edge, overlooking the pasture, and the Jumping Bull compound, also on the bluff, sits in an open grove of trees, some 200 yards away to the southeast. At the bottom of the pasture is the dense riverwood that follows White Clay Creek toward the AIM camp, which was located perhaps a quarter-mile to the southeast. On the far side of the creek, the open rangeland rises to low buttes that overlook the dry plains of Nebraska, sloping southward to the Niobrara River. This is the Lakota country to which Red Cloud and Spotted Tail wished so passionately to return. The chief Spotted Tail sprang up, walked toward him, waving in his hand the paper containing the promise of the government to return them to White Clay Creek. "All the men who come from Washington are liars, and the bald-headed ones are the worst of all. You have but one thing to do here, and that is to give an order for us to return to White Clay Creek." 20. We went over to the compound and walked around for a little while, not saying much. Perhaps Bob was remembering that early afternoon when death surrounded him, and I didn't feel like nagging him with questions. He gazed at the silent cabins, one red, one green, one white. "Nobody here now," he said after a while, contemplating the mangled car that had been hauled into the yard and abandoned next to an old stove. It was by this car that Angie Long visitor had said she'd seen him. Nearby stood a white washing machine black-pocked with bullet holes. "The family tried to come back in here, but the house was all shot up and busted. Then Grandpa Harry got killed by a truck, just a few months ago, ran right over his car up there near Lone Man's. Other people tried to live here, too, I heard, but they just didn't like the feel of the place." Rob Ido turned his gaze from the wrecked car and looked about him. There was a winter stillness here, and I wondered what was going through his head. How different this scene must have been on that hot summer morning, the yells and bullet whine and crack of rifles, the whack of slugs through the thin metal of the cars. That log cabin was where Banks was living. He was gone that day. "The feds come here claiming they was after Jimmy Eagle, but we think they was after AIM." He shrugged. "We knew Jimmy Eagle, but he never come around, unless maybe he showed up in that crowd for the Jumping Bulls anniversary, right after we come here from Farmington. I didn't know the Oglala people the way Leonard and Dino did. I stayed mostly in Porcupine, and it's true that I didn't know Eagle at the time. But I know him now, and I just don't remember him being here that day. I had heard that he was here a few days earlier, and if you knew him, you would know that he was capable of telling all them stories in the jail whether he was here or not. He's got bad attitudes and a real kid mentality. He's a boaster and a bullshitter, too. He's just running his mouth off all the time. Here he was, already in heavy trouble, and he just talked himself right into an indictment for murder." In his first statement to the FBI, Mike Anderson had said that Jimmy Eagle and not Rob Ido was down at the agent's cars with Peltier and Butler. I don't know why Mike named Eagle and not me. But I had developed a pretty good relationship with Baby AIM, so I guess he felt reluctant. Rob Ido sighed. "They let those 3 kids tell a lot of lies to cover up their own part in the shooting," he said a little later, without either contempt or resentment. "But we were all kind of surprised and disappointed, especially by Norman. Of all those boys, it seemed like he was the strongest. We liked Norman, and when he comes up for the Sun dance, We don't let nobody bother him, but we can't trust him anymore. We liked Mike, too. We called him Baby Aim, not because his big brother was an AIM leader, but because he seemed like the baby of the group, even though he wasn't the youngest. We'd tease Mike a lot, and he'd go stomping off, then come bouncing back. He handled it real good. But we know now that he fell right there in Wichita, first time they questioned him, though I guess it took them quite a little while to break him down. They scared him and made him feel isolated. That was their tactic. After Leonard's trial, Mike went underground, and nobody could find him for a while, I guess. After what he said at Fargo, there was really a lot of pressure on him, especially being Larry's younger brother. Mike grew up on AIM. So when he got himself killed in a car wreck a year later, down in Arizona, we wondered if it wasn't guilt that caused it. As if sensing an unspoken question, Rabbi Doe said, "Norman Charles is still up in Washington somewhere." There never was no suspicion that he talked, and we know that they tried hard to make him do it. Anyway, they had already cracked them other three, and most likely they just thought they had enough. Norman Charles turned out to be too much trouble. Here Rabbi Doe shook his head with a weary grunt. After Cedar Rapids, I became convinced that the court is just a stage, and the side that sets the stage right, and has the best actors, is going to win. The evidence is less important than the way it's presented. And at Fargo, of course, we couldn't present it at all. Rabbi Doe turned his collar up in the stiff raw April air. We wasn't up here when they first showed up. We had our camp about a quarter mile down. He pointed southeast, along the wooded creek. When we heard the shooting, we come running up here, keeping to the woods. He pointed again, then coming up one by one along that cattle fence while the rest fired at where the agents were, to keep their heads down. By that time, most of the women and children had taken off across the fields. I remember Angie and her family came running by, saying, "What are we gonna do?" And I told them, "Just get out of here." Reminded of Angie's testimony that he had been wearing a ski mask on that day, Bob managed a sour grin. "Yeah, I was wearing it for a little while that day. In the summertime I used to use it as a cap to keep my hair down when it got too windy to wear my cowboy hat, and that day I decided to pull down the front. I was brought up on West Coast city streets, you know, and my first instinct when trouble comes down is to hide. But after a while I felt ridiculous. Everybody else had their face showing, so I put it up again." Rabbi Doe jerked his chin at the pasture road that came down under the bluff from the little cabin. "That's where them agents got it," he said, expressionless. "They come in right down there. Before we knew it, the whole area was surrounded, all along the roads and over there across the river everywhere. There's just no way they could have got so many guns out here so fast unless they were looking for a shootout in the first place." He circled a small green shed near the east wall of the small farmhouse, which was riddled with big holes. A young apple tree beside the shed was in fresh blossom. "That morning," he said, "the rifle he was carrying was next thing to useless, and he took the .44 Ruger from Joe Stuntz, sending him back down to the camp for a .30 to 30 Marlin deer rifle. That's the gun Joe died with, and that's where Joe got it," he said, pointing at the ground beside the shed. "He was firing down into them trees." Bob nodded, as if some missing piece had fallen into place. "Norman Charles had his brother-in-law killed right beside him, and maybe that's one reason they decided not to put him on the stand. It might not look good to draw too much attention to the fact that an Indian also got killed at Oglala. Pretty soon, we decided to leave, and went down to camp. But somebody never got the word to Joe and Norman Charles, I guess, and I think it was Draper went back up to tell them. By that time the feds had come up there through the woods, and there was an exchange of fire in which Joe was killed." Agent Hughes's testimony about heavy fire received hours later in the assault on the Green Shack was just a lot more hype, Rabbi Doe said. "By the time they launched their big attack, and shot this place to pieces, there was nobody home. They accused us of escaping in broad daylight." 21. "Anyway, there was nobody in them houses. Even when that white woman come in there, the women and children were all gone, and most of the men, too. What they could have heard was Wishy's .22 pistol, which he fired off by accident on the escape. We gave him hell. Anyway, we headed down into the woods again, and followed the creek south, then went through that culvert under the school road over there. They had us pinned down for a while in a little clump of cottonwoods, then we went way up over there under that mesa. Running uphill, Norman Brown blew the muzzle on his gun. Firing back down at the roadblock must have jammed the barrel down into the mud along the way. That gun was finished, we just left it in the crotch of a tree. The law says now that they searched the whole escape route, but I guess them guys didn't like getting too far off the road, because when Dino came back here a year and a half later, that evidence was still in that tree crotch, out in plain view. Robideau mentioned the canteen that was shot right off the hip of Norman Brown. Them bullets were close, man. He held up thumb and forefinger to make an inch. Those guys were right on target and shooting hard. Why nobody was hit I'll never know. He grunted. Maybe Norman seen that eagle after all. Robideau pointed at the white sandstone monuments and pine bluffs to the eastward. Spent the first night up in there, and the second day, too, because we figured they expected us to move. Later we heard there was a whole search and destroy outfit running around the rest National Guard jeeps, helicopters, spotting planes, and all, but we saw just one helicopter in the distance. They never come near us. The third night, we took off eastward, headed for Manderson, except we hit Pine Ridge instead. Robideau laughed. We studied them lights for a long time, until somebody said what we all knew, hell, that ain't Manderson. And a good thing, too, because Manderson was just where they was laying for us. So we got into Pine Ridge and hid out, and the next morning a busload of FBI's pulls right up to the door. Oh shit, I thought, it's on again. But the people in the house give some good answers and the feds took off. While I was in Pine Ridge, I attended Joe Stuntz's funeral. Among the warriors, I was the only one who went. 5 years later, Robideau raised his eyebrows, mildly puzzled by his own rashness. The funeral was bound to be swarming with agents, and any one of the numerous people being questioned, over 500 were eventually interviewed, might have identified him as one of those who took part in the shootout. By that time, you see, my whole frame of mind had changed. We were sure they would kill us the first chance they got, and we were in a drastic state of mind. But that day at the funeral, I wasn't even worried. Careful, sure, and I kept away from all the cameras, but I wasn't concerned. I realized this during the escape. There was no reason to fear anymore, cause you know what's going to happen, so you straighten up and do what has to be done. It's kind of a good feeling, like breathing in fresh air. I had accepted death. Maybe you'll think I'm crazy, but knowing I was sure to die was a kind of freedom. It really was relaxing, man. Bob Robideau laughed, and I did, too, understanding better now why this thin man, so diffident and unassertive in appearance, seemed so confident in everything he said. On the edge of the plateau a few miles to the southeast, overlooking the ranch of Wallace Little, lies Joe Stuntz's grave, which Robideau had never seen. We walked out onto a bluff with a broad prospect of the Badlands and stood for a long time in silence before 3 simple unmarked mounds. The graves were decorated with dull plastic flowers and the 4 small bright-colored flags of the 4 directions. In one grave lies June Little's brother Jim. On September 10, 1975, the same day as Robideau's arrest near Wichita, Jim Little had been stomped to death in broad daylight by 4 goons in Oglala housing, who attributed the killing to an argument over some spurs. 3 of the 4 men involved eventually served short terms for manslaughter. On a rough base of cinder blocks is a plaque that reads, "In honor of our brothers who have given their efforts here for the Lakota, June 26, 1975. After a little while, Bob cleared his throat. Joe was one of our West Coast group. Big guy. Didn't say too much, real easygoing, quiet, never got excited. Even in a real heavy situation, he'd just B. There. After the Oglala shootout, Joe Kilswright's body had been removed to Pine Ridge Hospital, where it was turned over to a Rapid City coroner. Dick Wilson signed an order that no wake or burial of this AIM Indian could be held on the reservation, but the order was contemptuously ignored. The body was brought back from Rapid City by Evelyn Bordeaux and another woman and placed on a rack on the Jumping Bull property while people passed by, paying their respects. The funeral took place right in Pine Ridge, and Joe Kilswright was buried in a traditional ceremony on Little Family Ground on June 30. In Los Angeles, the following day, the FBI director gave American flags to the families of the two dead agents. Joe Stuntz was learning the spiritual way, Dino Butler says. He wanted to be a spiritual man someday. Joe Stuntz was a very quiet man. He never had very much to say. I had a lot of respect for him. He never seemed to want to be out in front, but he was always there when trouble started. He was never afraid to face up to trouble when it happened. If we were in the wrong that day, these sacred things wouldn't have helped us. We would not have been taken care of. I know Joe Stuntz died there, but in the Indian way, there has to be sacrifices. That is part of our religion. We always sacrifice and we are stronger afterwards if we survive. This is why Joe, it was time for him to go. It could have been any one of us. When it's time, my time, I hope that I can go like Joe. I hope that my death, my passing, will give life to others. Beside Joe Stuntz lies Anna Mae Aquash, who was kind of like Joe, Bob Robideau said. She was always easy, even in a tight situation. She was the only woman in our group who really learned how to use weapons, ballistics and everything. She really wanted to learn. She had worked with the women, but she got frustrated by the lack of action. We had a sweat lodge in our camp, Dino Butler says. We went to ceremonies. Anna Mae was there. Joe Stuntz was there. Jimmy Little was there. A lot of people were there who will never be there no more. They're dead now. I won't say they are dead. They are gone. To Indian people there is no such thing as death. When we pass over into the spirit world, our body returns to the sacred Mother Earth and becomes a part of her. I used to go for walks with Annie Mae. We used to talk about her children up in Canada. We used to talk a lot about a lot of things. When I was in jail, she came to me a couple of times in my dreams, And I know that she is still watching. She's still taking care of us, She is still around. Joe Stuntz is still around. A lot of spirits of our ancestors come back and let us know that they are there helping us. We know we are right. We are just as right as our ancestors who stood up against the United States government, against these white folks, and fought for what they believed in. They knew it was right, and we are just as right as our ancestors. Robideau turned from the graves, and we walked back to the road. Mainly Anna Mae was pretty serious, but she was likable. She didn't crack jokes or anything, the way Leonard did, but she liked to laugh. That's the way Indians are. In a serious situation, someone will say something and they'll laugh hard to cool things out before going back to being serious again. Anna Mae Aquash was completely trusted by the West Coast group, and to this day serves all her people as a symbol, but one gets the impression that many Indians still wonder who she was. Although both were in Wounded Knee during the siege and both worked later in survival schools, Madonna Gilbert says that she scarcely knew Anna Mae and seems rather unwilling to discuss her. Possibly, I thought at first, because the Lakota women, out of loyalty to Kamook Nichols, had disapproved of Dennis's West Coast woman. Bob Robideau has a different explanation. We think people are quick to be jealous. It's true that AIM people all over the Dakotas were being harassed and jailed, and probably they didn't want to get involved. All the same, not one means came to Joe's or Anna Mae's funeral, for example, even though they were right here on the res, and they gave the Oglala group no support at all until the time of the Cedar Rapids trial, when their own people began to notice they were holding back. Then they began to help a little. They really didn't have much choice. We think the means women are the jealous ones, they want all the attention and support money for their own group. Also, they didn't care too much for Leonard because he wouldn't take orders from Russ the way most people did, wouldn't let Russ push him around. And maybe the Belcourts are jealous, too. During the Los Angeles trial, I called up Vern Belcourt and Herb Paulus and asked them how come they weren't giving Leonard any support, and they asked me who the hell I thought I was, talking to the AIM leadership like that. Bob grinned that wry grin, shaking his head. Banks didn't support us, neither. Even at the time of Cedar Rapids, we had to send his statement back 3 times to get an effective version. He just kept writing about himself and his own problems in California. Dino won't even speak about him anymore. I was never tied with Dennis the way Dino and Leonard were, so I didn't feel hurt. Him and me can still talk about it, and I know he regrets the way he acted. Leonard's cooled off, too. He knows we have to work with Dennis, and he let Dennis visit him at Lompoc. But if Leonard had been out of jail when Dennis let me and Dino down like that, it might have been a very different story. Anyway, that lack of support is where the trouble started. Dennis is out of it in California, and we don't get along too good with the Means no more. We cooperate with them, but we don't actually work together, because we don't agree with some of Russ's ideas on where the movement is going. The West Coast group is autonomous now, and so is the Means Dakota AIM. The few AIM groups that are still going are all autonomous. Of course, the movement has always had autonomous groups. There was never any real direction from the national office, because it wouldn't do no good to tell any local Indians what to do, and everyone knew it except the big things. We still get together for the big things, like the national conventions and Pedro's funeral and the Black Hills gathering that's coming up here in July. Headed west on Highway 18, we were silent for a little while. It was possible, of course, that the lack of support from the West Coast group mentioned by Rob Ido came about not through jealousy but through the suspicion that the group might have killed the agents, which not all traditional Indians by any means believe was justified. One AIM leader, asked if Leonard was capable of violence, evaded the question with the statement, "All Indians are capable of violence, we had to be in order to survive." Another claimed to have heard from Pine Ridge people that Peltier was responsible for the killings, and did not think that a man of violence should become a hero for Indian children. This person conceded that Leonard's guilt could be mere rumor, which is epidemic on the Indian reservations. She scarcely knew Peltier personally, she said, because Leonard was always outside helping build the sweat lodge, or taking care of something else. Eventually Bob remarked, "They killed Anna Mae because they knew she was one of us and wouldn't talk." But later he said, voicing his thoughts during the long drive to Rapid City, the FBI's didn't kill her, not directly, at least. He did not explain this, and I did not question him. In the feudal atmosphere of the Wilson years, almost any goon or AIM supporter on Pine Ridge might have found a reason for taking the life of Anna Mae, and probably no one really wants to know who did it. In all likelihood, most people feel, the original suspicions about Anna Mae were spread by Douglas Durham, who tried to discredit anyone he did not control, and these rumors intensified when she was seen being questioned by David Price in March 1975. Apparently Price was working with Jon Stewart, who may have started the rumors in Oglala. But despite occasional suggestions to the contrary in lurid articles on this case, no one I have talked to makes the serious claim that David Price was involved in the killing of Anna Mae Aquash. All seem to agree that it was an Indian who pulled the trigger. It is sometimes said that Lakota medicine men, making their own Indian way investigations, had received that message in the sweat lodge. An Indian had killed Anna Mae at the direction of 2 white men, and sooner or later the names of the killers would come out. As Red Cloud remarked of Spotted Tail's death, an Indian did it? But who set on the Indian? A few months later, on the long Dakota roads between Cheyenne River and Pine Ridge, I passed through the white twisted land that lies south of the White River up in the Badlands, said the woman who answered the telephone of Roger Amiot, describing the gully where that Indian woman's body had been found. In early July, the drawdown through the pale eroded hills was parched, and the yellow flowers of arrowhead balsam root, the scattered song of the western meadowlark on the hot gusts, intensified an emptiness of wind and death. Dusty junipers, gaunt willows, and poor cottonwood along the draw were evidence of the water here in winter, and perhaps the killer thought that the small body would be sucked into the culvert or picked apart by coyotes before being discovered, since the few travelers who crossed this wasteland would have no reason to stop, far less to wander off the road. In any case, he was too confident or drunk or scared to hide the body, which was discovered by a man on horseback, tending fences. Not far to the south, Route 44 led west through Wanbley, where Byron Dissersaw was gunned down. At the litter of government housing known as Kyle, a road turned south toward Allen, and wondering if Myrtle Poor Bear were still in this area, I knocked at the door of Russell Means, who was sure to know what had become of her. In the years since Wounded Knee, Means has been involved in 11 cases, and he has been tried 4 times in the white man's courts. In October 1975, he waived his right to a South Dakota jury trial after his attorneys had spent 2 weeks and dismissed 200 candidates without coming up with 12 unbiased people. Given a sentence of 4 years for defending himself in the courtroom riot at the trial of Sarah Bad Heart Bull, he eventually spent 1 year in the state prison at Sioux Falls, much of it in Senator James Aburezk's office on the prison work program. Judge Richard Braithwaite, who convicted me, he was busted this year for shoplifting, Means says, except in his case it was called a sickness, and he is receiving treatment instead of serving time. Between 1974 and 1976, Means survived 3 shootings, in 2 of which BIA Indians were involved. In 1978, he was stabbed by a white man in state prison. That knifing was set up, he says. That was the first time in history that there were no guards around at recreation. While in prison, Means decided on a fresh start for AIM's South Dakota chapter, which would now be called Dakota AIM. Although he calls himself an Oglala patriot rather than a leader, he manages to remain in the public eye, and he still has a taste for controversy and altercations. Many Indians as well as whites, including some with a high opinion of his abilities, consider him arrogant and overbearing, the very personification of those attitudes that other Indians resent in the mighty Sioux, whose tendency toward self-assertion is alien to most Indian groups. As Vine Deloria, Jr., has ironically observed, "The Sioux, my own people, have a great tradition of conflict. We were the only nation ever to annihilate the United States cavalry 3 times in succession. And when we find no one else to quarrel with, we often fight each other. The Sioux problem is excessive leadership. During one 20-year period in the last century, the Sioux fought over an area from La Crosse, Wisconsin, to Sheridan, Wyoming, against the Crow, Arapaho, Cheyenne, Mandan, Arikara, Hidatsa, Ponca, Iowa, Pawnee, Oto, Omaha, Winnebago, Chippewa, Cree, Assiniboine, Sac and Fox, Potawatomi, Ute, and Gros Ventre. This was, of course, in addition to fighting the U.S. cavalry continually throughout that period. 23. From what I had heard, I hadn't expected to like Means much, and at our first meeting in the Rapid City Airport, 2 months earlier, I didn't. Seated beside me in red windband, earrings, bone neck choker, and embroidered vest, he remained aloof from a lively discussion of mining and water pollution issues led by his bright, tough sister-in-law Lorelei Means. Instead, mouth set in a hard twist, he fixed me with a rigid gaze that bored into my temple for 5 minutes, until at last he broke into the talk, demanding loudly and accusingly, "What are you doing here?" Taken by surprise, I accounted for myself, which filled me instantly with irritation. Today, on the other hand, he welcomed me into his house and gave me coffee and answered my questions incisively all morning. Russ is a psychological terrorist, at least in public, one Indian says. Until he has control of the situation, he is always trying to throw strangers off balance, and he usually succeeds. But when you're alone with him, and he doesn't have to prove anything, he's great, warm, intelligent, and a lot of fun to be with. For the moment, at least, I agreed. Means is often reckless in his speech, but that recklessness had power behind it that was badly needed by his people. The week before, in a friend's kitchen in Minot, North Dakota, a young horse rancher and Vietnam combat veteran by reputation, the last cowboy in North Dakota who knew how to break a horse, had expressed the local dislike and suspicion of AIM in general and the Dakota AIM leader in particular. From what he had seen on television and read in the local newspapers, this Russell Means was just a loudmouth and a hip shooter who said any damn thing that came into his head. Because the rancher had spoken without anger, I tried to explain the Fort Laramie Treaty and the environmental background of the struggle, the nightmare years on the Pine Ridge Reservation, and AIM's fight, led by Russell Means, to restore the spirit of Crazy Horse to the Lakota. The United States governments, one after another, had failed the Indian people in every moral and legal obligation. He listened carefully, nodding his head. And when just because he had really listened, I conceded that Means could be abrasive, he shrugged his shoulders, saying quietly, "Well, I don't know. From what you tell me, the Indians probably needed a fella like Russ Means, especially back there a few years ago when they were trying to get things started." In his present conciliatory mood, Means wished to heal over some of the ill feeling of the past. "Dennis Banks and I have never had a split," he said at one point. "It was Dennis Banks who invited me into the movement, and we were very good friends. He made some mistakes, but I'll always admire and respect that man. We chose different paths, that's all." He took a deep breath before he said, "I never made a public statement against Dennis Banks. And I never made one against Dickie Wilson, or Janklow, either. You don't condemn children." In 1967, when Means was employed by the Rosebud tribal government, he was friendly with Janklow, who had taken his first job after law school as head of the legal services program on the reservation. "I never knew the prejudice against Indians in this state," that's what Bill told me. "He was a great guy, humorous and fun to be with, and he had a lot of humanity. I remember Christmas 1967, when he dressed up as Santa Claus and he drove around in a blizzard delivering presents to the poorest people, the ones living in tar paper shacks and tents and car bodies. On the other hand, Indians were always dropping by his house to get some of his liquor, and then there is the rape of Jansida Eagle Deer. 24. But rape of an Indian girl by a white man is common in South Dakota, and because nothing is done about it in the courts, the great majority of the cases aren't reported. Indian women don't like to talk to white men about what one of their kind has done to them. Anyway, Janklow was interested in politics right from the start, and he soon realized there wasn't any future in Indian law or working with Indian people. That's what he told me over the phone in 1969, when I called him from Cleveland, asking him to stay on where he was and help us out. The truth was, he didn't like Indian people, and he only kept that benevolent attitude, that idealism, until he learned the realities of Indian law. From my personal experience, he was a good man, but he's been corrupted by the power that he always wanted, and he turned against us. Not that he attacked me, he made Banks his scapegoat instead. It's only lately that he's spoken out against me. The man needs a target these days." For a moment, Russ Means's handsome face curled with disgust. He showed me a paper that he planned to read 2 weeks later at the Black Hills Survival Gathering. 25. A huge demonstration designed to educate the public about the damage being done by the energy industry to the Great Plains region. The gathering would also support the Lakota Treaty claim and a uranium mining referendum that would go before the voters in November. 26. In this state, Means said, every government that has ever been elected has been backed by the mining companies. Indians say that Janklow went from raping young girls to raping Mother Earth. Russ Means said that Myrtle Poor Bear might still live in Allen, although he had not seen or heard of her in several years. He suggested that I accompany him and his family to an Oglala giveaway being held that day, July 4, down near the Nebraska border, where people from Allen could tell me what had become of her. In the noon heat, we stopped for gas at Sweat, and unaware that Means had sworn off alcohol after leaving prison, I offered to pay for beers in the station store. "I don't drink," Russ said shortly, in the manner of a man who has disapproved of drinking all his life. At the giveaway, where a crowd of local Indians sat under a shade in a big circle, a man from Allen said that Myrtle Poor Bear came and went but that there was no use talking to her, she's so far gone on alcohol that she don't make any sense, and she needs it so bad that people have got scared of going near her. He shrugged unhappily. "Her sisters have married Mexicans, I hear." Means introduced me to the mother of Dick Marshall, who felt sad that Dick and Cleo had split up and that Cleo will no longer permit their child to visit the prison. "I got a lot of trouble in my house," Mrs. Marshall said, "with my old man dead 3 months ago and Dick gone away. I just got to get along as best I can." Of Myrtle Poor Bear, she spoke without bitterness. "She's kind of sick, I guess," Mrs. Marshall said, making a vague hand gesture around her head. "The FBI used a young girl from our community," Cleo Marshall has said, and everything she said was false. "The girl lived in the same village, and in 2 years, we had about 3 contacts with her. I couldn't understand why the FBI would use this girl who had so many problems, who is pitiful. Sometimes I say I hate the FBI. I do. You hope someday these things will stop, people will stop using other people. It's hard to hate. I try to look at the FBI to see if maybe I can have some respect for them, but what I see them doing on Pine Ridge to our people, I can't find respect for them. In the opinion of this young woman, we are fighting the government. Who do you turn to when you are fighting the government?" I told Means how impressed I was by the forgiving attitude toward Myrtle Poor Bear and even toward Wilson and his goons on the part of people whose lives had been so damaged. "Those goons have families," he explained. "Anyway, AIM doesn't take retribution on anyone. We're dedicated now to fight to regain Indian sovereignty, starting with the Oglala and spreading out, and when you're involved in a liberation struggle, you don't make war on your own people." Hearing this, I remembered something Bob Robideau had said. Even the goons aren't so hated, really, because being goons was the only way they could find a job, have something to do. They grew up here and everybody knows them, knows what they've been up against. Wilson, too. Everybody knows him for a drunk, just a petty crook, doing the dirty work for the real criminals who paid him off. Chapter 16. Another important matter. Myrtle Poor Bear and David Price, 1976–81. The U.S. government won't obey the laws its own Congress enacted, so it's up to us, the people with respect for land and life, to join hand in hand. Richard Marshall. A reservation Indian is already well prepared to go to the penitentiary. Before he gets there, he has already practiced being in prison. And even off the reservation, many Indians are still having a barbed wire attitude. I try to teach my children and my people to get rid of the barbed wire mind. Leonard Crow Dog. On April 12, 1978, Richard Marshall's appeal of his life sentence was denied by the South Dakota Supreme Court, which cited Myrtle Poor Bear's worthless testimony in support of its decision. The very same day, U.S. Attorney Evan Hultman, defending Leonard Peltier's conviction in St. Louis before the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals, admitted that Poor Bear was incompetent in the ultimate sense of incompetency. This young woman's medical record, which she released in an effort to undo the damage after both of her alleged lovers had received life sentences, seemed sufficient cause all by itself for 2 new trials. Poor Bear had been arrested repeatedly for alcoholic episodes, and she was hospitalized 11 times between July 1963 and July 1976, claiming 2 rapes, 3 falls from horses, nervous disorders due to a husband who wished to take her child away, and many other calamities. In addition, she had made well over 100 outpatient visits to various clinics in the region. Her father, with whom Myrtle has lived all of her life, says that she was very sick as a small child, apparently from typhoid fever contracted from drinking contaminated water. Since she was a little girl, Myrtle lived in her own fantasy world, he says. She always made up stories. She is a good girl, generous. But ever since her fever, the one that almost killed her, her mind is like that. 1. According to cousins with whom she had actually spent the day and night of June 26, 1975, this small heavy-set unprepossessing woman considered herself an AIM person on the basis of attendance at one AIM meeting in July of that year at Dick Marshall's house in Allen. Sometimes she imagined that she had been Jimmy Eagle's girlfriend at the time of Oglala. Her sister Elaine says that Myrtle was forever lying and hallucinating, and that the family expected it, that she was never raped or thrown from a horse, had never lost a boyfriend at Wounded Knee, had never had a husband who threatened to take away either of her two illegitimate children. Since Myrtle's school principal in Allen too, who was interviewed by Agent David Price, was well acquainted with this pathetic history, the Indians assumed that the FBI and the prosecution were aware of it, too. Despite the poor opinion of her faculties expressed by lawyers for both the defense and the prosecution, Myrtle Lulu Poor had been employed as radio dispatcher in the BIA police office in Pine Ridge when she first came to the attention of David Price in 1974. In her job in Pine Ridge, Poor had been readily accessible to the agents, and Wood says he talked with her 3 or 4 times in January 1976. On January 30, the agents reported to Elaine Poor that Dick Marshall and other guys had raped her sister, beating her badly in the process, and that Myrtle had been taken to the hospital at Martin. Elaine Poor told the agents that she did not believe this, and there is number 302 or medical report to support the story. Motel bills, signed receipts, and other documents established that Poor was in custody of agents Price and Wood between February 19 and February 23, which were also the dates of her first and second affidavits in the Peltier case. S.A. Edward Skelly, to whom Myrtle was delivered on February 24, says that Price and Wood did not inform him that they had already interviewed her twice, nor that they had already obtained 2 affidavits in the Peltier case, nor even that she had been in their care for several days. His own interview took place on the same day that the body of an unidentified woman turned up in the Badlands. For most of February 1976, Myrtle's whereabouts were unknown, and her family became extremely worried. When rumor spread through the reservation that the body of an unidentified young woman was lying in the morgue at Pine Ridge Hospital, Elaine Poor and her sister Darlene Cross feared that it might be Myrtle. Since they had no car, they were taken in the local ambulance from Allen to Pine Ridge, where they viewed what later turned out to be the body of Anna Mae Aquaj. Myrtle turned up in Pine Ridge and was taken home, but she soon disappeared again. This time she was gone for weeks. On April 1, she telephoned Elaine to say that the authorities wished her to testify against Dick Marshall. "They are making me do it," she told Elaine, and on April 2, she did. Marshall was found guilty of murder 4 days later. David Price has acknowledged that when he and Wood first interviewed Myrtle about Peltier on February 19 and February 23, they were already talking to her on another important matter. On March 16, at the pre-trial hearing, when both sides are obliged to disclose all their witnesses, no mention was made of Myrtle Poor, who was not officially supplied to Sheriff's Deputy Donald Phillips until March 22. On the basis of Poor recantation, and her manipulation by the FBI, Kenneth Tilson made a series of post-trial appeals based on the assumption that Price's other important matter was Marshall's alleged role in the Montilio killing. The FBI had no reason to be involved in the Richard Marshall case at any time. It is unthinkable that they would be talking to a witness in a state prosecution for murder and not divulge that fact to any state police or prosecutorial authorities. It is apparent from the facts that, unless serious perjury has been committed by FBI agent Price, state prosecutors deliberately failed to disclose to counsel or the court the existence of Myrtle Poor as a witness when ordered to do so by the court on March 16, 1976. It is most unlikely that the state authorities have no evidence of a contact or statement from Myrtle Poor before March 22, 1976. It is most likely that exculpatory statements in the possession of state authorities have been withheld from the defense in violation of the court's orders in this case. Point 3. In post-conviction hearings, Price claimed that the other important matter was not the Montilio killing but Marshall's alleged terrorist activities, as specified in this FBI report. A source contacted S.A. Price and indicated that Ms. Pourbaix had provided the source with information regarding a list of people to be killed on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. The source also indicated that Ms. Pourbaix had stated that she wished to be contacted by S.A. Price. Thereafter, on January 15, 1976, S.A.S. Price and William Wood met Ms. Pourbaix and the source near Allen, South Dakota. This information provided by Ms. Pourbaix concerned plans by Richard Marshall and others to engage in various violent activities, including the murder of specified individuals, bombings, and arson. Pursuing the question of the manipulation of Myrtle Pourbaix by the FBI, Tilson asked Agent Skelly if he had noticed that Myrtle Pourbaix was distraught and started to cry during Skelly's interview. Skelly said, "Yes, sir, if that's what it says on there." William Wood was even more elusive, taking shelter in such statements as "I don't believe that is within the guidelines I was given to answer, sir." In fact, he could scarcely recall anything. "I couldn't get a good reading on Wood," Tilson reflects. "He seemed to go his own way pretty much. I didn't feel that he was just Price's helper, which is the feeling that Ron Williams gave me in St. Paul." Tilson also interrogated Price, who was elusive and aggressive simultaneously. Q. In fact, Mr. Price, did you have a picture of the body of Anna Mae Aquash? A. Sir, pictures were taken of Anna Mae Aquash in an effort to identify her. Q. Did you show those pictures to Myrtle Pourbaix? A. Sir, I believe I showed pictures to a large number of people. Q. Including Myrtle Pourbaix? A. Sir, I can't say I have a specific recollection. Q. Did you carry the pictures on you during the period of February 24 and March 22? A. The dates you are talking about, February 24, I don't personally remember when the body was found. Q. Assuming it was found on the 24th, and the pictures were taken a day or two thereafter, which the testimony will show, if I have to, did you carry the picture during this period of time? A. During this period of time, I had pictures available. Whether I carried them, I do not know whether I carried them. Q. If the family testified that they did not know where she was during the immediate time, and in that period, and the week following February 24, do you know where she was, Myrtle, that is? A. At this particular time, do I recall where she was in February of 19? Q. February 24, and the week after, and the 7 days thereafter, which would not be covered by any of the motel bills that we have. A. Sir, I don't recall at this time. Q. After the death of Anna Mae Aquash, did you and Myrtle discuss Anna Mae Aquash? A. Yes, sir. Q. And Myrtle was there and you showed her pictures of Anna Mae Aquash? A. I don't recall showing them, if I did. Q. But you did discuss Anna Mae Aquash? A. I don't recall. In May 1977, Canadian prosecutor Paul Halprin filed suit against Peltier's Vancouver lawyers, who had suggested at the extradition appeal hearings in October 1976 that Halprin had known about the first Pourbaix affidavit, which contradicted the ones actually used, and was therefore guilty of unethical behavior, if not fraud. Halprin declared that he had been unaware of the existence of the first affidavit until just prior to the appeal hearings, and according to the finding of the Canadian court, he was shocked that the United States government and the FBI had suppressed this evidence. It is clear beyond all doubt that the plaintiff had no knowledge whatsoever of any suppression of evidence, or of any misconduct on the part of anyone. On the other hand, a long memo from the FBI to the U.S. Attorney General's office in May 1979 notes that Halprin went to South Dakota to confer with Robert Siekma on the available evidence against Peltier. It was upon Halprin's recommendation, with concurrence of Special Prosecutors Evan L. Hultman and Robert Siekma, that only Myrtle Pourbaix's second and third affidavits were used in the Peltier extradition. Like Halprin, Hultman has denied this, telling Judge Ross of the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals that he had not seen the affidavits until after they had been submitted. After they had gone to Canada. Without question, somebody is lying. Were the prosecutors involved in the suppression of evidence, or was the FBI trying to implicate them in order to blur its own role in the matter? 4. In the period between the conviction and the sentencing of Leonard Peltier, Myrtle Pourbaix continued to repudiate her testimony in regard to Peltier and Marshall. In sworn statements made in Canada on May 11, she stated that in early February 1976, Agents Price and Wood had come to Allen and suggested to her that she had been present at the scenic shooting, that on February 23, they had questioned her again in a mean and cruel way by threatening that her little girl might come to harm and that she herself would be identified to AIM as an informer. I remember Dave Price and Bill Wood, the two FBI agents, telling me about Anna Mae Aquaj. Dave described her body to me. He said that from what he heard she had been burnt and her clothes were put back on her, and that after her clothes were put back on her she was shot. At this time the body had not been identified, and Dave said, "If I think I know who she is." He showed me several pictures of the body and said to me that if I don't cooperate this is what may happen to me. The two FBI agents constantly reminded me of what happened to Anna Mae Aquaj. And every so often the FBI agents showed me pictures of Anna Mae Aquaj's body, and I was really scared. The FBI agents would also ask me if I was able to sleep at nights, and they would usually put these questions to me after they had shown me the photographs of the FBI agents' bodies and the body of Anna Mae Aquaj. Bill Wood said that all the way along he knew that the body that was found at Pine Ridge was Anna Mae's body, but that he had had her hands severed from her body and sent to Washington for identification in order to verify his own observations. Subsequently, Myrtle said, she was kept in a Belle Fourche hotel with Mary Ann Montilio, or Modello, who coached Myrtle on details of her story and who told her that she, too, was being coerced to testify against the AIM people, although she had no real reason to believe that Marshall had done the shooting. Pourbaix's incompetence makes the foregoing somewhat suspect, yet it seems unlikely that all this was made up. And if it is true that William Wood knew Anna Mae's identity, his partner must have known it, too, since it was Price who took those grim pictures that were shown to Myrtle Pourbaix during the preparation of her final statements against Marshall and Peltier. In the Peltier case, Pourbaix said, the affidavits that she signed had been presented to her as protective custody release documents, with a paper over the statement she was signing. She had never read them until she went to Fargo for the trial. They said I had a lie detector test, she remembers sadly, and I never had one. I was kept from my family for a long time, I couldn't telephone. I was visited by Dave Price or Bill Wood every other day with pictures of the dead agents and Anna Mae. I was forced to look at those pictures mostly every other day, to remind me of what would happen if I didn't do what they wanted me to do. Since then, Myrtle has continued to repudiate her testimony in both cases. I'm not afraid, she says, in a high sweet childlike voice. They're always coming around, they threatened me, they come to my home with 3 cars and machine guns, but my family protects me very well, I'm pretty safe around them. She recalls how her Indian people looked away from her, that, she says, is what hurt her the most. According to her friends, Myrtle was very upset that both sides dismissed her publicly as mentally incompetent. She wishes to cooperate, but she dreads having to appear in court ever again. Despite all the new evidence presented at Marshall's post-conviction relief hearing, a South Dakota Court 5 discounted the argument that without Pourbaix's testimony the Marshall jury might have arrived at a different verdict. A motion for a new trial was denied. In finding that conviction would have been probable in any case, the court ignored the fact that the testimony against Marshall supplied to South Dakota by the FBI was the only significant difference in the cases against Marshall and Russell Means, who was acquitted on the identical charge a few months after Marshall's conviction. As for Pourbaix's repudiation of her testimony, it was asserted that recantations were always very suspicious. Citing Peltier's case, the court expressed concern about the behavior of agents Price and Wood. Their conduct in some instances seems inappropriate and inconsistent, said the court, in judicious understatement. However, the agent's evident manipulation of the crucial witness did not strike Judge Merton Tice, Jr., as grounds for a new trial, and neither did Prosecutor Hultman's admission to Judge Ross that poor Bear's testimony in the Peltier case was worthless. In fact, Tice dismissed this admission by a U.S. attorney as a personal opinion to which this court can give little if any weight. In late October 1980, I traveled to St. Paul, Minnesota, to discuss the Marshall case and other matters with Kenneth Tilson. The last of the founding lawyers of the Wounded Knee Legal Defense/Offense Committee, dissolved in 1977, who still works closely with the Indians. Kenneth Tilson is a small husky balding man with a short grizzled beard, bright intense eyes, and fierce energy. Born in North Dakota farm country, he is a tough blunt composite of populist and conservative for whom any transgression of the Constitution is a grave offense. He was a campus radical at the University of Minnesota in the early 1950s and has been battling against the excesses of the system the Vietnam War included ever since. He also maintains a local practice. I'm kind of an anomaly, I guess, an old-time lawyer. I still take a lot of little cases, and I've worked in this same building for 31 years. Throughout most of that period, Tilson has contested the selective justice that Americans receive because of the political nature and the right-wing bias of the FBI. 6. I asked Tilson to comment on a rumor that an Indian who had recently died was actually the man who shot Martin Montilio in Scenic, that his identity had been known to Dick Marshall from the start, and that Marshall had refused to cooperate with the white men in sending another Indian to jail. Among traditionals, such behavior would be taken for granted, and it had occurred to me that Leonard Peltier might have chosen the same course. In neither case could the convicted man establish his own innocence without incriminating someone else, and while for Marshall and Peltier there was always hope of new evidence or a new trial, for those whose proven guilt exonerated them there would be no hope at all. Though he did not deny it, Marshall's lawyer refused to confirm this rumor or even comment on it, saying that any discussion of such evidence could jeopardize any future appeal. Although my account of the Peltier case openly argued the position of traditional Indian people and their allies in the American Indian movement, it seemed important to interview certain individuals, such as U.S. Attorney Evan Hultman, who was the prosecutor in both Resmus trials, and Special Agent David Price, who was involved in events on Pine Ridge from the time of the Wounded Knee occupation in 1973 until he was recalled to FBI regional headquarters in Minneapolis 4 years later. Fairly or not, Price had come to personify the most cynical abuses of the FBI's regressive attitudes toward Indians, and it seemed important to hear his side of the story. I also wished to talk to Douglas Durham, and hoped that Ken Tilson might have a lead on him. But after his service as a John Birch lecturer, Tilson said, the informer had apparently disappeared, and as for Price, he was here in Minneapolis, but they've transferred him again, down to Rochester, Minnesota. Tilson, who has dealt with Price since the time of Wounded Knee, and knows most of the Indian people Price has dealt with, had no patience with my speculations on this man's blind obedience to the system. In my opinion, David Price is one of the most corrupt and vicious agents in the FBI. I said this to 200 agents in 1979, from the steps of the FBI building in Washington, so you may as well quote me. Anyway, you can forget it. They don't let Price talk to anybody, and believe me, a lot of people have tried. There was a guy here not long ago from the LA Times, good tough reporter, hired a car and drove all the way down there, hoping to catch Price off guard. He struck out, too. 7. One evening, on a restless impulse, I picked up the telephone and called Rochester Information. No David Price was listed, there was a D.F. Price, however, and I asked the operator to try that number. The woman who answered was not friendly, nor did she inquire who was calling when I asked for Mr. Price. There was a brief pause before she said shortly, Just a minute, and in that pause I could hear young children's voices in the background. In this friendly heartland of mid-America, her hesitation was a warning that D.F. Price might be the man that I was looking for. Then a man's voice said, "Yes," in the same guarded way. I had an instinct not to ask, "Is this Special Agent David Price?" in case that flared him, but to come on instead in a no-nonsense manner that an FBI man would appreciate. "I know you're in there, Price, so come out with your hands up," that sort of tone. Without civilities, I said something like, "Mr. Price, I'm not a reporter but I am a writer, doing a book on the Pine Ridge situation in the 1970s, and I really feel that your side of the story should be heard, since in everything I've read so far, you come out badly." This time there was no mistaking a tense pause. The man taking a deep breath down there in Rochester was David Price, and I held the phone away in anticipation of a loud click in my left ear. I could still hear children, happily engaged, and their heedless voices made the reasons for this call, and the games of the weary adult world, seem sad and empty. Then the suspense was broken by a sort of sigh. "I got worked over extremely heavily, to say the least," the voice said. "I've just had too many ringers thrown at me." The voice died off. "Look, I don't know you." The tone had hardened, as if the bad cop had interrupted the good cop in an interrogation. "Probably I shouldn't speak to you. Where are you calling from? Whose house are you in?" I said I was calling from a hotel, and gave him the name in case he wished to check it. I also warned him that my sympathies in the Pine Ridge confrontations lay with the traditional Indians. "The Indian situation deserves sympathy," Price assured me, reverting to a soft and thoughtful tone, "but it's hopeless. All the FBI was trying to do was to stop the Indians out there from killing each other." A moment later, he was guarded again, repeating that he did not know me. I identified my most recent book, and he said, "Oh, you wrote The Snow Leopard," as if he were familiar with it, which I felt certain he was not. Something odd was going on here. I began to feel guarded myself. Why was he talking? Also, he seemed quite aware that I was in touch with the Peltier Defense Committee and its attorneys, and that I would know whom he was talking about when he warned me that I was dealing with people who will lie to you to your face. And you'll have to play it their way if you want a story other than the death of 2 agents and a lot of sadness on the Indian reservation. That's all it's about, murder. Again, Price reverted to a reasonable tone, saying, "The Bureau hasn't always benefited by its no-comment policy. I feel somebody has to tell the truth about this thing. If we all stand around and say, 'I'm not going to get burned by those guys,' then the truth doesn't come out. I hope you're going to be objective." I told him I would do my best to present his views fairly. At one point, Price interrupted himself to say, "Excuse me, I have a little girl here," going on to explain that it was his wife's birthday, for which he himself had baked the cake. Feeling increasingly disoriented and depressed, we might have been Minnesotan neighbors discussing feed prices or tractor insurance. Instead, we were strangers, political antagonists, enemies. I apologized for intruding on the festivities. He had his excuse here to hang up, but instead he muttered that it was all right, and resumed talking. I kept expecting Linda Price to rescue him, but she never did, and after a while, I didn't hear those children anymore. It was now clear that, for whatever reason, Price was eager to talk, but more than once in the early part of the conversation, I thought I had lost him, as a question or comment caused his high boyish voice to rise still higher. "There's no use talking," he would cry, in what sounded like genuine despair. Then the good cop voice was back again, rueful, disillusioned, and confiding. "Most agents are stupidly idealistic. We all think we're here to help somebody. You keep getting burned by that belief, and some of us give up on trying to help. We're not world beaters, we're just guys. We come to do a job, making it safer for other people, and we leave." He sighed. "So I'm an idealist, okay. All agents are idealists, or we wouldn't be in this. Like the case of Jeanette Bissonnette. Parked with her boyfriend on Jim Wilson's land, 4 miles from Jumping Bull Hall, 3 months to the day before the shootout. Somebody fires into the car, not the husband, not the wife, just shooting into a car that happened to be on Jim Wilson's land. They thought the car belonged to Jim. I was very unhappy about Jeanette Bissonnette's death, and the caliber of people who would shoot blindly into a car. I had never heard that Jeanette Bissonnette had been parked on Jim Wilson's land, or that the man who stopped to help her was her boyfriend. These details seemed calculated and insidious, like that unidentified Leonard in Myrtle Poor Bear's account of the party at which Dick Marshall had allegedly confessed to killing Montilio. I interrupted Price to say that this account of Jeanette Bissonnette's death was supposition. That happened. Price said sharply. My supposition is correct, 8. I didn't challenge this, and in a little while, the good cop said, I liked the Indians, okay. My own feelings. I liked the Indians, they're very human. That's why I got the flack. I had a lot of Indian friends, and I got well known. And when things go wrong, and you've got a guy like me who's supposed to be so bad, why then they hang this thing on him, and that thing on him, too. I still have friends there, but I'm not going back. I didn't accomplish anything. And I don't think it's part of an FBI agent's duty to accomplish nothing. It's just what I say, it's sad. And that's got nothing to do with race, it's booze. I'm not saying the Indian reservation hasn't got happiness, good times, but the alcoholic rate speaks for itself. I have never said the aim was bad. I've said that if it gave the Indians pride, it would be good. It hasn't. Look at them. You can go down there and look for yourself. You know that liquor store down there in White Clay, across the Nebraska line? You can pitch all the federal money you want into Pine Ridge, that's where it's going. Unbelievable amount of cases sold, phenomenal. Enough to make every man, woman, and child on the reservation an alcoholic. And 99% of the crimes on Pine Ridge are alcohol related. People get drunk, half kill each other, and next day they say, he's my friend, I won't testify. Well, you're not going to change that world. Maybe killing a cop is the only way they can strike back at society, but it isn't the fault of the poor cop. I didn't hurt Indians. The 2 guys who are dead, they weren't guilty of harming Indians. Those Indians in Tent City, they weren't Pine Ridge people. The women and children, sure, but what Sioux men were there? There were no local men at all, not one of them came from the reservation. Peltier, Robideau, and Butler, all fairly not nice guys, right? And this is what it filtered down to: people who were killing to kill. They had contingency arms caches, the opportunity presented itself, and they did it. Otherwise, what were they doing in there? I suggested that they were defending the local Oglala people from harassment by the goons. When Price questioned that word, as if ignorant of its meaning, I reminded him that the goons themselves had used this acronym, and suddenly he cut me off in a mean, hard voice. Don't tell me about the goons and the Ames, he snapped. I know more about the goons and the Ames than you ever will. Even when you're through writing this book you're pretending to write. Before I could deal with this, he switched tones again, saying, I'm not going to go trying to defend the goons. But you try and find someone on the Indian reservation with a broken nose done by an FBI agent. If you can find one Indian on that reservation who says he got hit, he got shoved. I said I had heard that Jack Kohler was pretty aggressive, and that he had shoved someone in Oglala that same morning. Price said that he hadn't known Kohler, but that he doubted the story very much. Price referred to the mythical Red Scout linked to Jimmy Eagle, but later he declared that the Red Scout was not mythical, there were maybe 2 guys in it. He would not explain further. Ron was on that property earlier, he said, I'm looking for Jimmy Eagle and I'll be back. A classic mistake. They were ready for him. I was on the radio when Ron was talking to Adams. The trouble was, I was 60, 70 miles away. I asked his opinion of the suggestion made at Peltier's trial that Gary Adams might have saved the agents' lives if he had shown a little more persistence, and David Price made non-committal noises. All I know is, I was too damned far away. We know Kohler had his rifle cased, unloaded, in the trunk. He gets out, he gets his arm hit, through the trunk, by a heavy caliber bullet. There's a 1/4 inch of arm left, hanging from the elbow, and he goes down, no danger to anybody. Ron Williams is over by his car, wounded in one arm, his gun arm and one leg. Ron runs over, strips off shirt, fixes tourniquet. Think what it's like to be fired at by 30 guys when you're doing that. He never fires at anybody, he's not doing anything. He can't anyway, he's left-handed, and that arm is wounded. 3, 4, 5 men walk up to him, one of M's Peltier, and 2 others are the ones who beat the rap. He's just standing there, and he says to M, "This guy's got a wife and kids, let him get to the hospital." Price would not tell me who reported this account, which corresponds roughly to the one attributed to Jimmy Eagle. So Ron took a .223 round, and because he put his hand up, it blasted all 4 fingers all over his face, what was left of his face. He drops dead. They shoot Jack. Jack would have died, anyway, and that's the end of Jack. Then they shoot both of them when they're already dead. Ron didn't have a face. Here are 2 men, just trying to do a law enforcement job. And now some people try to make Peltier a hero. I never saw any courage there. Price's shrill voice, which had been genuinely outraged, turned matter-of-fact again. An Indian told us that they turn M over, so that they're face down. That way, they don't go to heaven. They took the guns and they left. It happened that way. It did. You have at least 2, 3 eyewitnesses. And Peltier kept Kohler's gun as a souvenir. Ron could have deserted Jack, run for the swamp. He had one chance for life, and that was desertion, immediately, without 1 second's thought. Maybe there wasn't time, but anyway, that wasn't in his character. Don't take it from me, because I'm supposed to be this heinous villain. Ask somebody else who knew Ron Williams. Go to Rapid City, ask his neighbors, ask Georgia Clock, who was resident senior agent in Rapid. Ron was like a son to him. Price sighed. Ron can only be described as a gentle person, one of the few gentle people. He wasn't tough, but his morals were such that he couldn't desert. No, you're not going to come up with a bad guy. I don't think either of them knew what they were doing in there. That's not a criticism, but that's the way I see it, Price was saying. At the mention of Kohler's map, he was incredulous. What map? What? I never heard of it. I didn't dig his pockets out, all I did was roll him over and help put him on the stretcher, but I never saw any map. It was in his car, I said. The government never contested this. Kohler's briefcase had a piece of classified information in it, but no map. David Price said. I came at the point another way, suggesting that agents could be conditioned by what they were told by their superiors about terrorists and bunkers and so forth, which might have explained the large numbers of armed men, the support teams and sniper teams and SWAT teams flown in from all over the country, the helicopters and airplanes. In short, the overkill. Overkill. Price's voice went shrill again. Read my 302. We're not out there to die, or get medals. The idea is not to go down there and have a shootout, but to get the job done effectively. 200 to 30 is lousy odds. In Detroit, with an officer down, 2,000 to 1 would be more like it. Even then, we never did have control. They got away, remember? We didn't catch anybody, not nobody. Do you realize that? Why? Because the distances out there are bigger than here. If Ron hadn't gotten off those radio transmissions, we might never have known what happened. That's a big reservation. I mean, why did they stay and shoot it out with us? They could have gotten away easily in the first hour. It took me an hour just to get around behind them. And they knew we were coming. They had Ron's car down there, and the radio going full blast. They planned that escape. Clearly the Indians' escape after the shootout was still an embarrassment to the FBI. I reminded him of the Indians' contention that they had not fled because they feared for the safety of the women and children, and to my surprise, Price seemed to acknowledge that this was a possibility. I could hear the women and kids crying and screaming they were scared. Ron Williams had helped one of those women in her daughter's rape case, a 13 or 14-year-old no big deal. Nobody seriously hurt. The daughter was living there in Tent City. There's the sad thing, Ron thinking he's helping, and now he's dead. She wouldn't help us as a witness. The rape case went to trial after his death, and we lost. Anyway, there wasn't much firepower into the ranch. We were down this hill 100 yards straight down and we couldn't shoot into the cabins. The only reason there were bullet holes in the houses it was done on the assault, because we thought there was someone shooting from inside, where we found the weapons caches after the escape. At one point, Price attributed the escape to the good sportsmanship of the law enforcement officers. The discipline there was really something. You don't shoot somebody in the back when they are running, that's why they got away. On the other hand, he kept reverting to the idea that the escape had been planned in advance, and so had the killings. He still argued the ambush theory that the prosecution itself had all but discarded in the Fargo trial, and he went beyond it, referring to some cold-blooded left-wing conspiracy for which he refused to supply details. Their cause was dying on the vine, he said, so they decided, it'll make the front page nationwide if we kill an FBI agent. The planner was not an AIM leader, not even an Indian, but you'd better stay away from that. You have to be careful, I'll tell you that. If they thought you'd write something. I just don't know. It's not their game plan not to have you write what they want. At another point, however, Price advised me, dig in, find out who's behind Oglala. You've got to be on their side or you'll be in extreme danger. Who planned the idea and knew it would be page 1, nationwide? You'd really have a problem, you'd be in real danger, but it would be fun if you really looked into it. Talk to Ted Lame, you'll find him if you're talking to the shooters. Repeatedly and despite his earlier insistence that outside Indians had been responsible, Price referred to 30 men involved in the Oglala shootout. They all should have the same penalty, he said. But there are discovery procedures for prosecution witnesses, so that the defense can pressure these potential witnesses and figure out who the informers are. If there are any, he added quickly. And by the time it gets to court, your witnesses have chickened out. This legal system can be beat, with money, radical attorneys it can be beat. They have good attorneys. We couldn't put a conspiracy case together on anybody, but we proved who did it, how the final shooting occurred. You'll be surprised to hear that it wasn't me who put together the Peltier case, but I'm content that we got the right guy. Butler and Rob Ido, who beat us in Cedar Rapids, they were right down there with Peltier, we know that. That's another example of the jury system, which I'm not against, but I don't think anybody could stomach that Cedar Rapids verdict. At the mention of Myrtle Poor Bear, Price was instantly wary. I'm not going to go into the Myrtle Poor Bear mess, he said, but they certainly did beat that poor little girl up enough. It's an amazing process that we end up the villains. A little later, when I returned the conversation to this subject, he evaded it again, and eventually I tried a third time, certain now that he would not hang up. I wondered aloud why he had used a self-evidently incompetent witness, on the basis of whose testimony 2 men were now serving life terms. Myrtle? Who never testified. Did she testify at Fargo? No. And the Dick Marshall case? He became shrill again. I didn't care about that case. Like the alleged rape by Lewis Moves Camp in River Falls, Wisconsin, which never happened because no charges had been brought, Myrtle Poor Bear doesn't really count, because Myrtle Poor Bear never really testified to anything. How about the extradition affidavits? How about okay, she testified in the Dick Marshall case, and I think she told the truth. Earlier that day, I had watched 2 videotapes of Myrtle Poor Bear, speaking out against her exploitation by the FBI in the year after the trial of Leonard Peltier. With her waddle walk and puffy face, her wheeze, she seemed almost a caricature of the depressed reservation Indian reared on sugared food, TV, and beer. The unlucky young woman with the child's sweet voice seemed less incompetent than confused. She got her facts mixed up in answering questions, and appeared to be making up details as she went along, according to what she thought might be expected of her. And having seen her in these calm, unthreatening interviews, I found it impossible to believe that Dick Marshall or anybody else had made her privy to a list of people to be killed on the Pine Ridge Reservation, or that Price and his partner, William Wood, had not known immediately that she was unfit to serve as a witness in 2 trials that could send men to jail for life. Perhaps Price sensed that I was unpersuaded, since he later returned to the subject of Myrtle Pourbaix of his own accord. Poor Myrtle has to live with those people, afraid and pressured. She just couldn't stand up to Peltier and Butler. That's understandable. She's a scared little rabbit, she got hurt a lot by those people. But now, discussing Pourbaix on his own initiative, Price sort of snickered. Poor Myrtle, he said. She ain't the prettiest critter who ever walked the face of the earth. Once again, he made that mirthless sound. You can bet Bill Wood and I, we never let ourselves be alone with her, not for 1 minute, in case she'd later say we tried to do something. Myrtle needed protection from the U.S. Marshals for a long time, and Myrtle's not always fun to take care of. Those female marshals became her only friends. Getting nowhere on the manipulation of Myrtle Pourbaix, I asked Price how it was possible that he had not recognized Anna Mae Aquash on the day that her body was discovered. Her face was pure black with exposure and dehydration, he exclaimed, and she had no eyes. You try to identify a girl you've only seen twice in your life, and the second time only because she identified herself. The only reason I was interested in Anna Mae was because she was living with that AIM bunch out at Ted LeMay's place when Jeanette Bissonnette was killed, and shell casings found in the Bissonnette murder matched up with one of the guns used at Oglala. We'd love to know who killed Anna Mae. We're still investigating. But where do we go? If you were me, wouldn't you like to know who killed Anna Mae? A little later, he said, if I were gonna look, I'd look heavily at Cello Black Crow's place near Wanbley, only a few miles from where she was found. It is very noticeable how often the names of certain people who were never prosecuted, Ted Lame, June Little, Cello Black Crow, Frank Black Horse, turn up in FBI accounts, as if the incantation of these names might produce enough evidence to take them to court. At one point, Price said, we were looking for Black Horse, we thought he was at Oglala, an Italian from Cleveland. Ran off to play Indian and kill agents. A crumb. The actual events are very sad, Price said again. It is only murder. I personally don't think I belong in any book. The little I did. I'm just another agent in the FBI, I'm not in on the big things like Abscom. Without the allegations, I would be nobody. Peltier, too. You're not going to do good by working up Peltier into a hero, because he isn't. I don't really think Peltier deserves much attention, his character, he's just a grub. I don't class him as an important big killer, maybe he was just the lucky one who held the gun. Peltier can write words, ghost-written maybe, that make him sound worthwhile, but he still did what he did, and he's just a crumb. Read the Resmus file if you want the truth. Peltier's lawyers received 26,000 pages of it, 2 or 3 weeks ago. 9. It won't tell you character, it won't tell you courage, but it will tell you what really happened. The Bureau is a strange critter, but it never cheats on its paperwork, it will tell you just how inept we can be. Price also said that I should look at the autopsy pictures of Kohler and Williams, read the ballistics reports, and check out his own 302 report for that day. If you want to play it fair, you've got a lot of work. But you'd better be careful. Once again, this man was warning me. Returning to a touchy subject, I suggested something to the effect that a man like Jack Kohler, with his official maps of non-existent bunkers, might be conditioned by fear of terrorists to nervous and aggressive behavior, that field agents might be caught in the middle between extreme actions inspired by official propaganda and an appropriate response to a local situation. William Rusty Calley, for example, who might have lived out his life harmlessly as a Miami gas station attendant had the Vietnam War never occurred, became the monster of My Lai Hu. Price said. It appeared that he had never heard of Lieutenant Calley. Anyway, Price said impatiently, I'm not caught in the middle. He had never received any inquiries from his superiors about his actions. I'm under supervision all the time, he said. Everything I do, the Bureau knows it the day I do it. I wondered how soon the Bureau would know about this phone call, how long before a new entry under my name would appear in those gigantic Bureau files. Because ever since the first few minutes of our conversation, I had been feeling paranoid myself. Why was Price telling me so often that I had to be careful, that I could expect harm from them if I told the truth? Was this his way of threatening me on the Bureau's behalf? More important, why was this man talking to me at all, when he had refused so often to talk to others? Was it because he wanted to get his own views on the record, in the fear that the Bureau would respond to unwelcome publicity by making him the scapegoat for its abuses on Pine Ridge? Or was he talking to me on orders from his superiors, who had somehow learned about this book, and were feeling out my attitudes and my intentions? Throughout, Price had shifted with unsettling speed from soft-voiced sentimental reflections about the plight of Indians in general and Myrtle Poor Bear in particular to paranoia, sarcasm, and anger, together with desperate interjections such as I gotta quit talking to you, it won't do any good. But eventually I knew that he had never intended to hang up. In fact, it was I who ended the call just 3 minutes short of 3 hours after it had begun, not because I had lost interest but because, from the start, we had spun in circles, returning obsessively to the same topics, only to veer off again, until finally I was too spaced out to continue. To judge from his speech, David Price is not a stupid man, but one whose intelligence is severely limited by preconceptions, including the assumption that the end justifies the means. Despite his awful sentimentality about Myrtle Poor Bear, about the idealism of his fellow agents, his outrage about Ron Williams's death is genuine, and he does not whine about his villain's role, but seems to accept it in the line of duty. Despite many accusations of his misconduct, Price acknowledges nothing wrong in his own actions. There's no reason for me to get upset about absurd allegations, he declared at one point. I know the allegations, if you write it up on allegations, you'll be writing a lie. Toward the end of the call, Price suddenly said, "You're the first guy I ever talked to." "I know that," I said. "Why?" "I knew I'd hear from you," he said. "They sent me the article." 2 weeks before, as it turned out, there had been a news item in the Rapid City Journal about a proposed book and film project on the Peltier case. Word of this piece had been sent on to Price, perhaps by Wood. The Bureau hasn't always benefited from its no-comment policy, Price explained again. You can play word games if you want, to quote me out of context. If you want to play fair, then you better be careful. I told him again that I would do my best to quote him fairly, and the conversation came to an unhappy pause. Probably I shouldn't have talked to you, he said quietly, sounding gloomy and bitter, and I felt sorry for him. Like Myrtle Poor Bear and Angie Long Visitor, like the young Navajo boys bullied into testifying against their leaders, like many others on both sides whose lives have been corrupted to ensure the victory of the United States over Leonard Peltier, this man on the other end of the wire was only another casualty of the new Indian Wars. However, there was no sense trying to talk about it. In easing the conversation to an end, I said, "You don't have any Indian problems down there in Rochester, I guess." And Price retorted, "I may have when you people get through. Some nut may decide to go after my wife and children." Hanging up, I felt disturbed that the man regarded wrongly as the villain of the tale had turned out to be a family man, a maker of birthday cakes. I could still hear the diminishing voices of his children, whose play had ended with a stranger's call that had taken away their father from the party. How odd it was to hear this man, accused of threatening the frightened poor bear with harm to her child, expressing concern for the safety of his own family, yet his concern was natural, and the irony had no flavor at all. Despite serious criticism of his agent's use of Indian witnesses by Judge Nicol, Judge McManus, and Judge Ross, FBI Director William Webster had ordered no meaningful inquiry in regard to abuses by his men in South Dakota. In a long letter of response to questions by Arthur Fleming, chairman of the Commission on Civil Rights, the director stated that only one agent had been present at the death scene of Anna Mae Aquash, that the suggestion that the hands be severed was made by a different agent, and that the hands were placed in the custody of a third. 10 Thus, it appears, 3 different agents, none of them prominent in the Resmas case, shared the responsibility for this murky episode. There was little mention of Price or Wood, whom Webster seemed to exonerate of all misconduct. As for poor bear, all affidavits were voluntarily furnished and taken in good faith, Webster declared. At the time the 3 affidavits were furnished, it was believed that she was totally reliable and mentally stable. The inconsistency between the first affidavit and the second 2 affidavits is believed to be the result of Myrtle Poor Bear's initial reluctance to fully cooperate because of her legitimate fear for her personal safety. 11 Unfortunately for Webster's argument, the Freedom of Information Act documents recommended to me by David Price show clearly that Poor Bear herself did not share this fear of vengeful Amherst and Occoquan harassment, which Robert Siekma used repeatedly as an excuse to hold her in custody. According to an FBI teletype of April 21, 1976, the informant insisted that she did not want anyone protecting her and that she desired to return home. She had not been released until April 17, and Siekma had attempted to take her back into custody just 4 days later. Another document reveals that on March 4, more than 3 weeks before the 3rd affidavit was taken, prints of her fingers and her palms were compared with the hundreds of unidentified prints recovered on the Jumping Bull property. The entirely negative results, which even the FBI regarded as significant, did not deter the authorities from extracting the 3rd affidavit from this person on March 31, in good faith or otherwise, and using this highly suspect eyewitness account to ensure Peltier's extradition from Canada. During his tenure in Rapid City, the special agent in charge of the Oglala investigation, Norman Zigrossi, told Occoquan's Bruce Ellison that if any evidence was forthcoming that any of his men had abused their positions, those men would be gotten rid of that same day. When Ellison cited the numerous complaints that the Oglala people had made against David Price, Zigrossi said he regarded Price as a model agent. What is alarming here is not that Zigrossi is wrong but that he is right. According to the value system of the FBI, Price is indeed a model agent, in the same way that Doug Durham was a model informant, who carried out his job faithfully and well, in the same way that Richard G. Held was a model head of the Internal Security Section in charge of those anti-terrorist counterintelligence activities that used to go under the name of COINTELPRO, and therefore became Associate Director of the FBI. What these men did right is precisely what is wrong with the FBI, and with the Justice Department, and with a government of quick-stepping bureaucrats and politicians for whom integrity has been reduced to an aspect of public relations in the pursuit of their own ends by any means. Kenneth Tilson has a lot of respect for Marshall, and full confidence that one day he will be free. At the time he went to prison, Dick was still pretty young and wild, and always in and out of trouble. Now he's a tower of strength. In fact, he's the Indian leader there, he's fought for the prisoners' rights and he's given them something to live for. Almost single-handed, Dick has wiped out huffing, or glue sniffing, which was epidemic among the inmates. Back in '78, when Russ Means spent nearly a year in that state prison, there was a rally for Dick and Russ and for prisoners' rights, and during this rally a white convict put a knife in Russ. This guy had already stabbed a black inmate in some federal prison, and had had to be transferred. Anyway, there was a near riot there between the races, and Dick had the strength and influence to stop it. Even the warden knows how valuable he is. He tells people how much he likes Dick. He even says that Dick is doing Russ's time in the Montilio killing, he's made him a trustee. This summer, Dick was permitted to go home for his father's funeral, and also to Sundance, and now he's been put on a prison farm because of his good behavior. We think this has been done to isolate him, cut his influence with the other inmates, make them think that Dick Marshall has sold out to the authorities. A lot of AIM people have really grown while they were in prison. Look at Leonard. That guy was just one of the warriors when he was around here for the Banks Means trial, and probably at the time of Oglala, too. It is only in prison that he has developed into a real leader. And Bob Robideau. There's a guy who has spent more time in than out, all the way back to reform school, and all for petty offenses. The only major conviction he ever had was the one in Kansas. But Bob will never go back to jail for a petty offense, only for something important that he believes in. That goes for Dino, too. In working for their people, even in prison, these guys have found meaning in their lives. A few weeks earlier, Tilson had presented arguments before the South Dakota Supreme Court, appealing the circuit court order denying Dick Marshall a new trial. A few months later, the state Supreme Court turned down the appeal. In his vigorous dissent, Chief Justice Roger Wolman declared that, in addition to the numerous contradictions in the evidence, he was persuaded that had the jury been aware of evidence not available to the defense at the time of trial, Poor Bear's medical history, her conflicting affidavits in the Peltier case, and her proven incompetence as a dependable witness, it might well have voted for acquittal. Moreover, there are the statements of Mr. Hultman, who all but stated that Myrtle Poor Bear was lying. Commenting on Judge Tice's dismissal of Hultman's statement as a personal opinion to which this court can give little if any weight, Judge Wolman said, "I am not disposed to take lightly statements made by a United States attorney before a panel of judges in a United States Court of Appeals. I would hold that the circuit court erred in not granting a new trial. Under the circumstances, Marshall's defenders refused to abandon this case. The stark reality of Richard Marshall serving a life sentence for murder based on the testimony of this witness ought to offend the sensibilities of every jurist," Kenneth Tilson says. Point 12. Chapter 17. Forked Tongues. The Freedom of Information Act and the New Evidence, 1980-81. They spoke very loudly when they said their laws were made for everybody, but we soon learned that although they expected us to keep them, they thought nothing of breaking them themselves. They told us not to drink whiskey, yet they made it themselves and traded it to us for furs and robes until both were nearly gone. Their wise ones said we might have their religion, but when we tried to understand it we found that there were too many kinds of religion among white men for us to understand, and that scarcely any two white men agreed which was the right one to learn. This bothered us a good deal until we saw that the white man did not take his religion any more seriously than he did his laws, and that he kept both of them just behind him, like helpers, to use when they might do him good in his dealings with strangers. These were not our ways. We kept the laws we made and lived our religion. Plenty coups. A. Hawk convinced that Leonard Peltier had been tried unjustly, I still lacked any strong sense of his innocence. The brutal nature of the agent's executions and the fact that Peltier and his men had eventually been caught with the dead men's weapons made me resist the movement propaganda according to which AIM warriors at Oglala were defending the native people against genocide, as if the killings had somehow been sanctified by the sacred pipe. With the passage of time, the events of June 26, 1975, were being portrayed in the bright proud colors of Crazy Horse and the days of Lakota glory, when what had happened at Oglala was not glorious at all but sad and ugly. 3 young men had lost their lives and the death list was still growing, quite apart from the many surviving victims whose lives had been contaminated and stained. On the other hand, the Peltier case, like that of Sacco and Vanzetti, had historic reverberations that went far beyond what happened at Oglala. The federal agencies had encouraged the conflict between Indian factions, and the traditional Indians had been fighting for survival, and in the stark light of those medieval years down on Pine Ridge, talk of guilt or innocence in the inevitable shootout seemed beside the point. Whether or not he had killed the agents, Leonard Peltier deserved a new trial, not only because of dishonest proceedings at Vancouver and Fargo and Los Angeles but because of accumulating evidence that the authorities had wanted him out of the way whether he was guilty or not. In early 1981, former U.S. Attorney Evan Hultman told a reporter, "There's no doubt in my mind that Peltier shot the agents. He was the enforcer on the reservation, everyone knew that." 1. If there is any good evidence for that assertion, it was never brought out at the trials, nor does it appear in the 12,000 pages from the Rasmus file which Peltier's attorneys eventually obtained under the Freedom of Information Act in late 1980 and 1981. The Rasmus file is a monument to bureaucratic zeal, but it does not show that Peltier shot the agents. What it shows is how much effort was devoted to constructing a case in support of a preconceived idea of one man's guilt. The one individual that appears to have been identified by more witnesses than any other is FBI fugitive Leonard Peltier. SAC Richard Held reports to Washington in one of these documents in the very first days of July 1975. But who were all these witnesses? Excepting Angie Long visitors Leonard Lnu, the only immediately available evidence of Peltier's presence at Oglala. On June 26, was the pumpkin seed sighting by Agent Frederick Coward, which no one seems to have taken seriously, not Prosecutor Hultman, not Coward's superiors, and not even Coward himself, if the fact that he did not write it up in a 302 until September 11, more than 2 months after the event, is any evidence. The one person who seemed to take it seriously was BIA officer Marvin Stalt, who was never called as a witness for the prosecution. A clue to the FBI's real estimate of these critical identifications by eyewitnesses is the fact that in spite of the feverish hunt for suspects that raised hell on the reservation for 10 weeks, Held's assistant in the field, SAC Norman Zigrossi, asserted at Fargo that he had never heard of Marvin Stalt, far less discussed with him the crucial information that gave whatever credibility it had to Coward's sighting. One can only conclude that there was no reason for Zigrossi to consult with Stalt, since verifying those sightings was beside the point. Among the FOIA documents is a government memo dated April 6, 1977. The memo is addressed to U.S. Attorney Hultman, and its subject is an FBI test conducted that day of the rifle scope used by Coward on June 26, 1975. This test could not vindicate the sighting, and the memo implicitly casts doubt on Coward's identification. Since this memo turned up in the work files of Hultman's associate Lynn Crooks, it is conceivable that Hultman never saw it, but if either man saw it, why didn't he share its potentially exculpatory contents with the defense, as he was obliged to do by law? The reason is or appears to be that those pumpkin seed sightings were needed to shore up a weak case in the government's huge dogged effort to make sure that its last suspect did not beat the rap. And perhaps there was also a tactical decision, with an all-white jury, rather than just trust to luck with a bunch of sullen Indians who were clearly on the witness stand under duress, why not let a clean-cut Hawkeye lawman pin that cop killer right at the scene of the crime, where he belonged? Because in the absence of any better evidence than Held's unsupported statement about witnesses, or the Coward sighting, it must be assumed that the FBI knew well in advance that their Wisconsin fugitive was with an AIM group somewhere in Oglala, and that Kohler and Williams were checking out suspected sites of the AIM camp, under cover of the search for Jimmy Eagle. But since to acknowledge this after the event was also to acknowledge a miscalculation that caused the death of 2 of their own men, it seemed easier to the FBI to stick with the cowboy boot story while rediscovering through Held's ghostly witnesses and an incredible telescopic sighting and the fantasies later attributed to Myrtle Poor Bear the presence of a suspect who the agents knew had been there all along. At Fargo, Agent Skelly had acknowledged that he had been assigned to Peltier's case when that fugitive warrant was issued in Wisconsin. He was on Pine Ridge at least as early as February 25, 1975, when he interviewed the legal team assaulted by Dick Wilson and his goons at Pine Ridge Airstrip. Unless the FBI had reason to believe that Peltier was present on Pine Ridge, why was Skelly in South Dakota in the first place? Yet neither Skelly nor S.A. Gerard Waring could recall any mention of Peltier's name during the numerous agents' meetings in the first days of the Rasmus investigation. This is very odd indeed, since the FOIA documents reveal that on May 30, 1975, an Indian woman identified Peltier from a photograph as one of the outside Indians present on Pine Ridge, and since Officer Stalt had informed the grand jury in November 1975 that he had seen Peltier a few miles north of the Jumping Bull property approximately a week before the shooting. I stopped a car with about 7 Indian people in it, and he was in that car. He had at this time federal warrants on him, but my orders were not to try to take him alone. I was by myself. I requested a backup unit. It was refused. He got away from us. 2. Q. Why did you think they refused the backup unit? A. Well, fear. The only one that could respond to me at that time gave me the excuse that he couldn't assist me because he didn't have a spare tire. Somewhat belatedly, Stalt would claim that he had seen Peltier as well as Eagle in the line of 4 men running from the back of the Jumping Bull house between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the shootout. Peltier, whom Stalt said he recognized first, was the third man in line, with Jimmy Eagle bringing up the rear. Q. How long was Mr. Peltier in your view? A. Approximately a minute and a half. Q. How long was Mr. Eagle in your view? A. Oh, maybe 2 minutes. Q. What did you do when you saw those people running in a southeasterly direction? A. I immediately brought this to the officer's attention who I was with. At this time I was with Fred Coward and Ed Skelly and another FBI agent by the name of Vince. Presumably Skelly was aware of this grand jury testimony, and surely he knew of the official teletype sent to Washington on June 29, which described sightings of Peltier by Coward as well as by Stalt. Moreover, Skelly's own lengthy 302 report for June 26 includes the following. At approximately 3:45 p.m. S.A. Coward, an officer, Stalt, advised S.A. Skelly that they had seen some movement or activity to the rear of the Jumping Bull community. S.A. Skelly then relayed this information via Bureau Radio to S.A. Adams. The information consisted of the fact that S.A. Coward, an officer, Stalt, had observed 4 Indian males running toward the east bank of the creek. S.A. Coward almost immediately stated that one of the individuals appeared to him to be Leonard Peltier, who is a known federal fugitive, wanted by Wisconsin authorities for attempted murder of a police officer. The federal warrant which was issued was for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. S.A. Coward furnished this information after having scanned the 4 individuals through the use of a scope mounted on his .30-06 rifle. Why, then, did these agents say that Peltier's name did not come up in the early meetings, unless the Bureau wished to camouflage the fact that the same fugitive had been targeted by a prior assumption of his guilt, long before any good evidence had been obtained? Why was the whole AIM group targeted long before it was caught with the agents' weapons? From the government point of view, there were at least 4 excellent reasons. First, they were AIM men, including a well-known AIM fugitive, and AIM itself had been targeted for 3 years. Second, as armed terrorists, they were likely suspects against whom a strong case might be built. Third, there was insufficient evidence on which to build a case against any of the local Indians, including Eagle. And fourth, even if such evidence existed, it was important to disguise the fact that a whole community, not just a few outside agitators, was rejecting the oppression of the U.S. agencies and the Wilson government. Presumably the first witness, Angie Long Visitor, found it easier to mention strange Indians from off the reservation whose last names she didn't even know than to betray men of her own Oglala people, and perhaps it was hoped that other Oglala witnesses would come forward if word was passed that no Oglala suspects would be prosecuted. Some such promise almost certainly was made, since the FOIA documents show clearly that right from the start, the FBI had a number of serious suspects besides the 4 who were indicted for the murders. As will be recalled, David Skye was the first suspect arrested, he was identified by a tracking dog as a member of the escape party, and allegedly told friends in Porcupine, "You should have been there, it was fun." What is now revealed is the opinion of the polygraph examiner that David Skye has at least a guilty knowledge and was probably present at and participated in the shooting of agents Kohler and Williams. Also, an undisclosed informant who claimed to have been an eyewitness saw David Skye and an Indian named Snag from Oklahoma open fire on Williams, and thereafter pulled Williams from his car. Finally, David Skye and Chris Westerman were identified as members of the escape party by Mike Anderson and John Stewart, respectively. Ted LeMay was identified by a Lucy white dress as one of those involved in the shooting, and fingerprints of Lame, Sam Loudhawk, and Dave Hill, among others, were recovered from the Resmus scene. A female witness told the FBI that Russell Loudhawk had gone into the Jumping Bull residence with horses in order to get his sons out of the area. Both Sam and Kenneth Loudhawk are allegedly the sons of Russell. Another witness saw June Little and Jerry Musso go right into the area carrying a small satchel. Another reported hearing through the grapevine that Melvin Lee Houston, Jimmy Eagle, Dusty Nelson, and Kenny Loudhawk were involved. Another saw Sam Loudhawk running from the scene. Yet another, observing the firefight from a distance, thought he had identified Eagle, Nelson, and Sam Loudhawk. This last witness also reported that during a firefight between the Indians and the BIA police, he saw one of the Indian males fall to the ground from what he assumed was a result of gunfire. One of these men wore an undershirt and the other a fatigue-type jacket. In addition to this handy eyewitness account of Joe Stuntz's death in Kohler's SWAT jacket, this man furnished rumors about local Indians, including two of the Loudhawks, who had been involved in the shooting. He also felt confident that he saw Richard Little at the scene of the shooting and during the time the shooting was taking place talking to some girl. He heard later that Little had supposedly been seen at a roadblock later on, so maybe he is wrong, but he does not believe so. He again said he is confident in his own mind that he saw Richard Little at the shooting. This opinion about Richard Little's presence at the shooting could not have surprised SAC Richard Held, who had prepared the following brief 302 on June 28, just 2 days after the shootout. During the course of an informal meeting with Richard and Bo Little, in the presence of Agency Administrative Officer and Acting Agency Superintendent Kendall Cummings, a comment was made concerning the shooting of two FBI agents on June 26, 1975. Richard Little then volunteered the comment that he had seen the entire thing from start to finish, but that he will not make available at this time the details of his observations. Both Mike Anderson and Norman Brown told the FBI that Bo Little was present at Oglala. What was not revealed was that Bo Little had been identified as an individual leaving the crime scene immediately after the shooting of the agents. Richard and Bo Little also appear in later 302 seconds in connection with the proliferating red vehicles, and so does Richard's brother June, who was identified as one of the passengers in the 1974 Ford Red pickup with white top driven on and off the property about 1:30 p.m. by Wallace Little, Sr. The second passenger was not Wanda Sears, as reported by Mike Anderson, but another man, apparently Jerry Musso, who, with June Little, was identified by several witnesses when the pickup passed through the BIA roadblock at the intersection of routes 18 and 35. Another suspect was James Warbonnet, armed and extremely dangerous, whose fingerprints were found on an explosives manual allegedly picked up in the AIM camp and whose white Chevrolet was found only 50 feet from the bodies of the dead agents. Warbonnet, a Vietnam veteran, had been arrested on March 1, 1975, and charged with possession of a .223 caliber Heckler and a Colt AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. He is knowledgeable in the use of explosives and carries a gun with him at all times. A witness who spoke to him after the shootout told the FBI that Jimmy Warbonnet was scared to death and very excited when talking about the killing of the two FBI agents. And there are others. Price's repeated figure of at least 30 does not come out of thin air. A suspect list of 29 names, dated July 23, includes all the male residents of the AIM camp except Brown and Draper, as well as several other outside Indians, among them Frank Blackhorse, Chris Westerman, and Dave Hill, and also a few such as Steve Robideau who seem to be listed on general principles rather than because of any evidence that they were present in Oglala on that day. All of the local men already cited were also on the list, with the exception of Richard Little and Jerry Musso, who later became an Indian policeman. In fact, he was the jailer in Pine Ridge in 1978, when Jimmy Eagle was set free by his .22 toting girlfriend, Wilma Blacksmith. In addition, there were certain people, such as Herman and Homer Thunderhawk and Jimmy Harjo, who had visited the camp and were acquainted with its members, although apparently not present on that day. Any one of these people, and many others, could have come forward and provided testimony against the outside Indians in return, perhaps, for immunity for local families, and almost certainly one or more did, to judge from details that were provided to Myrtle Poorbear and other potential prosecution witnesses. None of the foregoing material is intended to implicate those mentioned. The FBI documents have already done that, but simply to emphasize the agent's knowledge that no one man or even one small group was responsible for what happened at Oglala. On April 21, 1976, 5 months after the murder indictments were handed down, an FBI memo sent to Director Clarence Kelly specified that numerous individuals, some of which have not yet been positively identified, were involved in the deaths of Williams and Kohler. Another FBI teletype of June 28, 1976, circulated at the time of the Butler-Robideau trial, acknowledges a possibility that subjects involved in Rees murders escaped and have, in fact, never been fully identified. It is also true that a number of suspects, most of them Oglala from Pine Ridge, were fully identified, and that not one of them was ever prosecuted. A few weeks after the Cedar Rapids acquittal, Kelly, Haldeman, Held, and others, conferring in Washington, D.C., decided to drop the weak case against Jimmy Eagle, so that the full prosecutive weight of the federal government could be directed against Leonard Peltier. Until they obtained the Resmus files under the Freedom of Information Act, Peltier's attorneys had assumed that the U.S. government dropped its case against Jimmy Eagle because it really had no case at all, that Eagle had been indicted on the basis of false confessions reported by prison snitches because he would not cooperate in naming suspects. Eagle, it was said, did not even frequent the Oglala area, hence the derision with which mention of Eagle's girlfriend, Wilma, the provider of the food, was greeted by Peltier's defense counsel at Fargo. In November 1975, Agent Adams was told by Hazel Littlehawk that Jimmy had spent the entire day at the Pine Ridge house of his grandmother Gladys Bissonette. Adams himself declared at Peltier's trial the pumpkin seed sightings, notwithstanding that he himself had seen no evidence of Eagle's presence at Oglala on June 26. Yet on August 11, 1975, as it turns out, Adams was told by an eyewitness that Jimmy Eagle had been on the Jumping Bull property during the shootout, and the documents show that the FBI took his alleged participation very seriously. According to a lab report, 5 latent fingerprints on an inner carton of a Winchester Super X.30.06 cartridge box containing 20 spent cartridges from Tent City have been identified as finger impressions of Eagle. A local resident named Michael Rooks told Coward and Stalt that he had seen Jimmy and Leon Eagle down near the lake before the early part of May. Later that spring, he had also seen these brothers at the Harry Jumping Bull residence. On June 28, Herman Thunderhawk, surrendering himself in the cowboy boot case, told the agents not only that Jimmy Eagle had participated at Oglala but that he might have been wounded in the shootout. On July 2, the BIA police reported that Hawk may have been involved with Jimmy Eagle in the killing of the agents. The same day, 2 SWAT teams in helicopters descended on Cello Black Crow's place, searching for Eagle. As FBI documents make clear, Eagle was considered a primary suspect from the outset and a known suspect. Small wonder, then, that Richard Held himself presided over this youth's reception at the Rapid City Jail on July 9 and took charge of his clothes as evidence on July 15, 12 days before his boasting was reported. Even the false confession must be reappraised in the light of the heretofore unavailable report of a polygraph test administered to his cellmate Gregory Dewey Clifford, which concluded that Clifford was truthful when he said that he heard Jimmy Eagle brag of his involvement in the shooting of 2 FBI agents, June 26, 1975. Herman Thunderhawk told the agents that he, too, had heard his old Confederate brag about the killing. There was also yet another listener, whose identity has never been revealed. Whether or not he participated in the killings, Jimmy Eagle was no stranger to Oglala, and his role in the story seems a lot more complex than is generally acknowledged by either side. Wilma Blacksmith's family is very close to the Jumping Bulls, and Eagle's associates in the community included the Loudhawks and the Littles and John Star Yellowwood, or Dusty Nelson, who was staying at the Little Cabin. Of particular interest in this regard is a 302 dated March 11, 1975, describing the questioning of Eagle in regard to a recent assault with a dangerous weapon in Pine Ridge. Except to wonder why this first of 4 separate assault cases in which this youth was involved in just 5 months had never been mentioned at the trials, I did not pay much attention to this report until I noticed the site of the interview and the identity of the interviewer. James Eagle was contacted at a residence just west of Jumping Bull Hall in Oglala, South Dakota. The one residence that fits this description is the June Little Cabin, which suggests why the agents looking for Eagle came to that cabin 3 months later. As on most of the FOIA documents, the names of the interviewing agents are blotted out, but in this case, one of the two is visible. The name is S.A. Ronald A. Williams. Thus it appears not only that Williams already knew how to reach June Little's house when BIA officers Ekafe and Little Bird escorted the agents there on June 25, in which case the Indian police may have been present not as escort but as backup, but also that Williams was familiar with Jimmy Eagle. Therefore, the episode later that afternoon, when Williams and Kohler took Anderson, Charles, and Draper into BIA headquarters to see if one of them might be Jimmy Eagle, must be regarded in a different light. Either Williams, a longtime veteran on Pine Ridge, had forgotten in 3 months what Eagle looked like, or he confused him with one of the 3 boys from the AIM camp, not at all likely, since Eagle is heavy-set, even chubby, whereas all of the other 3 were small and slight. And if Williams did know what Eagle looked like, then in detaining these 3 on a pretext, he seems to have been checking out those outside AIM Indians down in the woods behind the Jumping Bulls, just as people said. On June 26, while monitoring the FBI frequency a few minutes before noon, Rapid City headquarters heard Williams mention the name Jimmy Eagle and something about chasing a red Jeep. In the same period, according to a teletype, S.A. Hughes heard over the bureau radio the voice of S.A. Williams, and S.A. Williams was talking to another unnamed agent that he thought he saw Jimmy Eagle in a red Jeep. Subsequently, Hughes heard Williams say he was under fire by unknown individuals from the Jeep at that location. At the very least, these reports suggest that Eagle might have been involved in the start of the shootout, though not necessarily the finish. A FOIA document of related interest is the 302 for June 26 prepared by S.A. David Price. While S.A.S. Hughes and Price were en route to Rapid City, S.A. Williams was heard to say on the bureau radio words to the effect that he's supposed to be in a Red Scout. Later, S.A. Williams was heard to say, "That looks like a Red Scout over there." Another comment was heard to the effect that there's a lot of people around. Shortly after this, either S.A. Kohler or S.A. Williams stated on the bureau radio, "They're getting in the Red Scout." Shortly after this, a voice believed to be S.A. Williams stated, "There are 3 men getting out of the Red Scout with rifles. They're shooting at us." Price's insistence here on the Red Scout is very interesting. Similarly, BIA officer Robert Ekafe, in an interview of July 9, presumably refers to the same vehicle when he says, I went back to where Eastman and Glenn Littlebird was and advised them and Dave Price of what I found. I also found the Red International which the agents chased into the Jumping Bulls res. James Eagle was supposed to be in that Red International. These sentences had at one point been blotted out. Neither report was made available to the defense at Fargo, perhaps because both emphasized the Red International scout, which no longer suited the prosecution's case.